Gigi, I entrust my lifeline to you. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, whether your friend can survive depends entirely on you. Under the thin veil of night, Shen Nanzhi walked along the leaf-strewn path, listening to her friend's plaintive and sorrowful tone on the phone, suppressing a laugh as she inquired. So, it was just a USB drive left at Xingye? Yes, 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 came the rapid reply from the other end, a white USB drive, on the 8th floor, room 8A02 of Xingye. Shen Nanzhi cast a glance at the shimmering neon lights near the entrance of Huai University. The usually bustling southern gate of Huai University was particularly tranquil today. The few silhouettes present hurriedly pulled their luggage as they rushed to reunite with family for the Mid-Autumn Festival. None lingered near the school gate. With her gaze averted from the eager students, Shen Nanzhi spoke to her friend Gu Qinghe on the other end. I will head over shortly. Wait for my message. After hanging up, as she gazed at the dimly lit sky, Shen Nanzhi was about to open a ride-hailing app to take her to Xingye to collect the USB drive for her friend. Just as her fingers grazed the screen, a familiar youthful voice called from behind. Nanzhi. Shen Nanzhi paused, turning to see Qi Zheng approaching from the opposite side of the tree-lined road, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, a backpack slung over his shoulder. As he drew closer, Shen Nanzhi greeted him politely, "Senior." Meeting her clear and bright gaze, Qi Zheng's earlobes flushed slightly, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the backpack, asking, "I heard that you're staying in Huaihai City for the mid-autumn break? The classmates from our department are planning a gathering tomorrow. Nanzhi, do you have time to join us?" Approaching the school gate, the sounds of traffic and honking cars filled the air. Shen Nanzhi smiled gently. Without much hesitation, she declined, "I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. I might not be able to make it." A flicker of disappointment crossed Qi Zheng's eyes, yet he concealed it well. "Then let's gather when you're free." They walked side by side towards the exit. As they reached the roadside, Qi Zheng slowed his pace, his tone laced with hope. "It's getting late, how about I give you a ride home?" Just as Shen Nanzhi was about to refuse, a sleek black limited edition Maybach pulled up. The window slid down, revealing a man with a cool and aloof expression, partially obscured in the dim light. His pitch-black eyes fell upon Shen Nanzhi and Qi Zheng. The voice that emerged was cold and detached. "Nanzhi." Shen Nanzhi's spine stiffened involuntarily, instinctively turning back. As she was about to decline Qi Zheng's offer, upon recognizing the familiar, yet distant figure of Jiang Jinyan in the driver's seat of the Maybach, her throat caught, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother?" Qi Zheng, too, noticed Jiang Jinyan. Although he had never met him, he was no stranger to Jiang Jinyan's face being a frequent subject in financial news and publications. Anyone with a slight interest in the business world would recognize the eldest son of the Jiang family, who commanded a formidable position in both domestic and international business circles. Shen Nanzhi was typically low profile at school, and Qi Zheng had no idea of her connection to the esteemed Jiang family of Huaihai. Jiang Jinyan did not acknowledge Qi Zheng, but instead tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, his gaze fixated on Shen Nanzhi, who still bore an expression of astonishment. "Get in the car, we're going home." Shen Nanzhi tightened her grip on her phone. She hurriedly bid farewell to Qi Zheng and quickly approached the Maybach, yet she hesitated at the door, instead leaning in through the lowered window to tell Jiang Jinyan, "I need to go to Xingye. First, I won't trouble you, brother." "Not trouble at all." Her voice barely finished before she was interrupted by Jiang Jinyan, his tone calm yet firm. "Get in, it'll take you." Shen Nanzhi found herself at a loss for words. Under the weight of his intense gaze, she dared not refuse again. Stealing a glance at the rear door, she quelled the urge to retreat and ultimately opened the passenger door. The dark vehicle swiftly merged into the dazzling stream of traffic, the Grand Southern Gate of Huai University receding into a mere speck in the rearview mirror. Shen Nanzhi had lived in the Jiang family since she was very young, yet her encounters with Jiang Jinyan were few. Firstly, he spent most of his time abroad and seldom returned to China. Secondly, his temperament was reserved and composed, creating an aura of distance that made Shen Nanzhi approach him with caution. Even when he occasionally returned, she would tactfully avoid meeting him. His sudden return to the country and personal visit to Huai University was entirely unexpected for her. Not adept at interacting with Jiang Jinyan, who was not particularly easy to engage with, Shen Nanzhi sat quietly in the passenger seat, minimizing her presence and sitting upright, her hands resting neatly in her lap. Jiang Jinyan glanced at her one hand on the steering wheel, his knuckles tapping rhythmically. The silence was abruptly broken as he inquired, "Who was that person you were just with?" Shen Nanzhi, momentarily distracted, instinctively replied, "A senior." He seemed unsatisfied with her answer, pressing further. "What kind of senior?" Shen Nanzhi glanced towards him, not concealing anything, responding honestly as if speaking to an elder brother. "A senior from our department's research group." "Do you interact often?" Shen Nanzhi shook her head. "We only meet occasionally." Hearing this, Jiang Jinyan ceased his inquiries, and silence enveloped the car once more. As the vehicle navigated through traffic, waiting at a red light, Shen Nanzhi took the initiative to break the stillness, asking about his sudden appearance that day. "When did you return, brother?" Jiang Jinyan leaned back in his seat, half of his features obscured by the night shadows. Perhaps due to the dim light, the distance he exuded seemed to lessen slightly. "Today," he replied, "I landed at 5 this afternoon." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Shen Nanzhi, who hadn't yet averted her eyes. Their gazes met directly for a fleeting moment. The depth of darkness in his eyes made Shen Nanzhi instinctively want to look away. Yet she heard him ask, "I've heard that you haven't been home in nearly 6 months?" As the green light illuminated, the cars ahead began to move. Jiang Jinyan shifted his gaze back to the road, pressing down on the accelerator. He refrained from questioning Shen Nanzhi about her extended absence from the Jiang family, as if it were merely a casual remark, continuing instead to explain his visit to her. "There are matters at headquarters that require my presence. With Huaihai University being close to the company and the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I thought it would be perfect to bring you home." Shen Nanzhi expressed her gratitude politely. Huaihai, the city that never sleeps, becomes increasingly vibrant as night falls. Xingye is the largest entertainment venue in Huaihai City, and, as the night deepens, its opulence reaches its zenith. Amidst the resplendent neon lights, the Maybach glided into the Xingye parking lot. Shen Nanzhi unbuckled her seatbelt, intending to inform Jiang Jinyan that she would quickly retrieve the item and be right back. Before she could speak, Jiang Jinyan had already unfastened his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Shen Nanzhi hurriedly called out, "Brother, I'm just getting something for a friend. I can go on myself." Jiang Jinyan did not pause, leading her inside. "The night at Xingye is chaotic. I can't let you go in alone." Upon entering through the revolving doors, Jiang Jinyan guided Shen Nanzhi directly to the VIP passage. As the elevator doors slowly closed, he glanced at the girl beside him, whose attire was incongruous with the extravagance of Xingye. Before pressing the floor button, he inquired which floor. Shen Nanzhi glanced at the buttons before her, abandoning her intention to press it herself, obediently replying, "8th floor." As the elevator ascended to the 3rd floor, a sudden ringtone pierced the silence within the confined space. Shen Nanzhi remained obediently in place, her clear, transparent eyes instinctively glancing at Jiang Jinyan's phone. An English note danced across the screen. Jiang Jinyan lowered his head to glance at the display, yet he neither answered nor ended the call. The elevator of the Xingye VIP passage moved swiftly, and the ringtone echoed just a few times before the doors opened with a chime. Shen Nanzhi exited the elevator ahead of Jiang Jinyan and said, "Brother, you continue with your work. I will retrieve something for the private room." Jiang Jinyan responded with a nonchalant his long fingers gliding across the screen to connect the call, while his gaze remained fixed on the young women in the corridor ahead, searching for their respective rooms. He did not linger near the elevator entrance, but followed Shen Nanzhi at a leisurely pace while listening to the report from the other end of the line. Upon reaching the end of the corridor and locating room 8A02, Shen Nanzhi pushed the door open and circled within the room 2 or 3 times, eventually discovering the USB drive that Gu Qinghe had inadvertently left behind in the crevice of the plush sofa. With the item in hand, Shen Nanzhi quickly exited. Just as she stepped out of the room, she spotted Jiang Jinyan leaning against the wall opposite, waiting for her. Upon seeing her emerge, he silenced his phone and met her gaze. His calm eyes swept over the white USB drive she held. "Did you find it?" Shen Nanzhi nodded. He straightened up and led her back, then let us return home. The corridor of Xingye was designed in a semicircular fashion, making the return from room 8A02 a considerable distance. Traversing the opposite side was more direct. Shen Nanzhi followed Jiang Jinyan in silence until they reached the middle of the corridor. As they passed a half-open door of another private room, a familiar voice floated out. Nanzhi? Such a good girl." The tone carried a light scoff, imbued with an ambiguous indifference, leaving one uncertain whether it was mockery or apathy. But being too good can render one utterly uninteresting. Having grown up together, Shen Nanzhi easily recognized the voice. However, her expression remained unperturbed apart from a fleeting moment of hesitation in her steps. She resumed her pace as if she had heard nothing. Inside the private room, smoke swirled, and the table was laden with drinks. Fang Jiling, seated on the opposite sofa, furrowed his brow upon hearing the latter part of the statement and cautioned, "Tingsu, your words are excessive. Gigi has grown up alongside us for many years. She has been closest to you and has always enjoyed being by your side. Moreover, the Jiang and Shen families have an engagement." Jiang Tingsu let out a derisive laugh. His thin eyelids drooped slightly, concealing the scorn that seeped from his pupils, yet failing to mask the sarcasm tugging at the corners of his lips. Close? Her closeness to him stemmed from his birthright within the Jiang family. It was because he bore the surname Jiang, being the one chosen to unite with her. Had it not been for his fortunate lineage, he would never have warranted such proximity from her. Chapter 3. Colliding into Jiang Jinyan's embrace in the parking lot after getting into the car and starting the engine. Jiang Jinyan turned his head to glance at the young woman in the passenger seat and, as the vehicle began to move, inquired, "Did you have a quarrel with Jiang Tingsu?" Shen Nanzhi, holding her phone, lowered her eyelids and shook her head. "No. Over 2 decades ago, the Shen family, much like the current Jiang family, stood at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy in Huaihai City. The two families had long enjoyed a close friendship, with the elders of the Jiang family frequently visiting. Upon Shen Nanzhi's birth, the two families had arranged a marriage alliance. However, such bliss was not destined to last. When she turned 10, a tragic accident claimed the lives of both her parents, leaving the Shen family business on the brink of collapse. The Jiang family promptly intervened, utilizing their influence to safeguard the Shen company, and took her into their home, raising her as one of their own. The Jiang family had 2 sons. Jiang Jinyan was 7 years her senior, and when Shen Nanzhi arrived at the Jiang household, he was already studying abroad. The one she spent her daily life within the old Jiang residence was Jiang Tingsu, who was 2 years older than her. Prior to reaching adulthood, their relationship had been unexpectedly harmonious, likely due to their shared living arrangements. In school, Jiang Tingsu protected her, and within the walls of the Jiang residence, he looked after her. Even during stormy nights when Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were away from Huaihai City, Jiang Tingsu would remain by her side. However, this amiable coexistence abruptly ceased 2 years ago. The engagement between the Jiang and Shen families had never been a secret. Compared to Jiang Jinyan, Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Tingsu were not only of similar age, but had also grown up together, leading everyone to tacitly accept that the marriage alliance would culminate in their union. Shen Nanzhi had once believed this to be true, until 2 years ago, when her relationship with Jiang Tingsu began to distance without any forewarning. Initially, she could not fathom why their long-standing bond had suddenly shifted. Eventually, she understood that it was due to Jiang Tingsu's aversion to the arranged marriage. He resisted a life preordained for him, rejecting the notion of following a meticulously planned path like a mere automaton. Naturally, she, as the fiancée who had long been arranged, became the target of his rejection. Before realizing Jiang Tingsu's disdain for the engagement, Shen Nanzhi had never contemplated withdrawing from it. Throughout her upbringing, she had been told that their marriage had been arranged since childhood, and the Jiang parents had treated her as their own daughter, showering her with affection. In her mind, the union had become an accepted norm as she grew. Hence, when she discovered Jiang Tingsu's resistance to the marriage, she was taken aback. Yet after the initial shock, her first action was to move out of the old residence, citing the distance between the villa area and Huaihai University as a reason, to avoid any awkward encounters with Jiang Tingsu. During the recent Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, Shen Nanzhi had not intended to return to the Jiang residence. After weeks of being embroiled in departmental research projects, she was eager to relax in her apartment. To her surprise, Jiang Jinyan, who had not returned to the country for 2 years, suddenly arrived. However, she soon realized that the ongoing ambiguity surrounding the marriage alliance between the Jiang and Shen families needed resolution. Taking advantage of the Mid-Autumn Festival, If they could clarify matters and gracefully annul the engagement, it would be a positive outcome. The Jiang family's profound heritage was evident as they approached the villa district, a prime location in Huaihai City where vehicles were sparse. Shen Nanzhi gazed out at the familiar cluster of villas until Jiang Jinyan parked in front of one. Inside the villa, it was quiet. As they entered, only the servants of the old residents were present. Neither Mr. nor Mrs. Jiang could be seen. When they reached the hall, noticing her gaze wandering, Jiang Jinyan removed his coat and explained, "My parents' flight was delayed. They won't be back tonight, but will arrive early tomorrow." Shen Nanzhi softly acknowledged his words. As he observed the young woman, who had grown up in this home, yet now appeared somewhat reserved in the hall, he felt an urge to comfort her, as Jiang Tingsu once did, to tell her that she need not feel uneasy or tense, for this would always be her home. However, he restrained himself, recognizing that such intimate gestures were inappropriate given their current relationship. "Did you find the journey tiring?" he asked, his gaze resting on her face. "What would you like to eat? I can have Uncle Lee arrange something." Shen Nanzhi smiled faintly, appearing compliant. Yet her instinctive gestures of shaking her head and avoiding his gaze belied her true feelings. "I've already had dinner at school. There's no need to trouble Uncle Lee." While on the way, she had noticed her brother's phone ringing incessantly, suggesting he was busy with urgent matters. "I'll head to my room now, so as not to disturb my brother's work." Jiang Jinyan stood still, watching as she hurriedly ascended the spiral staircase to the third floor without looking back. Butler Lee, who had served the Jiang family for decades, approached Jiang Jinyan and was about to speak when Jiang Jinyan preemptively asked, "For the past 2 years, has Nanzhi always gone straight to her room upon returning?" In Jiang Jinyan's memory, the young Shen Nanzhi was lively and cheerful, never one to isolate herself in her room. Even when home alone, she preferred to sit in the hall, conversing with Uncle Lee and Aunt Wang. Butler Lee hesitated before responding. "Miss Nanzhi has returned infrequently in the past couple of years. Each time she visits, she speaks briefly with Mr. and Mrs. Jiang before retreating to her room." Jiang Jinyan fell silent. His gaze lowered as he rolled up the cuffs of his shirt. Known for his aloof demeanor and inscrutable thoughts, even Butler Lee, who had spent most of his life in the Jiang family, found it challenging to understand Jiang Jinyan's temperament. As he contemplated arranging dinner, Jiang Jinyan's phone rang. Butler Lee promptly fell silent. Jiang Jinyan glanced at the screen and answered the call. Zhou Lin, his assistant, spoke through the receiver. "Mr. Jiang, the international online meeting will commence in half an hour. Shall we proceed as scheduled, or shall we cancel?" Jiang Jinyan checked the time on his wristwatch and replied, "Notify the board. We will proceed as planned." After ending the call, he instructed Butler Lee before heading to his study. "No need to prepare dinner, but please arrange a late-night snack for Nanzhi." Butler Lee acknowledged his request. In the third-floor bedroom, Shen Nanzhi dialed her friend Gu Qinghe to inform her about obtaining the USB drive. "When will I give it to you?" she asked while resting her chin on her hand, sprawled on the bed. "Tomorrow? Or after we return to school?" Gu Qinghe let out a long sigh, her voice weary. "I've really angered my dad this time, and with my brother adding fuel to the fire, I've practically worn my tongue out today, yet they still won't let me go out. Tomorrow is out of the question. It seems I'll be stuck under their watch this mid-autumn festival. I guess I'll only see you after the holiday when school starts." Shen Nanzhi smiled helplessly, teasingly tugging at the corner of the lanyard as she watched the wobbling USB drive, trying to comfort her friend, who was lamenting her predicament. Gu Qinghe's mood shifted remarkably quickly. Before long, the conversation shifted to other topics. "I overheard my brother mention that Jiang Jinyan had returned." Shen Nanzhi rested her elbow on the table, her chin cradled in her hand, lazily responding with a hum. Gu Qinghe, hailing from the esteemed Gu family, was well aware of the close relationship between her brother and Jiang Jinyan, as well as the engagement between the Shen and Jiang families. Shen Nanzhi thought she was merely casually inquiring about Jiang Jinyan, only to be taken aback when Gu Qinghe paused momentarily before suddenly suggesting, "Ji, I have a proposal." "What proposal?" Gu Qinghe's side of the conversation was filled with rustling sounds. Just as Shen Nanzhi was about to inquire what she was doing, she was caught off guard by her mischievous friend's remark. "The Jiang family doesn't consist solely of Jiang Tingsu. Since he is reluctant to accept the engagement with the Shen family, why not give it a try with Jiang Jinyan?" Shen Nanzhi felt her head throb with a dull ache. She stared at her phone screen, gritting her teeth as she managed to utter a few words. Gu Qinghe, has your father-esque scolding made you lose your mind? What absurdity are you suggesting? Her relationship with Jiang Jinyan was akin to that of strangers. Over the past decade, their interactions had been few and far between. Moreover, Jiang Jinyan and Appo's cold and distant demeanor rendered him nearly inaccessible, making her feel uncomfortable even in his presence. Don't be hasty in refuting darling Gigi. Just consider it calmly. Doesn't Jiang Jinyan excel in every regard? Shen Nanzhi quickly interrupted. Don't entertain such ridiculous ideas. Miss, you should continue to endure your father's scolding. I have matters to attend to. I must hang up. After terminating the call, Shen Nanzhi rubbed her temples, still reeling from Gu Qinghe's shocking suggestion, when a gentle knock echoed through the room. She set her phone aside and walked to the door. Uncle Lee stood outside, carrying a late-night snack. His face bore a warm smile. Miss Gigi, Mr. Jiang feared you might be hungry, so he had the kitchen prepare some snacks and fruit. Do these snacks suit your taste? Upon seeing the fruit platter, Shen Nanzhi paused for a moment, then stepped aside to let Uncle Lee in, thanking him softly. Thank you. Uncle Lee, please also extend my gratitude to my brother. Uncle Lee set the items down and smiled as he made his way out. Before leaving, Shen Nanzhi recalled something and added, my brother just returned from abroad and likely hasn't had dinner yet. Uncle Lee, could you please ask the kitchen to prepare a meal for him? The housekeeper replied, dinner is already prepared, but Mr. Jiang is in a meeting. I will have someone deliver it shortly. Miss Gigi, please rest. If you need anything, just call for me. The grand old villa felt particularly quiet, as the majority of the servants resided in the servants' quarters at the back, leaving only Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Jinyan in the vast estate. Although she felt quite fatigued, it was still only a little past 8. After lying in bed for a while, sleep eluded her. She got up, bringing her notebook to the sofa. Logging into her account, she began to finalize the project she had been working on. Time slipped away gradually. By the time Shen Nanzhi completed her tasks, she glanced at the time on the bottom right corner of her screen and realized it was already past 10. A wave of accumulated fatigue and drowsiness washed over her as she struck the final key. She tossed her computer aside and grabbed her phone, unlocking it with her fingerprint to check the messages Gu Qinghe had sent earlier. After staring at the computer screen for over 2 hours, her eyes felt strained and her mouth dry. As she scrolled through her phone messages, she headed out to pour herself a glass of water. It was 10:18, quite late indeed. Although Jiang Jinyan's room was far from hers, they were both on the 3rd floor and not wanting to disturb his rest, Shen Nanzhi refrained from turning on the main corridor light, relying instead on the dim glow of the wall lamps as she navigated her way down the stairs. As she finished her tasks, the bored Gu Qinghe inundated her with messages once more, sending a flurry of stickers and audio clips into their chat. Shen Nanzhi instinctively bypassed the irritating stickers, occasionally glancing at the images Gu Qinghe had sent before replying to her texts. When one is fatigued and weary, their reactions tend to be slower than usual. Not to mention, at that moment, most of her attention was on her phone. Her fingers danced across the screen as she typed, but before she could finish, she reached the corner of the 2nd floor and, distracted, collided unexpectedly with Jiang Jinyan, who was descending from the 1st floor. The phone in her hand slipped, clattering down the stairs. Shen Nanzhi's fatigue-laden mind sharpened instantly, and as she stepped back to create distance from Jiang Jinyan, she hurriedly attempted to catch her phone. The stairs loomed behind her, and retreating too hastily could easily lead to a fall. Jiang Jinyan noticed her precarious movement, and, before she could stumble over the steps, his large hand steadied her at her lower back. The slender white phone grazed the banister of the spiral staircase before it was caught just in time by Shen Nanzhi as it was about to tumble to the floor below. Chapter 4 No. Shen Nanzhi's palms were drenched with sweat, her breathing somewhat erratic. She stiffly withdrew from Jiang Jinyan's embrace, suppressing the tremor of her eyelashes, and quickly took 2 steps back, thanking Jiang Jinyan, who was gazing at her. Thank you, brother. Jiang Jinyan retracted his hand, his expression impassive. Try not to look at your phone while going downstairs. Be careful not to trip. The moment she collided with Jiang Jinyan, the cool scent of pine wafted into her nostrils, and she felt as if his presence lingered in her breaths, cold, frosty. She held her breath, uttering not a word of rebuttal, merely nodding obediently. To alleviate the awkwardness, Shen Nanzhi swallowed hard and inquired, "Have you just finished, brother?" "Yes," he replied. "I had a meeting that took longer than expected." "Why aren't you asleep yet?" he asked her. Shen Nanzhi responded, "I was about to. Just going to get a glass of water." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyan did not head upstairs, but instead led her down. The crystal chandeliers at the stairwell and in the hall were sequentially illuminated. The bright light dispelled the gloom. At the bar, Jiang Jinyan personally poured her a glass of water, as if caring for a child. Shen Nanzhi's gaze fell upon his hands. The cuffs of his shirt were casually rolled up, revealing a section of cool, white wrist bone. His limbs were well-proportioned, and with a slight grip. A sense of strength surged forth. After filling the glass, Jiang Jinyan turned and handed it to Shen Nanzhi, who was following behind. It was warm, just right for drinking. "Thank you, brother." Shen Nanzhi accepted it. Jiang Jinyan leaned against the bar behind her, unhurried to depart, watching her sip the water slowly. "Do you want more?" Shen Nanzhi shook her head. Jiang Jinyan took the glass back, his actions casual and unremarkable. "Go to bed. If you need anything, just call me. You should sleep early too." Jiang Jinyan's Adam's apple moved slightly as he responded lightly, watching her ascend the stairs swiftly, step by step. The next morning, Jiang father and Jiang mother returned from the airport, their expressions far from pleasant. Particularly Jiang mother, whose brows were knitted with anger. Jiang father spoke soothingly beside her. But no amount of persuasion could outweigh the fact that Jiang Tingsu had been missing since last night, ignoring all calls. "This is your fault," Jiang mother snapped, hastening toward the hall, directing her ire at Jiang father. "That wretched boy has been rebellious for 2 years. It's one thing to disregard the family business, but now he dares to meddle with the engagement." Jiang father dared not retort, seeing that his wife was genuinely upset, so he could only pacify her. "Getting angry is harmful to your health. My dear, let us calm down." "What good is calming down?" Jiang mother grew increasingly agitated, her displeasure with Jiang father growing. "That wretched boy leaves without a word, leaving us with this mess to deal with. How do we explain this to Ji? And what about the engagement?" Apart from her anger, Jiang mother was deeply worried that the engagement between the two families would be disrupted. She fundamentally opposed the dissolution of the engagement. Firstly, she had watched Shen Nanzhi grow up, considering her both a daughter and a future daughter-in-law. Since the two children were young, she had laid the groundwork for their future. How could she bear to send the girl she had nurtured to another family? Secondly, the engagement between the Jiang and Shen families had been in place for nearly 20 years, not to mention the unbreakable ties between the two families. If they were to annul the engagement simply because of Jiang Tingsu's rebellion, the Jiang family would have no way to explain themselves to the Shen family, nor to Nanzhi's parents. As Jiang Jinyan descended the stairs, Jiang father and Jiang mother happened to step into the hall. Upon seeing them, Jiang Jinyan greeted Mom and Dad. Jiang father, relieved to see his son, signaled him to say a few words of comfort. Jiang mother suppressed her anger and sat on the sofa, glancing upstairs before asking Jiang Jinyan in a hushed tone, "Has Nanzhi gotten up?" Jiang Jinyan, seated across from them, poured them each a cup of tea. "She should still be asleep." Jiang mother sighed, accepting the tea cup from her son, gazing at this eldest son who had always been calm and reliable, never causing her undue worry. "Jinyan, have you heard about Nanzhi and Tingsu?" Jiang Jinyan glanced at his father beside his mother. "When I returned last night, I asked Nanzhi, but she refused to say anything." Jiang mother sighed. "Ji is sensible. She doesn't want to embarrass either family. Since last year, she moved out of the old house to live alone in an apartment near the school." Jiang Jinyan traced the rim of his teacup, his eyelids half closed. He did not inquire further, but asked, "What do you both think about the engagement?" Jiang mother's anger flared again. "The engagement absolutely cannot be changed. But that wretched boy Tingsu has gone completely off the grid, ignoring messages and calls, acting as if he were dead." Jiang Jinyan listened to his parents recount the events of the past 2 years during his absence. It was not until half an hour later that Zhou Lin arrived with a document from our corporation. Jiang Jinyan accompanied Zhou Lin to the study on the 3rd floor. After signing the document, he handed it back to Zhou Lin and inquired, "Where is Tingsu? Have you found him?" Zhou Lin took the document and replied promptly, Yes, Mr. Jiang. We have located him. The second young master took an 8 p.m. flight to Nancy last night and is currently at the Hairui Hotel. Jiang Jinyan did not ask further, merely instructed Zhou Lin regarding company matters before dismissing him. After Zhou Lin left, Jiang Jinyan remained seated in his office chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, his dark gaze fixed on his phone's black screen. After a moment, he picked up the phone, unlocked it, and accessed his contacts. He scrolled down to find Jiang Tinx's backup number and dialed. The line rang several times before someone finally answered. Brother. Jiang Jinyan lifted his eyelids slightly, his wrist resting casually on the desk. Without reproach, he asked, why haven't you replied to Mom and Dad's messages? There was a pause on the other end, and Jiang Tingsu finally replied, my phone died yesterday. I didn't see the messages. Brother, are you back in Huaihai City? I returned yesterday. Jiang Jinyan asked, are you coming back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Jiang Tingsu hesitated slightly. I'm in Nancy handling some matters. I probably won't return. Jiang Jinyan did not press him, but stated, Nanzhi is at home. Do you know? This time, Jiang Tingsu's tone was indifferent, as if he didn't care. After all, that was where she grew up. Returning was nothing unusual. Jiang Jinyan decided to be direct, clarifying regarding the engagement. You have complained to me about it 3 or 4 times this past year. Tingsu, I will ask you one last time. Do you want the engagement between the Jiang and Shen families or not? This time, silence reigned on the line. Only the faint sound of wind could be heard. In the supreme suite of the Hairui Hotel in Nancy, Jiang Tingsu leaned against the railing of the observation balcony, unconsciously tightening his grip on his phone. He lowered his gaze, memories flashing through his mind like a montage. Recalling Shen Nanzhi's calm demeanor when facing any male presence beside him, she accepted his status as her fiancé with tranquility, and equally accepted his reluctance to fulfill the engagement. Distancing herself from him, Jiang Tingsu's other hand, hanging by his side, clenched into a fist without his realizing. In the depths of his indifferent gaze, he heard himself say, no. Chapter 5, Jiang Jinyan. My marriage with Nanzhi, perhaps I have become ensnared in my recent research. For last night, I found myself enveloped in an unending sea of data within my dreams. Shen Nanzhi lingered beneath her covers, eyes open yet reluctant to rise. Her head heavy and clouded. After much procrastination, she finally crawled out of bed to wash up. Once she finished tidying herself, as she emerged from her room and approached the staircase, she caught a glimpse of Jiang's mother. Her expression fraught with worry as she reprimanded someone on the phone from the sofa in the hall. Without needing to guess, Shen Nanzhi knew who was on the other end of the line. Over the past 2 years, such scenarios had become all too familiar. Her hasty decision to move out, coupled with her rare visits to the Jiang household, was a deliberate attempt to evade these encounters. After Jiang and Appo's mother concluded her call, several minutes passed before Shen Nanzhi descended the stairs. From her vantage point on the 3rd floor, she noted a blind spot on the hall sofa, where she could only see Jiang's mother and, by the sound of his voice, discerned that Jiang's father was also present. To her surprise, Jiang Jinyan was still at home, despite it being past 9. The moment she stepped down, Jiang's father, mother, and Jiang Jinyan, who sat alone on a single sofa, all turned their gazes towards her. Pretending not to have overheard anything, she smiled sweetly and greeted them in turn. Upon seeing Shen Nanzhi, Jiang's mother's previous ire, stirred by Jiang Tingsu, dissipated significantly. She smiled warmly at Shen Nanzhi, beckoning her over just as she had done for many years. Gigi, are you awake? Come sit with Annie. Shen Nanzhi approached with a smile, settling beside Jiang's mother as she had in her childhood. Jiang's mother genuinely adored Shen Nanzhi. In her own words, Hu Wu and Appo's, T cherished their own child. Having raised her as if she were her own daughter, the bond was indelible. Over the past 2 years, as Shen Nanzhi's relationship with Jiang Tingsu had grown increasingly distant, Jiang's mother felt both anxious and pained. She was worried that Shen Nanzhi could not reach Jiang Tingsu's obstinate heart and saddened by her infrequent visits home, especially during the past 6 months when Shen Nanzhi had claimed to be too busy with her studies to return. Jiang's mother held Shen Nanzhi's hand, scrutinizing her closely. After a few seconds, she sighed softly, "You've lost weight." Her eyes brimmed with concern. Gigi, No matter how busy you are with your studies, you must come home more often. Living alone in an apartment, who will take care of you? How can Annie not worry? Shen Nanzhi smiled gently, responding affirmatively to Jiang and Appo's mother and Appo's words. After chatting about mundane matters, Shen Nanzhi observed the atmosphere and decided to broach the subject of the marriage pact between their families. Uncle, Annie today presents an opportunity to discuss the marriage agreement. The moment she uttered the term marriage agreement, the once light-hearted ambience in the hall seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand. Jiang's mother frowned slightly, her grip on Shen Nanzhi's hand tightening. She had already surmised what Shen Nanzhi intended to say. Although Shen Nanzhi had not returned home in the past 6 months, she had hinted at the dissolution of the marriage agreement during their phone conversations. Yet Jiang's mother had continually postponed the discussion, suggesting they wait until everyone could gather in person. This morning, upon returning from the airport and being unable to reach Jiang Tingsu by phone, Jiang's mother's frustration stemmed from her anticipation that without Jiang Tingsu's cooperation, the marriage agreement would likely become untenable. Shen Nanzhi understood Jiang's mother's intentions and recognized her good intentions in wanting her to stay. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced, especially when it concerns a lifelong commitment. The Jiang and Shen families had enjoyed a close relationship for decades, with her parents' friendship with the Jiang family being particularly profound. After her parents' passing, the Jiang family had raised her as their own daughter. It would be a great disservice to destroy decades of familial ties for a marriage born of coercion. Marriage cannot be forced. I believe the agreement between our families should be. The usually reticent Jiang Jinyan suddenly lifted his gaze to Shen Nanzhi, interrupting her mid-sentence. For 20 years, the Jiang and Shen families have been inseparable. Abruptly dissolving the engagement would inflict considerable harm upon both households. Shen Nanzhi faltered, instinctively glancing across the room. She had anticipated that Jiang and Appo's parents would object, but never considered that Jiang Jinyan would intervene. Meeting his steady gaze, she found him unperturbed, quietly caressing the teacup, adding, "The engagement was mutually agreed upon by both families. If the marriage is truly annulled, the Jiang family would also have difficulty explaining it to Uncle Shen and Aunt Shen." Jiang's father and mother were equally taken aback. Jiang Jinyan had spent most of his time abroad, rarely returning home, and had shown minimal interest in the affairs between Jiang Tingsu and Shen Nanzhi. They had not expected him to intervene at this moment. Regardless of his motives, the outcome remained unchanged. Their intent was to preserve the engagement. Jiang's mother, not overthinking the implications, followed Jiang Jinyan's lead and addressed Shen Nanzhi. "Indeed, Ji, there's no need to rush. We'll wait for Tingsu to return, and I will have a good talk with him, mother." Jiang Jinyan's gaze shifted from Shen Nanzhi to his mother. "I have a suggestion. Since Tingsu is resistant to the family union, pressing him further would be futile. Perhaps I could marry Nanzhi instead." Though Jiang Jinyan's speech was unhurried and his tone measured, those two sentences detonated like a thunderclap in the minds of Jiang's father and mother, leaving them momentarily speechless. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Shen Nanzhi, as if she had misheard, looked incredulously at Jiang Jinyan, who maintained an expression of calm, meeting her gaze with an air of normalcy, as if his prior statements were not but the most ordinary of conversations. Chapter 6. Marrying Nanzhi, are you serious? Shen Nanzhi was left stunned for a long while by Jiang Jinyan and Appo's remark. She remained in her bedroom until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon before finally opening the door. Her intention was to step out of the Jiang residence for some fresh air. However, as she emerged into the hall, she caught sight of a tall, distinguished figure by the begonias in the west courtyard. Upon noticing her, Jiang Jinyan turned slightly, extinguishing his cigarette with his long, slender fingers. His gaze swept over her, and in his calm, measured tone, he inquired, "Are you going out?" Shen Nanzhi halted, standing still, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her phone. It was a rare holiday, and she had wished to enjoy a brief outing. She deliberately averted Jiang Jinyan's penetrating gaze, yet his proposal of marriage echoed relentlessly in her mind. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the knuckles of her grip on the device turned pale. "The engagement. Brother, I'm not your brother," he interjected abruptly. Shen Nanzhi paused and turned to him, hearing his steady, composed voice declare, Nanzhi, you bear the surname Shen, while I am of the Jiang family. I have never been your brother. You address me as big brother in accordance with Jiang Su's identity, but now that the engagement between our families lies upon you and me, you need not refer to me by that title any longer. Although his words were factually accurate, the manner in which Jiang Jinyan conveyed them bore an unspoken dominance. The air of authority that accompanied his position, despite his attempts to temper it in her presence, created an undeniable pressure on Shen Nanzhi, who had not yet reached her 20th year. The gap between them transcended mere age. While she remained on the cusp of her academic journey, he had long since established himself as a formidable figure in the ruthless arena of business, commanding both fear and deference. Nanzhi. Shen Nanzhi's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to the present by Jiang Jinyan's voice. I understand that you may find it difficult to accept this matter at the moment. However, I wish to convey one thing. The engagement between the Jiang and Shen families is a matter of familial alliance, not merely of two individuals. Shen Nanzhi comprehended the implications of Jiang Jinyan and Appo's statement. A familial union had always been a pact between families, rather than a fixed arrangement between two individuals. Traditionally, the engagement between the Jiang and Shen families was meant to prioritize her union with Jiang Jinyan, given that it had been established at birth. Yet, due to Jiang Jinyan's lengthy absence abroad, their limited interactions over the years, and the perception that her bond with Jiang Su was more advantageous, many had instinctively assumed the engagement would align her with Jiang Su. From the glass window of the study on the second floor, Jiang and Appo's parents observed the scene below in silence. It was not until Shen Nanzhi passed the begonias and exited the villa under Jiang Jinyan and Appo's gaze that Jiang and Appo's father finally spoke. Madam, what are your thoughts on Jinyan's proposal of marriage? Jiang's mother furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang's father patted her shoulder and remarked, I'll go have a word with our son. She nodded in agreement. In the past 3 years, Jiang Jinyan had single-handedly established the our group abroad. With his return to the country, the headquarters of our group would also relocate to the domestic sphere, merging with the Tiansheng group and Appo's headquarters. Jiang and Appo's father, longing for retirement, had stepped back from company affairs since Jiang Jinyan joined, only retaining a nominal title on the board. He no longer concerned himself with the operations of the headquarters or its branches. As for Jiang Su, not only had he not taken over the company, but he also avoided entering the company building altogether, as if it were cursed with the belief that entering would lead to his demise. The burdens of managing the two corporate headquarters, compounded by the relocation of our group and Appo's headquarters, kept Jiang Jinyan and Appo's phone buzzing incessantly. He did not linger downstairs for long. After receiving a call from Zhou Lin, he made his way swiftly to the study on the 3rd floor. However, just as he opened an email on his computer, Jiang's father knocked on the door from the outside. Jinyan, are you busy? Not at all, he replied, minimizing the email. Please come in, Dad. Jiang Feng entered, holding a bottle of wine, signaling a long conversation ahead. Understanding the cue, Jiang Jinyan rose and asked, Dad, are you here to discuss the engagement? Jiang Feng chuckled as he poured the wine. I did intend to ask, but since it has been 2 years since we last met after your trip abroad, I thought it would be nice to share a drink with you. As he spoke, he handed a glass to Jiang Jinyan, who accepted it and sat across from his father. The first question out of Jiang Feng's mouth was, how long will you be staying this time? Jiang Jinyan casually swirled the wine in his glass, the liquid catching the light and reflecting cold, white glimmers, accentuating the elegance of his fingers. Our headquarters has relocated to Huaihai City. Unless something unexpected occurs, I do not plan to leave again. This news delighted Jiang Feng. The Jiang family's influence had solidified to an unshakable position, and over the years, Jiang Jinyan had carved out sufficient market presence abroad. Both Jiang Feng and his wife wished for their son to return to Huaihai, where the family could be together. After inquiring about the recent developments of the our group and Tiansheng headquarters, Jiang Feng shifted the conversation toward the engagement. Are you serious about marrying Ji? Serious, Jiang Jinyan replied, his brow slightly furrowing, his eyelids drooping as if he were gazing into the clear liquid of his glass. It was only when Jiang Feng posed the question that he lifted his gaze to meet his father's. With his lips partially parted, he retorted, "But what are you and Mom's thoughts on this? Do you oppose it?" Chapter 7. He never pressured her, but today was an exception. Jiang Feng had lingered in Jiang Jinyan's study for quite some time. By the time he emerged, twilight was approaching. Shen Nanzhi was unaware of the events that had transpired at the Jiang family as old residents that afternoon. When she returned, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. The butler and others had long since vacated the hall. Shen Nanzhi hurried towards the staircase, opting not to turn on the lights, and ascended the stairs in the dark. Just as she reached the third floor and had yet to step onto the last stair, she caught sight of Jiang Jinyan, who stood by the window with a glass of wine in hand. He noticed her before she could see him. By the time her gaze drifted in his direction, he had already turned his head to look at her, just back. The third-floor corridor branched into two sides of the staircase. Jiang Jinyan's bedroom was the third room on the left, while her bedroom was at the far end on the right. However, Jiang Jinyan was currently positioned on the right side of the corridor, directly in the path leading to her room. Shen Nanzhi stepped onto the landing, took a few steps forward, and paused. Years of accumulated fear towards Jiang Jinyan compelled her to instinctively respond to his inquiry. There were many fireworks at Lingjiang Bridge, so I stayed for a while. Jiang Jinyan did not take a sip from the wine in his hand. Yet, as the night breeze wafted through the window behind him, brushing past Shen Nanzhi, she could still detect a faint hint of alcohol in the air. His gaze lingered on her, unwavering. "Have you eaten?" Shen Nanzhi nodded, her demeanor mirroring the obedient yet distant attitude she had displayed during their previous interactions. "I've eaten." As her words hung in the air, a silence enveloped them. Shen Nanzhi was at a loss on how to address their engagement and navigate her relationship with Jiang Jinyan. Instinctively, she yearned to evade him as she had in the past. She pressed her lips together, searching for an excuse to retreat to her room. I feel a bit tired. I'll head back to my room." With that, she took a few steps forward. However, just as she was about to pass by Jiang Jinyan, he suddenly grasped her wrist. "Nanzhi." Shen Nanzhi's back stiffened. Although his grip was not particularly tight, it was sufficient to prevent her from breaking free. "Are you avoiding me?" Shen Nanzhi instinctively denied it, stammering, I'm not," in matters concerning her. Jiang Jinyan had never pressured her. Yet today was a different story. Her thoughts were as transparent to him as paper. No sooner had her denial escaped her lips than he inquired, "Is that so? Not planning to leave tomorrow?" Jiang Jinyan mused that had she not left numerous project results on the old residence and oppos, as computer, she likely would not have returned tonight. She was like an ostrich, her intent to escape glaringly evident. Shen Nanzhi's fingertips curled, and she instinctively struggled against his grip, but she could not free herself. She ceased her efforts, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "It's not avoidance. I have some matters at school tomorrow and need to return early." Jiang Jinyan did not release her. His dark gaze remained fixed on her, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. You're leaving early?" Shen Nanzhi felt a twinge of guilt under his scrutiny and silently averted her gaze, nodding absently. "I'm pursuing a double degree, which entails a heavier course load than others." Jiang Jinyan scrutinized her for a moment longer. He did not press further. His fingers loosened, allowing her porcelain-white wrist to swiftly slip from his grasp. The following morning, before 7, Shen Nanzhi quietly slipped out of the Jiang family villa, clutching her computer. Jiang Jinyan stood at the top of the stairs, observing her retreating figure as she departed without a backward glance. Zhou Lin, the assistant, arrived to confirm the online meeting scheduled for that day. However, just as he entered the villa, he laid eyes on the scene before he could utter a word. Stealthily, he glanced at his boss's expression. Suppressing any awkwardness, he cleared his throat and quietly asked, "President Jiang, do you need me to stop Miss Shen?" Jiang Jinyan remained silent at the staircase until her figure vanished completely from view. "No need," he replied, retracting his gaze and turning towards the study. "Let us start the meeting." To evade the arranged marriage, Jiang Tingsu had spent 3 full days in Nanshur. On the final day of the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, a few good friends from his circle came to visit. Upon seeing the scattered wine bottles on the coffee table and the room thick with the scent of alcohol, Feng Zhilin and the others frowned. "What's going on? While everyone else is reuniting with family for the festival, you're here drowning in drink." Feng Jilin glanced at Jiang Tingsu, who remained silent on the sofa. He nudged Feng Zimo, seated closest to him, signaling him to draw back the curtains and open a window to air out the room. Subsequently, Feng Jilin dialed the hotel's internal line to request some tea. Jiang Tingsu was not drunk. He had merely drunk a bit too much, causing a throbbing in his temples. He pressed his fingers against his forehead and set the wine glass down, looking towards Feng Jilin and the others who had traveled all the way from Huaihai City. "What brings you here?" Feng Jilin lounged on a leather sofa with his legs crossed, scrutinizing Jiang Tingsu, whose temperament had drastically changed over the past 6 months. "My mother has been calling me about you. I told her." "Jiang Tingsu, are you serious about this?" "Wes, serious or not?" Jiang Tingsu replied, his voice nonchalant as always. Feng Jilin exclaimed, "What else could it be?" "The engagement." He continued, "I just want to ask you, are you truly going to reject the marriage with the Shen family?" Jiang Tingsu smirked slightly, his expression revealing indifference. "If there is no emotion involved, why should I not refuse?" Feng Jilin was skeptical. Having grown up together, doesn't that count for something? Jiang Tingsu crossed his legs and leaned back into the sofa. Growing up together doesn't necessarily mean there has to be romantic feelings. After all, she has called me brother for so many years. Does she really consider me a brother? Feng Jilin was momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Feng Zimo, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Tingsu, don't blame your brothers for not reminding you. The Jiang family doesn't have only you as a candidate for marriage. The engagement between the Jiang and Shen families is well known in our circles. It is a union between two families, not specifically assigned to anyone. However, you and Nanzhi are of similar age, and everyone implicitly favors you as a couple. But if you adamantly refuse the engagement, if your brother decides to marry Nanzhi, it will be entirely justified. At that point, don't regret it." For a brief moment, a shadow of contemplation crossed Jiang Tingsu's features. Yet, he quickly brushed it off with a nonchalant smile. "What is there to regret? If my brother is willing to accept the engagement, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? The union between the two families could proceed as planned, allowing him to escape his mother's incessant matchmaking efforts." However, he pondered, his brother rarely returned to the country, and his relationship with Nanzhi was virtually non-existent. Moreover, his brother was notoriously cold and had always shunned romantic advances. In the past few years, he had rejected every arranged marriage proposal, let alone this engagement between the Jiang and Shen families. Feng Zimo, however, held a different perspective. As the youngest in his family, he often spent his time socializing with other privileged youths. He had little knowledge of the true power dynamics within the Jiang family, particularly regarding Jiang Jinyan, who spent most of his time abroad and rarely returned home. Yet, he was aware that Jiang Lin had taken over the family business years ago and had maintained close cooperation with Jiang Jinyan's Group and Tianqing headquarters. Just yesterday, he had heard from his brother that Group was relocating to the domestic market. If the headquarters returned, it was highly likely that Jiang Jinyan would no longer travel abroad frequently. Should Jiang Tingsu continue to resist the engagement with the Shen family, given Jiang Jinyan and Appo's principled nature, he might very well agree to the marriage for the greater good. Chapter 8 being with President Jiang must be thrilling. After leaving the Jiang family residence, Shen Nanzhi cocooned herself in her small apartment for 2 consecutive days. Even when Jiang's mother expressed concern for her well-being and sent butler Li to deliver supplies, Shen Nanzhi declined, citing her busy schedule at school. Lying in her apartment, her routine turned upside down for 2 days and nights. On the first day of the new semester after the holiday, she grabbed Gu Qinghe's USB drive and left for Huaihai University just in time. Due to the sudden change in her engagement, Shen Nanzhi found herself distracted throughout the class. Fortunately, during the summer, she had completed all the coursework for this subject in advance to keep herself occupied and avoid returning to the Jiang household. Even if she missed every word spoken in class now, it hardly mattered. Sitting beside her, Gu Qinghe, who had been confined at home for 3 days, was oblivious to the events of the Mid-Autumn Festival and assumed Shen Nanzhi and Appo's distraction stemmed from Jiang Tingsu and Appo's influence. During the short break, Gu Qinghe leaned over to Shen Nanzhi, patting her chest, and earnestly declared, "Gigi, if you're feeling down, just say it out loud. Don't bottle it up. I can help you. Shen Nanzhi, momentarily taken aback, turned her head and asked, What? Gu Qinghe shot her a knowing glance, a look that screamed, You think you can hide this from me? I already know. It was about Jiang Tingsu. She lowered her voice, indignantly adding, I never thought being obedient was a flaw, but to him, Jiang Tingsu, it seems to have become a bore. Finally grasping the situation, Shen Nanzhi realized that Gu Qinghe had heard Jiang Tingsu's word from that night at Xingyi. However, Shen Nanzhi was not particularly affected by it. Just as she was about to clarify, Gu Qinghe leaned closer, her gaze appraising Shen Nanzhi, and whispered conspiratorially, Listen, darling Gigi, change your outfit tonight. I'll take you to a bar. Once you see more people, you won't let Jiang Tingsu affect your mood anymore. Shen Nanzhi shot her a glance of disbelief. Have you forgotten the lesson of being confined for 3 days? On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, in rebellion against her family's arranged marriage, Gu Qinghe had ventured to Xingyi to hire a male model, only to be caught by her brother Gu Wenchuan and confined for 3 days. The mere mention of it made Gu Qinghe grit her teeth in frustration. Though she feigned indifference as she said, There's so many bars in Huaihai City. We can just avoid Xingyi where my brother usually hangs out. So what do you say? Gigi, fancy indulging a little? Shen Nanzhi averted her gaze and absent-mindedly flicked through the PPT on her laptop. Please stop. I genuinely fear you'll end up confined again. Seeing Shen Nanzhi and Appo's reluctance, Gu Qinghe abandoned the idea. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing at her friend and Appo's extraordinarily beautiful face. After a moment of silence, Shen Nanzhi glanced over, only to find Gu Qinghe lost in thought. Gu Qinghe, Shen Nanzhi waved her hand in front of her eyes. Have you lost your mind? What are you staring at? Gu Qinghe grasped her hand, pulling her closer, and pulled up a photo of Jiang Jinyan from a Finance Channel interview on her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gigi, I truly believe you and President Jiang are a perfect match. Look, she pointed at the photo, comparing it with her friend's features, her enthusiasm unabated. Whether it's looks or physique, don't you think they complement each other perfectly? Listen to me. She leaned in closer to Shen Nanzhi, her eyes gleaming, her smile nearly mischievous. If you were with President Jiang, it would be exhilarating. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi swiftly covered Gu Qinghe's mouth with one hand and flipped her phone face down on the table with the other. Goodness, clear your mind of such thoughts. Gu Qinghe blinked innocently at Shen Nanzhi, pulling her hand away and quietly countering. I think it's entirely feasible. She counted off on her fingers. Think about it carefully. You're engaged to the Jiang family, not specifically to Jiang Tingsu. Why can't you change partners? Besides, I heard from my brother that President Jiang has had no romantic interest for years. If you were to accept this engagement, Shen Nanzhi covered her temples. Realizing her friend Wu Ti stopped talking, she unwrapped the candy and shoved it into Gu Qinghe's mouth. Eat this and don't speak. Munching on the chocolate candy, Gu Qinghe could only manage a muffled sound. As the noise subsided, Shen Nanzhi resumed editing her PPT. Just a couple of minutes later, a faint commotion arose in the corridor outside. Gu Qinghe, still chewing on her candy, propped her chin on her palm and looked through the window, exclaiming with a hint of disdain, That must be the type Jiang Tingsu refers to as not obedient. Shen Nanzhi raised her head and followed Gu Qinghe's gaze. She immediately spotted Su Wu, the belle of the fine arts department, being escorted by her assistant and a throng of adoring fans as she exited. Jiang Tingsu, rejecting a life of control, chose not to join Tian Sheng Group after graduation, disregarding his parents' objections, and instead invested heavily in the entertainment industry, founding Guangying Media Company. Su Wu was precisely the artist Jiang Tingsu had nurtured over the past 2 years. As Shen Nanzhi looked out, Su Wu happened to glance in her direction. Clad in a flowing red dress and adorned with delicate makeup, she initially appeared friendly and harmless. However, the moment their eyes met, a clear hint of provocation flickered in her gaze. Gu Qinghe had detested such duplicitous behavior, particularly from someone like Su Wu, who believed her success in the entertainment industry, thanks to Jiang Tingsu, elevated her above others. Unaware of Su Wu and Appo's taunting glance, Gu Qinghe simply found the attitude of a minor celebrity like her to be obnoxious. Observing the irrational fanatics trailing behind, Su Wu only added to her disdain. A bunch of rabble. As Su Wu departed down the corridor, the commotion faded away. Hearing Gu Qinghe's harsh judgment, Shen Nanzhi's thoughts drifted back to an earlier memory. Although she was not well acquainted with Su Wu, today was not their first encounter. Their initial meeting had been 2 years prior during a physical education class. Shen Nanzhi had gone to the equipment room to retrieve some missing items for a classmate. Having just enrolled at a university, she was unfamiliar with the North Campus and mistakenly opened the door to the adjacent lounge instead of the equipment room. Upon realizing her error, she turned to leave, but in that fleeting moment, she caught sight of Su Wu in the lounge, her coat partially slipping off, revealing a bare shoulder as she leaned toward Jiang Jinyan, poised to kiss him. At that time, Shen Nanzhi had not seen Jiang Jinyan for several months, having drifted apart significantly since the day after her college entrance examination. She had not understood why their long-standing friendship had suddenly soured. Thus, witnessing the intimate scene in the lounge left her frozen. Outside, the sun shone brightly, the heat suffocating, yet Shen Nanzhi felt a chilling cold within. The first to notice her was Jiang Jinyan, casually leaning against the wall. He did not reciprocate Su Wu's advances, nor did he push her away. He appeared disinterested, wearing a languid smile, while remaining detached from the situation. Even upon hearing the sound of the door, when he cast a glance in her direction, his expression remained as indifferent as ever. The subtle turmoil that she had not unveiled flickered in the corners of his eyes and brows, yet no other emotion surfaced. He merely gazed past Su Wu's figure, silently observing her. It was not until her lips were nearly upon his that he coldly pushed her away. Throughout every action, his focus remained fixed on Shen Nanzhi at the doorway. Before that day, she had countless inquiries poised at the tip of her tongue. For instance, why had he begun to stay away from home so often? Why was he avoiding her? Why had their interactions grown increasingly distant? However, upon witnessing that scene, all her questions evaporated. In a state of near panic, she released the cold doorknob and turned to flee. Yet in the very next moment, Jiang Jinyan called out to her, unhurried and calm. There were no explanations, no arguments, merely a single question directed at her. Nanzhi, they say that once you turn 20, we shall marry. What do you think? Many sentiments need not be articulated with utmost clarity, much like the matter of their arranged union. At that moment, Jiang Jinyan's inquiry was sufficient for Shen Nanzhi to discern his rejection of familial alliances and the betrothal orchestrated by their elders. Consequently, following that day, she swiftly vacated the Jiang family estate, no longer making any effort to reach out to him. From that moment onward, their bond unraveled like a kite severed from its string, drifting farther apart, growing increasingly tenuous. Chapter 9. Nanzhi. We and Oppos, not so estranged as dusk fell and the final class concluded. Shen Nanzhi and Gu Qing, he made their way along the tree-lined path towards the school gate. While walking, Gu Qing, he was engrossed in her phone and remarked to Shen Nanzhi, a new restaurant is open nearby, and the dishes and reviews seem quite promising. Since we have no plans today, shall we go try it out this evening? Shen Nanzhi had no objection and agreed. After noting down the restaurant's name, Gu Qing, he switched off her phone and linked arms with Shen Nanzhi as they exited the school gate. With time still on their side, they decided to visit a CAF first. On the southern side of the school gate, a discreet black Pullman was parked by the roadside. Despite the tinted windows, it frequently drew the attention of passers-by. Inside, Zhou Lin sat in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of Huaihai University, anxious not to miss the sight of Miss Nanzhi. His heart leapt as he spotted Gu Qing, he, and Shen Nanzhi emerging from the campus. Zhou Lin quickly glanced at the rearview mirror, saying, Mr. Jiang, Miss Shen is coming out. Before he could finish, he noticed a young man approaching his future fiancée. Zhou Lin's words faltered, his eyes instinctively drawn towards the unfolding scene. Jiang Jinyan, having withdrawn his gaze from his notebook, also observed this moment. Zhou Lin sensed trouble brewing and cast a worried glance at the rearview mirror, silently hoping the young man would leave Miss Shen alone. However, reality proved otherwise. It was still not yet 4:30, and the number of students exiting the campus was few. Gu Qing, he turned to see a figure jogging towards them. It was Qi Zheng. With a glance at her friend, Gu Qing, he asked first, "Senior, do you need us for something?" Qi Zheng smiled warmly at Shen Nanzhi. "I have something to discuss with you, Nanzhi. Professor Lin has assigned us a new project and asked us to handle some preliminary data integration over the next 2 days. Did you see the message in the group chat? Apologies, my phone was on silent, and I haven't checked the messages yet." As she spoke, Shen Nanzhi opened the group chat and indeed found a new project posted by Professor Lin half an hour ago. She quickly skimmed through the shared materials and replied with a simple acknowledgement. "Are we starting the data integration today?" Qi Zheng nodded. "Professor Lin hopes we can finish it by tomorrow evening. However, the data is somewhat scattered, and I think it would be best to discuss in person. Are you free later? We can head to the lab. I won't take up too much of your time." Shen Nanzhi hesitated, glancing at Gu Qinghe. Having known her best friend for many years, Gu Qinghe understood Shen Nanzhi's nature well. If she suggested going for dinner, Shen Nanzhi would undoubtedly agree. But once they returned to the apartment, her diligent friend would likely work through the night. Gu Qing, he couldn't bear to see her dear friend suffer such hardship. Thus, without waiting for Shen Nanzhi or Qi Zheng to respond, she stepped aside and tactfully suggested, "You two go ahead and take care of your work. Let's plan for dinner tomorrow evening instead." After Gu Qing he departed, Shen Nanzhi and Qi Zheng turned back towards the school laboratory. Professor Lin's new project required quick familiarization, and as Shen Nanzhi listened to Qi Zheng introduce the topic, she simultaneously browsed through the messages in the group chat. Much of her attention was absorbed by the materials, leaving her oblivious to the vehicle that suddenly sped out from the side. Fortunately, Qi Zheng grasped her wrist and pulled her back just in time. Inside the Pullman, Zhou Lin, whose prayers had gone unanswered, watched helplessly as his future fiancée, Yi, and the young man walked further away. It was evident that the boy had a keen interest in Miss Shen. As he hardly averted his gaze from her while walking and speaking, Zhou Lin struggled to control his breathing, stiffly staring into the rearview mirror. He cautiously inquired, "Mr. Jiang, should we go down and call out to Miss Shen?" Jiang Jinyan narrowed his eyes, observing the pair that stood too close for comfort. A sense of darkness clouded his eyes, especially at the sight of Qi Zheng holding Shen Nanzhi's wrist and guiding her backward. He did not respond to Zhou Lin's question, but instead instructed, "Find out who that person is." Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, grabbing his phone to make a call. After completing the data work, it was already past 7 when they left the laboratory. Some floors in the building were still lit, while others remained in darkness. Qi Zheng accompanied Shen Nanzhi as they descended, and once outside the laboratory building, he suddenly recalled something and pulled out a USB drive, handing it to her. "This contains some materials I've organized previously, which should be helpful for this project. I made a copy. See if you can use it." Shen Nanzhi glanced at it and accepted it. "Thank you, Senior." The peak dining hours had passed, and the campus was now sparsely populated, mostly filled with couples strolling in the dimming twilight. Qi Zheng, with his backpack slung over one shoulder, remembered the day Jiang's group executive personally drove to the school to pick up Shen Nanzhi during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He hesitated before casually asking, "Nanzhi, I haven't had the chance to ask, is Jiang from Jiang's group your brother?" After staring at the data for 2 hours, Shen Nanzhi's eyes were weary. Surprised by Qi Zheng's question, she slightly furrowed her brows and replied ambiguously, "He's not my biological brother. We've just known each other since childhood." Qi Zheng recalled the rumors from 2 years ago that had circulated on the school forum, suggesting she had a close relationship with Jiang Tingsu. However, such rumors had vanished shortly thereafter, as if suppressed by unseen forces. Given Shen Nanzhi's low profile and her rare public appearances with Jiang Tingsu, the academy had only continued to see students confessing their feelings for her, with no one revisiting the old tale. Qi Zheng pondered that if Shen Nanzhi was indeed acquainted with the head of Jiang's group and shared a close relationship, then the previous rumors about her and Jiang Tingsu might not have been mere gossip. Coming from an ordinary background, Qi Zheng was unaware of the unspoken dynamics within elite circles. However, connecting the dots led him to a tentative understanding of Shen Nanzhi's identity. Yet, Shen Nanzhi showed no desire to share her background. Before Qi Zheng could ask further questions, she discreetly shifted the topic and excused herself, citing the need to organize data before leaving the school. By the time Shen Nanzhi returned to her apartment, darkness enveloped the sky. As usual, she entered the elevator and counted the floors displayed on the screen. When the elevator dinged and the doors opened, she was about to step out when she unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure standing at her apartment door, causing her to pause. Mr. Jiang? Hearing her address, Jiang Jinyan extinguished his cigarette and lifted his gaze to meet hers. Shen Nanzhi was taken aback that he had come to her apartment. Just before the elevator doors could close, she hurriedly stepped out and looked up at the man who was watching her intently. What brings you here? His tone remained calm, much like when they had last met a few days prior. I was concerned you might not take care of yourself, so I came to check on you. After a brief pause, he casually inquired, why are you coming back so late every day? Shen Nanzhi pressed her lips together and explained, I usually return early, but there were some matters at school today. Jiang Jinyan did not pry into the specifics. He merely gestured towards the apartment door. Open the door. Let's talk inside. Shen Nanzhi, under his gaze, unlocked the door with her fingerprint. This apartment was typically hers alone. Lianjiang Tingsu rarely visited. Upon entering, Jiang Jinyan casually shut the door behind him. As the space became enclosed, the small apartment felt even more constricted, leaving Shen Nanzhi feeling quite uneasy due to Jiang Jinyan's sudden arrival. Mr. Jiang, may I offer you some water? She inquired, placing her phone carelessly on the corner of the table before turning to him. Hearing her address him with the distant title of Mr. Jiang, Jiang Jinyan furrowed his brow slightly, reminding her, Nanzhi, we are not so estranged. Please, use a different form of address. Chapter 10. Do you have someone you like? His tone was gentle and courteous, effortlessly disarming. Shen Nanzhi paused, meeting Jiang Jinyan and Appo's gaze. Their relationship was not as distant as it seemed. Even if they were not to be united in marriage, she had grown up within the Jiang family for the past decade. What would you prefer? She inquired. Previously, she had called him elder brother, but he had insisted she use his name instead. Have you had dinner? Jiang Jinyan draped his coat over the armrest of the sofa, appearing more like the owner of her modest apartment than she did. Shen Nanzhi cast a glance toward the kitchen, feeling somewhat conflicted. Not yet. She rarely cooked, only occasionally indulging in culinary ventures. Today, her apartment lacked ingredients, and she had planned to order takeout for a makeshift meal. Now that Jiang Jinyan was here, it would be inappropriate to share takeout with him. As Shen Nanzhi contemplated her options, Jiang Jinyan's voice interrupted her thoughts. I have ordered food from the private kitchen at Chengnan La Fuji. I remember you used to enjoy it. Do you still? Surprised. Shen Nanzhi snapped back to reality and nodded it and Appo's. As fine. Zhou Lin and Appo's efficiency was remarkable. Within 2 minutes of their arrival, the dishes Jiang Jinyan had pre-ordered were delivered to the apartment. Zhou Lin, recalling the tense atmosphere in the car earlier as his boss had instructed him to investigate Qi Zheng, quickly departed after delivering the food, eager to avoid overstaying his welcome. Over the years spent growing up in the Jiang household, Shen Nanzhi had not shared many meals with Jiang Jinyan, yet they had dined together on occasions, primarily during family reunions or celebrations, such as the year-end gathering or Jiang's father's birthday. However, this was the first time they were having dinner alone. The atmosphere at the table remained predominantly silent throughout the meal. After dinner, noticing Jiang Jinyan had no intention of leaving immediately, Shen Nanzhi broached the topic of their engagement, something she had pondered over for the past 2 days. Regarding the engagement, she began, but Jiang Jinyan's gaze lifted to meet hers. Under his scrutiny, Shen Nanzhi felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. Gripping her water glass tightly, she pretended not to notice his gaze and continued, I have reconsidered, and perhaps we should cancel it. Jiang Jinyan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, scrutinizing her expression without voicing agreement or dissent, instead posing a question. Nanzhi, do you dislike me? Taken aback, Shen Nanzhi hadn't anticipated such a question. She instinctively shook her head. No? Then you must have someone you like, correct? May I ask who it is? His tone remained gentle and courteous, making it easy to let down one's guard. Shen Nanzhi shook her head again. No? She was preoccupied with her studies and research, and in her spare time, she stayed up late analyzing current financial trends. There was no time for romance. The depths of Jiang Jinyan and Appo's gaze softened slightly as he leaned back in his chair, maintaining his focus on her. Then why insist on canceling the engagement? Shen Nanzhi found herself momentarily speechless. As she pondered her reasoning, Jiang Jinyan continued, his demeanor consistent over the years, steady and measured, with a sense of control in all matters. Nanzhi, I have spent these years abroad and returned infrequently. We are indeed not well acquainted. He attributed the distance to himself, conveniently omitting the fact that she had consistently avoided him during his visits. However, with gradual interaction, we will come to know each other better. Additionally, the engagement was established 20 years ago, and both your father and mother were pleased with the union. To abruptly cancel, it would contradict their wishes. He paused slightly, prompting Shen Nanzhi to look his way. Meeting her gaze, he pointed to the table and articulated his final point. From a practical standpoint, our marriage would be mutually beneficial for both the Jiang and Shen families. Particularly advantageous for the Shen family and Shen Corporation, a scenario with no drawbacks. Shen Nanzhi understood the advantages that such a union would bring. She was aware that Jiang Jinyan held complete control over Tianshan Group, as well as the prominent our group he had founded. Marrying him would undoubtedly serve as a shortcut to success for the Shen family. Yet, she struggled to accept the sudden proposition of marriage to Jiang Jinyan. It felt like an unexpected bolt from the blue, leaving her unable to process it immediately. Jiang Jinyan sensed her turmoil. Throughout her upbringing, everyone had tacitly assumed she would marry Jiang Tingsu, and the sudden shift was understandably jarring. He granted her the time she needed to adjust. Take your time to reconsider the engagement, he offered, his tone gentle and accommodating. If you have any requests, please feel free to express them. Chapter 11, What is the password for the apartment? Shen Nanzhi gazed at Jiang Jinyan, her lips parted as if to speak, when suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the tranquility. She picked up her phone, glancing at the number flashing on the screen, and stood up, saying to Jiang Jinyan, Sorry, Jinyan, I need to take this call. Jiang Jinyan nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Nanzhi pressed the answer button and walked towards the balcony. The apartment was modest in size, and the evening was particularly quiet. Although Jiang Jinyan could not hear the voice on the other end of the line, he could distinctly hear Shen Nanzhi's words. The moment she called out to her senior, he paused, tapping his fingers on the table, and glanced at his wristwatch. 8:50. Only 10 minutes remained until 9 o'clock. The call from Zhang was brief. Once he finished discussing the project, Shen Nanzhi skillfully steered the conversation to a close and hung up. She returned to Jiang Jinyan, who was now looking at her, and casually asked, Was it something urgent? Not particularly urgent, Shen Nanzhi replied. It was just about the project. I need to process some data. Jiang Jinyan inquired further. Do you need my assistance? Shen Nanzhi shook her head. No, I can manage it myself. Jiang Jinyan said nothing more, rising to retrieve his coat in preparation to leave. As he passed by her, he glanced at the obedient young woman and affectionately ruffled her hair, advising, If you need anything, just call me or come directly to Tianshan Group. Shen Nanzhi felt her previously tense heart relax a little. She nodded in response and accompanied Jiang Jinyan to the door. Just as she was about to press the elevator button, Jiang Jinyan suddenly halted, causing Shen Nanzhi to nearly collide with his back. She reached out to steady herself against the door, looking up in confusion. Jinyan? Jiang Jinyan turned, his gaze landing on the keypad of her apartment door. What is the password for your apartment? Shen Nanzhi instinctively replied, 0527, without elaborating on the reason behind his inquiry. Jiang Jinyan simply admonished her to get to bed early before stepping into the elevator and descending. Shen Nanzhi stood at the door, watching the elevator descend for a few seconds before closing the door and returning to her apartment. She did not engage in any further activities, grabbing her laptop and heading straight to her study to begin processing data. Just as Zhang had stated, the preliminary data for this project was scattered, yet manageable. While reviewing the materials on Zhang and Oppo's USB drive and searching for relevant literature, Shen Nanzhi worked diligently until the wall clock indicated it was 2 in the morning. Supporting her heavy head, she moved the mouse and clicked the save button. Once done, she didn't even check her unread messages and directly retreated to her bedroom. The next morning, Shen Nanzhi awoke to sunlight streaming through the gap in the curtains that had not been tightly closed. In the cozy upstairs bedroom of her duplex apartment, she rubbed her eyes and groggily reached for her phone beside the pillow. Glancing at the current time, she instinctively prepared to unlock it. But before her fingerprint could touch the screen, she caught sight of the unread message from Jiang Jinyan boldly displayed. Her fingers trembled, and the remnants of sleep vanished instantly. The facial recognition unlocked the phone, revealing a succinct message in Jiang Jinyan's chat. "Breakfast is downstairs. Remember to come down and eat." Shen Nanzhi instinctively climbed out of bed, opened the door, and, as she reached the middle of the staircase, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a Western and Chinese breakfast spread out on the dining table. It took her several seconds to recollect the scene from the previous night when Jiang Jinyan had asked her for the apartment password. With no classes in the first period, Shen Nanzhi headed to school at 9. Gu Qinghe had not yet arrived. Upon reaching school, she opened the data she had organized the previous night to check for any errors. Almost 20 minutes later, Gu Qinghe entered, carrying a bundle of packaged breakfasts. Rather than sitting down, she stood beside Shen Nanzhi, scrutinizing her with a complex expression. Shen Nanzhi felt a bit perplexed by her gaze. She shifted her attention from the computer to the unusually reactive young lady in front of her. "What's wrong? Did I somehow change overnight?" Gu Qinghe let out a slight hiss as she stroked her chin, pushing 2 breakfast packages toward Shen Nanzhi. "Here, this is breakfast from Senior Qi, and this one," she added, pushing the second package, "is for me." With both packages placed before Shen Nanzhi, Gu Qinghe crossed her arms and looked at her, as if challenging her to choose between the two. "Both breakfasts are warm, Miss Shen. Which one will you pick?" Shen Nanzhi twitched her lips, staring at the warm meals before her, turning her head to glance at her friend. "Is it in vogue to send breakfast today?" Gu Qinghe clicked her tongue and sat down. "I saw you were busy with data last night. With your nature, once you get caught up, you'll definitely forget to eat. I brought you breakfast to prevent you from starving yourself." However, she abruptly changed her tone, gazing at Shen Nanzhi with curiosity. "What is going on with Senior Qi's breakfast?" This morning, as soon as she entered the school gates, she had encountered Qi Zheng, who said nothing but handed her the breakfast and asked her to deliver it to Shen Nanzhi. Gu Qinghe rested her chin on her hand, studying her friend with a teasing smile. "Little Gigi, did you attract some romantic interest? What time did you two chat until last night?" Chapter 12. You like Nanzhi, don't you? At the same time, atop the Tiansheng headquarters, after concluding a routine meeting, Jiang Jinyan returned to his office, with Zhou Lin dutifully following behind, meticulously reporting the upcoming schedule and arrangements. Once Zhou Lin finished, Jiang Jinyan refrained from commenting on the itinerary he had mentioned, instead sitting behind his desk to inquire, "Have you completed the investigation on Qi Zheng?" Zhou Lin paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. He extracted a folder from a stack of documents he was holding and respectfully presented it to Jiang Jinyan. "I have completed the investigation, CEO Jiang. Here are all the details on Qi Zheng, and I have also contacted the foreign research universities you requested." Jiang Jinyan took the folder, acknowledged with a brief sound, and soon dismissed him. The information regarding Qi Zheng was quite straightforward. The personal details comprised only a small portion. The majority consisted of the projects he had participated in and the academic papers he had authored over the years. Jiang Jinyan had little interest in his student endeavors. Flipping to the last page to find the contact number, which he dialed, the response came swiftly, connecting after just 2 beeps. "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Jinyan closed the documents in his hand, his voice calm and steady. "Hello, I am Jiang Jinyan." 2 hours later, a nervous Qi Zheng arrived by taxi at the Tiansheng headquarters. Stepping out of the cab, he stood at the base of the towering building that exuded power and wealth, an unnameable anxiety surging within him. He unconsciously glanced down at his inexpensive shirt and black trousers, feeling apprehensive as he entered the building that, even after graduation, he might never have the chance to enter. Zhou Lin had already been waiting at the front desk. Upon seeing him, he quickly approached. "Qi Zheng, please follow me." Zhou Lin guided him to the elevator, leading him to the solemn and tranquil office of the CEO. He knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, opened it, gesturing for Qi Zheng to enter. His anxiety intensified. He had only ever viewed someone of Jiang Jinyan's stature from a distance in financial magazines and channels. This was his first time meeting such an individual from a class to which he did not belong. Zhou Lin did not enter, after witnessing Qi Zheng step inside. He quietly closed the door and returned to his workstation. Jiang Jinyan set down his pen and looked across the expansive desk at the evidently anxious Qi Zheng. His expression revealed little emotion. Rather, it projected a cold yet seemingly approachable demeanor. "No need to be nervous. Please come over. There's a matter I wish to discuss with you. CEO Jiang, please go ahead." Throughout the journey from receiving Jiang Jinyan's call to arriving at the Tiansheng group, Qi Zheng had pondered how an ordinary individual like himself could be personally summoned by someone of such high status. Until this moment, no longer obscured by the dimness of night or the screens of financial channels, he came face to face with the legendary figure of the Jiang family, and a suspicion arose in his mind. Jiang Jinyan's next words provided him with the answer. "I have heard that you and Nanzhi have been getting quite close lately." Qi Zheng curled his fingers slightly. He had anticipated this possibility, so he was not overly surprised. He hesitated to respond, but before he could articulate his answer, he noticed Jiang Jinyan's gaze shift towards him, seemingly questioning yet assertive. "You like Nanzhi, Don and Appo's, to you?" Though Jiang Jinyan and Appo's expression appeared calm, Qi Zheng felt an inexplicable sharpness in his gaze, as if he could easily pierce through one's innermost thoughts. The denial he initially intended to voice was suppressed under Jiang Jinyan's scrutinizing stare, and ultimately he acquiesced, nodding in acknowledgement. "I indeed like Nanzhi, and I hope CEO Jiang will grant me an opportunity to prove my genuine affection for her." "Prove?" A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Jinyan's lips as he tossed the pen onto the desk, producing a sound that was neither heavy nor light. "How do you intend to prove that? Nanzhi is the apple of the Jiang family's eye. What sincerity can you offer to be with her?" Jiang Jinyan's words lacked an aggressive undertone, but nonetheless drained the color from Qi Zheng's face. He clenched his fists, reluctantly acknowledging that there existed a class divide between him and Shen Nanzhi, just as there was an unbridgeable chasm between him and Jiang Jinyan. What he could only strive to attain with all his might was something that others possessed inherently at heights he could not reach. "This is the invitation letter for direct admission to a foreign university." Jiang Jinyan pushed an envelope across the desk. "In short, you must choose between studying abroad and pursuing a relationship with Nanzhi." Qi Zheng and Appo's fingers trembled slightly as he looked down at the envelope, which bore the name of the foreign institution. As a senior, pursuing further studies was his most pressing goal. He had researched this university beforehand, knowing the slim chances of acceptance, let alone direct admission. Now, an opportunity lay before him. Gazing at the name of the esteemed institution on the envelope, Qi Zheng's hand clenched and unclenched, torn between choices. Ultimately, with trembling hands, he accepted the envelope. Jiang Jinyan was not surprised by his decision. It was entirely within expectations. "Now that you have made your choice," he cautioned, "I hope you will never appear before Nanzhi again." Qi Zheng's face remained pale. He tightened his grip on the envelope and promised, "I will uphold my commitment. Please rest assured, CEO Jiang." Soon, news of Qi Zheng's acceptance into the foreign university spread throughout Huaihai University. Listening to the envious remarks, Gu Qing, he was initially taken aback, then cast a puzzled glance at Shen Nanzhi, who stood by the corridor window, replying to messages. Chapter 13. The phone call, his tone and gestures were as natural as could be. "Guaranteed admission? I don't recall that being the case at this time. When did our school establish such a precedent?" Although Shen Nanzhi felt puzzled, her curiosity was rather subdued. Messages from Jiang's mother poured in, urging her to take good care of herself and mentioning a seafood feast prepared for tonight, inviting her to come home for dinner. As Shen Nanzhi typed her replies, she casually remarked to Gu Qinghe, there must be some hidden agenda or perhaps a significant background to it. Gu Qinghe nodded, acknowledging the possibility. However, she then had a thought and, with a playful smile, draped her arm over her best friend's shoulder, raising an eyebrow lazily as she said, "Zaya Zizi, with Senior Qi leaving, it seems your newly blossomed peach blossom has been abruptly plucked." Shen Nanzhi pressed the last key and hit send, diverting her gaze from the screen to shoot her a sidelong glance. "For heaven's sake, stop filling your mind with gossip. Your reputation is on the verge of tarnishing mine." At the headquarters of Tianqing Group, Zhou Lin welcomed Gu Wanchuan and Feng Lin inside. Upon entering, they spotted Jiang Jinyan seated behind his desk, signing documents. Gu Wenchuan, the heir of the Gu family, casually reclined on the visitor's sofa, crossing his legs while turning to his friend behind the desk, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It truly reflects the saying that work takes precedence over brotherhood. Who knows, if another Mrs. Jiang appears in the future, we might not even gain entrance to Tianjin Group. Jiang Jinyan handed a document to Zhou Lin, pinching the bridge of his nose as he glanced at him and Feng Lin. Enough chit-chat. If you have something to discuss, get to the point. Feng Lin, the eldest son of the Feng family, chuckled lightly from the opposite sofa. There's nothing urgent. It's just that we wanted to gather since you've returned from abroad after 2 years, but we could never find a suitable time. Jiang Jinyan flipped through the schedule for the next 2 days and, after a moment's thought, tapped the corner of a document with his fingertip. How about we meet the day after tomorrow? Same place. Before Feng Lin could respond, Gu Wenchuan interjected, why wait until the day after tomorrow? We have time tonight. In order to prevent Jiang Jinyan from declining, he pointedly gestured toward Zhou Lin, who was tidying up documents to leave. I can't ask Assistant Zhou. You have no plans for tonight, so why seek a distant rendezvous? Jiang Jinyan closed the document and glanced at his watch, grabbing his coat as he prepared to leave. Tonight is not possible. I need to pick up Nanzhi. As he spoke, Jiang Jinyan looked at them and suggested, how about you all gather tonight and just put on my tab? Seeing him getting ready to leave, Gu Wenchuan stood up as well. What's the rush for drinks? Who doesn't he have a sister? My sister is with yours. We can go pick them up together. As the two of them headed outside, Feng Lin was left dumbfounded. Hey, what about me? He grabbed his coat and hurried after them, feeling exasperated with these two ungrateful friends, particularly the one from the Gu family. They had promised to bring him along to invite Jiang Jinyan out, yet before he could even settle in, they were both leaving. He squeezed between them, reasoning that since there's still time, he would join them to pick up the girls. Gu Wenchuan brusquely pushed him away. We're picking up our sisters. What is your business here? Go fetch your own sister. Feng Lin was tempted to curse. I don't have a sister, just a brother who follows Jiang Tingsu around, causing trouble in Nanshi. In the end, watching his two sister-con friends, Feng Lin couldn't help but chuckle as he dialed his troublesome brother, who was far away in Nanshi, having completed the preliminary data processing for their project. Gu Qinghe linked arms with Shen Nanzhi as they reviewed the schedule for the next day. Tomorrow is Friday. We don't have classes, and the weekend follows. Since we're done with lab work, shall we go out tomorrow? Shen Nanzhi had no objections. Sounds good. Gu Qinghe put away her phone, but before she could finish her sentence, a black limited edition Maybach came to a halt 2 meters away. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Jinyan's profile, which remained striking even in the dimming twilight. Nanzhi, Gu Qinghe, initially taken aback, was still in a daze when another eye-catching sports car smoothly parked behind Jiang Jinyan's vehicle. With a short honk, Gu Wenchuan leaned out of the window and called out, Qinghe, brother is here. Gu Qinghe, puzzled and astonished, approached the silver-gray sports car, peering through the window at Gu Wenchuan. Brother, what are you doing here? Gu Wenchuan almost knocked his forehead in frustration. What else could I be doing but picking you up? Gu Qinghe was left speechless. In her recollection, it was rare for her brother to come and fetch her. He had far more frequently dragged her home from bars to face their parents' scolding. Noticing that Nanzhi had already entered the car ahead of them, Gu Wenchuan, facing his rebellious sister who still looked skeptical, tapped the steering wheel impatiently. For heaven's sake, are you getting in or not? Jiang Jinyan has already left. Gu Qinghe has ceased her hesitation and opened the door to sit inside. After fastening her seatbelt, the lazy and carefree Gu Wenchuan executed a seamless maneuver, overtaking Jiang Jinyan's car. Gu Qinghe felt dizzy from the sudden jolt. Once the dizziness subsided, she clutched her seatbelt and glanced in the rearview mirror at her calm best friend and Jiang Jinyan, then turned to her brother with an indescribable expression. Just look at how composed Jiang Jinyan is. Gu Wenchuan snorted, casting a sidelong glance at his nagging sister. And look at how obedient Nanzhi is. Gu Qinghe fell into a sulky silence, refraining from further retorts. Shortly after they boarded, Jiang's mother called. Jiang Jinyan glanced at the caller ID before accepting the call. Mom, Jinyan, have you picked up Nanzhi? Holding the steering wheel with one hand, Jiang Jinyan, upon hearing this, turned to glance at the girl beside him, responding, "I have." Without pausing, he directly handed the phone to Shen Nanzhi. "It's her mother on the line." His actions were so natural that it left Shen Nanzhi momentarily taken aback. Jiang's mother's gentle voice faintly echoed from the phone. "Nanzhi, where are you? How long until you're home?" Shen Nanzhi observed the current traffic situation. It was just getting dark, and the roads were congested with cars. Though not to the point of a traffic jam, the speed was hardly increasing. A little over half an hour, Aunt. On the other end, Jiang's mother spoke with warmth. "No need to rush. Take your time. I'll be waiting for you at home." Shen Nanzhi replied affirmatively. After hanging up, she returned the phone to Jiang Jinyan, who accepted it with the same casualness as before, as if such a scene were entirely commonplace. As the Gu and Jiang families headed in opposite directions, Gu Wenchuan activated the turn signal, glancing at Jiang Jinyan before turning towards another route. Half an hour later, the car entered the Jiang family's villa area. Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi entered the courtyard one after the other. Jiang's mother was seated on the sofa in the hall, engrossed in a magazine. Upon seeing them return, she closed the magazine and tossed it aside, rising to greet them. "You're back. The seafood feast is ready. It's all fresh seafood flown in today. Come on, wash your hands and let us eat." Jiang Jinyan removed his coat, which Uncle Li promptly took from him. The dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite seafood. Once the servants had meticulously laid out the dishes, they discreetly departed from the hall. Mother Jiang pulled Shen Nanzhi to sit beside her and personally served her a bowl of crab roe congee. "Ji, this congee was prepared under my careful watch. Do taste it and see if it pleases your palate." Shen Nanzhi smiled softly as she accepted it, her voice gentle. "Thank you, Aunt." Jiang Jinyan took a seat on her other side. After savoring a small spoonful of the congee, 2 peeled shrimps appeared on her plate. Following the source of the shrimp, Shen Nanzhi noticed Jiang Jinyan's demeanor was calm and unassuming, the light above casting a delicate shadow across his eyelids as he looked down. Noticing her gaze, he inquired, "What flavor of crab do you prefer? I can peel it for you." Though Jiang and his wife remained silent, they exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the unfolding scene. By the time the seafood feast concluded, it was already late. Mr. Jiang summoned Uncle Li to bring some wine, settling onto the sofa to discuss company matters with Jiang Jinyan. After finishing her juice, Shen Nanzhi was drawn upstairs by Mother Jiang to accompany her in viewing the jade stones showcased at the auction over the past couple of days. Once they had selected the jade, they chatted for quite a while, and soon it was nearly 9 o'clock. Upon returning to her bedroom on the 3rd floor, Shen Nanzhi contemplated checking her Weibo. Just as she was about to tap the icon, a knock resounded from the outside. Rising to open the door, she was surprised to find Jiang Jinyan standing there, holding a fruit platter and a cup of warm milk. As she opened the door, he extended the offerings. "The milk aids sleep. Drink it while it's warm." Shen Nanzhi accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Jinyan." Jiang Jinyan gently ruffled her hair, his voice soothing. "Sleep early. If you need anything, just call me. I owe 2 chapters from yesterday tonight. I shall make up for 4 chapters, chapter 14. Do you really not care?" Upon her return, Shen Nanzhi spent a night and a morning at the Jiang family's ancestral home. The following day, just after finishing lunch, she received a call from Professor Lin, requesting her presence at the laboratory. Shen Nanzhi quickly gathered her belongings and returned to Huai University. As she stepped through the school gates, a trending topic exploded on Weibo. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to the storm of news brewing outside. After attending to her duties in the lab, she emerged from her class as dusk began to settle. As she rummaged through her bag for her phone, she was met with a flurry of notifications and countless Weibo updates, causing her brow to furrow. Ignoring the barrage of messages, she noticed that Gu Qinghe had called her 2 hours prior and promptly returned the call. The line connected swiftly, revealing a hint of concern in Gu Qinghe's tone. "Ji, have you seen the trending topic?" Shen Nanzhi stepped outside, the autumn breeze brushing against her, alleviating her fatigue and clearing her mind. Treading upon the golden fallen leaves and inhaling the fresh air, she casually replied, "Not yet. What is going on?" Gu Qinghe hesitated, caught between words, her silence palpable. After a sigh, she finally said, "I can't relay it well. Perhaps you should take a look at the trending topic yourself." Shen Nanzhi slowed her pace. removing the phone from her ear. With a few taps on the screen, she exited the call page and opened Weibo. As the page refreshed, a video with soaring views immediately caught her attention. The footage showcased Su Wu, donned in a sultry mermaid dress, descending from the podium and slipping into a strikingly ostentatious Sybil supercar. The license plate, with its sequential numbers, was captured in detail by the paparazzi, seemingly to aid the public in identifying the car's owner. Moments later, the screen flickered, revealing through the blurred glass of the car window that Su Wu was seen holding a trophy, her posture intimately draped over the man in the driver's seat. Seemingly shedding gokish. With the resources of Jiang Jinyan propelling her fame, Su Wu had rapidly ascended in popularity, garnering admiration from many outside the industry who dubbed her the new screen goddess. Her fans fervently reposted the video, filling the comments with exuberant remarks such as perfect match and so in love, while the trending title boldly proclaimed, Jiang family's second son, heir of Guangying media. And new screen goddess's romance revealed. Shen Nanzhi remained unfazed. Exiting Weibo, she returned to the call page, placing the phone back to her ear. Guqing's voice, mingled with reassurance and worry, reached her. Gigi darling, don't be upset. Shen Nanzhi smiled softly, gently interrupting her, continuing her walk. I'm not upset. This isn't the first time such a trending topic has surfaced. Since Su Wu entered the entertainment industry and Jiang Jinyan began to invest resources into her, such gossip had frequently surfaced. Previously, the incidents were minor, quickly suppressed before gaining traction. However, this time, Jiang Jinyan seemed disinclined to stifle it, allowing the news to circulate for several hours unabated. Notifications continued to flood in, each sound echoing like a relentless tide. Shen Nanzhi, once again grasping her phone, disabled all notifications before resuming her conversation with Guqing. Is this video the reason for your numerous calls? Guqing's voice brimmed with indignation. Isn't this video infuriating enough? Indeed, this isn't the first time, but it has never escalated to this extent in the past 2 years. Doesn't Jiang Jinyan realize your engagement is still standing? While the entertainment circle may be in the dark about your childhood betrothal, does no one in the elite circles know? What kind of face does he expect you to maintain with such a spectacle? Can't he at least annul the engagement before promoting that green tea celebrity? Or is he simply eager to elevate his little starlet? After listening to Guqing's lengthy tirade of anger and grievances, Shen Nanzhi calmly reassured her. What is the big deal if she rises to fame? Moreover, the engagement between the Shen and Jiang families exists, but it doesn't specifically tie me to Jiang Jinyan. Even if the engagement were to be annulled, it would require his consent. Taken aback by her friend's composed demeanor, Guqing paused, hesitatingly holding her phone. She asked, Gigi, do you truly not care at all? Shen Nanzhi, holding her phone, maintained her subtle smile. I do not care. She and Jiang Jinyan were meant to grow up together, ideally suited for siblinghood, but never as romantic partners. If he preferred the type of girl like Su Wu, then let him support whomever he fancied. It was of no concern to her. Meanwhile, at the Guangying media headquarters, Su Wu had changed into a shoulder-bearing A-line dress and donned stilettos, her makeup still exuding a pure allure. As she entered, she carried a high-fashion handbag, drawing envious glances and compliments from everyone in the company, from the front desk to managers and assistants. Even an unaware assistant, having seen the trending video, approached her in surprise. Sister Wu, are you really with our little Jiang? Could there be any doubt? The crowd gathered around, showering her with flattery. Sister Wu, once you become the lady boss of Guangying media, don't forget about us. Su Wu maintained an impeccable smile, neither clarifying nor denying the misconceptions or compliments. Her manager, Bai Yi, descended from the elevator and, upon spotting Su Wu, halted her motion to greet her, repressing the elevator button. The second son is in a lounge on the top floor. Su Wu nodded and entered the elevator with Bai Yi, checking her makeup in a compact mirror before stepping out into the lounge. Jiang Jinyan sat on a leather sofa, engrossed in his phone, seemingly indifferent to the trending news. His eyes were lowered, fixated on the screen, as if awaiting a call. As dusk deepened, nearly 4 hours had passed since the video had gone viral, filled with endless notifications. Despite waiting all afternoon, He had not received a single call or message from Shen Nanzhi. Staring at the empty screen, with the last message lingering from over half a month ago, Jiang Tingsu's grip on his phone tightened, his brows furrowing in a dark scowl. After a long moment, Jiang Tingsu scoffed softly, a sardonic smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he flung the phone onto the table. How absurd he was to have tacitly accepted Su Wu's attention-seeking antics. Shen Nanzhi had long witnessed the ambiguous relationship between him and Su Wu. Even when he first introduced her, their rapport had been cordial, unchanged. Yet even then, upon seeing him with other women, she had never felt the urge to inquire, acting as if she hadn't seen a thing. Now, how could she possibly care about who he trended with or the nature of the rumors surrounding him? Jiang Tingsu's fist clenched tightly, knuckles whitening under the pressure. Su Wu entered the room, glancing at the man with his back turned towards the door. She approached, her lips curving into a flawless smile, accentuating the allure of her eyes. "Second young master, tonight an investor has organized a gathering. Will you accompany me?" As she drew near, before she could lean closer, he coldly rejected her. "No time. You go alone. And get out." Su Wu paused, her expression hardening as the atmosphere shifted. She gracefully maneuvered around the sofa to stand before Jiang Tingsu, intending to offer an explanation. However, before she could utter a word, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Tingsu's phone, which illuminated the WeChat interface with Shen Nanzhi. Su Wu's fingers tightened silently, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashing across her eyes. Yet she expertly masked her emotions and feigned humility, inquiring, "Did Junior Shen misunderstand something?" "Young master, I can clarify with Junior Shen regarding that video that sparked the trending topic." Jiang Tingsu's eyes brimmed with impatience as he coldly interrupted her. "You are more aware than I am of the true circumstances surrounding the trending topic that video has caused, Su Wu." His words were blunt and lacked any semblance of patience. There was no one else present, nor any paparazzi you had bribed, thus there was no need for such theatrics. Su Wu and Appo's fingertips dug into her flesh. The elation she had felt all afternoon, stemming from Jiang Tingsu and Appo's failure to suppress the trending topic, dissipated in an instant. Her complexion paled uncontrollably. She yearned to say more, but Jiang Tingsu's mood had soured to an extreme, and before she could voice her thoughts, he issued a dismissal once again. "I have matters to attend to, leave." Su Wu bit her lip, suppressing her resentment as she turned to depart. After her exit, Jiang Tingsu picked up his phone, his expression icy as he dialed his assistant's number. "Chen Feng, clean up the trending topic." Chapter 15. Denying embrace. Shen Nanzhi had muted all notifications, oblivious to the fact that shortly after she viewed the trending video, all related topics had been removed within minutes. She also remained unaware that very evening, Jiang Tingsu had been berated by his parents for nearly half an hour over the phone. The proximity of Hua University to her apartment meant that after attending to matters at the lab, Shen Nanzhi did not return to the Jiang family residence, but instead went directly to her own small apartment. There, she immersed herself in her research and current financial trends throughout the weekend, hardly stepping outside. During these days, Jiang Jinyan was away on a business trip to Lin City, and aside from the occasional food delivery, her apartment door had remained almost silent. Alone, Shen Nanzhi busied herself with her studies and papers, her routine gradually becoming disordered in this solitude. It was not until 3 p.m. on the weekend, after an all-nighter analyzing financial trends, that she contemplated taking a good nap to rejuvenate herself. Just as she lay down on her bed, still on the brink of deep sleep, her phone on the bedside table began to vibrate vigorously. Drowsily opening her eyes, she propped herself up, pressing the answer button. "Hello, Qinghe?" The cacophony on the other end made it difficult to hear, as Gu Qinghe's voice came through, tinged with despondence amidst the clamor. "Ji, are you free this afternoon? I'm at a bar on Huajiang Road. Will you come?" Shen Nanzhi sat up in bed, shaking her head to dispel any remnants of sleep. And upon confirming her friend in Appo's unusual tone, she verified the bar in Appo's address before quickly rising to splash her face with cold water. She hastily donned a dress from her wardrobe and headed out. Shen Nanzhi seldom visited bars, especially since Gu Qinghe had chosen a secluded place far from Xingye to avoid running into acquaintances of Gu Wenchuan. After some time searching, she finally found the bar where Gu Qinghe was located. Within the dim lights and vibrant atmosphere, she spotted her friend in a corner booth, her face a mask of dejection and anger. "What happened, miss?" Shen Nanzhi queried, her own head throbbing as the loud music assaulted her senses. "It's too noisy here," Gu Qinghe replied, rising to pull Shen Nanzhi towards the elevator. "Let us head to a private room upstairs." Shen Nanzhi followed her, and upon reaching the third floor and entering the pre-booked private room, Gu Qinghe slumped onto the sofa, downing 2 glasses of alcohol before beginning to vent. It's about that marriage arrangement again. Who in their right mind orchestrates a marriage for their daughter at just 20? I'm their daughter, not a pawn for their plans. They dragged me back from during the Mid-Autumn Festival and locked me up for 3 days, and now, not long after, they're out again. Was I born just to be their marriage tool? As Gu Qinghe's grievances flowed, Shen Nanzhi recognized that what her friend needed was an outlet for her emotions, so she listened quietly, offering no words of comfort until the torrent of complaints subsided. Gu Qinghe was vehemently opposed to the idea of an arranged marriage, a sentiment shared among the children of the elite. Witnessing Gu Qinghe's aversion to the marriage arrangement momentarily conjured memories of Jiang Jinyan's own disdain for such unions. Although she hailed from the Shen family, she had lost her parents at a young age, and the Shen group had faltered significantly in recent years. It was only through the support of the Jiang family that they had managed to maintain their former glory during the tumultuous period following her parents' passing. Without familial backing or the means to resist, Shen Nanzhi had subconsciously accepted and acquiesced to the notion of the marriage contract that had been imposed upon her since birth. However, Gu Qinghe and Jiang Jinyan were different. They possessed the means to resist, the capital to oppose. As Shen Nanzhi grew older, she began to comprehend Jiang Jinyan's rejection of arranged marriages more profoundly. She mused that had her circumstances been different, had she still been the cherished daughter of her parents, and had the Shen family retained its status, she too would likely have vehemently opposed a union with an undesirable partner. Unaware of Shen Nanzhi's reflections, Gu Qinghe poured another drink and handed it to her, then leaned against her like a sloth. "Gigi, you should drink too. This alcohol has a low concentration, so it won't easily intoxicate you." Gu Qinghe's aversion to the impending marriage was palpable, raised like a princess. The prospect of an unwanted union filled her with indignation. She continued to down drink after drink, as if inebriation could somehow shield her from this unavoidable fate. Yet, her drinking did not cease. From the moment they entered the room, her complaints had been unrelenting. Having barely slept the previous night and only catching a few hours of rest that morning, fatigue began to wash over Shen Nanzhi as she sat in the booth. Rubbing her temples, she tried to comfort her friend while reaching for a glass of cold liquor to rouse her senses. The icy liquid slid down her throat, its unique sharpness banishing her drowsiness almost instantly. With the first drink consumed, Shen Nanzhi found herself holding her glass more frequently, sipping alongside Gu Qinghe as if it were a refreshing beverage. Yet, her unreliable friend had omitted one critical detail. While the drinks brought in were indeed low in alcohol content, their after-effects were considerable, especially for someone like Shen Nanzhi, who rarely indulged in alcohol. Once intoxication took hold, it was difficult to suppress. Meanwhile, the bodyguard stationed outside the bar, tasked with monitoring Gu Qinghe, grew concerned when their young mistress hadn't emerged after nearly 2 hours. They promptly contacted Gu Wenchuan, who, upon receiving the call, immediately dialed Jiang Jinyan. As Jiang Jinyan exited the airport, he answered the call, his expression darkening upon hearing. "Hello, Jiang Jinyan. My sister has taken your sister to drink at a bar on Huajiang Road. Are you back from your trip? Can you come over?" Having just landed, Jiang Jinyan's brow furrowed deeply. "I have time. I'm heading over now." After ending the call, he instructed the driver to change course towards Huajiang Road. From 4 o'clock, the sky had turned gloomy and rain began to fall. By nearly 6, amidst peak hours, the weather worsened and the roads became congested. Despite the driver's efforts to expedite their journey, it took over half an hour to reach the destination. Gu Wenchuan had left 2 bodyguards outside to await Jiang Jinyan's arrival. As Jiang Jinyan stepped out of the car, the guards swiftly approached him. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Gu went upstairs to the third floor. Jiang Jinyan's gaze swept across the raucous bar without uttering a word, following the bodyguards inside. Gu Qinghe's tolerance for alcohol far surpassed that of Shen Nanzhi. Yet even the best tolerance fell short when one drinks as if consuming water from the moment they enter the private room. By the time Gu Wenchuan arrived, both Gu Qinghe and Shen Nanzhi were visibly intoxicated, particularly Gu Qinghe, whose behavior became unruly and loud, more difficult to manage than a wild boar during the new year. Shen Nanzhi, on the other hand, rarely drank and remained quiet, her eyes half closed as she rested her head on the table, not causing a stir. But for Gu Wenchuan, witnessing his rebellious sister getting Jiang Jinyan intoxicated made his temples throb, his brows furrowed tightly, feeling more headache than if Gu Qinghe had been drunk herself. If his sister got drunk, he could merely scold her and carry her home. However, how could he explain to Jiang Jinyan that his sister had gotten him drunk? Gu Wenchuan now only feels fortunate, grateful that he had arranged for bodyguards to discreetly protect Gu Qinghe early on, preventing this reckless girl from causing even greater trouble. Thankfully, Shen Nanzhi is merely intoxicated at the moment and hasn't encountered any incidents here. Otherwise, he would find it even more difficult to explain to Jiang Jinyan. Ji, I still have words left unspoken. Let's continue drinking. Gu Qinghe waved away her brother's restraining hand and staggered towards Shen Nanzhi across the table. Gu Wenchuan's temples throbbed violently. He seized his sister, whose taste in alcohol was abysmally poor, gritting his teeth in frustration. Gu Qinghe, when we return home, I shall throw you into the wine cellar. You will drink to your heart's content. Observing that this reckless girl, even in her drunken state, was intent on clinging to Shen Nanzhi, Gu Wenchuan felt an overwhelming urge to bind her with a rope. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open abruptly. Jiang Jinyan strode in from outside. Gu Wenchuan let out a slight sigh of relief, gesturing towards Nanzhi. This girl has consumed quite a bit of alcohol. She should also be inebriated. Just look at your sister and see if she still recognizes anyone. Jiang Jinyan cast a sidelong glance at the scattered bottles on the table and approached the left side of the room, leaning over to face Shen Nanzhi, who was resting at the table's edge. Nanzhi? The girl, lying quietly, sluggishly fluttered her eyelashes. The effects of the alcohol overwhelmed her, leaving her head spinning. Hearing her name called, she slowly lifted her head, straining to see the source of the voice. Shen Nanzhi had never been drunk before, especially not in front of Jiang Jinyan. Even during festive gatherings or family banquets, she would merely take the slightest sip, never indulging excessively. Gu Qinghe had quieted down a bit now. Gu Wenchuan glanced at his sister, then raised his gaze towards Jiang Jinyan. Shen Nanzhi propped herself up, her clear, luminous eyes misty, gazing steadily at Jiang Jinyan. It seemed she was too intoxicated to recognize him, as she remained silent for a while, unable to utter his name. Jiang Jinyan's eyes, dark and profound, fell upon the girl who was intently staring at him. He bent down and gently touched her forehead. Is she this drunk? Does she not even recognize anyone? Outside, the rain poured down, and having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, Jiang Jinyan worried she might catch a chill. He pressed his palm against her forehead for a moment, and upon finding her temperature normal, he withdrew his hand, intending to carry her back. However, just as his arm brushed against her, before he could embrace her, the girl averted her gaze and recoiled slightly. You do not wish to be held? Chapter 16. Nestling into his embrace, Jiang Jinyan gently grasped her shoulder, patiently coaxing, Ji, you are intoxicated. Let me take you home. Shen Nanzhi halted her retreat, tilted her head to glance at him several times. This time, she did not shy away, obediently allowing him to wrap his arms around her waist and lift her. Shen Nanzhi, inherently well-behaved, appeared even more endearing with her glistening, watery eyes in her inebriated state. Jiang Jinyan looked down at the docile girl nestled against him, a hint of warmth blooming in his otherwise dark, profound gaze. He tightened his embrace, not lingering any longer, and turned to Gu Wenchuan, saying, you head back first, before carrying Shen Nanzhi out of the private room. Gu Wenchuan observed the gentle girl in Jiang Jinyan's arms and then glanced at his rebellious sister beside him, rubbing his temples and letting out a long sigh. Gu Qinghe, look at Nanzhi. She is so well-behaved and worry-free. Outside, the rain intensified, the sky cloaked in darkness. Ominous clouds gathering as if brewing a fiercer storm. The moment they exited the bar, a cold, damp breeze mingled with the rain-soaked air swept over them. The chill made Shen Nanzhi shiver involuntarily, and before Jiang Jinyan could shield her, she instinctively burrowed deeper into his embrace. Jiang Jinyan tightened his grip and glanced down at her. Zhou Lin, waiting outside, promptly unfurled an umbrella over Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi. The driver, Xiao Zhang, had already opened the car door, and Jiang Jinyan carried Shen Nanzhi down the steps and into the vehicle. Once inside, Zhou Lin folded the umbrella and sat in the front passenger seat, turning to address Jiang Jinyan in the back. "Mr. Jiang, I just checked the weather forecast. The rain will become heavier in half an hour. Are we heading to Miss Shen's apartment?" Jiang Jinyan replied, "To Yushan Mansion." Upon hearing this name, Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback, but felt little surprise. Yushan Mansion was the wedding residence personally selected by Jiang Jinyan. Although Xiao Zhang had never been there, he was familiar with its location. After hearing those words, he quickly turned the steering wheel and drove east at the traffic light. The car glided smoothly along the neon-lit road, and throughout the journey, Shen Nanzhi remained quiet. However, as they approached Yushan Mansion with just 2 intersections left, the previously composed girl began to frown and shift restlessly in her seat. Jiang Jinyan's hand encircled her waist as he regarded the increasingly agitated woman in his arms. Curious about her intentions, her brow knitted ever tighter, her fingers pressing against his arm, the tips turning pale as if discomfort. "It's stifling," she instructed. "Please open the window." Jiang Jinyan studied her for a moment. Seeing her persistence, he wrapped one arm around her and lowered the window on his side slightly. At that instant, as the window descended, he turned to shield her from the cold wind rushing in from outside. Only the fresh air, freed from its icy dampness, circulated within the vehicle. The driver soon parked in the garage of Yushan Mansion. Zhou Lin exited to open the door, while Jiang Jinyan carried Shen Nanzhi into the grand hall, heading straight for the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Thunder rumbled outside, and the night sky darkened further as jagged lightning streaked across, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Shen Nanzhi's eyelashes fluttered. As the thunder boomed, she stiffly raised her hand, grasping Jiang Jinyan's arm as he attempted to leave after placing her on the bed. "Yin Yan Yi." Jiang Jinyan paused, turning to look at her. "Do you recognize me?" In truth, Shen Nanzhi was not entirely lucid. It was merely her instinctive fear of the stormy weather that compelled her to cling tightly to Jiang Jinyan's arm, unwilling to let go. Chapter 17. Is it all right to sleep alone? In the southern apartment, as Jiang Tingsu gazed out at the deafening thunderstorm, his attention was drawn to the winding streams of water gathering outside the window. Time slipped away unnoticed as he lowered his gaze to his contacts. He found a number he had hesitated to dial countless times over the past few days and pressed it silently. The beeping tone quickly echoed in his ears. Jiang Tingsu's eyes remained downcast, emotions swirling within him, save for the unconscious grip of his hand at his side. The thunder outside melded with the beeping from the phone, stretching every second into an eternity. Jiang Tingsu pressed his lips together, his fingers tightening reflexively around the phone. Just as the call was about to disconnect automatically, it was finally answered. He was oblivious to the sensation in his chest upon connection, nor did he register the sigh of relief that escaped him. He stared out into the curtain of rain and, reminiscent of the past, asked, "Nanzhi, where are you?" There was a brief pause on the other end before Jiang Jinyan and Appo's voice came through. "Tingsu, it and Appo's. Me." Jiang Tingsu furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at the pitch-black sky outside. "Brother, are you with Nanzhi?" He wanted to inquire how his brother had the time to be with Nanzhi at this hour, recalling that his brother was supposed to be on a business trip after signing an important contract at the ER headquarters 2 days prior. Yet, before he could voice his question, Jiang Jinyan's low, composed voice interrupted. "Nanzhi is drunk. Tingsu, are you looking for her for something?" "It's nothing." Jiang Tingsu suppressed the urge to explain and said, "I remember Nanzhi is afraid of thunder. Since you were there, I appreciate you looking after her today." "Tingsu," Jiang Jinyan interrupted, "since you have chosen to dismiss this marriage contract, return to where you should be. Jiang Tingsu fell silent. He understood the implication of those words. By refusing the marriage arrangement between their families and not recognizing her as his fiancée, he lost the position to interact with her as he once did. The thunder outside roared, and lightning illuminated the night sky. Staring through the glass at the torrential rain, Jiang Tingsu was suddenly reminded of many years ago. The first thunderstorm that struck when Shen Nanzhi first arrived at the Jiang family. The thunderstorm had come unexpectedly, coinciding with the turmoil at the branch office, leaving only Shen Nanzhi in the villa, as their parents had yet to return. She was terrified of the storm, as it reminded her of the night her parents left her. The 10-year-old girl had stumbled out of her room, curling up on the living room sofa, trembling and tear-streaked. It was already late, and the villa's servants had long since retired to their quarters, leaving Shen Nanzhi alone on the sofa, caught between sleep and wakefulness. Later, Jiang Jinyan returned home and found her huddled on the sofa. He covered her with a blanket and sat beside her, keeping her company throughout the night until the storm passed and dawn broke. At that time, he had been in his playful years, indulging in games with friends while their parents were abroad. Upon his return, he found the little girl curled up on the sofa, tightly grasping his brother's wrist. Jiang Tingsu vividly remembered that upon his arrival, his brother did not question where he had been the previous night. Instead, he merely glanced at his watch and instructed him to sit with Nanzhi for a while, as he would be late for a meeting. Jiang Tingsu complied, watching as his brother gently pried Nanzhi's fingers from his wrist to make room for him on the sofa. After Jiang Jinyan left, he took his brother's former seat. Not long after, Shen Nanzhi woke, believing that the one who had kept her company throughout the storm that night was him. The small girl, upon awakening, leaped into his arms, expressing her gratitude with a heartfelt, "Thank you, brother." Jiang Tingsu's emotions at that moment were complex, so much so that even now, he struggled to articulate them. Yet from that day forth, Shen Nanzhi's reliance on him had visibly intensified. At the Yushan mansion, in the master bedroom, Jiang Jinyan ended the call and looked at the drunken girl leaning against him. He set her phone aside, his warm palm gently resting on the nape of her neck, attempting to pull her away from him. However, as he made a move, she sensed it and tightened her grip on his wrist. The inebriated Shen Nanzhi was unable to mask her emotions, lacking the clarity to weigh the consequences or distance herself from him. Under the influence of alcohol and the fear instilled by the relentless thunder outside, she clung to him instinctively, her tearful eyes pleading, "I'm scared." Jiang Jinyan sighed silently, transported back to the years past when he had spent an entire night comforting her in the Jiang family hall. "Nanzhi, you're drunk. If you don't drink the hangover remedy, you'll have a headache in the morning," he tried to reason with her. But how could someone inebriated comprehend logic? Just like Shen Nanzhi at this moment, recoiling from the relentless thunder, the deepest fears resurfacing, she was unable to process her emotions, driven by the haunting memories of a stormy night that left her feeling abandoned. A one-tea drink. She shook her head erratically, refusing everything and insisting Jiang Jinyan stay. "I'm afraid to be alone." Jiang Jinyan looked down at her for a moment. His fingertip brushed away the moisture at the corner of her eye. In the end, he lifted her into his arms, just as he had when he first brought her into the Yushan mansion, carrying her downstairs toward the kitchen. He preferred not to have too many servants around. The mansion usually had only a butler and 2 chefs. Since he had been away on business for the past 2 days, he had given them leave, so he was left to prepare the hangover remedy himself. Upon reaching the first floor, he placed Shen Nanzhi on the nearest sofa to the kitchen, fearing she might catch a chill, and covered her with a blanket. Afterward, he gently ruffled her hair, as one would with a child, and softly instructed, "Stay here quietly for a while. I'll prepare the remedy and be right back to keep you company, all right?" Shen Nanzhi tightened the blanket around herself, taking some time before finally releasing her grip. Before long, Jiang Jinyan emerged from the kitchen with the hangover remedy, coaxing her to drink and feeding her half a bowl of porridge before carrying her back upstairs. In the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Jiang Jinyan stood by the bed, observing the girl frowning tightly on the dark sheets, troubled by the thunder outside. He lowered his gaze, noticing her unconscious grip on the edge of his shirt, pausing for a moment before his eyes returned to her bleary, innocent gaze that bore an unexplainable sense of grievance. "Is it all right for you to sleep alone?" He grasped her delicate, porcelain white wrist, attempting to pry her fingers away. Sensing his intention, just then, a thunderous roar echoed outside. Shen Nanzhi's dark lashes quivered violently. She turned to grasp Jiang Jinyan with greater force, her knuckles paling. No, I am scared. The memory of him trying to push her away lingered, and in that moment, Shen Nanzhi truly feared being left alone, in a bid to prevent abandonment. Her instincts kicked in, and she half rose from the bed, almost hanging on to him entirely. I fear the thunder. I cannot be alone. The young woman, her delicate voice tinged with sorrow, trembles softly in both her chest and back. Under the intoxicating influence of alcohol, she forgets who he is, as well as how she typically shuns him in her daily life. In this moment, she clings to him as the only semblance of safety within reach, holding on tightly. Chapter 18. Shen Nanzhi lay in Jiang Jinyan's room, while Jiang Jinyan gazed at her for a long moment, as she implored him repeatedly to stay. He gently grasped her chin, scrutinizing her exquisite and beautiful face under the soft light. Nanzhi, when you awaken tomorrow, you shall surely regret this. She hesitated for a couple of seconds, but then resolutely shook her head, her crimson lips softly murmuring a denial. In truth, Shen Nanzhi felt exceedingly drowsy, particularly while accompanying Gu Qinghe at the bar. After an exhausting afternoon that had dragged into the night, sleep beckoned her. Yet, she dared not succumb to slumber. Nor could she. Had it not been for the sudden tempest that besieged the night, she would have already laid herself down without a care. However, the weather outside was precisely what she feared most. Until this lifeline before her offered reassurance, she could not even dare to close her eyes. Observing the girl before him, who was clearly exhausted yet steadfastly refusing to shut her eyes, Jiang Jinyan tenderly caressed her lips with his fingertip, his large hand resting on her waist, gently encouraging her to recline. Close your eyes and sleep. The hues of Jiang Jinyan's bedroom mirrored his persona, deep, cold, and frosty. The girl's raven locks spread across the pillow, contrasting against the dark sheets, amplifying the porcelain whiteness of her skin. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jinyan turned to dim the crystal chandelier, leaving only a faint, warm glow from the wall lamps. The heavily drawn curtains shielded against the occasional flashes of lightning that tore through the dark sky, but they could not muffle the thunderous roars of the tempest outside. With each rumble of thunder, Shen Nanzhi, cocooned in her blanket, instinctively inched closer to Jiang Jinyan. Within mere minutes, as she slowly inched her way toward him like a snail, Jiang Jinyan's gaze deepened, and he ultimately gathered her into his embrace. At last, Shen Nanzhi was willing to close her eyes and rest. After a while, seeing her still and peacefully asleep, Jiang Jinyan assumed she had drifted off and considered stepping away for a quick shower. However, just as he lifted his arm from her waist, she stirred beneath the covers. Her brow furrowed as if discomfort plagued her. Jiang Jinyan looked over, and she opened her glistening eyes, meeting his gaze. What troubles you? He inquired. Shen Nanzhi, frowning, shifted her wrist beneath the dark bedding, as if attempting to untangle something, yet her efforts proved futile. The strain in her arm compelled her to cease, and she boldly gazed up at him, unabashedly requesting, "The dress is too tight. I can't breathe. Please help me change." A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Jinyan's brow. He lifted the covers to examine her attire. Before stepping out, she had donned a long autumn dress, which gracefully draped to cover half her calves, fitting snugly yet comfortably. However, as she had rolled over to him, the dress had twisted tightly around her waist, leaving little room for comfort. Jiang Jinyan rose and turned on the chandelier, flooding the room with light that made Shen Nanzhi squint. Returning to her side, he lifted her gently and wrapped his arms around her from behind to pull down the zipper of her dress. Yet, halfway through he paused, maintaining his bent posture. He met her dazed gaze and pressed his lips against hers before rising to the wardrobe. When he reemerged, he held a fresh shirt, supporting the soft, delicate girl. Jiang Jinyan first draped the shirt over her dress, then reached beneath it to grasp the zipper of her dress, carefully removing it. After completing this task, Jiang Jinyan refrained from shutting off the lights immediately. Anticipating her restlessness, he decided to finalize the preparations for bedtime. "Would you like to take a shower?" Shen Nanzhi paid him no mind, having swiftly removed the constricting dress, feeling as liberated as Sun Wukong, shedding his binding spell. However, fatigue overtook her. Her head throbbed as if on the verge of bursting. Without a moment's pause, she turned, clutching the blanket, and faced away from Jiang Jinyan as she lay back down. Yet, scarcely half a minute had passed when another deafening clap of thunder erupted outside. Despite her back being turned, the sound made her small face scrunch up, but she instinctively turned back toward him. Witnessing her series of movements, Jiang Jinyan could hardly suppress a chuckle. The next morning, when Shen Nanzhi finally awoke, the weather had cleared. Bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating her figure nestled in the dark bedding, with her porcelain cheeks partially concealed by the covers. As the sunlight poured in, the young woman slowly opened her eyes, rubbing her throbbing forehead. Her memories from the previous night were fragmented. Upon waking, Shen Nanzhi found her mind nearly blank, initially believing she was in her small apartment. However, as her eyes fully opened, the unfamiliar surroundings jolted her into a sitting position, her hand pressing against her forehead in disbelief. Her sudden movement caused the covers to slip away, and instinctively, she glanced down, tightening her grip on the blanket upon realizing she was clad only in a loose men's shirt. As she struggled to recall the events of the previous night, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Jiang Jinyan, who had just finished an online meeting, entering with an air of nonchalance. "Awake, are we?" he remarked, unfazed by the scene. After all, it was unnecessary to shy away from the fact that she had spent the entire night nestled against him. Jiang Jinyan approached her, holding a glass of water, and upon reaching the bedside, he extended it toward her. "Are you thirsty?" At the moment the door opened, Shen Nanzhi instinctively wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Upon seeing Jiang Jinyan in his casual attire, her eyes widened in shock. Instantly, her gaze darted past the dark bedding to survey the rest of the room. The decor of the bedroom was strikingly consistent with Jiang Jinyan's character, cold and detached, dominated by cool tones. Jiang Jinyan held the glass of water steadily, observing the pale-faced girl who pressed her lips together tightly. Not thirsty anymore? Who was it that cried out for water at 5 in the morning? Shen Nanzhi dared not respond, for at that very moment, a fragment of the previous night's memories unexpectedly resurfaced. Though scant, it was sufficient to leave her frozen in place. Flickering images danced in her mind, recalling how she had clung desperately to Jiang Jinyan, refusing to let him leave, invading his space and audaciously commanding him. Shen Nanzhi swallowed hard, aghast at the realization. She had truly not anticipated her drunken self to be so bold, daring to enter Jiang Jinyan's room and even climb into his bed. Chapter 19. Could you lend me a piece of clothing? Shen Nanzhi curled up beneath the quilt, her fingers gripping the edge so tightly they were nearly numb. At this moment, she fervently wished for a gaping hole to open in Jiang Jinyan's bed, allowing her to vanish into thin air. Noticing her averted gaze, Jiang Jinyan and Appo's lips curled into a subtle smile. Remembering last night? No. She immediately denied it, stammering that she had blacked out, unable to recall anything after drinking. He regarded her silently, his eyes piercing. Is that so? Shen Nanzhi nodded vigorously. Jiang Jinyan lowered his gaze, glancing at the cup of water in his hand. Are you still thirsty? No, I'm not thirsty, she replied hastily, desperately wishing to escape. As she instinctively attempted to rise and flee from his penetrating gaze, she suddenly remembered her attire was far from presentable. Shen Nanzhi abruptly halted her movements, mustering the courage to meet his eyes. Brother Jinyan, could you lend me something to wear? Jiang Jinyan gestured towards the sofa, where a new outfit had been delivered earlier. He then approached, tugging at the quilt she had used as a shield, pulling it down against the resistance. In her startled gaze, he forcibly placed the cup of water into her hands. Drink. In an Appo's. Warm. Have a few sips. Shen Nanzhi trembled as she accepted it, unable to refuse. Change into the clothes and come out. I will wait for you outside. Nodding like a timid quail, she watched as Jiang Jinyan left. Once he was gone, a thought struck her. She quickly set the cup down and pulled back the quilt, glancing over herself before inspecting the bed linens for any signs of distress. Finding nothing amiss, she sighed with slight relief. During her decade at the Jiang residence, Shen Nanzhi had barely even approached Jiang Jinyan's room, let alone entered. Now, even in his absence, the cold color palette of the bedding and decor in his bedroom made her feel perpetually on edge, her nerves tightly wound. Feeling unfamiliar in the space, she dared not move freely. The wardrobe and other areas were off-limits to her. After tentatively reaching for the clothes from the sofa, she swiftly retreated to the bed, hiding under the quilt to change. Once dressed, she wasted no time, quietly pulling the door open and instinctively trying to slip away. However, just as she reached the staircase, a faint voice, devoid of discernible emotion, called her name, Nanzhi. Shen Nanzhi's heart raced, her spine stiffening. After a moment's contemplation, she halted, forcing her lips into a semblance of a smile as she turned to face Jiang Jinyan. She feared he would dwell on last night's events. The fragments of her recollection were incomplete. Although they had not gone all the way, she was uncertain of what might have transpired under the influence of alcohol. Brother Jinyan, today is Monday, and I have an early class. I need to return to school. Jiang Jinyan ended his call with Zhou Lin and approached her. Instinctively, she wanted to step back, but the stairs loomed behind her. Her legs quivered, yet she did not dare to run away before him, tightly gripping the staircase railing. Jiang Jinyan did not mention last night. As if nothing had occurred, he simply said, "Breakfast has been prepared. I will drive you back to school after you eat." Shen Nanzhi instinctively declined, saying she would skip breakfast as she was in a hurry. "Nanzhi," Jiang Jinyan interrupted, glancing at his phone. His tone was calm as he added, "It is 7:50. As far as I know, your class is at 10. Shen Nanzhi fell silent. He took a step back. "Go wash up and have breakfast. I will have Zhou Lin take you." She dared not protest further. Releasing her grip on the railing, she glanced toward the rooms down the third-floor corridor, intending to find a guest room, but Jiang Jinyan's voice stopped her. "Go to the master bedroom. Your toiletries are in there." Shen Nanzhi was somewhat surprised. However, upon seeing her items alongside Jiang Jinyan's on the washstand, an absurd feeling washed over her. Just the day before, she would have never imagined that after a few drinks with Gu Qinghe, she would wake up in Jiang Jinyan's room and find herself washing up at his sink. After breakfast, Shen Nanzhi hurriedly greeted Jiang Jinyan, who was watching her intently, and quickly got into the car, allowing Zhou Lin to drive her back to school. Throughout the journey, she reflected on her bold actions from the previous night, remaining silent. It was only when they arrived near Huaihai University that Zhou Lin glanced at the time and asked through the rearview mirror, "Miss Shen, will you be going directly into the school?" Shen Nanzhi snapped back to reality, checking her phone to find it was just 9:00 and Oppo's clock. With her class at 10, she had an hour to spare and could easily return to her apartment for her laptop. "Please take me back to my apartment. I need to grab something," she instructed Zhou Lin. "Of course, Miss Shen," he replied. Her apartment was conveniently close to Huaihai University. After exiting the car, she thanked Zhou Lin and waved him off as he departed. Once inside the building, she took the elevator upstairs. As she stepped out of the elevator, she spotted Gu Qinghe waiting outside her apartment, her demeanor drastically different from the previous afternoon's gloom. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Shen Nanzhi, prompting a frown from her. "Little Nanzhi, you're back. Where did you spend the night?" Chapter 20. Did you engage in any reckless behavior after drinking last night? Shen Nanzhi scrutinized her friend with a wary glance. After retracting her gaze, she unlocked the apartment with her fingerprint. Gu Qinghe, like an eager puppy, followed her inside, and after closing the door, she rushed excitedly toward Shen Nanzhi, clasping her hands with palpable enthusiasm. "Come on, tell me, how was it last night?" Shen Nanzhi shrugged off her friend's hands, striving to maintain her composure as she poured herself a glass of water at the bar. "What do you want me to say?" Gu Qinghe observed her reaction and scrutinized her friend's confident stride, free from any signs of weakness or discomfort, and let out a thoughtful hum. Shen Nanzhi's mind was still somewhat in disarray. Ignoring her friend's early morning antics, she filled 2 glasses with water, handed one to Gu Qinghe, and retreated to the sofa to regain her composure. After taking a sip, Gu Qinghe set her glass down and leaned closer, sitting opposite Shen Nanzhi. Noticing the absence of any suggestive marks on her neck, Gu Qinghe exclaimed in surprise, "Gigi, did you and Mr. Jiang not indulge in any indiscretions after drinking?" Cough. Cough. Shen Nanzhi had just taken a sip of water, and her friend in Oppo's blunt inquiry caught her off guard, causing her to choke. Gu Qinghe quickly offered her a couple of tissues, yet she remained undeterred in her questioning. Gigi, did you two truly do nothing? Suppressing her cough, Shen Nanzhi shot a glare at her friend. What on earth are you thinking, Miss Gu? You come here early just to ask about that? Gu Qinghe dismissed the notion of jest. Upon waking that morning, she had heard from her brother that Jiang Jinyan had personally carried Shen Nanzhi home after she got drunk. Upon hearing this news, she had completely disregarded her family's pressure regarding marriage and hastily made her way to the apartment. Seeing her friend's nonchalance, Gu Qinghe felt a sense of urgency akin to that of a teacher disappointed in a student's lack of ambition. She moved to sit beside Shen Nanzhi, shaking her arm in disbelief, her tone laced with regret. My dear, after such a splendid opportunity last night, you truly only slept next to Jiang Jinyan? Shen Nanzhi remained silent, withdrawing her arm from her friend's grasp. What more do you expect from me? Gu Qinghe, what do you mean by that tone of regret? Gu Qinghe slapped her forehead, adopting an expression of someone who had missed out on a fortune. Of course, I mean you should have taken advantage of the situation while intoxicated, seized the moment to solidify your relationship with Jiang Jinyan. Shen Nanzhi, I had no idea Jiang Jinyan was even open to this marriage alliance. I thought, since you and the Jiang family are already tied, and given that Jiang Tingsu is not viable, what with his aversion to family alliances and his ambiguous relationship with that little star surnamed Su, marriage seemed out of the question. But Jiang Jinyan is different. She began counting on her fingers. The engagement between our families was set when you were born. It in Oppo's a foregone conclusion. If Jiang Tingsu were to back out, it would be tantamount to a debt owed by the Jiang family to you. That's why I always urged you to consider Jiang Jinyan. If you marry him, darling, you'll have an unwavering pillar of support for the rest of your life. However, she continued, Jiang Jinyan is quite cold, like ice, and your relationship with him has been distant over the years. I was uncertain whether he would agree to the alliance, which is why I only casually mentioned it without pressing you further. But now that Jiang Jinyan is willing to accept the alliance, why not go with the flow and solidify your bond with him? As Gu Qinghe spoke, her tone grew increasingly regretful. Such a golden opportunity last night. If only something had transpired, you, my dear Gigi, would have been set for life. You could walk boldly in high society without a care, and never again worry about the future of the Shen group. Everything would fall into place with Jiang Jinyan as your spouse. Shen Nanzhi's eyelids twitched as she regarded her friend, who appeared distraught over what she perceived as a missed opportunity worth billions. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, Miss Gu, everything you just mentioned pertains to your marriage alliance. Just yesterday, you were at the bar lamenting your aversion to such unions. Now, after just one night, you're urging me to pursue one? Gu Qinghe, however, did not accept this perspective. Darling, my marriage situation is not comparable to yours. Look around. Who in the circle can rival Jiang Jinyan's wealth? Who possesses more genuine power than the head of the Jiang family? In Huaihai City, everyone who engages with capital operates under Jiang Jinyan's influence. Moreover, with his temperament, he will never cross boundaries with any woman, avoiding any scandalous rumors. He wouldn't indulge someone like Jiang Tingsu, who allows Su Wu to make the headlines. Gigi, you should have taken advantage of your inebriation and made your move, securing yourself the most reliable ticket to a comfortable future. Isn't that far better than exhausting yourself day and night? As the saying goes, choices are always more significant than mere effort. With a figure like Jiang Jinyan in your corner, you could live a life of luxury and security, while also delivering a resounding slap to the faces of those entitled heiresses who wish for your downfall. Shen Nanzhi's lips twitched as she listened to her friend's relentless persuasion. Once Gu Qinghe concluded her monologue, she turned her head to give her a pointed look, raising a pragmatic concern. But, my dear, aside from all that you've said, is it possible that? Rubbing her throbbing temples, Shen Nanzhi continued, you and the gentleman you speak of are hardly acquainted? Gu Qinghe brushed off the notion with indifference. What if we're not? Given time and close proximity, familiarity will naturally develop. At this unexpected response, Shen Nanzhi was left speechless. Chapter 21. birthday banquet. Unable to endure any longer in the presence of her fanciful friend, Shen Nanzhi set down her cup and retreated to her bedroom. She had a class to attend soon and did not wish to entertain any more of her friend's whimsical thoughts. "I'll fetch my laptop. We must return to school," she declared. "Why the hurry to leave for school?" Gu Qinghe followed her, protesting, "We still have over 40 minutes. Gu Qinghe was fervently invested in the prospect of her friend marrying Jiang Jinyan. Upon reaching the bedroom, she reminded Shen Nanzhi, "You should seriously consider the idea of a union with Jiang Jinyan. He is undoubtedly more reliable than Jiang Tingsu. But since you missed your chance last night, I heard from my brother that Jiang Jinyan is the kind of man who, once he sets his mind on something, does not easily relent. If he has broached the subject of marriage once, he will certainly do so again." Shen Nanzhi could only respond with silence. Gu Qinghe's enthusiasm for the idea of their marriage was palpable as she continued to extol the virtues of marrying Jiang Jinyan during their journey to school. Shen Nanzhi felt as though she could no longer bear it. Upon entering the gates of Huai University, Shen Nanzhi seized the opportunity to change the subject. "How are you handling the matter regarding your union with the Cheng family?" Gu Qinghe paused, then sighed despondently. "There's nothing to handle. I'm just keeping it cold. I refuse to agree to it. If there is to be a union, it must be with someone respectable. I won't accept a scion like Cheng Yuhan, who presents himself well, but indulges in debauchery behind closed doors." "And what does your brother think?" Shen Nanzhi inquired. Gu Qinghe replied, "My father has given his consent to the union with the Cheng family, but my brother, aware of Cheng Yuhan's character, is against it. He said he would speak to my father and advise him to refuse." After saying this, Gu Qinghe's gaze flickered, and she looked eagerly at Shen Nanzhi. Having been friends for so long, Shen Nanzhi understood her intentions immediately and interrupted, "Come with me to the lab. I could use your help." Gu Qinghe pointed to herself. Incredulous. "Me? Accompany you to the lab?" Shen Nanzhi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, let's go this afternoon. I'll brief you on the current progress. Time is of the essence, and you need to be prepared." Gu Qinghe's attempts to persuade her were cut short as she listened intently to Shen Nanzhi explain her research for nearly 20 minutes. Until they reached the lecture hall. Shen Nanzhi had never been drunk before and was unaware that the blackouts associated with intoxication could linger. Over the next 2 days, unbidden memories from her drunken stupor surfaced in her mind. As these recollections multiplied, Shen Nanzhi grew increasingly reluctant to face Jiang Jinyan. Fortunately, he was preoccupied with the ongoing merger of the ER group and the Tianqing headquarters, leaving him little time to visit the apartment. Time flew, and a week passed swiftly. The weekend marked the birthday celebration of Gu Qinghe and Gu Wenchuan. Since Saturday morning, Gu Qinghe bombarded Shen Nanzhi with messages, anxious that she might forget her birthday. Interestingly, the birthdays of the Gu siblings coincided fortuitously on the same day, with Gu Wenchuan being 7 years older than Gu Qinghe. Each year, the Gu family hosted an extravagant birthday banquet, attended by Gu Wenchuan's circle of friends. The Gu family held a prominent position in Huaihai, making their gatherings a nexus of social and business interests, attracting many wealthy heiresses. On the day of the celebration, as Shen Nanzhi arrived at the Gu family's banquet villa, she found a considerable number of guests already present. Just as she entered the banquet hall, the elegantly adorned Gu Qinghe approached with a radiant smile. "You're finally here, my little ancestor." Shen Nanzhi presented her meticulously wrapped birthday gift, her smile bright. "Happy birthday, my lady." Gu Qinghe graciously accepted both gifts, glancing at the darker-hued package beneath and suppressing the urge to open it. She looked up at Shen Nanzhi. "As usual, is the one below for my brother?" Shen Nanzhi nodded with a smile. Gu Qinghe linked her arm with Shen Nanzhi's, her face beaming as she led her further inside, joking, "Since it's in my possession now, I might as well accept both gifts." Shen Nanzhi surveyed the banquet hall, noting the prominent figures present. At the cake table, Gu Wenchuan was surrounded by several friends. Returning her gaze to Gu Qinghe, she replied lazily, "That's fine, as long as your brother agrees." Gu Qinghe asserted with playful authority, "If it's from my best friend, he has no choice but to accept." As they reached the dessert area, Gu Qinghe handed Shen Nanzhi a small cake, urging her to enjoy the sweets and chat. Midway through their conversation, Gu Qinghe, who had been sharing amusing anecdotes from the previous night, suddenly turned, her mood soured as she angrily dug in her cake with a small spoon. Shen Nanzhi followed her gaze to the main hall, where a dashing young man in a tailored suit appeared to approach them. However, he was soon halted by Gu Wanchuan's call. Shen Nanzhi scrutinized the man further. Though she had distanced herself from the social scene in recent years, she recognized him as Cheng Yuhan, the one who had nearly entered into a union with Gu Qinghe. It was said that he possessed considerable acumen and had quickly made a name for himself after taking over the family business. While the Cheng family's standing was slightly below the Gu family's, it was still respectable. Cheng Yuhan had emerged as a prominent contender among his relatives, securing his position as the next heir to the Cheng group. Consequently, when he proposed a marriage alliance with the Gu family, Gu Qinghe's father consented. Gu Wenchuan was indeed a protective brother. After Gu Qinghe boldly declared her refusal to marry Cheng Yuhan, he had not found an opportunity to speak with her throughout the birthday festivities. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Gu Wenchuan summoned Gu Qinghe, leaving Shen Nanzhi feeling slightly dizzy from the crowd. She set down her champagne and sought fresh air in the fountain garden behind the banquet hall. Just as she stood under the flowering crabapple trellis, a voice laced with mockery reached her ears. "Miss Shen, it has been quite some time." Turning around, Shen Nanzhi faced Meng Shijin, the daughter of the Meng family, who had followed her out. Two slightly less affluent companions flanked her, all bearing a haughty demeanor. Meng Shijin had long held a grudge against Shen Nanzhi. The Meng family held a mid to upper tier status in the Huaihai elite circle. 10 years prior, when Shen Nanzhi's parents were still alive, Meng Shijin would never have dared to confront her. However, following the upheaval that befell the Shen family, their company shares plummeted, allowing the Meng family to capitalize on the situation and elevate their status significantly. Since then, Meng Shijin, the pride of her family, relished the notion of belittling Shen Nanzhi. However, she had to tread carefully, as the Jiang family's influence and the marriage pact between the Jiang and Shen families restrained her from openly antagonizing Shen Nanzhi. In recent years, Jiang Tingsu has shown reluctance to engage in a marital alliance, and the rumors surrounding Shen Nanzhi, who has been labeled by the Jiang family since childhood, being on the verge of being cast aside by them, have surged like waves. Just a few days ago, a video of Jiang Tingsu and Su Wu, laden with ambiguous implications, circulated widely on trending social media, inadvertently serving as concrete evidence to substantiate the claims of the impending dissolution of the two families' engagement. Individuals like Meng Shijin, who have long harbored intentions to trample on Shen Nanzhi, would undoubtedly seize such an excellent opportunity for mockery. As Shen Nanzhi emerged from the banquet hall, Meng Shijin followed closely behind. In the past 2 years, the presence of Miss Shen within social circles has dwindled, leading me to assume that the heiress of the Shen family felt too embarrassed to remain amidst the elite. Yet today, what prompted her to make an appearance? Upon completing her sentence, Meng Shijin's two sycophantic companions, eager to curry favor with the Meng family, interjected with disdain. Isn't it merely due to her fleeting connection with the Gu family's daughter? Without that bond of friendship, what right does she have to be part of this circle, being an orphan? The words orphan caused Shen Nanzhi and Appo's eyes to narrow sharply. Meng Shijin scoffed lightly and echoed her companions. I initially believed that Miss Shen had a fallback with the Jiang family, but what of it? Even if Chairman Jiang and Mrs. Jiang are pleased with the union between the Jiang and Shen families, what does it matter? Jiang heir Xiao refuses to consent to the alliance, publicly shunning it while cavorting with a mere starlet on trending news. And your brother, lacking any blood relation, has been abroad for years, scarcely returning to Huaihai City. If I were you, Shen Nanzhi, I would have hastily exited this circle the moment your parents passed away. Ah! At that moment, Meng Shijin's shrill scream coincided with the sharp crack of a slap. Shen Nanzhi shook her hand and observed coldly the clear imprint of her palm on Meng Shijin's cheek. The sting of her right cheek rendered Meng Shijin momentarily incapable of maintaining her composure, her mocking demeanor fracturing into disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Shen Nanzhi. You dare strike me? Shen Nanzhi had delivered that slap with full force. Regardless of Meng Shijin's condition, her own hand throbbed with pain. What of it? You so casually invoke the memory of my parents. showing such disrespect for elders. Are you not a product of your parents and Appo's lineage? Meng Shijin, flustered, found her two followers momentarily stunned by Shen Nanzhi and Appo's sudden aggression. Regaining their wits, the very follower who had taunted Shen Nanzhi about her orphan status hurried to support Meng Shijin, aiming to avenge her. However, as she spoke, Shen Nanzhi turned her gaze from Meng Shijin and, shaking her aching palm, declared, "Forget you. You share in this too." Before the words could fully escape her lips, Shen Nanzhi delivered another slap. The follower let out a piercing scream, even louder than Meng Shijin's earlier outburst, embodying a visage of utter humiliation. Had it not been for the cacophony of piano notes and laughter from the banquet hall, the commotion would have drawn attention long ago. Today, Jiang Tingsu was absent from the banquet. Meng Shijin had assumed that since the last trending news involving Su Wu, the relationship between Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Tingsu had irreparably fractured. The fact that Jiang Tingsu did not attend the birthday celebration was, in her view, due to Shen Nanzhi's influence. Before Shen Nanzhi came of age, Jiang Tingsu had always been by her side during gatherings, protective as an elder brother, fearing she might be bullied. Now, with the engagement between the Jiang and Shen families seemingly on the verge of collapse, and with the festivities for Gu Wanchuan and Gu Qinghe winding down without Jiang Tingsu's appearance, Meng Shijin, disregarding any reservations, prepared to retaliate against Shen Nanzhi for the slap, her eyes gleaming with malice. Just as she raised her hand, a voice, cold and ambiguous in its tone, interrupted from behind her. Chapter 22. How did our Ji offend the Meng family? Miss Meng Shijin paused momentarily. Upon recognizing the voice, her expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively turned to look back. Jiang Jinyan, who had rushed over from the signing ceremony at Tianqing headquarters, had not even removed his formal suit. He descended the steps, making his way toward them. His aristocratic and aloof demeanor rendered his emotions inscrutable, save for a fleeting moment when his dark eyes lingered on Shen Nanzhi. Still reeling from Jiang Jinyan's unexpected arrival, Meng Shijin was taken aback as he seemingly inquired, "How did our Ji provoke the Meng family to the extent that Miss Meng resorted to violence in public?" A profound sense of frustration welled up within Meng Shijin. She had just received a resounding slap to the face, the pain still fresh and unyielding, the mark likely lingering. Yet, this influential figure from the Jiang family feigned ignorance, questioning her rationale for striking Shen Nanzhi instead. Such blatant favoritism and lack of boundaries incensed Meng Shijin and left her bewildered. For years, she had only known of the close relationship between Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Tingsu, and had never heard of any ties between Shen Nanzhi and the often absent patriarch of the Jiang family that would warrant such overt protection in a public setting. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Yet Jiang Jinyan's status rendered her hesitant to confront him. Reluctantly, she lowered her hand and spoke up to assert her innocence. "It was Shen Nanzhi who struck me first. Lu Yi and Luo Shu were both witnesses." As Jiang Jinyan approached Shen Nanzhi, he cast a glance at Chen Lu Yi and Song Luo Shu, who were hiding behind Meng Shijin, avoiding his gaze. "Are you implying that Miss Meng is so feeble that I am blind?" His voice remained eerily calm, the frost in his words silencing Meng Shijin's companions, who dared not even lift their heads, let alone chime in at that moment. Furthermore, Jiang Jinyan continued, shifting his cold gaze to the reluctant Meng Shijin. "Our Ji possesses a gentle temperament and is willing to maintain her composure even in the face of unsavory individuals. However, that does not imply that the Jiang family, standing behind her, shares the same leniency." "Miss Meng, do you grasp my meaning?" Meng Shijin dug her nails into her palm, her lips nearly drawing blood. After waiting for so long, anticipating Shen Nanzhi's fall from grace, she found herself thwarted as Jiang Jinyan sheltered her in his grasp. The envy in her eyes threatened to overflow, yet she dared not provoke Jiang Jinyan, refraining even from retorting. The price was too steep for her to bear, and the Meng family, unable to contend with the Jiang family, could not afford such a cost. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, she murmured an apology. "I apologize, Mr. Jiang. I was merely jesting with Miss Shen, with no ulterior motive." Jiang Jinyan glanced at the downcast Shen Nanzhi beside him, then turned his attention back to Meng Shijin. His tone was unremarkable, yet his protection was glaringly evident, as he had unequivocally placed Shen Nanzhi within the domain of the Jiang family from the very beginning. The Jiang family disdains baseless jesting. Should there be a next time, Miss Meng, I kindly request that your father come to speak with me directly. With that, he disregarded Meng Shijin and her two pale-faced companions, taking Shen Nanzhi by the wrist as they departed the banquet villa. Gu Qinghe descended the stairs in search of Shen Nanzhi and, upon arriving near the side door of the banquet hall, witnessed the scene of Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Jinyan leaving. She turned around, intending to retrieve her phone from the sofa to message her dear friend. However, as she turned back, she spotted Jiang Tingshu, who had just flown back from Nan City, standing by the bird of paradise near the floor-to-ceiling window. Gu Qinghe was somewhat taken aback. Earlier, her brother had called her over, and she had not anticipated that both Jiang Jinyan and Jiang Tingshu would arrive at the gathering as it neared its conclusion. Following Jiang Tingshu's gaze through the glass, she realized he could see Shen Nanzhi and Meng Shijin standing together. Before she could withdraw her gaze, Jiang Tingshu took a puff from his cigarette before extinguishing it, his expression darkening as he stepped past Gu Qinghe and exited through the glass side door. Chapter 23. Should any trouble arise, I shall take responsibility in the fountain garden. Meng Shijin's two little followers noticed her displeased expression and were about to offer some comforting words when footsteps echoed from behind. Chun-Li was the first to spot Jiang Tingshu. Jiang ishe? Meng Shijin furrowed her brows and turned to look. Jiang Tingshu's face betrayed no emotion. He ignored the sycophantic Chun-Li and Song Luo-Shu, pausing only before Meng Shijin. With a slight smirk, he casually remarked, I hear the Meng family is preparing to venture into the entertainment industry. Recently warned by Jiang Jinyan, Meng Shijin instinctively felt a sense of wariness towards the Jiang family. However, upon reflection, the news of Shen Nanzhi's fractured relationship with Jiang Tingshu had already spread widely throughout Huaihai City. Jiang Tingshu had even tacitly accepted that Su Wu's video about their public relationship had trended online. He should no longer be protective of Shen Nanzhi. With this thought, Meng Shijin was about to nod in acknowledgement when she heard Jiang Tingshu leisurely continue. Please inform your father that the entertainment industry in Huaihai City is saturated. He should consider other investment directions. The words struck Meng Shijin like a blow, nearly shattering her composure. Without thinking, she exclaimed, Why should I? Jiang Tingshu's gaze turned icy, his tone dripping with disdain as he narrowed his eyes at Meng Shijin. Simply because you dare to lay a hand on someone from the Jiang family. With that, he dismissed her, striding away in the direction Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi had taken. Outside the villa area, in a black limited edition Maybach, Shen Nanzhi sat in the passenger seat with her head bowed. Jiang Jinyan, with his arm resting on the steering wheel, turned to glance at her. Did you get into a fight? He asked knowingly. Shen Nanzhi bit her lip, remaining silent. He continued, Well done. Shen Nanzhi looked up in surprise. Instead of the anticipated probing or admonitions about being cautious in public and avoiding disputes, Jiang Jinyan had said, If such a situation arises again, feel free to fight. Should any trouble arise, I shall take responsibility for you. This genuinely astonished Shen Nanzhi. She had never expected this self-disciplined, restrained Jiang Jinyan, who seemed to have rules ingrained in his very being, to utter such words after a conflict had ensued. In her moment of bewilderment, she impulsively asked, What if I cause a mess? After all, following her altercation with Meng Shijin, she had begun to regret her actions. Today was, after all, Gu Qinghe and Gu Wenchuan's birthday banquet, attended by numerous dignitaries. Creating a scene at the Gu family's celebration was hardly advisable and could potentially ruin her best friend's annual birthday. Yet in that moment, she had been provoked by Meng Shijin's disparaging remarks about her parents, losing control of her rationality. I can handle any fallout. Even if you were to bring down the heavens over Huaihai City, Jiang Jinyan and Appo's voice remained calm and steady. Meeting her gaze, he stated evenly, Nanzhi, just remember, the Jiang family does not need to endure humiliation. This includes you. The car moved forward as Jiang Jinyan drove out of the parking lot. As the sky darkened, he inquired, Back to the apartment? Shen Nanzhi nodded. As Jiang Tingsu exited the banquet villa, he noticed the limited edition Maybach that Jiang Jinyan had driven just leaving the parking area. Upon seeing him, the waiting driver opened the door and asked Jiang Tingsu, "Young Master Jiang, are we heading back to the old residence?" Recently, due to some issues at Guangying Media, Jiang Tingsu had been shuttling back and forth to Nanshi, rarely spending time at the company. Even today, he had rushed back from Nanshi just for the Gu family's birthday celebration. On the way to the Gu residence, the driver had received multiple calls from Jiang's mother urging him to return home, so he assumed Jiang Tingsu was hurrying back to the old residence as well. Jiang Tingsu did not respond to the driver. Instead of taking the back seat, he went directly to the driver's seat. "I'll drive myself. You go back." The driver promptly closed the back door and nodded in agreement. Jiang Tingsu followed Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi to the apartment near Huaihai University. Upon his arrival, Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi had just entered the building. Watching them walk in one after the other, Jiang Tingsu stepped out of the car, leaning against it and gazing up at the apartment nestled in the dimming night. He seldom visited Shen Nanzhi's apartment, especially after she moved out of the Jiang family's old residence, as they often went days without seeing each other. Nonetheless, he knew which floor she lived on. Jiang Tingsu fixed his gaze on that level until the lights illuminated the space. He could not resist taking out a cigarette, hoping the smoke would mitigate the suffocating emotions that had built up within him. However, as night deepened in the cigarette but scattered at his feet, that tightness in his chest only intensified, gathering strength with each passing moment. It felt as though it would soon reach a breaking point. Shattering the fragile restraint he struggled to maintain. Jiang Tingsu's pupils darkened, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. As the burning cigarette approached his fingertips, the heat seared against his skin. He lowered his eyelashes, discarding the cigarette, his jaw tightening in the darkness as impatience overwhelmed him. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. Chen Feng's voice came through the receiver. "Young Master Jiang?" Jiang Tingsu, still staring at the ground littered with ash, clenched his jaw and asked, "Where did Nanzhi stay last weekend?" Taken aback, Chen Feng hadn't expected such a question. After a brief pause, he cautiously replied, "I believe it was Yushan Mansion." Upon hearing Yushan Mansion, Jiang Tingsu's expression darkened, and his hand clenched into a fist. Chen Feng didn't hear any further inquiries from him, and as he hesitated to speak, the call abruptly ended. Jiang Tingsu's veins throbbed on the back of his hand. As he lifted his gaze, the echo of Jiang Jinyan's words reverberated in his mind. "Tingsu, since you chose to reject this union, return to your rightful position." His fingers trembled, and the suffocating sensation in his chest morphed into a sharp, piercing pain. Without lingering any longer, he turned and got back into the car, pressing the accelerator to the floor, racing back to the old residence. Chapter 24. Is brother going to marry Nanzhi? As Jiang Tingsu stepped into the old residence's hall, the clock struck 9 in the evening. "Dad," he called out, glancing at his father, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper on the sofa. Without any preamble, he continued, "I have something to ask you." Jiang Feng set down the newspaper and turned to face him. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Tingsu had become increasingly rebellious, engaging in one reckless act after another. He stubbornly refused to enter the family business, abruptly reneged on a well-planned marriage alliance, and stirred up a storm in the city due to a minor celebrity from an entertainment company. This time, he had crossed the line. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, he had gone silent for more than half a month, ignoring calls and messages from home. Jiang Feng's expression darkened, and his tone reflected his displeasure. "If you have nothing to ask your father, are you planning to just stay out all night?" Jiang Tingsu's jaw tightened slightly. He took a few steps toward Jiang Feng, but did not respond. Instead, he posed the question that had been weighing on his mind throughout the journey. The marriage agreement between the Jiang and Shen families. Did you push it onto my brother? Jiang Feng, already in a foul mood, misinterpreted the inquiry as a rejection of the marriage proposal, assuming that Jiang Tingsu would not permit Jiang Jinyan to enter into the alliance. His tone grew increasingly harsh. "And what do you propose? To disregard the ties between our families and the friendships of the past, and simply cancel the engagement? Have you even considered Nanzhi's situation if the marriage between our families were to dissolve?" Jiang Tingsu remained silent, fixated solely on one point: whether the engagement had been imposed upon his elder brother by their parents, or if his brother had willingly accepted it. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother, having heard the commotion from upstairs, paused halfway down the stairs when she caught wind of the discussion. She adjusted her shawl and looked at her youngest son, who had been absent from home for half a month. Before Jiang Feng could speak, she interjected, "Is there really any difference between the two? Tingsu, you and Nanzhi grew up together, sharing a childhood bond. Your father and I had always favored a union between you two, considering your long-standing familiarity and friendship. However, over the past 2 years, your determination to resist the marriage has intensified, forcing your father and me to reassess the situation." Jiang's mother paused, descending the stairs. The scenes of her repeated discussions with Jiang Tingsu about the marriage, only to be met with his unwavering refusals, flooded her mind. She sighed deeply and continued, "Tingsu, I once believed there was a spark of affection between you and Nanzhi, however minimal, owing to your decade-long companionship. That is why I endeavored to bring you two together. Yet perhaps it is true that matters of the heart cannot be forced. I will no longer pressure you. Your relationship with Nanzhi has grown increasingly distant over these 2 years, with little contact and no meetings. It would be unworthy to let a marriage alliance sever the bond you once shared." Jiang Tingsu clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed together until they turned pale. Although he had longed for this answer, hearing it from his mother made his heart feel as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. He did not linger in the old residence. After listening with lowered eyelids, he soon left the hall and drove to Shengyi. At that moment, Fang Jilin and others were preparing to leave when they were surprised by Jiang Tingsu's arrival at such a late hour. They exchanged glances, and their eyes collectively fell upon Jiang Tingsu, who sat silently on the innermost sofa, his expression dark as he sipped his drink. An eerie silence enveloped the private room. Sensing the atmosphere had soured, Fang Jilin moved to the sofa opposite Jiang Tingsu and, in a teasing tone, remarked, "What is the matter? Did you arrive late to the family birthday banquet and miss out on the drinking? So you're here to make up for it tonight?" Jiang Tingsu ignored him, his eyelids heavy, shrouded in an indescribable gloom in the dim light of the room. Fang Jilin glanced at Qi Yu and Ji Yanche, who were also observing him. Jiang Tingsu had not returned to the Jiang family for half a month. His presence now could only mean he had been to the old residence. It was already past 9 in the evening. Ji Yanche assumed Jiang Tingsu was upset due to his family pressing him about marriage once again. He approached and patted Jiang Tingsu on the shoulder, empathizing. "Is Auntie pushing for another marriage proposal? I just returned from Country A, and during the welcome banquet, my family elder lectured me about marriage for ages. You've been estranged from your family for 2 years. If it's too much," Jiang Tingsu interrupted him with a cold scoff. "It is indeed about a marriage proposal, but not mine." The room fell silent for a moment. Ji Yanche was taken aback, about to inquire further, when Jiang Tingsu continued. "The marriage alliance between the Jiang and Shun families is being bestowed upon my brother and Nanzhi." Ji Yanche and Appo's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively leaning closer. The others mirrored his shock, except for Feng Zmo, who had ominously predicted this outcome days earlier. Qi was the first to express disbelief, exclaiming, "No, that can't be. Jiang Jinyan has been abroad for so many years, and his encounters with Shen Nanzhi have been few and far between. How could there be a marriage alliance?" Jiang Tingsu remained silent, drowning his sorrows in glass after glass of liquor. The group exchanged glances, and the private room fell into a profound silence. The once lively Qi Yu and Ji Yanche now found themselves at a loss for words. Only Feng Zmo remained, observing Jiang Tingsu, who had seemingly succeeded in rejecting the marriage alliance, yet appeared more despondent than before. In their circle, where brotherhood forged through childhood bonds held deep significance, Jiang Tingsu drank steadily, and they stayed by his side until 11:00 and Appo's clock. The faint, cool moonlight mingled with the courtyard's ground lights, casting a soft glow in front of the main villa. Jiang Tingsu ascended the steps into the hall. Upon entering, he spotted Jiang Jinyan, who was engaged in a video call with Zhou Ling, managing company affairs in the brightly lit hall. Jiang Tingsu's fists clenched. his emotions obscured and turbulent. Brother, Jiang Jinyan had taken charge of the company long ago, single-handedly contending with the board members, infusing the company with fresh energy through bold measures, and elevating all of Jiang's enterprises to unprecedented heights. At the peak of Tiansheng Group's market value, he personally led a team overseas to open new markets, solidifying the Jiang family's dominant position both domestically and abroad. Jiang Tingsu harbored a natural admiration for his elder brother, coupled with a sense of estrangement from their years apart and a faint undercurrent of subconscious fear. Shen Nanzhi had never been close to Jiang Jinyan, never inquired about him, nor sought any information related to him. In her mind, Jiang Jinyan was merely a distant figure known for his aloofness and unapproachability. Little did she know that beneath this veneer of coldness lay a cunning strategist capable of propelling Tiansheng Group to new heights in the ruthless business arena, and of forging a path in the harsh overseas markets to create the formidable Our Group. He was certainly not a benevolent soul. Nevertheless, within Jiang Jinyan and Appo's heart, there was a clear distinction between family and outsiders. Regardless of how ruthless his methods were in the business world, he would never employ them against his family, even against the distant branches of the Jiang clan. Yet despite this, the entire Jiang family was well aware of Jiang Jinyan's ruthless ways. The uncles and aunts treated him with utmost respect, never daring to harbor ambitions of usurping his position at Tiansheng Group. Those cousins of a similar age to Jiang Jinyan were particularly subservient in his presence. As Jiang Tingsu, the younger brother of Jiang Jinyan, he naturally held a position of greater significance than any of their cousins. Over the years, although Jiang Jinyan has seldom been present at the ancestral home, he has respected every choice made by his brother. Even during times when Jiang Tingsu's refusal to join the family business created considerable tension, it was Jiang Jinyan, residing abroad, who reached out to their parents, urging them to honor his decision and allow him to pursue his own path. Thus, Jiang Tingsu and Appo's feelings towards his elder brother are complex. He harbors a great deal of admiration and respect. Yet, like their other distant relatives, he cannot entirely suppress a modicum of trepidation. However, the intoxication of alcohol and the disorienting news of Shen Nanzhi possibly marrying Jiang Jinyan momentarily overshadowed this fear. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Jinyan was unaware of his brother's thoughts at that moment. Having just concluded a video conference regarding lingering issues from the daytime signing meeting with Zhou Lin, he ended the call, closed his laptop, and glanced over at Jiang Tingsu. His tone, though subdued, was gentle. "You and Appo's, back? Are you still going to Nanshi?" Jiang Tingsu approached. "Not for now. Brother, I have something to ask you." With time slipping away, only a few minutes remained until midnight. Jiang Jinyan pinched his throbbing temples, intending to advise Jiang Tingsu to rest early. Yet, before he could voice it, he heard his brother's words. Swallowing his own response, he halted his ascent up the stairs and nodded, inquiring, "What is it?" Jiang Tingsu clenched his fist, fixating intently on Jiang Jinyan's expression. His throat constricted as he finally uttered the words, "Chapter 25 Regrets? I have heard that you are to marry Nanzhi." Jiang Jinyan silently rubbed his fingers together, raising his gaze to meet Jiang Tingsu's eyes. He did not deny it, or rather, there was no need for denial. "Yes." Hearing this affirmative reply, Jiang Tingsu and Appo's brows immediately knitted together, and he almost instinctively blurted out, "But you and Nanzhi are not familiar at all, and there are no feelings between you. How can you get married?" Tingsu. Jiang Jinyan looked at Jiang Tingsu, his tone as calm as ever. In the context of a union and marriage, responsibility is of greater importance than affection. Jiang Tingsu's complexion paled slightly. "So, your marriage to Nanzhi is merely a matter of responsibility?" Just like many years ago, when he remembered his brother clearly preferred the field of medicine. Yet, due to the family's need for an heir, the Jiang family required a leader. He made no hesitation in abandoning his desire for further studies, despite the regret. Jiang Tingsu found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Over the past years, he had never heard Jiang Jinyan utter even a word of regret about forsaking medicine. Jiang Tingsu understood that once his brother married Nanzhi, regardless of any feelings that may or may not develop thereafter, having chosen this path. His brother would never initiate a divorce. For the sake of a familial union, committing to a lifetime of marriage, would his brother truly have no regrets? This question, Jiang Jinyan asked almost absurdly. Jiang Jinyan did not answer him, instead tossing the question back. After 2 years of resisting the familial union, are you now regretting it? Jiang Jinyan closed his eyes. Memories of the past 2 years and his increasingly distant relationship with Shen Nanzhi resurfaced in his mind, along with her indifference towards any female presence around him. Even when she witnessed it firsthand, her eyes exhibited no emotional turmoil. His fingertips turned pale from tension, and the breath he inhaled felt frigid, the chill spreading through his chest. Yet, he maintained his composure, still delivering the same response. No regrets. Jiang Jinyan withdrew his gaze, saying nothing further. Before ascending the stairs, he left behind a final remark. Since you do not regret it, then proceed forward with your choice. As for the engagement between the two families, it shall no longer be your shackle from this day forth. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. The light at the staircase landing flickered before dimming. Jiang Jinyan remained alone in the hall. The hands of the wall clocked steadily past the midnight hour. The heavy darkness of the courtyard seemed to permeate through the thick glass, spreading into the hall, and even the air gradually filled with the chill of the night. The following day, Shen Nanzhi spent the entire day in a laboratory and returned to her apartment building after completing her paper and literature review, with darkness enveloping the sky. Many residents of the apartment had already finished dinner and were out walking their dogs. One of the residents downstairs owned a large golden retriever. The owner was a female manager from a nearby company who, due to her commitments, could only take the dog out in the evenings. Although Shen Nanzhi had a light course load at school, she was pursuing a double degree and frequently had to write papers and conduct experiments, often returning from Hawaii University only after nightfall. As time passed, their encounters with the neighbor became more frequent, and they gradually grew familiar with one another. The golden retriever owned by the young lady downstairs was very friendly, always excitedly wagging its fluffy tail and rushing towards Shen Nanzhi whenever it saw her. Shen Nanzhi also adored cats and dogs, yet lacked the time to keep a pet. However, the occasion to pet the affectionate golden retriever provided her with a delightful respite. As usual, after petting the dog's head and giving its soft tail a few affectionate rubs, Shen Nanzhi smiled and bid farewell to the dog's owner before pressing the elevator button to ascend. The smile on her lips remained until the elevator doors opened, only to slowly fade upon seeing the figure standing outside. Jiang Jinyan leaned against the wall, smoking. Upon noticing the elevator doors had opened, he lifted his gaze. Under the warm yellow light of the corridor, their eyes met through the faintly dispersing smoke. Shen Nanzhi did not expect Jiang Jinyan to suddenly appear in her vicinity. For quite some time, they had tacitly agreed not to seek each other out, almost as a silent understanding. The rich scent of smoke lingered in the corridor, and Shen Nanzhi glanced down at the pile of cigarette butts at his feet. As the elevator doors emitted a beep, signaling their automatic closure, Shen Nanzhi withdrew her gaze and stepped out of the elevator. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Jinyan extinguished his cigarette, locking his gaze onto her and speaking first. Chapter 26. Why agree to marry my brother? Why not answer the phone? Shen Nanzhi held her phone, her fingertips motionless. Her expression was serene, as it always was. Busy, didn't hear, Jiang Jinyan smirked, a hint of self-deprecation flickering in his eyes. Not busy now? Shen Nanzhi glanced at him and inquired, You came to find me for a reason? Jiang Jinyan discarded his cigarette. There's indeed something. His tone remained as nonchalant as it had been over the years, languid and indifferent, as if nothing mattered. I heard you're marrying my brother. Is that true? In just half a month. Nanzhi, you've changed your mind about such a significant matter, so hastily? He still used the overly familiar address from their childhood. Yet the emotions woven into his words conveyed something deeper. Shen Nanzhi halted her motion to open the door. Jiang Jinyan, what exactly do you want to say? He pursed his lips, a smile that did not reach his eyes forming. Yet his tone remained puzzled. Aren't you most afraid of my brother? In the decades spent in the Jiang family, you and he have hardly crossed paths. Do you truly understand him? Does he understand you? Is marriage something to be treated so lightly? Shen Nanzhi and Appo's lips tightened. Even her fingertips, gripping the edge of the phone, lost some color due to the pressure. After years of acquaintance, she recognized the hint of interrogation in his tone. Their personalities had become familiar over the past decade. Continuing this conversation would only lead to yet another unpleasant parting. Their relationship had grown so thin that it seemed unnecessary to expend the dwindling remnants of their connection. Shen Nanzhi chose silence and turned to enter the apartment, but he was not willing to let it go. Just as she moved, he abruptly seized her wrist. His grip was firm, and crimson marks quickly marred her porcelain skin. Jiang Jinyan was focused on her expression, oblivious to the pressure of his hand. Why the silence? Shen Nanzhi, his tone had turned icy, reminiscent of their many past quarrels. In your heart, can marriage and emotion be so easily separated? Shen Nanzhi furrowed her brow, managing to free her wrist from his grasp, striving to maintain her composure. Jiang Jinyan, I know you resist family arrangements, but I have never forced you to marry me. Whether the union between the Jiang and Shen families continues, or whether I marry your brother, is my own affair. You need not come here to question me. It was an expected end to their conversation, much like countless others over the past 2 years. Before turning 18, Shen Nanzhi had never imagined that her relationship with Jiang Jinyan would transform into this. The elevator doors opened and closed again. The motion sensor light flickered above. Shen Nanzhi tightened her fingers into her palm, acutely aware of the fatigue that had faded while playing with the golden retriever, now creeping back into her mind. The lingering scent of smoke in the corridor stirred the nerves at her temples, evoking a dull ache. Not lingering any longer, she unlocked the door with her fingerprint and stepped into the apartment, shutting out the clouds of smoke. After a full day of busyness at school, her mind felt heavy. Once inside, she drank a glass of cold water to soothe her throat and took a quick shower before heading straight to bed. Shen Nanzhi tried to dismiss the visit from Jiang Jinyan, but upon falling asleep, her dreams drew her back into the tumultuous events of the past 2 years. The first time she and Jiang Jinyan had parted ways in anger was 2 years prior when she had just moved out of the old house. Jiang Jinyan had found this apartment and questioned why she had suddenly relocated. She had offered her parents reasoning, claiming the apartment was closer to school for convenience. Yet, from the age of 10 to 18, she and Jiang Jinyan had been inseparable, thoroughly acquainted with each other and Appo's natures. Her excuse might have deceived Jiang's parents, but did not fool Jiang Jinyan. Under persistent questioning, she lost her patience for concealment and laid her thoughts bare. Since they were unlikely to reach a marriage agreement, and they were both adults now, it would be awkward to continue living under the same roof amidst the misunderstandings of outsiders. Furthermore, his reluctance towards the union was evident. He had begun to rarely return to the old house, resulting in them seeing each other only once every 10 days or so. In this mode of interaction, if she continued to stay at the old house, an unexpected encounter beneath the same roof would only be awkward. It was his home. She was the outsider. Her decision to leave was merely a sensible choice. However, after laying everything out, Shen Nanzhi had expected Jiang Jinyan to be somewhat pleased, but he had only sneered. His eyes filled with scorn. To this day, she still vividly recalled that day 2 years ago, with a scene mirroring tonight. He stood outside her apartment. Mockery etched on his face as he coldly asked whether her affection for him over the years was merely due to him being her betrothed. Just like their relationship, before he had expressed his unwillingness to enter into a union, she had followed him like a shadow, accompanying him wherever he went. Yet, the moment he revealed his reluctance, she promptly moved out of the old house, delineating their relationship with stark clarity. In truth, when he posed that question, Shen Nanzhi had wanted to explain that their years of companionship and affection had nothing to do with the prospect of marriage. When she was brought into the Jiang family, she had been grappling with the sudden loss of her parents, and it was he and the Jiang family who had supported her through that most painful time, standing by her as she grew. Their bond was not founded on the premise of a union. After all these years, he and Jiang's parents had become akin to family for her. Yet, he did not grant her the opportunity to explain. Thus began their first Cold War. Later, she found a moment to sincerely articulate her thoughts, and he listened, but perhaps he did not truly believe her. Subsequently, neither of them broached the subject of marriage again, as if the two families had never had an engagement. He continued to seldom return to the old house, but rumors of his relationship with Su Wu occasionally surfaced. As for her, she made every effort to avoid the Jiang family, dedicating herself entirely to her studies and experiments. The past 2 years played out like a fleeting montage in her dreams, and Shen Nanzhi buried most of her face in the covers, struggling to find peace and sleep. The pressure at her temples intensified rather than abated. At midnight, a sharp ringtone pierced the silence. Shen Nanzhi frowned, extending her arm to grope for her phone on the bedside table. "Nanzhi, are you asleep?" The gentle, cheerful voice of Jiang Jinyan broke through the stillness of the room. Shen Nanzhi paused her breath, pressing her heated forehead as she glanced at the contact name before placing the phone back to her ear. "Jinyan?" The mirth in his voice deepened. "It's me. Tingsu is drunk. Nanzhi, could you come over?" Having hastily returned home and forgotten to draw the curtains, Shen Nanzhi sat up, casting a glance out into the pitch-black night. Without hesitation, she pressed her parched lips together and declined. "I'm sorry, Jinyan, but it's not convenient for me to come. Please ask Su Wu to take care of Tingsu." Upon hearing Su Wu, Jiang Jinyan hesitated momentarily. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Tingsu across the booth. But before he could say anything further, Shen Nanzhi had politely ended the call. Chapter 27. Shen Nanzhi takes the initiative to contact Jiang Jinyan after ending the call. Shen Nanzhi pressed her hand against her feverishly warm forehead and her dry, heated eyelids. Without the need for a thermometer, she was acutely aware that she was indeed running a fever. Battling dizziness, she forced herself to rise from the bed. She rummaged through the medicine cabinet, found a fever-reducing pill, swallowed it with some cold water, and then closed the curtains with the remote before returning to bed to lie down once more. Despite the fever, her body felt chilled. Shen Nanzhi wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, compelling her mind to empty itself of thoughts until she drifted back into a drowsy slumber. The following day at 7 o'clock, Shen Nanzhi was awakened by the blaring alarm. After silencing it, she raised her hand to touch her forehead. The temperature had lowered, yet her head throbbed painfully, accompanied by disorienting lightheadedness. She grabbed her phone, checked her class schedule for the day, and eventually opened her contacts to call Gu Qinghe, requesting her assistance in taking a sick day. Upon learning of Shen Nanzhi's illness, Gu Qinghe's voice turned anxious. Alone in her apartment, Gu Qinghe feared that Shen Nanzhi would struggle to care for herself and insisted on coming over immediately. Shen Nanzhi stopped her, assuring her that it was unnecessary to rush over, as her fever had subsided. She had cold medicine at home and suspected that the past few days had been too hectic. A day of rest should suffice. Gu Qinghe relented, repeatedly advising her to rest well. After hanging up, Shen Nanzhi stepped out to drink a glass of warm water before returning to bed for another nap. When she finally awakened, it was already afternoon. The fever had vanished, and her headache had significantly diminished, along with the dizzying sensation. Feeling too lethargic to prepare a meal, she opted for a simple takeout instead. After finishing her meal, she settled onto the balcony sofa to bask in the sunlight, casually opening Weibo. As the page loaded, the glaring hot search topic caught her eye. The film goddess Su Wu was photographed entering Jiang Tingsu's private booth at Xingye late at night. The trending news continued to escalate, with the leaked video garnering over 10 million shares. Shen Nanzhi paused her fingers above the screen, observing the viral Weibo news. She refrained from clicking on the video, closing the app instead. The rumors surrounding Jiang Tingsu and Su Wu had long been under the scrutiny of entertainment media. And such a hot topic regarding Su Wu and Oppo's late-night visit to Jiang Tingsu and Oppo's exclusive booth was bound to dominate headlines across various social platforms. Shen Nanzhi lost interest in further browsing her phone, turning off the screen, just as she was about to toss it aside and lean back on the sofa to rest. The ringtone suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Glancing down at the screen, a flicker of surprise crossed Shen Nanzhi's eyes upon seeing the caller ID. She swiped to answer, ready to inquire about the call, but the voice of Zhang Lan, the secretary responsible for liaising with Shen Nanzhi at the Shen Group, came through in a hurried tone. "Miss Shen, there's been an incident." Zhang Lan, a veteran at the Shen Group known for her composed and capable demeanor, rarely displayed panic. While others in the secretary team floundered in crises, she remained level-headed, swiftly devising strategies and implementing them. She was chosen by Shen Nanzhi's father years ago to assist her, and after the passing of both her parents, Zhang had joined the headquarters, familiarizing herself with all crucial projects to support Shen Nanzhi in her eventual rise to power. Over the years, Shen Nanzhi had always perceived Zhang as steady and unflappable. This was the first time she had spoken with such urgency. Shen Nanzhi's heart sank. What happened? Zhang quickly elaborated. This quarter, 2 major projects at the headquarters have encountered significant issues. The partners have maliciously withdrawn their investments and colluded with competitors to undermine Shen Group. The headquarters shares have already been affected. Moreover, the financial stakes involved are substantial. As of today, the stocks of both the headquarters and our foreign subsidiaries have plummeted over 10%. If this continues, it may jeopardize the company's financial stability. Shen Nanzhi's expression turned grave. After hearing Zhang Lan's words, she instinctively asked, "Have you contacted my brother?" Aside from Shen Nanzhi, the Shen family also had an adopted son, Shen Huaiyan. Adopted at the age of 8, he took the Shen surname. When Shen Nanzhi's parents passed away, she was only 10 and could not command the confidence of the board of directors. It was Shen Huaiyan, at just 17, who entered the group as the adopted son of the Shen family and forcibly seized control from those with ulterior motives. With the support of the Jiang family, he gradually steered the beleaguered Shen Group back on track. The adoption of Shen Huaiyan was not a secret. To ensure a smooth succession for Shen Nanzhi and avoid sibling rivalry over inheritance, he publicly declared that Shen Nanzhi was the sole heir to the Shen family, and he was merely managing the company until she took over. After the company regained stability, he established the Jinmin Group in Country A, managing it alongside the industries under the Shen Group. Having just turned 20 this year, Shen Nanzhi had always left the affairs of the company to Zhang and Shen Huaiyan. Now that the headquarters faced such a predicament, her first thought was of Shen Huaiyan. However, upon mentioning him, Zhang Lan's anxiety intensified and the last vestiges of her composure began to crumble. "We are unable to reach President Shen at the moment. 2 weeks ago, he attended a crucial signing event for Jinmin Group abroad, personally overseeing matters. He had planned to return after completing his work, but there was an accident on the way back, and he is currently in a coma." Shen Nanzhi suddenly stood up, her breath quickening. How could such a significant matter go unreported to me? Zhang realized she could no longer conceal the truth. At this point, there was no reason to hold back. "President Shen feared you would worry and forbade us from disclosing any information. But please don't panic. I communicate daily with the assistant at Jinmin Group. President Shen is currently out of danger, and the doctors say he should wake up within 2 days. However, the turmoil surrounding the Shen Group cannot wait. To stabilize the stock prices, both the headquarters and subsidiaries require substantial capital infusions, along with powerful backing to withstand the joint pressure from competitors. In Huaihai City, few possess the vast resources and undeniable influence needed. Moreover, with the fall of one whale, myriad creatures thrive. The Shen family once stood as a rival to the Jiang family, and now, as this colossal group faced a crisis, many in the business community eagerly awaited the Shen family's downfall, hoping to capitalize on the situation in this already entrenched circle. Zhang, in a state of exasperation, continued, "Aside from my growing anxiety, I also feel a sense of guilt. Miss Shen, we cannot reach President Shen, and the headquarters and subsidiaries cannot afford to wait any longer. I truly don't know what to do." Shen Nanzhi compelled herself to regain her composure. "Calm down. I will find a solution for the company and Oppo's issues. Please contact my brother's assistant and inquire about the situation today." Her lips were pale, having endured a night of high fever, and after taking Zhang Lan's call, the little color that had returned to her cheeks vanished once more. Shen Nanzhi gripped her phone tightly, the metallic edge digging painfully into her delicate palm. Yet she paid it no mind. She understood the implication of Zhang Lan's words. The amount needed to destabilize the Shen Group's financial chain was undoubtedly a staggering figure, not to mention the necessity of deterring the lurking adversaries from further scheming. In Huaihai City, only Jiang Jinyan, who presided over the Jiang family and our group, held the capacity to assist. However, over the past decade, Whenever the Shen group faced turmoil, it had always leaned on the Jiang family's support, leaving the Shen family in deep debt to them. If she were to forego marriage, she would utterly lack the face to request assistance from Jiang Jinyan. However, should she choose to marry, Shen Nanzhi's gaze sharpened slightly amidst the chaos. The memory of that evening at the Gu family's birthday banquet surged forth in her mind when Jiang Jinyan had inquired whether she had considered marriage. "Nanzhi, marry me. Your life will remain unchanged. Yet after our union, all the resources needed by the Shen family can be mobilized from the Jiang family, including the connections I possess." Shen Nanzhi and Appo's breath hitched. Her long lashes trembled subtly as her fingers stiffly released the phone screen, which bore the imprint of her grip. She opened her contacts, locating the number she had never dialed in the past decade, hesitating momentarily before finally pressing it. Chapter 28. Have you agreed to marry me? At the headquarters of the Tianshan Group, in the somber and austere presidential office, Jiang Jinyan was engaged in a discussion regarding the bidding proposal for a branch office with two board members. Just as they were delving into a crucial point, a knock resonated from the office door. The two directors turned to look back. Zhou Lin, carrying a stack of documents, nodded in greeting before striding directly towards Jiang Jinyan's desk, his expression somewhat grave. "President Jiang, regarding the Shen group." With these few words, Jiang Jinyan lifted his gaze. After a quick glance at the pile of documents, he halted the bidding discussion without hesitation and issued a dismissal. "We shall discuss the bidding matters in tomorrow's meeting." The two directors, perceptive enough, took their bidding materials and exited. Once alone, Jiang Jinyan seized the stack of papers and began to peruse them, inquiring of Zhou Lin. "What is going on with the Shen group?" Zhou Lin, clear and systematic, immediately reported. "We have just received news that two major projects of the Shen group have encountered issues. The headquarters and branch offices are experiencing cash flow difficulties, and there may be a risk to their financial chain. Furthermore, there are several competitors exacerbating the situation. If the Shen group relies solely on its resources, it could be quite challenging." "Where is Shen Huaiyan?" Jiang Jinyan asked. "President Shen is abroad and has been involved in a car accident. He has yet to return." "A car accident?" Jiang Jinyan's brows furrowed in surprise. "What a coincidence." Zhou Lin also frowned. The timing indeed seemed peculiar, but with President Shen in a coma, it was unlikely that the Jinming Group could provide timely financing to the Shen Group. Jiang Jinyan said nothing further and directly instructed Zhou Lin, "Send someone to the Shen Group to fill the gaps in their financial chain, and then have them investigate the competitors behind these two incidents." Zhou Lin nodded, about to report another matter when Jiang Jinyan's phone rang. Shifting his gaze to the phone screen, Jiang Jinyan raised his hand to interrupt Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin promptly fell silent. Jiang Jinyan halted his examination of the documents and pressed the answer button. "Nanzhi?" "Brother Jinyan." The young woman's voice on the other end was slightly tense, revealing a hint of anxiety. "There's something I need to discuss with you." Jiang Jinyan lowered his gaze to check the time on his watch. "Are you coming over? Or shall I come to you?" "I'll come over." Shen Nanzhi asked. "Brother Jinyan, where are you now?" "At the Tianxing headquarters." Jiang Jinyan glanced at Zhou Lin across the desk, his tone as serene as ever. "I will have Zhou Lin go down to receive you." The Tianxing Group headquarters was not far from the apartment. After hanging up, Shen Nanzhi wasted no time, quickly changing her attire before driving over. When Zhou Lin guided Shen Nanzhi to the presidential office, Jiang Jinyan had just finished reviewing the documents regarding the Shen Group's recent projects. A knock sounded at the door. Jiang Jinyan closed the files and directed his gaze toward the door. "Come in." Though the frequency of meetings between Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi had increased significantly over the past half-month compared to the past decade, this was her first visit to the headquarters of Tianshan Group. Zhou Lin opened the door, stepping aside to allow Shen Nanzhi to enter. Confronted with Jiang Jinyan's deep and penetrating gaze as he sat behind the desk, Shen Nanzhi felt her breath catch involuntarily, her heart racing as she stepped inside. The Shen Group had suddenly encountered a crisis, and with her brother unreachable, Shen Nanzhi struggled to maintain her composure, her thoughts racing uncontrollably to the topic of their proposed union. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, during their private moments together, Jiang Jinyan had broached the subject of their marriage 3 times, each time citing a common rationale, that a union between their families would be mutually beneficial. Now, with the Shen group facing turmoil and a significant drop in stock prices, Shen Nanzhi felt uncertain about whether Jiang Jinyan would still honor their engagement, especially when the Shen group could potentially become a liability to the Jiang family. "Please sit," Jiang Jinyan's voice interrupted Shen Nanzhi's turbulent thoughts. Following his gesture, she took a seat opposite him. Zhou Lin personally served tea, and Shen Nanzhi expressed her polite gratitude. Once Zhou Lin had exited, Jiang Jinyan's gaze settled on the young woman sitting rigidly across from him, her posture tense and upright. "You've come to the company. Is there an urgent matter?" Shen Nanzhi bit her dry lip, her long lashes quivering slightly, unable to meet Jiang Jinyan's steady gaze. Her delicate fingers pressed against her palm, the rising pain prompting her to muster the courage to nod and articulate the question that had been brewing in her mind since she entered the elevator with Zhou Lin. "There is something I wish to ask. Brother Jinyan, is our marriage still valid?" Jiang Jinyan paused, his fingers resting on the edge of the documents. He met her gaze, and despite his efforts to remain composed, the flicker of trepidation in her misty eyes was unmistakable. He released his grip on the papers, providing her with a definitive answer. "Of course, it remains valid. The engagement between our families was established 2 decades ago and will not be altered." A breath she had been holding began to ease. She opened her mouth to speak again, but Jiang Jinyan interjected first. "You have agreed to marry me, correct?" Shen Nanzhi halted, nodding in affirmation. Receiving her confirmation, he tapped the desk decisively, swiftly arranging for their marriage certificate. The speed of his actions left Shen Nanzhi momentarily stunned. Many years ago, Shen's father and mother had mentioned their desire to arrange a marriage after she turned 20. Chapter 29. Jiang Jinyan comes to Shen's aid. Nanzhi, if you have no objections, let us obtain our marriage certificate a week from now, on your 20th birthday. Although the timeline was tight and the process felt rushed, Shen Nanzhi remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. With the wedding arrangements settled, the pressing matter of the Shen Corporation loomed large. For Shen Nanzhi, requesting Jiang Jinyan's assistance was an arduous task. Over the past decade, they had not communicated even once, rendering them nearly strangers. However, the shares and market value of the Shen Group were dwindling by the minute, and despite her reluctance, Shen Nanzhi could not afford to delay any further. "There is one more thing I would like to ask for your help with, Jinyan. The matter concerning Shen's headquarters?" Jiang Jinyan interrupted her before she could finish. Shen Nanzhi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at him. "Come here," he commanded. Although perplexed, Shen Nanzhi obediently walked around the expansive desk towards him. Jiang Jinyan pulled a chair closer, aligning it with his own, inviting her to sit. Then, under her watchful gaze, he opened the financing report that Zhou Lin had compiled for the Shen Group. He granted himself the highest level of access to the Group's headquarters and personally transferred a substantial sum to Shen's account. "I have already received Zhou Lin's briefing regarding Shen's affairs. Do not worry, I will handle it." In the blink of an eye, a significant amount swiftly transferred to Shen's headquarters before her eyes. Almost immediately, Shen Nanzhi's phone chimed with a message from Zhang Lan, who excitedly informed her that the transfer from Tianqing headquarters had been received. Moreover, Tianqing's secretarial team had arrived at Shen's office to coordinate all projects using Zhang's resources. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Lan sent a screenshot of the company's share value, indicating that with Zhang's support, the shares had stabilized and were even showing signs of recovery. The weight that had burdened Shen Nanzhi's heart finally lifted, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief, responding to Zhang Lan with 2 messages. "Can you now feel at ease?" Jiang Jinyan's voice broke into her thoughts. Shen Nanzhi set her phone down, a smile curving her lips as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Jinyan." Jiang Jinyan remained logged into the computer, the screen displaying the most sensitive secrets of the Tianqing headquarters, showing no intention of concealing anything from her. "There is no need for thanks, nor should you feel any burden. Our union is mutually beneficial. There is nothing to ponder or feel indebted about. Nanzhi, I am merely fulfilling my obligations." Gradually, Shen Nanzhi and Appo's emotion settled. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Jinyan and Appo's, sincerely thanking him once more. At 4 o'clock, There was a pre-scheduled signing meeting that could not be postponed. Jiang Jinyan glanced at the time and asked Shen Nanzhi, "Do you have any other arrangements?" Shen Nanzhi shook her head, indicating she did not. "Then wait for me for an hour. After the meeting, I will take you to dinner." Having just assisted the Shen family, Shen Nanzhi felt it inappropriate to decline. So she nodded in agreement and stood. "I will take a stroll outside then. Stay here," Jiang Jinyan insisted, guiding her back into her seat. "I will have Zhou Lin bring some snacks and drinks. The lounge is just behind that door. If you tire, feel free to rest there." Following his gaze towards the lounge, Shen Nanzhi resumed her seat, obediently complying. Jiang Jinyan then proceeded to the meeting room, leaving the computer and Oppo's access unchanged. With a simple movement of the mouse, the internal secrets of Jiang and Oppo's corporation, which remained elusive to the outside world, were laid bare before her. Shen Nanzhi's eyes scanned the data on the screen, but she did not linger, nor did she touch the computer at all. After Jiang Jinyan left, she quickly exited the office area, seating herself on the farthest sofa from the desk, simultaneously messaging Zhang Lan to inquire about the company's status while awaiting Jiang Jinyan's return. The signing meeting, originally set for an hour and a half, concluded in just 50 minutes, with Jiang Jinyan finalizing the contract and declaring the meeting adjourned. As he stepped into the elevator, Zhou Lin, who had been busy all afternoon, suddenly recalled something important. He slapped his forehead and hurried to catch up with Jiang Jinyan. "Mr. Jiang, there is one more matter." He handed over his tablet, which displayed the trending topic regarding Su Wu's late-night appearance at Shengyi, igniting a flurry of entertainment buzz. Previously, Jiang Jinyan had allowed a similar trending topic to circulate for only a few hours before it was retracted. Yet this time, the topic had persisted for over a day. Zhou Lin was unsure whether Jiang Jinyan genuinely had feelings for Su Wu, but given the overwhelming presence of the trending topic, each entry prominently featured the Jiang family name, necessitating a discussion with Jiang Jinyan about how to proceed. "Should we intervene to suppress this trend?" Zhou Lin inquired. The topic had been circulating for some time, yet Guangying media had shown no signs of retracting it. Jiang Jinyan lowered his gaze to the tablet screen, then glanced toward the slightly ajar door of the President and Oppo's office. Inside, Shen Nanzhi, feeling less constrained at his absence, had relaxed against the sofa, engrossed in her phone. He redirected his attention, his tone measured. "If I recall correctly, this marks the third trending topic this month?" Zhou Lin was momentarily startled, but nodded in affirmation. "To be precise, it has only been 20 days, not even a month. In the past, rumors linking Su Wu and Jiang Tingsu had surfaced occasionally, but none had been as frequent as in recent times." "Let be," Jiang Jinyan replied, his voice calm, pulling Zhou Lin from his reverie. "Since he wishes to create a stir, even if we suppress this trend, another will emerge in due time." Zhou Lin retracted the tablet. "Understood, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Jinyan continued onward. "Has the restaurant reservation been made?" Zhou Lin quickly responded, "Yes, it has been arranged, and the vehicle is ready." With the infusion of funds into the Shen Group, their shares began to stabilize. Shen Nanzhi breathed a sigh of relief, no longer burdened by concerns for the company. The following morning, she boarded the earliest flight to Country A. In the hospital room, Shen Huayan had just regained consciousness. However, due to the brain injury sustained in the accident, he could not be discharged immediately. After waking, Shen Huayan summoned his assistant, Feng Jing, who had been waiting on the sofa, and the first question he asked was, "You haven't informed Nanzhi about the accident, have you?" Seeing Shen Huayan awake, Feng Jing promptly approached him, pressing the call button for the doctor. "Mr. Shen, you're awake?" "About the accident." He hesitated, initially managing to keep it from Miss Shen, but as the bed elevated, Shen Huayan leaned against the headboard, noticing Feng Jing's demeanor darkening his expression. "Speak. What is it?" Feng Jing, unable to conceal the truth any longer, quickly explained. "After your accident, the headquarters faced a crisis. The group was left leaderless, and with ulterior motives at play. Zhang Lan panicked and contacted Miss Shen." Shen Huayan's expression darkened further. His lips, already pale from his prolonged unconsciousness, pressed into a tight line, an invisible pressure permeating the room. "Bring me a computer." Having accompanied Shen Huayan for many years, Fang Jing recognized his intent to handle the Shen Corporation's affairs despite his condition. Given the severity of the accident, even the medical team had struggled for 3 days and still described the situation as critical. Fang Jing was reluctant to allow Shen Huayan to exert himself over company matters at this juncture. He turned sideways to pour a glass of warm water for Shen Huayan, yet remained indifferent regarding the matter of the computer. Mr. Shen, the company has now successfully weathered the crisis. The Jiang family has sent representatives to the Shen Group, and both the headquarters and branch shares have stabilized, returning to a state of equilibrium. Your immediate priority should be to recuperate. Ms. Shen is already aware of your accident and has called several times daily to inquire about your condition. Forgive my intrusion, but it is advisable for you to rest quietly. Upon hearing the phrase the Jiang family has sent representatives to the company, a shadow flickered across Shen Huayan's eyes. He said nothing further and instructed Fang Jing to fetch his phone. As soon as the screen lit up, before he could navigate to Shen Nanzhi's WeChat, he was met with a barrage of domestic entertainment news notifications. Noticing the trending topic featuring Jiang Tingsu, Shen Huayan clicked on it, calmly watching the tumultuous video that had been widely circulated before asking Fang Jing, has the engagement between Nanzhi and Jiang Tingsu been annulled? Fang Jing cast a sidelong glance at Shen Huayan's expression, hesitating for a moment before revealing the latest developments regarding the engagement. Our sources indicate that Miss Nanzhi's engagement to the second young master of the Jiang family is likely off, but Shen Huayan's piercing gaze turned sharply towards him. Fang Jing lowered his voice, unable to meet Shen Huayan's eyes, and continued, however, not long ago, the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Jinyan, returned to the country, and there are rumors suggesting he may be inclined toward the marriage alliance. As those words fell, the atmosphere in the hospital room suddenly turned frigid. Fang Jing stood beside him, head bowed, too apprehensive to look at Shen Huayan's expression. Chapter 30, I have heard that you are to be wed to Jiang Jinyan. Fang Jing had been by Shen Huayan's side for many years, initially accompanying him as he faced off against the nefarious branches of the Shen family in the domestic arena, and later witnessing the stabilization of the Shen Group as Shen Huayan ventured across the ocean to establish the Jinming Group in Country A. He had always remained closely tied to Shen Huayan, gaining deeper insights into his character than most. The marriage alliance with the Jiang family, pursuant to their engagement, would undoubtedly yield immense advantages for both the Shen Group and the Shen family. The Jiang family's influence was currently on the rise, and should the Shen family forge a bond with them, they would effortlessly multiply their shares and market value manifold. The entire Shen family eagerly anticipated this union, which had been destined since birth. Yet, Shen Huayan appeared less than enthusiastic about the match. Fang Jing was uncertain why their esteemed Shen did not favor the union, but he faintly recalled that 7 years prior, when Shen Huayan decided to establish the Jinming Group in Country A, he intended to bring Miss Nanzhi from the Jiang family along. However, the Jiang family refused to part with her, citing her youth and their concerns over her unfamiliarity with life abroad, as well as Shen Huayan's preoccupation with business affairs. Throughout these 7 years abroad, Shen Huayan tirelessly worked to elevate the Jinming Group to a level where it could rival century-old family enterprises. His accomplishments in the business realm were numerous and legendary. Yet, his stance on the marriage alliance with the Jiang family remained unchanged, seemingly steadfast. The atmosphere in the hospital room was thick with a chilling tension that made it difficult to breathe. Fang Jing dared not speak until the top medical team entered to assess Shen Huayan's condition. After reviewing various data and outlining the precautions to be taken during his recovery, the doctors swiftly exited the room. As Fang Jing contemplated an excuse to step out briefly, he suddenly heard the distinct sound of high heels approaching quickly from the corridor outside. Glancing at the somewhat pale-faced Shen Huayan, he intended to investigate. The respectful greetings from the bodyguards outside signaled the arrival of a visitor. The VIP room door swung open, revealing Shen Nanzhi, who, having hurried down the corridor, entered with a breathless urgency. Her worried, watery eyes immediately fixed upon the bed. "Brother," she exclaimed, hastening towards him, her ankle-length gown sweeping through the antiseptic-scented air of the hospital room. The temperature in country A differed from that of Huaihai City, and although she had brought a coat for the flight, she had not had the chance to wear it while rushing to the hospital. Fang Jing was momentarily taken aback by Shen Nanzhi's sudden appearance in a foreign land, but he quickly moved forward to take the coat from her hands, placing it on the nearby sofa. Shen Nanzhi, however, scarcely had time to exchange words with Fang Jing as all her attention was focused on the pallid figure of Shen Huayan in the hospital bed. "Brother, are you feeling better now?" Shen Huayan, surprised by her presence, set aside his tablet and gazed at her. The cold demeanor that had emerged due to the engagement with Jiang Jinyan softening upon seeing Shen Nanzhi. "Nanzhi, what brings you here at this hour?" He beckoned her closer. She rushed to his side, her eyes brimming with concern, as she beheld his pale face. The emotion she had struggled to contain since hearing from Zhang Lan about his accident began to overwhelm her. "How could you not tell me about such a serious matter as a car accident? If it weren't for the company's situation and Zhang Lan letting it slip, how long were you planning to keep this from me? 10 years ago, during that storm, we lost our parents in an accident while rushing to catch a flight. If you were to leave me too, what would I do alone?" Shen Huayan had just awakened and was still in poor condition. Shen Nanzhi did not wish to shed tears at this moment, fearing it might hinder his recovery. Yet, as she heard that he had met with an accident while trying to return to see her, her body trembled. The words airplane and car accident evoked a deep-seated fear within her. Observing the young woman before him struggle to hold back her tears, Shen Huayan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Tears began to fall, one after another, onto the blanket, and his eyes reddened with worry. He gently raised his hand to wipe away her tears, enveloping her in his embrace, his voice soothing as he patted her back. "Do not fear. Your brother will never abandon you. The accident was merely a minor mishap. There is nothing to worry about." Such feelings of distress and fear are often most bearable in solitude, but once they spill forth, they can spiral out of control. Nestled against his shoulder, Shen Nanzhi buried her face, taking a minute or two to regain her composure. "What do the doctors say?" she managed to ask, wiping her eyes as she pulled away from his embrace. Shen Huayan reached out to brush away the traces of tears from her cheeks, preparing to speak when she interrupted him. "Never mind. You have always shared good news and withheld the bad. Don't say anything, brother. I will hear it from the doctors myself." She turned to Fang Jing, "Assistant Fang, would you kindly summon the doctor? I wish to understand my brother and Appo's condition." Fang Jing, glancing at Shen Huayan, nodded promptly. "Of course, Mississippi." The medical team arrived swiftly, bringing with them the medical records and examination results, meticulously explaining everything to Shen Nanzhi. Once the doctors departed, Shen Huayan exhaled a sigh of relief, observing Shen Nanzhi, who seemed to finally relax. "Are you at ease now?" he inquired. She approached him, her gaze landing on the tablet where he had been attending to work matters. Remembering the doctor's stern admonitions regarding rest and avoiding stress, she bent down to retrieve the tablet, handing it to Fang Jing to place on the farthest sofa before nodding and resuming her seat. "Brother, you must rest properly these next few days. Assistant Fang and the others will handle company matters. You need not trouble yourself with everything." Shen Huayan smiled softly, gazing at the increasingly radiant young woman by his side. "Since I cannot be discharged, and I am unable to attend to business to pass the time, why not have Nanzhi stay and keep me company for a few days?" Without hesitation, Shen Nanzhi nodded. "I have taken a week off. I will stay and take care of you." When Shen Huayan had come abroad, she had been merely 13. Over these 7 years, he had been tirelessly managing 2 corporations while expanding his ventures in country, rarely having the opportunity to return home. Most of their communication had been through scheduled video calls. In recent months, as Shen Huayan devoted himself to the Jiming branch and Appo's affairs and time zone differences complicated matters, their interactions had become less frequent. Those who could become assistants were invariably astute and emotionally intelligent. Understanding that Shen Huayan and Miss Nanzhi had not seen each other in a long while, Fang Jing discreetly exited the hospital room without being prompted. Seated before the hospital bed, Shen Nanzhi began to peel an orange while conversing with Shen Huayan. As their conversation progressed, the topic unexpectedly shifted to the marriage alliance. I heard from Fang Jing that the Jiang family intends for you to wed Jiang Jinyan. Nanzhi, please be honest with me. Is this true? Shen Nanzhi paused, her hand stilling. She looked up at Shen Huayan, her voice softening as she nodded slowly. Chapter 31. I like him, have you agreed? Shen Huayan's gaze was dark and penetrating as he fixed his eyes on her. Before Shen Nanzhi could respond, he pressed on. Is it because of the recent crisis with the Shen family? Shen Nanzhi detected disapproval in his tone. Her movement slowed as she peeled the orange, carefully removing the last strand of white pith. She offered the fruit to her brother, attempting to divert the conversation. Brother, eat the orange. It and oppose. That's very sweet. Shen Huayan glanced at the orange in her hand, but did not take it. His deep, shadowy gaze returned to her, continuing the topic. If this is to express gratitude for the Jiang family and oppose, his assistance, Nanzhi, you need not barter your marriage for it. The Shen family is not solely represented by you. This favor can be repaid by me. You need not bear the burden. Shen Nanzhi's fingers tightened around the orange. Retrieving it, she hesitated under Shen Huayan's unwavering gaze, her lips quivering as she finally spoke. Brother, it's not gratitude. What? The engagement is my own choice. It involves no trade nor gratitude. Shen Huayan's brows knitted in confusion. An engagement is inherently a transaction of interests. If it is not a transaction, then why agree? Especially with someone like Jiang Jinyan. Shen Nanzhi understood that without a reasonable explanation, Shen Huayan would persist in questioning her. He could repay this favor, but the cost was too great. Over the years, Shen Huayan had tirelessly built the Jinming Group, largely to repay the Jiang family's support a decade ago. She, too, bore the Shen surname and was part of the family. She could not simply offload all responsibilities onto him, selfishly hiding behind him. Moreover, the engagement was her affair, a marriage pact that had long been agreed upon by their families. She could not recklessly act as though her whims dictated everything. I like Jinyan, brother. Shen Nanzhi clenched her palm, mustering the courage to present the most flawless reason. The engagement is my own choice, free from any other considerations. As her words filled the hospital room, an abrupt silence ensued. Shen Huayan's eyes darkened, resembling an unfathomable abyss, their depths too daunting to confront directly. Nanzhi, what are you saying? Shen Nanzhi dared not meet his gaze, lowering her eyes to the orange in her hand. However, her anxiety and guilt caused her to crush a segment of the fruit, juice spilling forth. You and Jiang Jinyan have never crossed paths. How can you claim to like him? Is it merely a fantasy? In Shen Nanzhi's memory, it was the first time Shen Huayan had spoken to her with such a tone of near interrogation. Even last year, when he subtly advised her against marrying Jiang Tingsu, his tone had been far less intense. Shen Nanzhi felt a surge of nervousness. Under his relentless questioning, her anxiety intensified, causing her to nearly drop the misshapen orange from her trembling hand. She gripped it tightly, but in doing so, the juice only pooled more on her fingers. The young woman, seated obediently before her brother in the hospital, averted her gaze from his penetrating stare and forced herself to calm down, reaching for a few tissues to wipe her hands. It's not that we have never met. Jinyan returned to the country before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and over these 10 years with the Jiang family, we have crossed paths occasionally. Shen Huayan fixed her with a bemused glare. Do you truly like him, Shen Nanzhi? If she had claimed to like Jiang Tingsu, he might have believed her to some extent, as they had spent years together, fostering feelings over time. But Jiang Jinyan was different. They had no history. He was aloof, and for years she had instinctively kept her distance from him. Now, she was asserting her affection for Jiang Jinyan. Shen Nanzhi refused to look at Shen Huayan, but resolutely declared that she liked Jiang Jinyan and was willing to accept the engagement between their families. Shen Nanzhi spent 4 days abroad. On the 5th morning, Jiang Jinyan sent her a WeChat message, instructing her to come for the marriage certificate the following Monday at 10. Shen Huayan had been discharged from the hospital on the 4th day, but business matters at the Jinming branch required his presence. Shen Nanzhi concocted an urgent school-related excuse and slipped back to the country, evading Shen Huayan's heavy gaze. Her previous leave had expired, and Shen Nanzhi extended it for another day before burying herself under soft blankets, falling into a chaotic slumber. The next morning, The alarm she had forgotten to turn off rang punctually. Shen Nanzhi's arm emerged from the covers to silence it. Remembering her leave, she clutched the blanket over her head, intending to sleep more. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, the phrase marriage certificate crashed into her mind. She jolted awake, almost springing from her bed. Rubbing her soft, flowing hair, she collected herself and reached for her phone, only to find Jiang Jinyan's message box empty. The most recent message was from 2 days ago, reminding her about today's appointment for the certificate. It was now 7:30, with over 2 hours until 10. She could have slept a little longer, but the thought of the marriage certificate consumed her. After washing up and hastily preparing some food, Shen Nanzhi sat on the couch, clutching the documents, lost in thought for a while. At 9:00 Appo's clock, a WeChat notification chimed. It was Jiang Jinyan. His message read, "Are you awake?" Shen Nanzhi replied in the input box, "Yes." Moments later, another 2 words appeared, "Come downstairs." Her gaze paused, instinctively rising to look out the window. Below the apartment, a sleek black extended Pullman stood quietly, its license plate a rare sequential number. The vehicle was an ultra-luxury limited edition, attracting the attention of passers-by. Not wanting to keep Jiang Jinyan waiting, Shen Nanzhi quickly grabbed her documents and phone, hurrying downstairs. Zhou Lin, acting as the driver, greeted her respectfully. The rear door of the Pullman opened automatically. As she stepped inside, her gaze fell upon Jiang Jinyan, seated upright on the leather chair, responding to emails on his tablet. She settled in her seat, and the door closed behind her. Jiang Jinyan glanced her way, momentarily pausing his work to place the tablet in the storage compartment. "Did you bring the documents?" She nodded obediently, confirming she had. In the presence of Jiang Jinyan, especially in the nearly enclosed environment with the elevated partitions, Shen Nanzhi instinctively straightened her posture, adhering to an impeccable seating position. Chapter 32. Obtaining the certificate, Zhou Lin drove with both steadiness and speed, and before long, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once inside, the process of obtaining the marriage certificate was even swifter. Shen Nanzhi followed Jiang Jinyan, and within a mere 10 minutes, a crimson marriage certificate was placed in her hands. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shen Nanzhi felt somewhat dazed. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself standing on the steps outside the bureau, clutching the red booklet. Zhou Lin emerged from behind after distributing the wedding candies, and upon reaching the steps, he presented her with a specially prepared packet of sweets, his face beaming with joy. "Miss Shen, wedding candies. I wish you and Mr. Jiang a lifetime of happiness and the blessing of children." Shen Nanzhi felt her lips twitch. Under Jiang Jinyan and Appo's watchful gaze, she stiffly pinched one candy from the packet, offering a compliment. "Assistant Zhou, you certainly bring a sense of ceremony to your work." Zhou Lin accepted the compliment with a smile, seamlessly rephrasing, "Since Madam and Mr. Jiang are only obtaining their marriage certificate once, it is only fitting to make it a memorable occasion." Shen Nanzhi managed a dry laugh. Back in the car, the partition rose once more, isolating the front from the back seats. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to the young couple who had just obtained their certificate behind them. They were clearly a pair of love-struck individuals, presumably engaging in emotional exchanges before their certificate was issued, devoid of any physical intimacy. As she held the warm marriage certificate, Shen Nanzhi chanced upon a sight. The young man was embracing the blushing girl, whispering softly about heading to the newlyweds' home to commence the first steps of their marriage after acquiring the certificate. In that moment, Shen Nanzhi found herself contemplating her own situation with Jiang Jinyan. Their marriage, devoid of the platonic ideal, would inevitably lead to cohabitation. Yet, how would that transpire? They were, after all, hardly acquainted. Zhou Lin and Appo's arrival with the wedding candies interrupted her train of thought. Once inside the vehicle, as the partition rose, the enclosed space seemed to heighten her earlier musings. Shen Nanzhi felt her spine stiffen, her palm growing clammy as she clutched the warm marriage certificate. In this secluded environment, she swallowed hard and softly addressed Jiang Jinyan. "Brother Jinyan, I have a class this afternoon, so I should head back." Nanzhi, he called her name, halting her unfinished sentence. Instinctively, she turned her head to look at him. Their gazes locked, and Shen Nanzhi pressed her lips together, her fingers tightening around the certificate. Just as she was about to avert her gaze, she heard him inquire, "Today is a family gathering. We're heading back to the ancestral home. Have you forgotten?" Shen Nanzhi froze momentarily. It dawned on her that today was the first day of the lunar month, indeed a day for family gatherings. Having spent the previous days in a heightened state of anxiety while staying with Shen Huayan abroad, she had forgotten this important occasion amidst the chaos of returning home and acquiring the certificate. Yet, the memory of her recent less-than-pleasant encounter with Jiang Jinyan lingered, making her instinctively avoid the trending news surrounding him and Su Wu. Over the past 2 years of Cold War, she and Jiang Jinyan had mutually agreed to avoid each other. Although the family gathering had ceased to be mandatory for the younger generation in recent years, Shen Nanzhi still felt apprehensive about encountering Jiang Jinyan, especially in the awkward and peculiar atmosphere of a shared meal. She clenched her fingers, reluctant to go. "Do I really have to attend?" she asked Jiang Jinyan. He took the creased marriage certificate from her hands and placed it in the compartment before responding. "Today also happens to be your birthday. Mother wishes to celebrate it with you personally." Shen Nanzhi fell silent. Jiang Jinyan glanced at the girl beside him, noticing her delicate brows slightly furrowed and her fingers tightly clasped. He moved his gaze to her downcast profile for a moment, then gently grasped her wrist. Shen Nanzhi's fingers stilled, her long lashes fluttering. What was she afraid of? She shook her head, refusing to meet his gaze, maintaining her position. "I'm not afraid of anything." She hesitated to voice her concerns, and Jiang Jinyan did not press her. He reassured her, "A few elders will be present. But just stick with me. There is nothing to fear." As the car pulled up to the ancestral home, Jiang and Appos, as parents and several uncles had already gathered. The atmosphere in the main villa was lively, filled with chatter. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Jinyan carried the 2 marriage certificates close to him, leading Shen Nanzhi into the hall. As soon as they entered, the guests conversing on the sofa rose to greet them, their smiles brightening as they acknowledged Jiang Jinyan. "Jinyan has returned. We haven't had a proper conversation in 2 years. It's a perfect opportunity to catch up during today's family gathering." Jiang Jinyan smiled slightly, engaging with the guests. After he took a seat, several relatives followed suit. Jiang's mother, who hadn't seen Shen Nanzhi in days, immediately beckoned her over. Jiang Jinyan, while conversing with the uncles, observed her walk towards his mother but did not intervene. Today's attendees were primarily elders, with few younger relatives present. As Shen Nanzhi sat beside Jiang's mother, engaging in conversation while surveying the hall, it was no surprise that Jiang Jinyan was absent. She felt a slight easing of her tension. The uncles and elders were primarily there to discuss business matters with Jiang Jinyan, who had returned after 2 years to oversee Tianqing Group and the headquarters of E.R. The family gathering provided the perfect backdrop for such discussions. The absence of younger relatives, likely due to it being their first family gathering, allowed Shen Nanzhi to relax. She indulged in fruit and drinks while chatting with Jiang's mother until it was time to eat. Once lunch concluded, the family gathering approached its end. The servants began to set the dishes on the large round table in the main hall, and as Shen Nanzhi followed Jiang's mother to the table, a tall figure entered from outside. "Apologies for my tardiness," came a familiar voice that sent a jolt through Shen Nanzhi. Turning around, she locked eyes with Jiang Jinyan, who had just entered the hall. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she quickly averted her gaze. The trending news surrounding Jiang Jinyan had not been retracted. After days of speculation, the entertainment circle had erupted with rumors, and even the upper echelons were abuzz with discussions about whether the second son of the Jiang family was seriously considering marrying the budding starlet. Jiang's mother held no bias against professions. However, her dislike for Su Wu was palpable. Having spent a lifetime in the social circles of affluent women, she could easily discern the ulterior motives behind such personalities. Unfortunately, her younger son was stubborn, intent on associating with someone of questionable character. Though Jiang's mother wore a composed expression, the tension was evident. With so many people present, she restrained her irritation and did not lash out. The uncles had come primarily to reconnect with Jiang Jinyan and discuss business matters. With the familial bonds strengthened and business discussions concluded, The atmosphere at the dining table remained amicable. However, throughout the meal, Shen Nanzhi, seated beside Jiang Jinyan, kept her gaze averted from him. As the dinner drew to a close, an uncle casually brought up the topic of the Jiang and Shen families' union. The lively chatter at the dining table momentarily faltered upon the utterance of those words. Uncle Jiang, quick to react, discreetly nudged his inebriated fourth brother, whose thoughtless remarks had escaped his lips. In recent days, the relentless barrage of trending topics had reached even those of their generation, who seldom ventured into the realm of social media. To mention the betrothal between Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi at such a moment was nothing short of publicly embarrassing the Shen family. Uncle Jiang of the fourth branch realized his blunder and was about to defuse the situation with a light-hearted remark when he noticed Jiang Jinyan setting down his wine glass, adopting a calm and measured tone as he spoke first. Chapter 33: How Swift the Pace of Events. Congratulations to my elder brother and my sister-in-law. The two families have entered into a normal union, and Nanzhi and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. At these words, the tipsy fourth uncle jolted back to sobriety. Instinctively, he glanced at the unusually quiet Jiang Jinyan sitting opposite him. The news of the young girl from the Shen family unexpectedly marrying Jiang Jinyan left everyone momentarily stunned. The entire hall fell into silence. Even Jiang's father and mother appeared taken aback. It seemed hardly a month had passed since their eldest son proposed to Nanzhi, and they had initially deemed their younger son's actions to be foolish. Now, observing the astonishing speed at which their proud eldest son had secured a marriage certificate, they found it equally absurd, as if they believed that procrastination would lead to losing the bride. A momentary hush enveloped the dining table, swiftly shattered by Jiang Jinyan's half-smiling, half-serious congratulatory remark. How swift the pace. Congratulations to my elder brother and my sister-in-law. His gaze was dark and unfathomable, piercing into Shen Nanzhi across the table, where fierce intensity lurked beneath a veneer of suppressed calm. Unbeknownst to others, his fingers tightened around the wine glass, draining it of color. Shen Nanzhi clenched her fingertips, choosing to ignore the mockery embedded in Jiang Jinyan's final words. The atmosphere at the table regained its warmth, yet the uncles were collectively astonished by this unexpected switch in marital partners. For years, the Jiang family had favored a union between Jiang Jinyan and the Shen family. Who could have anticipated that it would ultimately be the eldest son, Jiang Jinyan, who would assume the engagement? Uncle San was the first to regain his composure, smiling at Shen Nanzhi, who sat beside Jiang Jinyan. I recall today marks Nanzhi's birthday, does it not? A double celebration indeed. Uncle San had prepared a birthday gift for her, and come morning, he would arrange for a wedding gift to be sent as well. The other uncles soon followed suit, extending their congratulations. When is the wedding scheduled? Fourth uncle inquired. Have you decided yet? Jiang Jinyan leaned back in his chair, glancing at Shen Nanzhi. There is no rush for the wedding. Nanzhi is still young, and her studies are demanding. We can discuss it after the new year. This topic did not linger long. After all, for years, everyone had tacitly accepted that Jiang Jinyan would marry into the Shen family. The sudden announcement of Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Jinyan's marriage certificate startled the sharp-witted uncles, who feared that dwelling too long on it might lead to inappropriate discussions. The conversation swiftly shifted. The market value of Guangying media had been on the rise recently. Jinyan, arriving so late today, were you occupied with company matters? Uncle San remarked with satisfaction, only to be interrupted by Jiang Jinyan, who had suddenly set down his wine glass and casually toyed with a Tiffany black lacquer lighter. Uncle San was about to extol, our Jiang family's descendants truly have an entrepreneurial spirit, when Jiang Jinyan interjected, Uncle, please forgive me. I am pursuing a girlfriend. It is my first encounter with someone I admire, and I am trying to win her affection. Shen Nanzhi kept her gaze lowered, fiddling with the spoon as she stirred the exquisite pastries before her. Jiang Jinyan appeared indifferent, as if listening yet not wholly engaged. The earlier announcement of their marriage certificate mingled with Jiang Jinyan and Appo's casual mention of a girlfriend left the uncles momentarily at a loss for words. Before anyone could respond, Jiang's mother coldly inquired, that little starlet? In such a setting, Jiang's mother was reluctant to mention unpleasant individuals, but Jiang Tingsu's behavior had become intolerable. He had already stirred up a storm outside, and now he dared to bring up that little starlet at a family gathering. If she did not intervene now, he might very well bring her home tomorrow. Jiang Tingsu, do not blame your mother for not warning you in advance. Our Jiang family does not welcome just anyone. Jiang Tingsu and Appo's eyes glimmered with derision. So, it is only through unions that one is deemed worthy? He cast a glance at the demure Shen Nanzhi seated beside his brother, her presence almost negligible. Beneath his carefully restrained emotions, a surge of anger simmered as the word marriage certificate echoed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. I have finally taken a liking to a girl, and yet I find myself at the mercy of others. Am I truly in the wrong? Zhou Lin sent a few work-related emails. Noticing Shen Nanzhi's apprehension throughout the meal, Jiang Jinyan led her upstairs as the gathering drew to a close. Are you full? He asked upon reaching the second floor. Shen Nanzhi nodded, indicating her satisfaction. There are some matters at the company that require my attention. But won't tea take long? Go ahead, Brother Jinyan, Shen Nanzhi replied nonchalantly. Upon reaching the third floor, she instinctively headed toward her room. However, after just a couple of steps, Jiang Jinyan called out to her. Nanzhi, come with me to the study. Shen Nanzhi halted, turning to face Jiang Jinyan. Me? She instinctively declined. I would only disturb your work. I'll wait in my room. Jiang Jinyan interrupted her with a single statement. Nanzhi, although we have obtained our certificate, we're still not familiar with one another. We need more time to get to know each other. Don't you agree? Does she agree? She felt there was no need to rush. Perhaps she still needed time to adjust to her new identity as a married woman. Yet, under Jiang Jinyan's dark, penetrating gaze, she lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. Suppressing her internal struggle, Shen Nanzhi found herself nodding in acquiescence before she could stop herself. Suddenly, an idea struck her. With her eyes sparkling with clarity, she sought to align with Jiang Jinyan and Appo's suggestion while subtly expressing her reservations. I believe you are right, Brother Jinyan. We are indeed not very familiar with each other and should spend more time nurturing our feelings. Jiang Jinyan stood at the staircase, observing her as she prepared to refuse. As her words ended, Shen Nanzhi shot him a quick glance before continuing. However, I left my phone downstairs. I will need to go retrieve it. Coming and going from the study might disrupt your work. Perhaps we can focus on cultivating our relationship another time. Before she could finish, Jiang Jinyan retrieved his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he quietly instructed, Uncle Li, please bring Nanzhi's phone up. Shen Nanzhi was taken aback. Is there anything else you require? She swallowed the latter half of her question. Jiang Jinyan, having hung up, turned to her. Then come with me to the study. Chapter 34. The gift for marriage certificate. Shen Nanzhi was somewhat perplexed as to why Jiang Jinyan insisted she remain in his study. His study was located on the third floor, just like her room. Did it truly matter where she spent her time? Jiang Jinyan and Appo's study was spacious, comparable in size to the CEO's office at the Tianqing headquarters, adorned in a minimalist, cool-toned aesthetic. After a brief survey of the room, she obediently lowered her gaze and began to scroll through videos on the phone that Uncle Li had just delivered. Jiang Jinyan opened his laptop to respond to emails. In the intervals of typing, he glanced towards the sofa in front of him. Shen Nanzhi was seated at one corner, silently watching videos with her phone on mute. Time passed as Jiang Jinyan diligently worked, and Shen Nanzhi watched the time on her phone shift from 2:03 to 2:25. The tension in her waist began to turn into a dull ache. She diverted her gaze from the screen and, noticing that Jiang Jinyan was entirely engrossed in his computer, gradually turned away from him, shifting her posture for comfort. She leaned back, resting her chin on her arm while continuing to scroll through her phone. Although Jiang Jinyan was preoccupied with emails, his attention was occasionally drawn toward her. Once she turned her back, he allowed his gaze to linger on her for a moment before picking up his phone and instructing the servant to bring in some beverages. Unaware of Jiang Jinyan's command, Shen Nanzhi was jolted back to reality when the servant knocked at the door, presenting her with several of her favorite drinks. This afternoon, with no classes to attend, Gu Qinghe, mindful of her best friend and Appo's birthday, began messaging her on WeChat. Little seedling, baby, Are you at the apartment? I'm coming over to celebrate your birthday. Shen Nanzhi took a sip of juice, opened the incoming message, and replied, Gigi, at the old residence. No sooner had she sent the message than the other side indicated typing, followed by a flurry of messages. Little seedling. Old residence. Excited face. Little seedling. I heard from my brother that today is the Jiang family's family banquet. Jiang Jinyan just returned from abroad. He should definitely attend. Little seedling. Are you two together? Excited JPG. As Shen Nanzhi read through the incoming messages, she began to type a response. However, another message popped up, filled with playful teasing. Little seedling. Baby, you know I'm not important. We see each other every day, but it's rare for you to meet with President Jiang. Focus on nurturing your relationship with your future husband and secure that long-term ticket to happiness. I'll come over tomorrow to celebrate for you. Having sent that, the eager young lady quickly exited the conversation. Little seedling, that's it, don't reply. Time is precious. Gigi, darling, hurry and attend to your lifelong matters. Mua, Shen Nanzhi couldn't help but feel bemused. It was the first time she had seen the phrase time is money used in such a manner. At 3 o'clock, just as Shen Nanzhi's position had become almost unbearable, Jiang Jinyan finally wrapped up his work. Descending from the third floor into the hall, he found that several of the relatives had already left, and Jiang Tingsu was absent as well. In the hall, only Jiang's parents remained, seated on the sofa, fiddling with their phones and tablets. Upon seeing them, Jiang's mother beamed and waved at Shen Nanzhi. Gigi, come here. Just for a minute, sit with me and chat. Shen Nanzhi moved over, her curiosity piqued by Jiang's mother's mention of a minute. Andy, what's this minute for? With a smile, Jiang's mother replied, You'll know when you get here, just a moment. Li, the butler, entered with a tray of juice. Just then, Jiang's mother recalled that before Jiang Tingsa departed, he had knocked on her door for quite a while. Before she could voice this, Jiang Jinyan, who had been lingering a few steps behind, cast a heavy glance in their direction. Li, Jiang Jinyan said, his tone cold. Li the butler paused mid-sentence, instinctively looking towards Jiang Jinyan. The man was dressed in a suit, his jacket having been discarded during the family feast. His long fingers casually rolled up his shirt sleeves as he walked past toward the sofa. Have some fruit washed and sent up, Jiang Jinyan instructed. Li the butler was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that since Miss Shun had already received her marriage certificate with Jiang Jinyan, reporting Jiang Shao and Appo's departure from the family banquet seemed inappropriate. Realizing the implications of Jiang Jinyan and Appo's earlier gaze, a cold sweat broke out on Li and Appo's forehead. He hurriedly complied, exiting the hall to arrange for the fruit platter to be brought in. Shen Nanzhi remained oblivious to the developments concerning Jiang Jinyan. Her attention was solely focused on Jiang's parents. Just as she was about to inquire about the purpose of the minute, a line of impeccably uniformed luxury saleswomen entered the hall, each carrying trays adorned with jewelry, forming an elegant line in front of the seating area. Shen Nanzhi's eyes widened in surprise. Annie, what is all this? These are your gifts for the marriage certificate, Gigi. Take a look and see if you like them. Gifts for the marriage certificate? Shen Nanzhi glanced towards Jiang Jinyan, who was casually reclining on the sofa with a cup in hand, his legs crossed comfortably. Noticing her gaze, he quietly remarked, It's just our parents' goodwill. Jiang's mother's voice chimed in, urging Shen Nanzhi to examine the exquisite offerings. Each piece of high-end jewelry was covered in red cloth, which the saleswomen lifted, presenting the dazzling treasures at a 45-degree angle for easy viewing. Having been raised in the Shun family, accustomed to luxury brands, Shen Nanzhi could tell at a glance that each item was worth at least 8 figures. There were at least 20 to 30 pieces lined up, stretching from the sofa to the hall entrance. While she understood Jiang's parents were generous, the sheer extravagance of the gifts left her momentarily speechless. For Jiang's parents, this display of wealth was hardly significant. To them, it was essential to ensure their daughter-in-law felt cherished. Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi had hastily acquired their marriage certificate, and if Jiang's mother hadn't heard about it during the family banquet, she would have been completely unaware. Having obtained the marriage certificate, it was customary for in-laws to present a gift. However, time constraints had prevented them from adequately preparing for the occasion. Hence, They had urgently sourced the most exquisite styles that a young lady would appreciate from the luxury boutiques in Huaihai City. Though these gifts appeared lavish, Jiang's mother was not entirely satisfied. Being the first day since their marriage certificate was issued, she felt compelled to offer something substantial, even if she had to settle for these items for the time being. She planned to scour both domestic and international auctions starting tomorrow to procure valuable and meaningful gifts for her daughter-in-law. Additionally, she intended to sift through her collection of treasured items in her storage room to see if anything might appeal to the young lady. As Jiang's mother pondered how to adequately honor the daughter-in-law she had long awaited, Shen Nanzhi gazed at the dazzling array of luxury items, her lips twitching. "Auntie, I really don't need these. How can you say that?" Jiang's mother interjected, her expression warm and affectionate. "Take them upstairs. They're from your mother-in-law." "Also," she continued, her smile growing even more tender, "I assent it time for you to change how you address me." Both Jiang Jinyan and Jiang Feng, who had been observing the scene with amusement, turned their gazes towards her. Shen Nanzhi felt her fingers tense slightly. Upon calling out Dad, Mom towards Jiang's father and mother, Jiang's mother, pleased by this address, stood up and accompanied Shen Nanzhi outside. Although the gifts for the certificate of marriage had been received, there remained the celebration for our Ji's 20th birthday. Mother had organized an intimate birthday party in the reception hall of the villa adjacent to the main house, which was set to unfold joyfully this afternoon. Preparations for the birthday celebration had commenced early that morning, but due to a family banquet scheduled for the morning, the festivities could only commence in the afternoon. The birthday celebration arranged by Jiang's mother was primarily intended for Shen Nanzhi's enjoyment, with guests predominantly consisting of her peers from the industry, rather than the influential elites driven by power and personal gain. Regrettably, just as Gu Qinghe received the news and was about to depart, she was urgently summoned back by her father and could not attend any longer. As the revelry subsided, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 35. Do you mind? After dinner, at 8:30, Shen Nanzhi received a call from Shen Huayan. As she gazed at the screen, where his name flickered urgently, the guilt of having deceitfully returned to the country under his watchful gaze 2 days prior resurfaced in her heart. Clutching her phone, she stepped outside and pressed the answer button beside the begonia flowers. To her surprise, he exhibited remarkable patience. He had not hung up despite the long silence. As soon as she connected, his subdued voice came through the receiver. "Nanzhi, what are you doing?" Shen Nanzhi lowered her gaze, kicking at the gravel beneath the begonia flower bed, and replied honestly, "Celebrating a birthday." On the other end, his breath deepened, and before she could elaborate, a cold, almost accusatory voice interrupted. "Celebrating a birthday? Is that how you transform from unmarried to married?" "Shen Nanzhi, what kind of birthday are you having?" Shen Nanzhi's eyes widened in surprise. His query amplified the guilt she had felt when slipping away from him 2 days ago. She tightened her grip on the phone, her instinct for self-preservation prompting her to deny it. "What do you mean, unmarried to married?" Struggling to breathe, she glanced at the time on her phone, then attempted to gauge the time across the ocean for Shen Huayan. "Brother, shouldn't you? You think that because I'm not in the country, I cannot access your marriage registration information?" Shen Huayan interrupted, his suppressed fury barely containing itself. Shen Nanzhi fell silent. "You hurried back here just to get a marriage certificate?" His disapproval of her union with Jiang Jinyan surpassed even his earlier discontent with her relationship with Jiang Tengsu. "I ask you, after spending these days with Jiang Jinyan, do you truly know him? He has spent nearly a decade abroad, and you are utterly unaware of his experiences. In Huaihai, the power he wields within the Jiang family is unparalleled. If you impulsively marry him and later regret it, do you believe you can easily walk away?" Shen Nanzhi halted her kicking. Through the tall windows adjacent to the begonia, she lifted her gaze towards the brightly lit hall. Perhaps by coincidence, her glance met Jiang Jinyan's, who happened to turn his head in her direction. Shen Nanzhi's eyes flickered momentarily before she lowered them again, continuing to kick at the small stones beside the flower bed. Although her marriage to Jiang Jinyan could be considered a familial alliance, she found herself at a disadvantage, especially since this union was based on Shen's family's appeal to the Jiang family. In such circumstances, She felt unqualified to broach the subject of divorce unless one day the Shen family shares eclipsed the Jiang families, bringing undeniable benefits to the Tianxin group, which would then afford her the right to dissolve the marriage. Shen Huayin chastised her for the absurdity of marrying so hastily. On the very first day of the legal marriage age, Shen Nanzhi dared not retort, silently enduring his reprimand until he could no longer bring himself to continue. In a few days after I finish dealing with the Jinming branch, I will return to the country. Shen Nanzhi, we shall discuss everything in person. After being scolded, she had kicked a small pit into the decorative stones at the base of the begonia. Listening to his directives, she rubbed her ears, feeling stifled, until the call ended. Staring at the pit she had created, Shen Nanzhi clutched her phone tightly and, before turning back, delivered one last kick. Mrs. Jiang wanted Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi to stay overnight. Upon entering, Shen Nanzhi found Mrs. Jiang discussing the matter with Jiang Jinyan. As she stepped in, Mrs. Jiang turned her gaze towards her. Have you finished your call? It's getting late. It would be inconvenient to travel back and forth. My suggestion is that you both stay overnight and return tomorrow. What do you think? Hearing this, Shen Nanzhi discreetly glanced at Jiang Jinyan, who was also looking at her. Under the warm light, his expression softened, as if he awaited her response. If she agreed to stay, they would remain. For Shen Nanzhi, it made little difference where she stayed that night. Jiang Tingsu had not returned all afternoon, and likely would not return that evening either. Before she could finish her thought, the familiar sound of a supercar braking echoed from the courtyard. Shen Nanzhi's expression froze, instantly retracting her earlier inclination. Jiang Jinyan glanced at her and set down his cup. He spoke first. Mother, I have matters to attend to at the company tomorrow. Yushan Mansion is closer to the Tianxin headquarters, so Nanzhi and I will not stay tonight. Though Mrs. Jiang felt a twinge of regret. She was understanding and did not insist that her son and daughter-in-law stay at the old residence. Recognizing the late hour, she quickly acquiesced to their departure. Shen Nanzhi followed Jiang Jinyan outside. In the vicinity of the courtyard fountain, they encountered Jiang Tingsu returning. The courtyard was illuminated by countless lights, interweaving and casting away the darkness of the night, leaving only the gentle autumn breeze to flow through. So late, aren't you staying at the old residence? Jiang Tingsu inquired. Jiang Jinyan replied calmly, nodding slightly. There are matters at the company in the morning. It is more convenient to return to Yushan Mansion tonight. Upon hearing Yushan Mansion, a shadow crossed Jiang Tingsu's eyes, although his smile remained thin. His gaze silently shifted to Shen Nanzhi, who walked beside Jiang Jinyan, never once looking up at him. I have something I wish to discuss with Nanzhi. Do you mind? Chapter 36. Never been kissed? Shen Nanzhi was reluctant to further entangle herself with Jiang Tingsu, especially in the presence of Jiang Jinyan. There was little left to say between them. Conversing could easily lead to cold words. The remnants of their past affection were scarce, rendering unnecessary any unwarranted exhaustion. The best way to coexist now was to refrain from meeting or speaking. Yet, Jiang Tingsu did not seem to share this sentiment. Upon hearing his blatant inquiry, Shen Nanzhi furrowed her brow in silence. Jiang Jinyan glanced over, his deep gaze resting upon her. As Shen Nanzhi looked up to refuse, he preemptively declined for her. It's too late today. My wife and I have other plans. We can discuss matters later. The black car sped through the dazzling neon-lit streets of the city, and the encounter with Jiang Tingsu quickly faded from Shen Nanzhi's mind. As she gazed out at the fleeting neon lights and the vehicles weaving through the misty night, the question that had been swirling in her thoughts since their marriage registration resurfaced, occupying her entire mind. In the bustling old residence filled with servants, the atmosphere was lively, yet it felt rather subdued at night. Now, sitting alone with Jiang Jinyan in the back seat and observing the pitch-black sky outside, the reality of the night suddenly crystallized. Shen Nanzhi was unprepared for her new role as a wife, having hastily obtained a marriage certificate, and she was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Her mind was in a whirl, with the overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity gnawing at her thoughts. The backseat was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Apart from the sporadic honks from outside, the only sound was the rustling of paper as Jiang Jinyan signed documents. These days were crucial for the merger of Tianqing Group and our headquarters, resulting in an abundance of paperwork. Seizing the moment while on the road, Jiang Jinyan completed the final document and glanced sideways at the girl beside him. She was seated as rigidly as before, instinctively pressing against the car door, her posture straight as if he might reprimand her at any moment. However, unlike previous occasions, she had been frowning since she entered the car, as if burdened with heavy thoughts. Jiang Jinyan closed the file and set it aside, asking, "Are you troubled?" The silence within the car was palpable, and his sudden voice startled Shen Nanzhi. Coming back to her senses, she processed his question and then shook her head, denying it. Jiang Jinyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Her demeanor had remained unchanged from the family banquet at noon to the birthday celebration in the afternoon, and even during dinner at the old residence that evening. The only notable shift was her silence after encountering Jiang Tingsu on the way back. Jiang Jinyan's expression darkened slightly, but he maintained his composure. "Has meeting Tingsu affected you so profoundly?" The phrase marital duties pricked at Shen Nanzhi's delicate nerves, and as they approached Yushan Mansion, her tension escalated. The closer they got, the more anxious she felt, to the point where she contemplated searching online for methods to alleviate her anxiety. Before she could unlock her phone, Jiang Jinyan's question caught her off guard. She pondered his words for a moment, unable to understand how they related to Jiang Tingsu, but she once again shook her head, truthfully responding that she felt nothing. Jiang Jinyan scrutinized her for a while, uncertain whether he believed her answer, and simply stated, "If meeting Tingsu makes you uncomfortable, we shall endeavor to avoid the old residence in the future." Shen Nanzhi accepted this arrangement without hesitation, as she had intended to limit her encounters with Jiang Tingsu. The driver navigated expertly, and soon enough, the car came to a steady halt outside Yushan Mansion. The driver, Xiao Zhang, approached to open the door. "Mr. Jiang, Madam, we've arrived." Shen Nanzhi exited the vehicle, following Jiang Jinyan inside. Just like her previous visit, Yushan Mansion was devoid of servants. However, the thought of what was to come filled Shen Nanzhi with trepidation, and each step up the stairs alongside Jiang Jinyan felt disproportionately heavy. Upon reaching the third floor, Shen Nanzhi summoned her courage and asked, "Jinyan, where will I sleep?" Jiang Jinyan chuckled softly as he ascended the final step, casting his gaze down upon her. "On our wedding night, aside from the master bedroom, where else would you wish to sleep?" Shen Nanzhi, already anxious, felt her heart race under his intense stare. She bit her lip and turned away, attempting to evade his deep gaze, but before she could move, he grasped her wrist. The heat of his touch seared her skin, igniting a burning sensation. Shen Nanzhi's fingertips trembled, and he remarked, "It's nearly 9:30, Gigi." Shen Nanzhi could not recall how she traversed the distance from the staircase to the bedroom, only realizing that the door had closed behind them when she regained her senses. Shadows loomed above her, and the heat of his grasp around her waist was both overwhelming and commanding, filling her lungs with a mingling scent of cool wood and an undeniable intensity. Her body tensed, instinctively wanting to retreat, but her back pressed firmly against the bedroom door, leaving no space to withdraw. Shen Nanzhi's heart raced at an unprecedented speed, yet her awareness sharpened, heightened by the electrifying sensation of their lips meeting, an intimacy that felt as though it had seared into her very bones. Jiang Jinyan observed her reaction, noting how her body was taut, her eyes tightly shut, yet her lashes quivered like a butterfly flailing in water. His gaze darkened, and with a commanding grip on the back of her head, he compelled her to tilt her face upwards, parting her closed lips to delve deeper into what was now his private domain. As their lips connected in a passionate kiss, Shen Nanzhi and Appo's hearts stuttered, the invasion of her personal space eliciting an involuntary response from her, prompting her to bite down, and a moment later, the metallic taste of blood mingled with the heated air. The kiss was abruptly interrupted. Shen Nanzhi opened her eyes to see a bead of blood forming at the corner of Jiang Jinyan's lip, her gaze filled with trepidation. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." He paid no heed to the wound on his lip. Instead, he gently rubbed her soft, crimson lips with his thumb, his voice imbued with a low, magnetic timbre. "Never been kissed?" Chapter 37. Wedding night, Shen Nanzhi felt a knot of anxiety in her throat as she swallowed hard. She refrained from answering the question posed to her, but Jiang Jinyan had already gleaned the answer from her reaction. He gently pressed his knuckles against the corner of her lips, as if to soothe her nervousness, urging her not to feel apprehensive and to try once more. Shen Nanzhi blinked, and as soon as he finished speaking, his kiss descended upon her once again. It was as intoxicating and penetrating as before, sending tremors deep within her. The unfamiliar sensation left her feeling disoriented, yet this time, she dared not bite down. She surrendered herself to his kisses, which continued until the exquisite tingling transformed into a sharp ache of her lips and tongue, at which point he finally released her. It felt as though the air had been entirely siphoned from her lungs. Once she regained her breath, she instinctively inhaled deeply, her lips tingling with a fiery heat. The same scorching sensation radiated from her earlobes. While she could not see her own earlobes, the intense warmth suggested they were likely flushed. Shen Nanzhi wished to conceal her embarrassment from him, lowering her head under his penetrating gaze. However, just as she inclined her chin, a cool fingertip grasped her heated earlobe. The contrast in temperature sent a shiver through her, causing her eyelids to flutter with surprise. She froze in place, hearing him command from above, "Go take a shower. Will you wash by yourself, or shall we wash together?" "I'll wash by myself," she declared without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Jinyan did not insist on the matter. Upon hearing her response, he released her, his fingers gently slipping away from her earlobe. "You stay in the master bedroom, and I shall go to another room," he said. Shen Nanzhi responded dully, and it was only when the door clicked shut that the tension in her chest finally eased. The heat in her earlobes and eyelids lingered. She lifted her hand to rub them vigorously before ambling toward the bathroom. Though her movements were slow, eventually she emerged from the shower. Jiang Jinyan was in the hallway, speaking on the phone with Zhou Lin. As she surveyed the empty room, her heart, which had been racing like a motor since she entered the bathroom, began to calm. Glancing down at the thin silk camisole draped over her, Shen Nanzhi pressed her lips together. She sought something more substantial to wear. Yet all the garments in Jiang Jinyan's wardrobe were delicate silk pieces like the one she currently wore. Standing by the bed and gazing at the cold-themed room that resembled the one from her previous drunken night, she suddenly remembered something and turned to peek through the slightly ajar bedroom door. Then, she quickly strode toward the entrance. However, as soon as she pulled the door open, she collided directly into a firm embrace. Jiang Jinyan swiftly encircled her waist, looking down at the girl who had rushed into his arms. Acutely aware that the moment he held her, her previously soft form had stiffened. He did not let go, maintaining his hold. "Where are you off to?" he inquired. Earlier, while he was on the phone in the hallway, the bedroom door had not been securely closed, leaving a significant gap. As she exited the bathroom, he had caught sight of her. After ending his call with Zhou Lin, he entered only to see her rushing outside. Shen Nanzhi rubbed her aching forehead, attempting to extricate herself from his grasp, but he refused to release her, leaving her no room to retreat. Resigned, she decided to conserve her energy and simply stated, "I want to find a thicker nightgown." Jiang Jinyan's gaze drifted down to her. The thin silk camisole was cool and soft against her porcelain skin, the hem reaching her knees, and while it was not particularly revealing, it accentuated her figure exquisitely. The weather was not yet cold, and wearing something thicker would be uncomfortable. He gently cupped her chin, tilting her face upward, and gazed into her bewildered eyes, asking, "Is there anything else besides looking for clothes?" Under his intense scrutiny, Shen Nanzhi felt compelled to be truthful, her lips moving faster than her mind. She shook her head no. "Then let's go to bed," he suggested. The bedspread was a deep hue, casting a cool atmosphere in stark contrast to her own bedroom style, amplifying the sense of being in an unfamiliar space. Shen Nanzhi's thoughts were a whirlwind, still dazed from his kiss. But as his palm slid down to her abdomen, the heat of his hand jolted her into clarity. "Wait." She suddenly opened her eyes, her delicate fingers gripping his wrist tightly, her gaze glistening with unshed tears, reminiscent of a vulnerable creature on the brink of being harmed. Her already swollen, red lips bore the marks of her teeth, and she clung to his wrist, her voice trembling with a hint of a whimper. "I just turned 20 and haven't graduated yet. I cannot become pregnant." Jiang Jinyan's gaze deepened, darkening even further as he met her unwavering stare. Releasing her waist, he lightly patted her lower back, his voice soft and soothing like a gentle stream flowing into her ears. There are supplies by the bedside. Reach for them. Shen Nanzhi hesitated, taken aback. Yet, under his urgent gaze, she tentatively reached upwards. Soon, her fingers brushed against a distinctly shaped box. Jiang Jinyan extracted one and placed it in her hand. The harsh overhead light was extinguished, leaving the room bathed in the soft, warm glow of wall sconces that illuminated without blinding. The exquisite silk camisole she wore soon became crumpled and bunched at her waist as Jiang Jinyan's strong arms enveloped her, the atmosphere thickening as if suspended in time. Uncertain how much time had passed, Shen Nanzhi's grip tightened around her fingers, her delicate brows knitting together in distress. Tears filled her eyes as a pain unlike any she had ever known surged through her, evoking an instinctive desire to bite. She opened her mouth, poised to sink her teeth into the shoulder before her, but at the last moment, her muddled mind registered that this was Jiang Jinyan, and she dared not bite him. Instead, Shen Nanzhi sealed her lips shut. Her mind raced as she instinctively recoiled, attempting to distance herself from him, yet barely having moved a couple of centimeters. A scorching hand pressed firmly against her lower back, pushing her back into his embrace. Simultaneously, another hand cradled the back of her head, guiding her against his shoulder. Under his commanding force, her lips met the hardness of his skin, and as another wave of pain coursed through her, tears streamed down her face. She heard his deep, husky voice enveloping her in a comforting murmur, "Just bite if you wish." When she awakened the following morning, daylight had already graced the world. Shen Nanzhi felt sore all over, burrowing herself deeper into the covers, reluctant to emerge. It was only when the wardrobe door swung open, revealing Jiang Jinyan and Appo's voice that she begrudgingly sat up, wincing at the strain in her back. Jiang Jinyan deftly tied his tie as he regarded the sight of her curled up in the center of the bed, her face barely peeking out from the blankets. "Do you need me to call a family doctor?" The memories of the previous night replayed vividly in her mind, and Shen Nanzhi quickly averted her gaze, sinking further into the bedding, desperately trying to banish the heated images from her thoughts. "No, that won't be necessary." Jiang Jinyan returned to the wardrobe, selecting a haute couture dress from his collection and approaching the bed to hand it to the girl who had cocooned herself in the blankets. "Everything you need has been sent to the Yushan mansion, from sleepwear to the latest haute couture, along with all toiletries and daily necessities. From today onward, you shall reside here." Shen Nanzhi was momentarily taken aback by his address of Madam and was still processing the implication of his words when he added, "Move in." "Live here?" Jiang Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly, stating, "I have no intention of living apart right after our wedding." "Do you?" Chapter 38. I did not intend to separate right after marriage. The eldest daughter of the Shen family, who was inherently timid towards him, averted her gaze and shook her head gently. "No." Jiang Jinyan ruffled her hair, extracting her from the comfort of the blanket and presenting her with clothes to wear. "Breakfast has been prepared. Once you freshen up, we shall dine. I have also arranged for your day off. If you wish to explore the school, feel free to do so, but if you prefer to rest at home, that is perfectly fine as well. Furthermore, I will be traveling to Lin City for business, and I expect to return in approximately 2 days. During this period, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me, or you may directly instruct the housekeeper and my assistant. They will do everything in their power to fulfill your requests." Shen Nanzhi barely registered his prior instructions, skimming over them. However, when he mentioned his business trip, her eyes flickered momentarily. After composing her thoughts, she inquired indirectly, "Will I be staying here while you are away?" Jiang Jinyan paused momentarily in the act of zipping her jacket, casting his gaze down upon the girl who was looking up at him. What was she about to say? Shen Nanzhi's eyes darted away, her lips quivering as she attempted to maintain a casual tone. "My apartment is closer to the school, which is more convenient." He released his grip on her clothing, yet his arm remained propped beside her. "Nanzhi, this place is not far from your school either." Shen Nanzhi fell silent, attempting to maneuver past him to get out of bed. Just as she bent her leg, he grasped her wrist, as the warmth of his touch enveloped her. She heard him say, For these 2 days, you may stay wherever you wish. It is entirely up to you. Shen Nanzhi's eyes brightened slightly. Itchy had yet to speak. He continued, however, remember to return after 2 days. Nanzhi, I did not intend for us to live apart right after our marriage. Your apartment is a single occupancy. It would be rather cramped for us both. If you truly dislike Yushan Mansion, I can have Zhou Lin arrange for a villa across from your school. Zhou Lin and the team of secretaries were already waiting outside. After Shen Nanzhi finished her breakfast, Jiang Jinyan departed from Yushan Mansion. The housekeeper and the servants had all been summoned back. Once Jiang Jinyan left, the kindly housekeeper, Uncle Pang, approached Shen Nanzhi and inquired about her upcoming plans, having prepared in advance. Shen Nanzhi held a glass of juice, contemplated for a moment, and then declined. There is no need to bother, Uncle Pang. I will return to school shortly. Uncle Pang expressed surprise. The sir mentioned he had already arranged a leave for you. Do you still wish to go to school? Shen Nanzhi replied casually. I feel bored at home and want to chat with Qinghe. Uncle Pang smiled and responded. Shall I arrange for lunch and dinner for you? Not necessary, Shen Nanzhi replied. I will come back in 2 days. Uncle Pang nodded. Then I shall prepare a car to take you back to school. Shen Nanzhi did not head directly to school. Feeling unwell and slightly pained, she thought it unwise to return to school, where Gu Qinghe would undoubtedly tease her mercilessly. Instead, she instructed the driver to take her to her apartment, where she collapsed onto the soft, comfortable bed and slept for nearly a whole day. In the evening, she arranged to meet Gu Qinghe at a nearby CAF. Since Shen Nanzhi had traveled abroad to see Shen Huaiyan, they had not met for several days. Upon entering their usual CAF, Gu Qinghe rushed straight to the window-side booth and flung herself onto Shen Nanzhi. I missed you so much, Zizi. Come give me a hug. The force of her friend's embrace was neither gentle nor mild, and Shen Nanzhi felt fortunate to have arrived early and been seated. Otherwise, with such vigor, she might have been toppled to the ground. If you wish to commit murder against friends, you might as well apply more force, she quipped, tapping her friend's arm. Casting a cool sideways glance, Gu Qinghe released her grip, rubbed her nose, and coughed lightly. It's only been a short while since we last met. She seated herself across from Shen Nanzhi, who had ordered coffee in advance. Gu Qinghe took a sip, propping her chin on her hand as she inquired about Shen Huaiyan's condition. Darling Gigi, is your brother feeling better? Much improved. He is fine now. During the days Shen Nanzhi had been absent from school, Gu Qinghe had felt both bored and dejected, as there had been numerous odd occurrences at school. Now that they were reunited, she eagerly shared the happenings of recent days. Afterward, observing her friend's exceedingly beautiful face, Gu Qinghe tilted her head in suspicion, scrutinizing her friend's visage, which appeared slightly different than usual. Zizi, tell me honestly, have you encountered some joyous occasion? Your complexion looks particularly radiant, as if it has been nourished. Joyeuse occasion? Shen Nanzhi stirred her coffee with a spoon, considering her friend's question before asking. Does obtaining a marriage certificate amidst a busy schedule count? Chapter 39. Just married and already separated? Gu Qinghe was so astonished that she stood up abruptly. Marriage certificate? What certificate? The marriage certificate? With whom? Jiang Tingsu or Jiang Jinyan? She fired off a series of questions, and Shen Nanzhi only addressed her final inquiry. With Jiang Jinyan. The moment that name was uttered, Shen Nanzhi seriously doubted whether her reckless friend was about to scream in excitement. Had they not been in a public setting, she had no doubt that her dear friend would have already burst into joyous shrieks. Really? Is it true? Gu Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. So soon? Do you have a photo? Let me see. She hopped over to Shen Nanzhi and Appo's side, squeezing him beside her, her gaze fixated on Shen Nanzhi and Appo's phone, silently urging her to share the photo. Shen Nanzhi followed her undeniable gaze to her phone resting on the table and suddenly realized that the 2 marriage certificates were likely with Jiang Jinyan. Aside from the brief half hour after they had just obtained the certificate, Jiang Jinyan had taken it from her the moment they entered the ancestral home. She indeed had no photos on her phone. Shen Nanzhi silently averted her gaze, glancing toward her expectant friend, who was now craving a glimpse of the certificate. I forgot to take pictures. Gu Qinghe shot her a piercing look, as if she could strike her with her fist for such negligence. You didn't even take a photo of your very first marriage certificate for keepsake. Before she could finish, Gu Qinghe realized the absurdity of her words and quickly corrected herself. I mean, your one and only marriage certificate in this lifetime. Shen Nanzhi. Gu Qinghe was eager to see the marriage certificate, primarily to ascertain whether the aloof and regal Jiang Jinyan maintained his perpetually indifferent demeanor even at the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, the absence of a photo was not the pressing matter at hand. A more serious question loomed in her mind. I heard that Jiang Jinyan went on a business trip to Ling City early this morning, right? She recalled overhearing her brother discussing a project related to the headquarters during a phone call earlier that day. Shen Nanzhi nodded, still perplexed. Yes, what about it? Gu Qinghe's expression grew grave. When did you and President Jiang get your certificate? Shen Nanzhi replied, just yesterday on my birthday. Gu Qinghe's brows knitted tightly, particularly upon seeing her carefree friend. She felt an urgent sense of panic rising within her. Gigi, you only got the certificate yesterday, and he is already off on a business trip today? Shen Nanzhi remained oblivious to the gravity of Gu Qinghe and Oppo's as concern, glancing at her in confusion. Is there a problem? Gu Qinghe took a deep breath. Of course, there is a problem, a significant one. She knew her friend was not familiar with Jiang Jinyan, but it couldn't be to such an extent, could it? She remembered that before they arrived at the CAF, she had asked Shen Nanzhi via WeChat where she was staying. Her friend had replied that she was at her apartment. So, this meant they had just obtained their marriage certificate and were already separated? Was the marriage certificate merely a symbolic piece of paper? If they were already living apart so soon after tying the knot, how could they ever cultivate their relationship over time? She knew her friend harbored a certain fear of Jiang Jinyan, but surely, once they were listed as spouses, there must be some normal physical interaction between them. Otherwise, how could their relationship develop? How could her friend possibly cling to Jiang Jinyan, a long-term source of support? Observing Shen Nanzhi, who remained blissfully unaware of the underlying issues, Gu Qinghe could no longer contain herself. She stood up and declared, Gigi, I want to accompany you shopping today. I'm going back to prepare a birthday gift for you, a post-marriage birthday gift. Wait for my news. Before her words had fully settled in the air, she dashed out of the CAF with such speed that Shen Nanzhi couldn't even catch her in time. Watching her mischievous friend vanish outside the CAF, Shen Nanzhi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation and quickly messaged her on WeChat. Miss Gu, didn't you say you'd make it up to me for my birthday tonight? I came out specially for you. The reply came swiftly. Almost as soon as she sent the message, a notification popped up at the top of the screen indicating typing. Xiao Huamiao, Gigi, darling. I'm preparing an even more important birthday gift for you right now. You'll be satisfied, and you'll thank me afterward. Xiao Huamiao, wait for my message. I promise not to disappoint you. Shen Nanzhi. Chapter 40. He is not raising a sister despite having resided in the Jiang family for 10 years. Shen Nanzhi felt her legs ache and lost the desire to wander around after Gu Qinghe left early. She quickly returned to her apartment. As dusk descended, she contemplated ordering takeout from her usual restaurant. Just as she opened the app on her phone, a respectful and amiable voice interrupted her thoughts. Madam. Shen Nanzhi instinctively looked up to find it was Uncle Pang. Behind him stood a discreet black car and several servants waiting by its side. Stepping forward, Uncle Pang pointed to the meal specially prepared by the chefs of Yushan Mansion and explained, Madam, the master was concerned that you might not enjoy dinner. So he instructed the chefs to prepare a meal for you in advance. Shen Nanzhi silently glanced at the black car. Uncle Pang continued, Shall I have them bring it up now? Nodding, she replied, all right. Upon receiving her assent, the servants promptly entered the apartment with the meal. Observing the scene, Shen Nanzhi clicked her tongue, then quickly added, on the 6th floor. With a gentle smile, Uncle Pang reassured her, Rest assured, madam, the master has given specific instructions. The staff from Yushan Mansion arranged the meal meticulously before inquiring if she had any other requests before departing. After closing the door, Shen Nanzhi received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, she answered, Hello? The voice on the other end introduced itself. Good evening, madam. I am Zhou Lin. I have arranged for several villas across from Huaihai University, and they are ready for you to move in at any time. Would you like to choose one? Recalling Jiang Jinyan's words from earlier that morning about arranging a villa if she disliked Yushan Mansion. She rubbed her still aching waist and replied, Assistant Zhou, thank you, but there is no need to arrange the villa. I will stay at Yushan Mansion. Understood, madam. I will inform Mr. Jiang. The news of Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi's marriage certificate circulated among the upper echelons, yet few believed it. Considering Jiang Jinyan's cold and aloof demeanor seemed incompatible with Shen Nanzhi. The union of their families had lasted 20 years, and even with only Jiang Jinyan and Jiang Tingsu in the main branch, everyone assumed the marriage would align with Jiang Tingsu. Despite Jiang Tingsu and Appo's recent rumors with young stars, the news of the marriage certificate emerged like ripples in still waters, leaving even those close to Jiang Jinyan incredulous. In a private room at Shengyi, Sheng Yui struggled to reconcile the concepts of marriage and Jiang Jinyan. His voice was laced with disbelief. Married? What certificate? Sitting nearby, Feng Lin also expressed skepticism, recalling how Jiang Jinyan had treated Shen Nanzhi as a sister. The last time they invited him out, he had unhesitatingly abandoned them to take his sister home. Amidst the group, only Gu Wenchuan, who had discerned Jiang Jinyan's feelings early on, chuckled as he shook his wine glass, revealing the truth. Sister? There are no sisters in the Jiang family branch. Feng Lin retorted. Gu Wenchuan continued, with so many relatives in the Jiang family. When have you seen Jiang Jinyan personally bring a sister home? Who has witnessed the powerful head of the Jiang family neglecting work for a sister? The others fell silent. Gu Wenchuan, lounging casually with his legs crossed, added nonchalantly, he is certainly not raising a sister, even after Shen Nanzhi has lived in the Jiang family for nearly 10 years. The following morning, Shen Nanzhi resumed her routine at school. Upon entering the lecture hall, she noticed her unreliable friend, who had abandoned her the previous day. Approaching Gu Qinghe's desk, she regarded her with an air of reproach. Extending her delicate palm, she pressed, Didn't you say you had a gift prepared for me? Where is it? Let me see. Gu Qinghe cleared her throat, suddenly bashful. An unusual sight for the typically carefree heiress. Clutching her tablet tightly, she appeared as though it contained something scandalous. Her eyes darted nervously as she stammered, Don't rush, Gigi. It's not ready yet. I can't bear to let anyone else help me choose. I have to sift through everything myself before showing it to you. Just wait a little longer. Shen Nanzhi raised an eyebrow. Gu Qinghe, seeing her outstretched hand, inadvertently glanced at it, as if she had stumbled upon something inappropriate, her eyes flitting away in embarrassment. Her ears reddened. Finally, in a fit of fluster, she snatched a book from the side and slapped it down over Shen Nanzhi's hand. Exactly. It's a cover. This reaction left Shen Nanzhi momentarily speechless. At that moment, her friend, still lowering her voice in embarrassment, added, Just wait a bit longer. There is no rush. After all, President Jiang hasn't returned yet, so early delivery would be pointless. Shen Nanzhi was left bewildered. What on earth was her friend referring to? Moreover, she discreetly lifted the book Gu Qinghe had placed on her hand to inspect. Was there something untoward on her palm? Why had her friend blushed while gazing at her hand? Shen Nanzhi was utterly perplexed, but Gu Qinghe remained mysteriously tight-lipped, only repeating, Just wait a little longer. It will be ready soon. I assure you will be satisfied. Chapter 41. The second post-marriage gift. Gu Qinghe's mysterious demeanor persisted until noon, and it was far from over. In the afternoon, she sent the birthday gift she had forgotten at home to the Gu residence via the bodyguards. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi was in the laboratory, reviewing the progress of her recent experiments. Gu Qinghe found her and cheerfully handed over the exquisitely wrapped gift. Gigi, this is your first birthday gift. I am still preparing the second post-marriage gift, but it will be ready soon. Shen Nanzhi received the gift across the experimental table. To be honest, her curiosity was piqued by her dear friend's enigmatic mention of the second gift. However, Gu Qinghe remained tight-lipped, and Shen Nanzhi did not press further for details. After the last afternoon class, Shen Nanzhi walked out with Gu Qinghe. Halfway through, she received a call from Zhou Lin. His demeanor was as respectful and humble as ever, as if he feared she hadn't saved his number. Upon answering, he introduced himself. Good afternoon, madam. This is Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin was the most capable assistant to Jiang Jinyan. After their phone call yesterday, Shen Nanzhi saved his number, knowing that during Jiang Jinyan's busy moments, she would likely need to contact Zhou Lin for any urgent matters. Upon hearing his introduction, Shen Nanzhi asked, "Assistant Zhou, I have saved your number. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhou Lin replied, "Indeed, madam. President Jiang is returning from his business trip today. He asked me to inquire if you plan to return to Yushan Mansion tonight." Shen Nanzhi recalled Jiang Jinyan's words before his trip, reminding her to return in 2 days. She did not decline and responded, "I will head back shortly." Zhou Lin's tone became noticeably lighter. "I have arranged a car to pick you up from Huaihai University. Should you have any other questions, please feel free to contact me." After hanging up, Shen Nanzhi turned around to find Gu Qinghe and Appo's eyes sparkling with excitement. While she felt indifferent about Jiang Jinyan's return, her friend seemed to exude an almost comical eagerness, reminiscent of a courtier from ancient times. "Xiaoji, President Jiang is back already?" Gu Qinghe asked, pulling her along. Shen Nanzhi scrutinized her friend, utterly perplexed by the source of her enthusiasm. After a moment, she nodded. "It seems so," Zhou Lin called, "so the news must be accurate." Without further delay, Gu Qinghe thrust an unopened coffee into Shen Nanzhi's hands and rushed outside. "Xiaoji, go ahead and unwrap the first gift. I must prepare the second gift at home. I'll send it to you tonight. Wait for my message." Shen Nanzhi could only respond with silence. Upon exiting the school, she returned to her apartment to collect a USB drive and some essentials, then boarded the car Zhou Lin had arranged to Yushan Mansion. Upon her arrival, Steward Pang was overseeing the dinner preparations. Upon seeing her, he promptly directed the servants to bring over a fruit platter and freshly squeezed juice. Shen Nanzhi interjected, "Uncle Pang, there's no need to fuss. I'm neither thirsty nor hungry. I have some matters to attend to. I will head upstairs first." Steward Pang complied, assuring her, "As you wish, madam. I will have the fruit platter sent up shortly." Nodding, Shen Nanzhi ascended the spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. As she entered her bedroom, she was taken aback by the transformed space. Steward Pang, who had followed with the fruit platter, quickly approached to explain, "Madam, this was instructed by the master. He believed you might not favor the dark color bedding, so he had everything replaced with the post-marriage bedding set. He mentioned that since you are still young and there may not be a wedding ceremony before the new year, obtaining the marriage certificate is still a formal union." He gestured toward the other bedrooms. The other rooms feature warm color schemes. Would you like to take a look? If you do not prefer the red bedding, we can change the master bedroom's set to your preferred warm tones in a few days. After briefly inspecting the newly decorated rooms, Shen Nanzhi returned to her master bedroom, her gaze fixated on the vibrant red bedding that seemed to radiate its presence. Having just obtained their marriage certificate, she hadn't felt the profound shift from single to married until now. The sight of the celebratory and eye-catching red bedding instantly solidified the reality of her marital status, leaving her momentarily speechless. Standing in the room, she stared at the dramatically altered bedding for a minute or two before tending to her belongings. Once she had finished unpacking, she settled onto the sofa and popped a lychee into her mouth when Jiang Jinyan's call came through. Glancing at the caller ID, she swallowed the fruit and answered, "Jinyan-ge?" His deep, resonant voice sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. "Have you returned to Yushan Mansion?" Shen Nanzhi tightened her grip on the phone, memories of their wedding night flashing through her mind, causing her breath to hitch. She quickly shook her head, dispelling those thoughts. "Yes, I and Appo's, am back." In the background, she could hear the murmur of voices, including Zhou Lin's. But soon, the noise faded, leaving only Jiang Jinyan's voice. "Nanzhi, I have a sudden meeting to attend. It shoot into Appo's. Tea take long, no more than an hour. Please have your meal without me. I will return shortly." "Okay," she replied as the call ended. Almost immediately, Steward Pang knocked at the door. When she opened it, he respectfully asked, "Madam, dinner is served. The master will not be dining with us tonight. Would you like to go down?" Shen Nanzhi glanced at the time and responded, "Now will be fine." As she ate, she contemplated how to write her experimental report. After finishing her meal, she headed directly back to the 3rd floor, took out her computer, and completed the overdue report. She then checked group messages to review the current progress of her experiments. Once finished, she exited the group chat and returned to her messages. Her eyes caught Gu Qinghe's earlier mention of a gift. Recalling the elegantly packaged box, Shen Nanzhi rummaged through her closet, retrieved the gift, and opened it to reveal a delicate rose gold bracelet adorned with tiny diamonds. Though slender, the bracelet sparkled brilliantly due to the myriad of gems. After admiring it for a moment, she slipped it on her wrist and moved to the sofa, preparing to take some photos to share with Gu Qinghe. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, a new message notification chimed. It was a lengthy URL link, appearing dubious at first glance. Shen Nanzhi stared at the link for a moment before opening the input box, intending to inquire about its purpose. However, before she could type her question, another message appeared. Xiao He Miao. The second gift is ready. Xiao He Miao. Xiao Ji. Hurry and receive your gift. Shen Nanzhi was left bewildered. Following the second perplexing message, a flurry of similar URL links inundated her screen, pushing her unsent message aside. Staring at the barrage of links, her mind was filled with questions. She scrutinized the array of links that dominated the entire screen and typed to Gu Qinghe. What on earth are these links? Where are the gifts? A swift reply came from the other side, reflecting her rapid typing speed. The link to the gifts. Little Gigi, your best friend has tirelessly toiled for nearly 20 hours since yesterday, sacrificing her beauty to select these 10 exquisite gifts. Darling Gigi, you must appreciate them. Do not let my panda eyes go to waste. By the way, allow me to discreetly inquire, has President Jiang returned yet? Observing her friend's last message, Shen Nanzhi replied with 2 words, not yet. A breath of relief was audible from the other side, followed by, that and Oppos, that's good. That and Oppos, that's good. Little Gigi, hurry and click on the link. You must see it. Once you do, you will undoubtedly return to thank your best friend. Shen Nanzhi's attention was entirely absorbed in her dialogue with Gu Qinghe, oblivious to the arrival of Jiang Jinyan's car in the garage of Yushan Mansion. As she read her friend's urging messages, she opened the input box only to cancel it, eventually scrolling up to the 8 or 9 unfamiliar links, and casually clicked on one. The moment her fingertip pressed down, the link redirected, and almost instantly, a movie page appeared on the screen devoid of any introductory information. Shen Nanzhi hesitated for a moment, then pressed the play symbol in the center of the video. In the next second, before the visual could materialize, an embarrassingly intimate sound filled the room, causing her to freeze, caught off guard. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Jiang Jinyan's deep, steady voice resonated from the doorway. Nanzhi. Chapter 42. What do you wish to do? Upon hearing those words, Shen Nanzhi and Oppos' pupils constricted sharply, and her breath caught in her throat. The provocative images that flashed across her phone screen felt like a scalding hot potato in her grasp, prompting her instinctively to toss the device aside. However, the audio continued to play, and in a flurry of panic, she managed to turn the screen off before relinquishing her grip. Yet, Gu Qinghe's linked video seemed to be deliberately antagonizing her. Although the screen was now dark, the heart-pounding sounds from the video persisted. Shen Nanzhi's palms grew clammy with anxiety as she pressed the mute button while desperately attempting to unlock her phone and exit the link. As Jiang Jinyan approached, the sound of his footsteps drew nearer, and Shen Nanzhi, unable to verify whether she had successfully exited the link, waited for the audio to cease before swiftly shutting off the screen and concealing her phone beneath the cushion behind her. What are you doing? Jiang Jinyan inquired, removing his tie and allowing his gaze to linger on the spot where she had hidden her phone. Shen Nanzhi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over her, particularly since she had just opened the gift link sent by her mischievous friend when Jiang Jinyan unexpectedly walked in. With her heart racing, she forced herself to maintain composure and replied, her voice strained with tension, I was looking at the experimental report. I took too long a leave, and the lab has fallen behind. Jiang Jinyan casually draped his tie over the back of the sofa, the space between them occupied solely by a row of leather seating. Is that so? He remarked, his eyes fixed on her, observing the evident unease reflected in her demeanor. Shen Nanzhi was uncertain if Jiang Jinyan had heard the audio from the explicit video, but she could only hope he had not. There was no way she could admit to watching something inappropriate. Resolutely, she insisted to herself that she had been reviewing the experimental report. Jiang Jinyan scrutinized her for a moment longer before refraining from further inquiry. The temperature had dropped in the late autumn evening, yet the room remained warm. He rolled up his shirt sleeves and took a sip of cold water from a glass on the table. Shen Nanzhi replayed the frenzied moments when she had hastily shut off her phone. She was unsure whether the link had been exited completely. Fearing that it might inadvertently be discovered by Jiang Jinyan, she contemplated unlocking her phone to check. But the thought of the suggestive images resurfacing in front of him made her hesitate. After several moments of restless indecision, she finally noticed Jiang Jinyan drinking from his cup and, with trepidation, retrieved her phone, intending to step outside to handle the link. However, as she stood, Jiang Jinyan's gaze turned towards her. "What are you planning to do?" Shen Nanzhi's heart raced. As he looked her way, the already apprehensive girl froze in place. In a moment of panic, she blurted out an excuse. I feel like having some fruit. I'll go downstairs to get a fruit platter." Jiang Jinyan, turning the cup in his hand, regarded her for a moment before pointing to the fruit platter quietly resting on the table opposite the sofa. "ISN and Oppos. Tea their fruit here?" Shen Nanzhi stiffly followed his gesture with her gaze, her lips twitching as she contemplated fabricating another excuse. Yet before she could, Jiang Jinyan had already set down his glass and approached her. The distance between them was minimal, and before she could even consider retreating, he was upon her, his warm hand clasping her wrist, effectively blocking her escape route. His dark eyes held an inscrutable depth, perhaps still tinged with the residual solemnity from a recent company meeting, causing Shen Nanzhi to instinctively tense. "Are you truly going to fetch something?" he asked, his voice low and devoid of discernible emotion. "Or do you simply wish to avoid me?" Shen Nanzhi had been gazing down, but at the sound of his latter question, her lashes fluttered as she met his gaze and shook her head in denial. "No, I just wanted to find some different fruit." Before she could finish her sentence, he pressed his fingertip gently against her lips, silencing her words. Stunned, she gazed up at him, and in the next instant, a shadow fell over her as their lips met. Amidst the mingling of breaths, Shen Nanzhi's heart raced uncontrollably, and she heard him murmur softly, "Have the housekeeper bring it up. There's no need for you to go yourself." Chapter 43 that night, was she dissatisfied? Even though it was no longer their first kiss. The tingling sensation was particularly intense. The girl and Amp, Oppo's dark lashes trembled violently, embodying both panic and helplessness, her breath coming in fits and starts. Jiang Jinyan, wide-eyed, observed her reaction. Her lips were gently yet firmly parted, and Shen Nanzhi's eyelashes quivered fiercely. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat. Jiang Jinyan's grip on her wrist, which had previously restrained her, was now relinquished, allowing her to pull away. Until her back leg met the corner of the sofa, she fell onto the leather couch. The standing posture transformed into a seated one, rendering her even more defenseless. Shen Nanzhi was compelled to tilt her head back. The warmth of his palm at the nape of her neck unmistakably present, her waist sinking into the sofa, creating a delicate curve until that soft waist was entirely enveloped by his warm grasp. Shen Nanzhi, overwhelmed by the kiss that asserted control over her, felt dizzy, unaware of her phone slipping from her grasp and teetering on the edge of the sofa. Just before the lightweight device could fall and land on the carpet, Jiang Jinyan swiftly caught it. Moments earlier, when Shen Nanzhi nervously clutched her phone in an attempt to escape the bedroom, she had inadvertently unlocked it with her fingerprint. Now, the screen was frozen on a paused video. Jiang Jinyan held little obsession with the contents of her phone. At their age, every girl had her own privacy and secrets, and he had no intention of prying or exerting control as long as she was content. Even though, upon his entry, she had hastily tapped her phone screen and turned it off, anxious he might look through her phone, her nervousness had reached its peak. Half embracing the girl in his arms, as he lowered the phone to retract his hand, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the corner of her screen. Almost instantly, the paused video resumed playing. Jiang Jinyan's intention to press his lips against hers faltered as his gaze was drawn to the uncommon sensual scene displayed on her phone. He stared for a few seconds, a subtle, ambiguous smile curling at the corner of his lips. He turned his gaze back to the girl beneath him. Shen Nanzhi, kissed into a daze, had eyes shimmering with moisture resembling pools misted with dew. Her waist, confined within his embrace, began to ache. Shen Nanzhi's heartbeat raced erratically, and as he looked at her, she pressed her slightly swollen lips together and attempted to push his arm away to rise. Yet, as soon as her waist lifted, he gripped it again. Simultaneously, he uttered an ambiguous remark. "Were you dissatisfied that night when we registered our marriage, Nanzhi?" Shen Nanzhi was momentarily bewildered by his meaning. It was only when Jiang Jinyan, in her presence, took her phone, which lay on the sofa, and was quietly playing the explicit video that she comprehended. "That night, I feared you might not handle it well, but if—" His voice was low and deliberate, meeting her clear, questioning gaze as he offered the phone to her. "If you can handle it, that is another matter." Shen Nanzhi's mind was filled with questions, abruptly silenced the moment he extended the phone, displaying the explicit video toward her. Her pupils visibly constricted, and a loud ringing filled her ears. Before she could react, her instincts compelled her to seize the phone and shove it into the sofa. However, this time, Jiang Jinyan did not allow her to succeed. As she lunged to grab it, he effortlessly held the phone above her reach. Shen Nanzhi was frantic and flustered, struggling to maintain her composure. It was as if the most inconspicuous child in the house had been caught by the most feared parent while sneaking a glance at an inappropriate video. The overwhelming embarrassment and confusion made Shen Nanzhi wish she could find a hole to hide in. Yet, Jiang Jinyan was in a teasing mood. He observed the contents of her phone with utmost seriousness, even increasing the volume for an optimal viewing experience. Unable to retrieve her phone, Shen Nanzhi buried her face into the sofa cushions, trying to escape the incessant, suggestive sounds invading her ears. It was not until what felt like an eternity, perhaps a minute or two, that a rich, deep voice joined the cacophony. "So, this is what you were watching. Were you that dissatisfied that night?" No, I'm not. I didn't tea." Shen Nanzhi could no longer feign ignorance, fearing further misunderstandings would leave her utterly embarrassed before him. She pulled the cushion partially down, revealing half of her face and a pair of eyes while the other half remained concealed. Her gaze frequently darted to his hand, clearly indicating her intent to reclaim her phone. She hastily explained, "This isn't mine, I didn't seek it out. The video was purely accidental, a coincidence. It has nothing to do with me." Before she could finish, Jiang Jinyan leisurely pressed the pause button. The mortifying sounds finally ceased. Shen Nanzhi thought he believed her words, her explanation momentarily interrupted. As her gaze shifted from the phone to him, she found him pulling away the cushion she used to shield herself. He then casually inquired, "I heard from Butler Pang that you've already had dinner, correct?" Shen Nanzhi was bewildered by the abrupt shift in conversation. However, out of caution, she refrained from responding directly until she reclaimed her phone. Jiang Jinyan leaned down, and under her watchful gaze, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her from the sofa, phone included, carrying her into the bathroom. As the bathroom door closed, a sound of laughter accompanied the video being reopened and fast-forwarded to the beginning. "Since you've had dinner, tonight we'll start just like in a video, shall we?" Shen Nanzhi's protests were drowned out by the video's audio. The film spanned 2 hours, from the bathroom to the marital bed adorned with 4 post-wedding sheets. After enduring until the final minute of the film, Jiang Jinyan took her phone, only to click on a new link. Shen Nanzhi, who felt as though half her life was at stake, saw his actions and disregarded everything else, enduring the ache in her waist as she pulled the red bedspread, attempting to hide beneath it. Yet her movements ultimately lagged behind. Before she could cover herself, a large, bony hand yanked the corner of the blanket away. Chapter 44. The amorous life of a married couple. When Shen Nanzhi awoke the next day, her entire body ached, and she could barely lift her legs. The previous day, her phone had drained its battery and shut down. As she opened her eyes, her face emerged partially from the blanket, and she fumbled to locate her phone, finding it charging at the bedside. She pulled the phone closer and, upon illuminating the screen, saw it was charged to 98%. Enduring the pain coursing through her body, Shen Nanzhi furiously opened WeChat, seeking to message her troublesome friend. Just as she began typing, the door to the cloakroom swung open. Startled by the noise, her hand trembled, and the 2 letters she had managed to type were swiftly erased. Biting her lip in frustration, she abandoned the message and buried herself deeper into the covers. Jiang Jinyan, who had no need to go to the office that day, was dressed casually in loungewear rather than his usual suit, holding a dress he had chosen for her. He approached the mound of blankets on the bed. Sitting down, he noticed that she had cocooned herself entirely within the bedding. He gently grasped the corner of the blanket, intending to pull it down slightly to prevent her from feeling stifled, but she clutched it tightly, refusing to let go despite his efforts. Concerned that pulling too hard might hurt her, Jiang Jinyan released the blanket's edge and lightly tapped her waist through the fabric. His voice, low and melodious, resonated calmly. "Not awake yet? Would you like to continue sleeping?" As he spoke, he glanced at the unmoving blanket, then nonchalantly retrieved his phone to dial a number. "Shall I excuse you from school today?" Upon hearing this, a thought struck Shen Nanzhi, and she abruptly threw off the covers, exclaiming, "No, I must go to school." She recalled that he did not have to go to work today. If she remained at home, she was uncertain if she could endure the day in peace. It was better to go to school, where she felt her personal safety would be assured. Jiang Jinyan paused in his dialing, turning to gaze at the girl on the bed, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "School? I recall that you have already completed your major courses ahead of schedule. Missing a day or two is entirely inconsequential. Even a month would not pose an issue." Shen Nanzhi clenched her jaw, hastily concocting an excuse. "I have completed my major courses, but I still have experiments. I cannot take another leave." At that moment, her sole desire was to escape the Yushan mansion. Completely disregarding the fact that Jiang Jinyan was well aware of her course schedule and the status of her experiments. Yet, consumed by her urgency to leave, Jiang Jinyan chose not to challenge her excuse. He set aside his phone and retrieved the dress he had prepared for her. "Shall we rise now?" Shen Nanzhi still clutched a portion of the blanket. Observing his movements, she pondered, ultimately deciding not to shake her head in refusal. Having stayed up late the previous night, she felt as if she had endured a sleepless night. By the time she finally woke up, it was already quite late. After dressing, freshening up, and consuming her breakfast, the clock's hands were nearly pointing to noon. Shen Nanzhi did not head to school immediately. She quietly massaged her sore back and legs, taking over an hour on the sofa to gather the strength to leave. Jiang Jinyan, not going to work, did not send a driver for Shen Nanzhi. Instead, he personally drove her to Huaihai University, carrying her laptop himself. By the time she arrived at the library, Gu Qinghe had already been there for quite some time. As soon as Shen Nanzhi entered, the ever-eager Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up as she spotted her at the door. Once Shen Nanzhi approached, Gu Qinghe quickly scanned her friend's neck area and, after Shen Nanzhi sat down, lowered her voice to inquire, "You missed school this morning. Did everything go as planned?" Shen Nanzhi ignored her. Had it not been for the fear of daytime, resembling nighttime, she truly would not have wanted to make the long trek to school under the current circumstances. Jiang Jinyan had escorted her inside, allowing her only a brief walk and a few steps up the stairs. Yet, even that short distance caused her brow to furrow in discomfort. At that moment, she felt no desire to use her laptop, merely wanting to rest her head on the table. However, her persistent friend continued to pester her. Did it not happen? Surely not. It couldn't have not happened. Little Ji. As Gu Qinghe's words trailed off, her gaze landed on the faint, dark kiss mark peeking from beneath Shen Nanzhi's clothing, and she abruptly fell silent. Instantly, the concerned young lady felt a wave of relief. Leaning closer to Shen Nanzhi, she whispered, "Darling, which of the two gifts from your husband do you prefer?" Shen Nanzhi shot her a cool glance. "Do you really consider that pile of nonsense gifts?" Gu Qinghe straightened up, defending herself. "Why not? Little Ji, your second gift is something I meticulously selected from countless films, each one a unique masterpiece. They are high definition and visually stunning, not to mention the time I spent on it. Look at my dark circles." She pointed to her eyes for emphasis. "Do they not still linger?" And furthermore, she continued, inching even closer to Shen Nanzhi, her tone becoming more earnest. "My dear, a marriage devoid of intimacy cannot endure. Although Jiang Jinyan is dutiful and values propriety, now that you are married, he will not initiate a divorce. However, a marriage lacking emotional connection is far from a harmonious union. You cannot allow him to care for you solely out of obligation. Since you have secured such a significant partnership, you must strive to cultivate a genuine marital relationship, making him see you as a true wife and lifelong companion. This not only ensures that his resources and connections are directed toward you, but it will also make his heart lean toward you, willing to protect you. This marital bond is the most straightforward and effective shortcut to deepen your relationship. At this point, Gu Qinghe, with her mischievous nature, couldn't resist glancing at her friend's figure. Sometimes, even she, as a woman, felt the urge to embrace her friend, not believing that Jiang Jinyan could remain entirely indifferent. Once this door was opened, how far could Shen Nanzhi be from living a life cradled in the palm of Jiang's power? After finishing her thoughts, Gu Qinghe looked around to ensure no one was watching them. She gently nudged Shen Nanzhi's arm with her elbow, unable to contain her curiosity, and asked in a hushed tone, "Little Ji, tell me about which film you watched yesterday. What did you think? Any insights to share?" Discussing such matters in school made Shen Nanzhi feel prickly all over. "Please, dear lady, do you truly think this is an appropriate topic here?" Gu Qinghe dismissed her concerns. What could possibly be inappropriate? We are in a library, not a classroom, and there are hardly any people around. Shen Nanzhi dug into her bag, retrieving a piece of candy, hoping to employ the same tactic of silencing her friend as before. Yet this time, Gu Qinghe merely intercepted the candy, her words undeterred. "When I sent them, I did so in order a total of 10 films, each a gem, and each one more captivating than the last. Which one did you watch yesterday?" Shen Nanzhi recoiled at the memory of the previous night and Appo's discomfort. But under the relentless questioning of her friend, her thoughts drifted back to a particular moment from the previous night. Perhaps Jiang Jinyan had clicked on the very last link. Gu Qinghe's mind raced, her thoughts alight with intrigue. Observing her dear friend's flushed expression, as if she wished to conceal her face, and reflecting on the precious hours that had slipped away that morning, a sudden thought struck her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she inquired, "Zizi, you didn't watch those videos with Jiang Jinyan last night, did you?" Shen Nanzhi. Gu Qinghe was so astonished that her words stumbled. "Those links. I initially intended for you to view them alone, to provide you with some experience. I hoped you could gently guide your friend to alter her perspective on marriage, transforming this union with Jiang Jinyan into a genuine marital relationship. This way, your friend could enjoy a life free of worries and full of comfort in her later years." Concerning such videos, even if she had 10 times the courage, she would never dare to share them with a person of Jiang Jinyan's stature. However, upon reconsideration, Gu Qinghe gazed at her friend, recalling the videos sent the previous night. In less than half a minute, the tension in her chest eased somewhat. She reassured Shen Nanzhi, while simultaneously comforting herself. "It's all right. It's perfectly normal for a couple to watch together after marriage. It's just part of their intimacy." Chapter 45, The Wristband. Pressed against the cold wall, having spent over an hour in the library poring over papers and delivering the printed experimental report to Professor Lin's office, Shen Nanzhi emerged just as the clock struck 4. Standing outside the laboratory building, she tilted her head towards the sun hanging high in the sky, massaging her still aching waist. After some contemplation, she chose not to return directly to Yushan Mansion, but instead decided to head to her apartment. She intended to linger there for a while, or perhaps concoct a plausible excuse to spend the night. Resolute in her decision, Shen Nanzhi silenced her phone and proceeded to her apartment. As she arrived at the building and stepped into the elevator, her mind was occupied with thoughts of Jiang Jinyan, who seemed to have an uncanny awareness of her schedule. She pondered what excuse could be both convincing and reasonable if she did not return to Yushan Mansion tonight. Before she could formulate a suitable alibi, the elevator dinged, announcing its arrival at the 6th floor. Lost in thought, Shen Nanzhi exited the elevator, preparing to unlock her door with her fingerprint. However, before she could reach her door, an unexpected force seized her arm. Her phone, which had been lit up in her hand, clattered to the ground as she was yanked towards the safety door, her back pressed against the icy wall. A scream instinctively lodged in her throat, but just before she could cry out, she raised her gaze in panic and found herself face to face with Jiang Tingsu, whose expression was as cold as the wall behind her. Her brows knitted tightly, surprise and bewilderment flickering in her eyes. Yet, she had no intention of conversing with him in such a compromising position. She attempted to push him away, desperate to escape. The adrenaline coursing through her veins made her heart race, still echoing in her ears. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's face paled, her lips tightened, but Jiang Jinyan, seemingly unhinged today, would not release her. Just as she managed to create some distance, he forcefully pressed her shoulders back against the wall once more. "What are you afraid of?" he asked, a heavy laugh escaping his lips, yet his gaze remained piercing, the smirk on his mouth tinged with chill. "Jiang Nanzhi, are we not even allowed to speak now?" Shen Nanzhi was bewildered by his erratic behavior. It was evident he had been drinking. The faint scent of alcohol hung in the cramped air, mingling with an unpredictable sense of anxiety and danger. "Is this how you speak to someone?" she replied, her voice taut, eyes wary. "Jiang Jinyan, let go of me," he scoffed, tightening his grip rather than loosening it. When she struggled again, inadvertently revealing the fading kiss mark on her neck, a dark glimmer crossed his eyes, and his hold on her wrist became almost reckless. Ignoring her resistance, he leaned down, attempting to kiss her. Shen Nanzhi instinctively turned her head, narrowly avoiding his advance. The moment she recognized a familiar face in the stairwell, relief washed over her, but it was quickly overshadowed by the tension of his uncharacteristic mood. He held her wrist firmly, his fingers grinding against her skin, his gaze fixed on the mark on her neck. Observing her avoidance, Jiang Jinyan sneered, casually inquiring, "What? Is it not allowed, Nanzhi?" A surge of unspoken anger welled up inside her. She struggled against his grip, yet it was futile. Breathing coldly, she locked eyes with him, reminding him of their current circumstances. "Jiang Jinyan, I've already married your brother, and you have a girlfriend," he interrupted her, a mocking glint in his eyes. "But isn't it merely a union of families, Branch?" His tone turned affectionate, reminiscent of the years they had spent together through countless seasons, creating an illusion that he had always been there to comfort her. "For so many years, everyone has assumed that it was me who was with you." Shen Nanzhi found his erratic behavior incomprehensible. Indeed, for years, their families had tacitly accepted the notion of their union. However, in the past 2 years, Jiang Jinyan had subjected her to humiliation, becoming a joke within their social circle. He resisted the family alliance, but she could not force him to marry her. Yet time and again, while their engagement remained unbroken, he allowed Su Wu to torment her, letting the overwhelming gossip circulate online. She had no right to resent him, no right to blame him, but that did not mean she was indifferent or unbothered. The engagement was presumed to lie between them. Yet, Jiang Jinyan, it was you who resisted the family alliance and verbally rejected the engagement. So, he tightened his grip on her wrist, the depths of his eyes swirling with unnameable emotions, a mixture of scorn and mockery. "I refuse the family union, and you immediately seek out my brother, do you? I reject the engagement, and you swiftly marry him, do you?" He spoke with a chilling scoff, his eyes frosty as his fingers brushed against the glaring mark on her neck. Deep within his chest, an array of dark emotions clashed, compelling him to utter hurtful words. Despite his attempts to restrain himself, he finally blurted out a question that had been tormenting him. "Shen Nanzhi, how can you separate your feelings from your marriage so distinctly?" She did not harbor affection for him, yet due to their family's engagement, she had grown up alongside him, calling him brother since childhood. He resisted the family alliance, unwilling to accept the engagement, while she effortlessly moved out of the ancestral home, severing all ties with him, and within a mere month after his brother's return, she married him, solidifying the union of their families. With her eyes downcast, when his grip finally loosened, she forcefully broke free from his hold. "Jiang Jinyan, my marriage to your brother is between us. Since you have rejected the engagement, you have no right to question me." Without pausing, she exited the stairwell and swiftly unlocked her apartment door. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed in the empty stairwell, and Jiang Jinyan let out a cold laugh, standing alone in the desolate space. The warmth of her wrist lingered in his fingers, and he clenched his fist tightly, trapping that residual warmth within his grasp. Beneath the thin veneer of sarcasm and mockery, deep within his gaze lay unexpressed anguish and pain. Anger and jealousy swirled within him, urging him to commit reckless acts. Jiang Jinyan squeezed his eyes shut, exerting all his restraint to suppress the tumultuous emotions. His fingers balled into a fist, striking the cold, hard wall with force. The blood was evident on his knuckles, but he appeared oblivious to the injury. The oppressive atmosphere around him was chilling, and the darkness in his eyes lingered. Time passed, and he leaned against the wall, pushing down those unwarranted emotions. With his right hand injured and gruesome, he paid it no heed, and after suppressing the outcry of his feelings, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and composed an apology message to Shen Nanzhi, his eyes heavy with regret. Chapter 46. Are you hurt? In the apartment, Shen Nanzhi sat curled up on the sofa, her phone thrown before her at a distance. In the profound silence, a brief vibration emanated from the device, followed by the illumination of the screen. Shen Nanzhi remained still, merely lifting her eyelids. A glance at the message box revealed an apology from Jiang Jinyan. She chose not to respond or acknowledge it, allowing the phone screen to dim on its own. In the stairwell, Jiang Jinyan, with his gaze lowered, was smoking while fixated on the pinned message on his phone. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the message box remained empty. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he extinguished his cigarette, opened the safety door, and descended in the elevator. Upon exiting the apartment, he raised his head and spotted a familiar black Pullman car quietly parked directly in front of the building. Zhou Lin was standing beside the vehicle, glancing over as he heard the commotion. Jiang Jinyan's eyes momentarily froze, then he approached the Pullman. As the rear window descended, he caught sight of Jiang Jinyan seated in the plush leather seat, engrossed in documents on a tablet. Jiang Jinyan curled his fingers at his side, maintaining an expression of nonchalance, and greeted brother. Jiang Jinyan looked up, the screen before him filled with dense professional jargon. His gaze lingered on Jiang Jinyan for a brief moment before he asked, "What brings you here?" Swallowing the bitterness in his throat, Jiang Jinyan forced a casual smile and replied, "Before summer vacation, Nanzhi left a USB drive for an experiment at my place, so I brought it to her." He then inquired, "Are you here to pick up Nanzhi?" "Yes," Jiang Jinyan confirmed, his gaze shifting back as he noted Jiang Jinyan and Appo's injured right hand. He rolled back his sleeve, checked the time, and asked, "Returning to the old house tonight?" Jiang Jinyan chuckled lightly, as if engaging in casual conversation. "Not yet. My parents disapprove of my relationship with my girlfriend, so returning would only lead to scolding." After saying this, he clenched and relaxed his fist, the wound on his right knuckles reopening. He appeared oblivious to the pain as he chuckled softly, "I have plans, brother. I'll take my leave now." As the sun began to set and the evening light faded, at precisely 7 o'clock, Jiang Jinyan tapped on the table, sending a message to Shen Nanzhi. The apartment remained unlit, and as daylight dwindled, the atmosphere grew increasingly dim. In contrast, the glow from the phone screen became ever more pronounced. Cocooned in a blanket on the sofa, Shen Nanzhi noticed the screen illuminating once more, initially assuming it to be Jiang Jinyan again. Just as she was about to flip the phone face down on the sofa, she caught sight of the name Jiang Jinyan flashing across the screen. Her fingers hesitated momentarily. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately decided not to disregard his message. Unlocking her phone, she found a succinct message. "It's getting late. Come downstairs." Shen Nanzhi's chaotic thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and she realized she had forgotten to concoct an excuse to avoid returning to Yushan Mansion. Instinctively, she opened the input box, intending to fabricate a reason for not going back. However, each attempt at drafting a message was promptly deleted, while she racked her brain for a new excuse. A sudden thought illuminated her mind, clearing her muddled thoughts considerably. Casting aside her phone, the previously listless girl sprang to the balcony and peered down through the glass, confirming that the black Pullman was indeed parked below. Next to the car stood Zhou Lin, Jiang Jinyan's personal assistant. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Lin glanced up in her direction as she looked down. Shen Nanzhi ceased her resistance, casually tossing the fluffy blanket onto a nearby cushion and grabbed her phone, heading downstairs. Upon her arrival, Zhou Lin greeted her respectfully. Simultaneously, the rear door of the Pullman opened automatically. Shen Nanzhi caught Jiang Jinyan's gaze as he looked directly at her from inside the vehicle. Without uttering a word, she quickly climbed in. Once inside, Zhou Lin swiftly took his place in the driver's seat, and the partition between the front and back seats rose. Jiang Jinyan observed the young lady seated beside him, recalling the moment Jiang Tingsu exited the apartment. After a few moments of silence, he casually inquired, "What made you decide to return to the apartment?" Separated by the phone and the internet, Shen Nanzhi had been bold enough to concoct excuses for Jiang Jinyan. But under his direct scrutiny, she lacked the courage to lie. After a moment's contemplation, she opted for a compromise in her explanation. In the dim light, the girl sat upright, her lips slightly pursed, her voice soft and low, her eyes cast downwards. "My leg hurts. I came to the apartment to rest for a while." "Your leg hurts?" Jiang Jinyan appeared skeptical. Yet, as she spoke, his gaze shifted to her legs, the soft hem of her long skirt cascading to her ankles, effectively concealing them. "Did you hurt yourself?" he asked. Shen Nanzhi furrowed her brows. With just a few words, she couldn't discern whether he was inquiring about her injury from the previous night or a mishap at school that day. To be safe, she cautiously shook her head. Jiang Jinyan's gaze traveled upward, pausing at her slender waist. "Does your waist hurt as well?" This time, Shen Nanzhi understood his inquiry. As darkness enveloped the sky, she aimed to avoid fulfilling any marital obligations that evening. So she honestly nodded, her agreement swift. "Yes, it hurts." Jiang Jinyan raised the last gap in the car window completely, then wrapped an arm around the girl's waist, drawing her closer. Shen Nanzhi was taken completely off guard. As her body lifted off the seat, her supple form stiffened. The instinctive urge to cry out lodged deep in her throat as she watched him pull her onto his lap. "Relax," he murmured, his voice low and soothing, as his large hand gently patted her waist, urging her to ease up. Realizing the implications of the embrace, Shen Nanzhi glanced at the man holding her, feeling rigid as if she were a child in his arms. "No, I can manage. I'll do it myself." "Don't move," he instructed, one hand securing her waist to prevent her from slipping, while the other, resting over her delicate dress, applied gentle pressure to her side. "Where else does it hurt?" Shen Nanzhi refrained from fidgeting, striving to relax, unsure where to place her hands. Ultimately, she obediently rested them in her lap, responding softly, "Just around there, nothing else." The car windows were tinted, preventing the outside from peering in. Yet, the flickering neon lights from the street illuminated the interior. Jiang Jinyan had not turned on the car and amp. Oppo's interior lights, but as they merged onto the main road, the vibrant neon pillars along the streets cast a glow inside. In the midst of fluctuating light, Jiang Jinyan's gaze inadvertently fell on the faint red marks on her wrist, remnants of someone else's grasp. His eyes lingered on the marks before recalling the bloodied wound on Jiang Tingsu and Oppo's right hand. His hand paused momentarily in its task of soothing her waist. Then he raised his gaze to her porcelain-like face. "I saw Tingsu leave the apartment earlier. Did he come looking for you?" Chapter 47. Jiang Jinyan encounters Shen Nanzhi dreaming and calling Jiang Tingsu embraced in Jiang Jinyan's arms. Shen Nanzhi, still not entirely at ease, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing his sudden remark. Earlier that afternoon, while driving her to Huaihai University, he had casually mentioned that she should call him when she was ready to return and he would come to pick her up. Yet, she had neglected to call him and had instead returned to her apartment alone. Today, Jiang Tingsu, who had not contacted her for several days, unexpectedly showed up at her apartment, and the coincidence of these two events inevitably led to speculation. Over the years, having grown up alongside Jiang Tingsu, their relationship had been perceived by outsiders as that of an engaged couple for nearly a decade. Not to mention, the union between the Jiang and Shun families had only been possible because Jiang Tingsu had adamantly refused to enter into a marriage alliance, thus leaving her with Jiang Jinyan. Now, with Jiang Jinyan witnessing Jiang Tingsu emerging from her apartment at dusk, would he misconstrue her relationship with his brother as something more than mere acquaintances after their marriage certificate was obtained? At the thought of his inquiry, Shen Nanzhi instinctively felt the urge to divulge everything that had transpired in the stairwell. However, as the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she refrained from speaking. If she were to disclose everything to Jiang Jinyan, would he trust in her innocence with Jiang Tingsu? Or would he harbor deeper suspicions about her connection with his brother? Moreover, she was aware of Jiang Jinyan's lenience towards Jiang Tingsu. Even when Jiang Tingsu had refused to join the family business and had caused a rift within the family, It was Jiang Jinyan, despite being abroad, who had taken the time to call their parents and urged them to respect Jiang Tingsu's wishes without undue pressure. Shen Nanzhi dared not wager on whom Jiang Jinyan would choose to believe when faced with a conflict between his wife and his own brother. After much contemplation and inner turmoil, she ultimately swallowed the words she had nearly spoken and simply nodded. He came to deliver something. We happened to meet. But he left within a few minutes after exchanging only a few words. Bathed in the dim light filtering in from outside, Jiang Jinyan raised his gaze to her. Just delivering something? Shen Nanzhi's fingertips tightened imperceptibly. Avoiding his gaze, she nodded again. The apartment was not far from Yushan Mansion, and soon their car halted in the mansion's garage. Shen Nanzhi felt a sense of trepidation, fearing Jiang Jinyan might delve deeper into the matter. Fortunately, aside from that one impulsive question in the car, he refrained from bringing up Jiang Tingsu for the remainder of their evening, even during dinner in the dining room. As they ascended the stairs, Shen Nanzhi gradually relaxed after a long day of tension. After freshening up, she was relieved that her discomfort in her waist and legs had not necessitated any marital obligations that night. She nestled under the covers, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Since her trip abroad and the subsequent string of long leaves, she had fallen behind in her new experimental progress. To catch up, Shen Nanzhi had immersed herself in the laboratory since Friday, spending nearly the entire weekend there. Once she had reconciled all her missed progress and organized the materials, she exited the lab, only to discover that a torrential downpour had begun outside. It was the weekend, and with such heavy rain, the campus was nearly deserted. The moment Shen Nanzhi stepped out of the lab, a fierce wind mingled with the drenching rain assaulted her, chilling her to the bone and making her breath feel icy. Frowning at the relentless downpour, she pondered how to return when her phone buzzed from within her bag. Retreating slightly from the door, she distanced herself from the howling wind and retrieved her phone, seeing that the caller was Zhou Lin. Answering, she held the phone to her ear, and before she could speak, he inquired, "Madam, due to the sudden storm, Mr. Jiang is tied up with a multinational meeting, but he arranged for someone to pick you up from Huaihai University. When will you be back? The rain is too heavy. I can have the driver come in to get you." Shen Nanzhi looked out at the rain-soaked ground, which had accumulated a thick layer of water, and replied to Zhou Lin, "I'm heading back now. I'm at Lab 05. Whereas the driver that Jinyan arranged." Zhou Lin responded promptly, "The driver is at the school gate. Madam, please hold on for 2 minutes. Lab 05 is very close to the south gate, and the driver will be there shortly." After hanging up with Zhou Lin, Jiang Jinyan's call seamlessly came through. Feeling chilled by the wind, Shen Nanzhi turned away from the door and took a few steps back into the building before answering. "Jinyan?" His voice came through, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. "Have you finished up?" I'm done. I'm heading back now." Knowing how much she dreaded stormy weather, Jiang Jinyan spoke gently, his tone soothing. "Don't be afraid. The driver is on his way. Also, the rain and wind are quite fierce, and the temperature has dropped significantly. Nanzhi, please don't step outside. Wait inside the lab for a minute or two to avoid getting cold." Shen Nanzhi obediently nodded, "All right." Jiang Jinyan did not hang up. He stayed on the line as they waited for the driver, continuing, "The meeting at E. Our group will likely take another 2 hours. Once you get home, don't wait for me. Butler Pang has already prepared dinner. Eat and then get some rest. If you need anything else, feel free to call or message me." Shen Nanzhi acknowledged everything he said. The driver arrived quickly, amidst the torrential rain. The black car with its windshield wipers flashing was quite conspicuous. As Shen Nanzhi turned at the sound, the driver had already parked closely at the lab steps, quickly approaching with a black umbrella. "The driver has arrived?" Jiang Jinyan inquired. Shen Nanzhi stepped outside and replied, "Yes, Jinyan. You can go back to your work. I'll head to Yushan Mansion." "All right, be careful on the road." After hanging up, Shen Nanzhi exited the lab. The driver held the umbrella over her head and opened the back door, assisting her into the car. As they drove through the downpour to Yushan Mansion, the sky had turned pitch black, perhaps due to the wind at the lab. Even though she had gotten wet, Shen Nanzhi felt an overwhelming chill. Dinner had long been set on the dining table. After exchanging a few words with Butler Pang, Shen Nanzhi finished her meal and headed straight to her bedroom on the 3rd floor. Tomorrow was Monday, and some groups had already begun sending new messages. Shen Nanzhi casually glanced through her phone before exiting the group page, grabbed her clothes, took a hot shower, and then dove under the covers. By the time Jiang Jinyan returned from his meeting, Shen Nanzhi was already asleep. He peered at the woman peacefully nestled in the red bedding, choosing not to wake her. Instead, he dimmed the room's lights before retreating to his study to attend to the emails he had missed throughout the day. At 9:40 p.m., after finishing his call with Zhou Lin regarding the task for the following day, Jiang Jinyan took a shower in another room before returning to the bedroom. Shen Nanzhi remained in the same position, though she appeared to be sleeping uneasily, her brow furrowed. Jiang Jinyan lingered by the bedside, gently brushing his fingertips over her brow to smooth away the creases. He then turned off the bedside lamp and lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her. Outside, the rain showed no signs of abating. Not only did it persist, but the rumblings of thunder began to emerge. Fortunately, the thunder was soft, and Shen Nanzhi was deep in slumber, undisturbed by the faint sounds. Jiang Jinyan held her close, closing his eyes to succumb to sleep. However, barely 2 hours later, the once tranquil girl in his embrace began to stir restlessly, her skin growing increasingly warm. Jiang Jinyan opened his eyes and swiftly turned on the light. Upon seeing Shen Nanzhi and Appo's feverish body and flushed face, his brows furrowed instantly. He touched her forehead and quickly dialed a number on his phone. Unbeknownst to Shen Nanzhi, she was burning with fever in the middle of the night. All she perceived was that she was trapped in a dream from which she could not awaken. Over the years, she had developed a psychological aversion to stormy nights filled with thunder and lightning. Even in slumber, the absence of rumbling thunder in her conscious mind still influenced her dreams on a subconscious level. Shen Nanzhi could not recall the initial dream she had. She only remembered being repeatedly ensnared in the tempestuous night from 10 years ago. Just when she finally managed to escape that damp and cold night, the dream shifted, transforming into the years she spent growing up in the Jiang family after being taken in by them. The scenes in her dreams flickered like fleeting shadows, hazy and ethereal, until they crystallized into the moment of her quarrel with Jiang Tingsu. The expression he wore in her dream mirrored that of reality when he visited her apartment twice. Cold and mocking, he sneered and questioned her whether she truly wished to marry into the Jiang family, whether she was genuinely invested in this union. When he rejected the engagement, she turned to his elder brother to obtain a marriage certificate, determined to solidify the union. It seemed there were countless harsh and frigid words exchanged. In the dream, Shen Nanzhi stifled the bitterness rising in her heart, disregarding the dwindling remnants of their friendship, as he incessantly hurled the most hurtful words at her, compelling her to retort. Jiang Jinyan remained oblivious to the feverish girl curled beneath the blankets and the dreams she was ensnared in. Upon finishing his call and returning to her bedside, he intended to offer her a glass of water when he leaned down to lift her. As his hand rested on her shoulder, he caught sight of her face, mostly buried in the covers, her brows knit in confusion as she murmured Jiang Tingsu's name. The utterance paused his intentions. His dark, unfathomable eyes concealed a depth of emotions. Beneath a thin veneer of calm lay an impenetrable darkness, thick and murky, as if not even a glimmer of light could penetrate. Jiang Jinyan's hand, which was propped on the blanket, curled into a fist. When she called out that name for the third time, he lowered his eyelids and, without hesitation, lifted her through the covers. Chapter 48. Fever in the midnight, the family doctor arrived promptly at the Yushan mansion. Jiang Jinyan administered medicine to Shen Nanzhi and remained by her side until she completed her 4-drip, ensuring her temperature had returned to normal before allowing the doctor to depart. By the time the young woman on the large bed regained some color and settled into a tranquil sleep, the clock struck 3. The torrential rain outside had subsided into a gentle drizzle, and the thunderclouds had long dissipated. The following day, Shen Nanzhi awoke with a heavy head, greeted by the brilliant sunshine outside. The dreams that had plagued her throughout the night faded into a misty haze upon her awakening, gradually becoming indistinct and ultimately forgotten. She pressed her slightly throbbing forehead and glanced at the vacant side of the bed before throwing off the covers and preparing to rise. As she was about to get out of bed, Her peripheral vision caught sight of an enforced sticker still adhered to the back of her hand, causing her to pause in surprise. Staring at the remnants of the four, a vague memory intruded upon her foggy mind, one that blurred the lines between dream and reality. She faintly recalled a moment from the previous night, feeling as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, curling up in a cold ball. Before long, she felt as if she were roasting by a fire, the heat so intense that she feared she might be scorched. Yet the chill that penetrated her very being remained unrelieved. The torment of this alternating heat and cold rendered her restless, struggling against an unseen force that held her down, no matter how she fought to escape. At that moment, she had thought it was merely a dream, but now, observing the faintly bruised vein beneath the torn force sticker, it seemed otherwise. In the study, Jiang Jinyan was conversing on the phone with Song Ziqian. The moment the call connected, Song inquired, "I heard from Chunze that your young lady fell ill last night. Why didn't you seek my help? Is my medical expertise not on par with your family doctoress? By the way, I just heard from Gu Wenchuan that you got married. Why not bring her over for us to meet? Since your Nanzhi is unwell, I could come over to see her." Jiang Jinyan sat behind his desk, his usually calm and indifferent expression tinged with an inexplicable chill. In response to his friend's complaints, he simply replied, "Haven't you been at the outskirts of Huaihai City these past few days? With last night's torrential rain, how could you come?" Song Ziqian's tone was playful. "Why not? If you need me, I would come even if it hailed, flying over in a helicopter if necessary. But seriously, I remember that little Nanzhi has quite a robust constitution. How did she fall ill right after getting her marriage certificate?" With a teasing click of his tongue, Song's words carried an undercurrent of mischief. Chunze had rushed to the hospital, briefly mentioning Shen Nanzhi's illness during their conversation. But Jiang Jinyan's late-night call had been urgent and did not provide further details about her condition. Given the sensitive timing of the call, Song Ziqian assumed that the newlywed was merely overwhelmed. "I say, Jiang Jinyan, she's barely 20. You brought her home, and now..." The door to the study was ajar, and as Shen Nanzhi approached, she caught sight of Jiang Jinyan on the phone. Opting not to interrupt, she was about to leave when he glanced up at her. Upon seeing the young woman in her nightgown, her complexion still pale, he dismissed Song's ramblings, saying he had matters to attend to, and hung up. Standing outside the study, Shen Nanzhi hesitated to enter. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She recalled little of her feverish state from the previous night, but the repeated attempts to struggle against the heat while being restrained felt all too real. The last time, intoxicated, she had boldly commanded Jiang Jinyan to attend to her whims. Now, feverish and disoriented, she dreaded the possibility of having behaved even more recklessly. When Jiang Jinyan emerged, she looked up at him, feeling a sense of guilt. "I didn't cause any trouble last night, did I?" He was dressed impeccably in a tailored shirt and trousers, the rolled-up sleeves revealing a faint scratch on his forearm. As she glanced at the mark, her sense of unease intensified. Yet Jiang Jinyan did not respond directly, instead countering her inquiry with a question of his own. "In what regard are you referring?" Chapter 49. Jiang Jinyan grasped her waist, halting her movements. "Shen Nanzhi, just when I had a fever." Jiang Jinyan's expression was somewhat indifferent, his dark brows concealing any discernible emotion. He cast a glance in her direction, that look imbued with profound sentiment, which Shen Nanzhi could not decipher. As she pondered this, he spoke slowly. It was tolerable, except for the needle. When the family doctor had inserted the needle into her vein yesterday, he had held her hand throughout, providing no opportunity for her to struggle. However, just after the needle was secured and taped, she, in a daze, yanked on the foretube and inadvertently dislodged the needle. The sudden tug misaligned the needle within her vein, leaving a noticeable bruise. Jiang Jinyan's gaze fell. He glanced at her right hand, where the tape had been torn off. Although it wasn't opposed, swollen, it bore signs of bruising. He averted his eyes, advising her not to press on that vein, and inquired, "Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Shen Nanzhi touched her forehead, finding her temperature normal, and shook her head. "No, it's fine." She then expressed her gratitude for his care the previous night. "Thank you, Brother Jinyan, for taking care of me." Jiang Jinyan's gaze lingered on her. "It was nothing, but..." Did Nanzhi dream of anything last night? Just as Shen Nanzhi exhaled in relief, the corners of her lips not yet curving into a smile, she was taken aback by his unexpected question. A dream? She paused, staring blankly at Jiang Jinyan, her mind flashing with remnants of the dreams from the previous night, now nearly forgotten. The visions dissipated as soon as she opened her eyes. The chaotic dreamscape was a muddle of scenes, and she couldn't recall exactly how many dreams she had, nor which one he was referring to. Hesitantly, she regarded him for a moment before asking, "Did I say something I shouldn't in Oppos? Tea of last night?" Her gaze was tentative, filled with trepidation, her breathing shallow. Jiang Jinyan met her eyes for a moment, the dark emotions in his gaze swiftly concealed. In response to her anxious inquiry, he casually remarked, "You said nothing, merely that you didn't want the needle." He stepped closer, ruffled her hair, and shifted the topic. "I recall you have class this morning. Are you still going?" Shen Nanzhi studied him, suppressing her feelings, and nodded. "I feel fine now. I should go." Jiang Jinyan did not dissuade her and led her downstairs. "Let's grab a bite. I'll take you to school afterward." Shen Nanzhi found Jiang Jinyan's earlier question peculiar, yet he offered no further explanation. She wrestled with her thoughts for a while, contemplating whether to ask him during their meal. But seeing his reluctance to revisit last night's events, she hesitated, allowing her questions to remain unspoken. With the torrential rain from the previous day resulting in a late international meeting, Shen Nanzhi had assumed he would be busy today. To her surprise, he had the time to drive her to Huaihai University and even came to pick her up after her class in the evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she was taken aback by the sight of Jiang Jinyan in the back seat of the black Pullman. Zhou Lin, who was driving, observed her astonishment and promptly explained, "Madam, President Jiang was concerned about your well-being and came to pick you up." Shen Nanzhi and Oppos' lips moved slightly, and once she got into the car, she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Jinyan. The man maintained a calm demeanor, casually signing documents. "We are husband and wife. There is no need for such formality." Shen Nanzhi obediently sat, glancing at him, and nodded in agreement. Typically, when Shen Nanzhi returned to Yushan Mansion alone, she would leisurely recline in her seat, passing the time with entertainment videos or social media. Sometimes, after a tiring day of experiments, she would simply close her eyes and relax against the seat. However, sitting in the same car with Jiang Jinyan, she unconsciously straightened her posture, refraining from watching frivolous videos in his presence. Her phone clutched in her hand. She found herself at a loss for conversation. Despite having obtained their marriage license nearly a week ago, their time together remained limited, leaving her feeling as shy and reserved as she had in her youth. Bored, she let her gaze wander, inadvertently landing on the raised partition between the front and back seats. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that since their marriage, the partition had always been elevated whenever they were in the car together. Zhou Lin, the diligent assistant, seemed to be apprehensive about witnessing anything inappropriate. Whenever he was driving, the first thing he did was raise the partition. Shen Nanzhi silently scoffed at this. Her attention then shifted to the view outside the car window, taking the night scenery of Huaihai City as dusk settled. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyan, having finished signing the last document, placed his pen in the compartment and turned his head to observe the quiet young woman gazing out at the flowing traffic. He broke the silence. "Did you feel unwell at school today?" Shen Nanzhi, momentarily lost in thought, was startled by his voice. Regaining her composure, she turned to him, her eyes clear and bright, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "I'm fine now. I'm completely well." As they reached the peak of rush hour, traffic was congested. By the time the car entered the garage of Yushan Mansion, night had fully fallen. Zhou Lin parked the car and swiftly departed with the documents Jiang Jinyan had signed. Without uttering a word, Shen Nanzhi noted his unusually brisk pace before refocusing, opening the car door, and preparing to exit. Just as she moved, a large hand seized her waist, preventing her from leaving. Chapter 50. In the darkness of the garage, Shen Nanzhi turned her head back. As she glanced behind her, before her gaze could settle on the man, a firm hand clasped her waist, and before she could react, he pulled her onto his lap. Shen Nanzhi and Oppos' breath caught. A startled gasp barely contained between her lips. "Jinyan?" She knelt partially on his leg, the closeness of their position, especially in a public setting, instinctively urged her to get up. However, as soon as she attempted to move, he tightened his grip, preventing her from escaping. Jiang Jinyan's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. There were no other arrangements for the evening. There was no hurry to leave the car. Shen Nanzhi's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing. The garage of Yushan Mansion was expansive, illuminated by numerous lights that shone day and night, making it almost always bright. Yet there was one exception. At the far left corner of the garage, a space of over 100 square meters was equipped with sound-activated lights that would only illuminate upon detecting noise. Shen Nanzhi rarely ventured into this secluded corner. Firstly, it was quite far from the entrance. Secondly, the sound-activated lights were far less convenient than the constantly bright lights in the front. However, today, Zhou Lin, that exceptionally capable assistant, had, for reasons unknown, parked the car deep within this sound-activated area. Once the car door closed, the exceptional soundproofing of the Pullman rendered any sound within inaudible outside, leading to a rapid descent into darkness as the lights failed to detect any noise. The entire interior of the car became dim. Shen Nanzhi was uncertain of Jiang Jinyan's intentions in leaving her there, but the sudden darkness outside the car stirred an inexplicable sense of tension and unease within her. She tightened her fingers, her breaths becoming deliberately slow in the face of the unknown. Retrieving her gaze from the window, she slowly attempted to shift her hips, hoping to create a bit more distance between them. Yet, the moment she moved, he pressed her back down once more. Daring not to make further movements, she softly inquired, "What are we doing here? It's pitch black." Ignoring the oppressive darkness of the sound-activated lights. If only they could catch some illumination from the bright lights in the front of the garage, the interior of the car would feel so foreboding. Yet Zhou Lin had hurriedly departed, forgetting to lower the front and rear shields, leaving the car half in light and half in shadow. Because of the parking angle and the thick shields blocking any light, not a single beam could penetrate the confines of the vehicle. While scolding Zhou Lin for his incompetence today, Shen Nanzhi attempted to find the controls for the shields, hoping to lower them or perhaps turn on the interior lights. Being in such impenetrable darkness with Jiang Jinyan left her feeling profoundly unsafe. However, just as she reached out, he seized her wrist and pulled her back. "What are you trying to touch?" Shen Nanzhi inhaled sharply. "I just want to turn on a light. It's too dark. And, shouldn't we go up?" He held her wrist firmly, and despite her struggles, her plans to lower the shields and turn on the lights were dashed. In the darkness, Jiang Jinyan observed the girl attempting to slip away from him. Before she could speak again, he tightened his embrace around her soft waist, pressing her down slightly. He then cupped her head, kissing the corner of her lips. In that moment of contact, Jiang Jinyan felt her breath hitch, and her soft body instinctively tensed beneath his touch. His gaze darkened, his fingers moving to her waist, exploring the sensitive points discovered during their previous encounters. Inching upward until her body trembled and yielded within his hold. Shen Nanzhi's breath quivered, her fingers clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming in her palms. She attempted to retreat, but he had her firmly in his grasp, and despite her efforts to evade his kiss, she found herself seeking refuge against his neck. "It's too dark. I want to go up." Jiang Jinyan's fingers gently pressed against the nape of her neck, coaxing her out of her hiding spot. "Whether we go up or stay here, it's still just the two of us. There's no one else. There's no need to be anxious." Shen Nanzhi was unwilling to comply. Yet, the spacious back seat of the Pullman allowed for effortless movements. She had always appreciated the ample interior of the Pullman, but at this moment, she felt enraged by its vastness. In contrast to the garage and Appo's dimness, in the brightly lit lobby of Yushan Mansion, Jiang Tingsu sat on the sofa, awaiting Jiang Jinyan. After yet another call went unanswered, he frowned slightly. Butler Pang personally delivered tea to him, observing Jiang Tingsu's attempts to reach Jiang Jinyan. With a gentle smile, he suggested, "Mr. Jiang is likely still occupied. Perhaps the second young master should wait a bit longer." After hanging up the call with no response, Jiang Tingsu glanced toward the spiral staircase and surveyed the empty villa, asking, "Has Nanzhi not returned yet?" Butler Pang maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Madam has yet to arrive home, but she should be back soon." Jiang Tingsu nodded, checking the time on his phone. He said nothing further, rising to leave. Noticing his departure, Butler Pang inquired, Second young master, will you not wait for Mr. Jiang? Jiang Tingsu continued walking. No need to wait. I'll go directly to Tianshan Group to find my brother tomorrow. Jiang Tingsu's car was parked at the entrance of the garage. As he approached his vehicle with documents in hand, his gaze casually drifted inside, catching a glimpse of his brother's frequently used Pullman in the dim light at the far end of the garage. He paused, hesitating for a moment before stepping further in. Inside the closed cabin, the air had inexplicably grown hot, so stifling that Shen Nanzhi felt as though she could scarcely breathe and wanted to open a window. Jiang Jinyan remained in the same position, his breath unchanged, his shirt and trousers impeccably neat. In contrast, Shen Nanzhi was pressed against him, her lips swollen and red from his kisses, her clothing in disarray. Even her light jacket had been removed at some point, now crumpled beneath his dark suit jacket. Only a small corner visible in the dim light. After enduring this position for a prolonged period, even being held by Jiang Jinyan, Shen Nanzhi found her legs growing weary. As he grasped her chin to kiss her once more, she gritted her teeth and turned her head to evade him. Yet before she could act, a sudden knock echoed against the car window from outside. Shen Nanzhi jumped, her body freezing in place, nearly unable to catch her breath. With the sound of the knock, the external, sound-activated lights illuminated brightly. The glaring light pierced through the one-way glass, flooding the back seat with brightness. Shen Nanzhi glanced down at her disheveled clothing, her eyes glistening with panic. Instinctively, before Jiang Jinyan could lower the window, she summoned a sudden strength. Breaking free from his grasp, with her slender, pale arms, she hastily grabbed a nearby suit jacket, enveloping herself within it, curling down low, pressing against the door on the side where Jiang Tingsu was knocking. In such a precarious situation, Shen Nanzhi was overwhelmed with fear, so much so that she failed to notice Jiang Jinyan observing her every frantic movement, his dark eyes narrowing silently in a mixture of intrigue and caution. Chapter 51. A passionate kiss as a couple, their intimacy was entirely natural, even within the confines of their own garage. There was no pressing need to conceal themselves. While she harbored fears of being seen, he would never allow her to be exposed to the gaze of outsiders. Just as Shen Nanzhi attempted to extricate herself from his embrace and retreat beneath the car seat, Jiang Jinyan was poised to drape his suit jacket over her. She had no reason to act or to be afraid. He would protect her fiercely. Yet, the instant she recognized Jiang Tingsu outside, an instinctive urge compelled her to push him away and withdraw. Was she truly so fearful of being seen? Or rather, was it the sight of Jiang Tingsu that unsettled her? Shen Nanzhi's eyes brimmed with panic as the voice-activated lights dimmed once more. When she lifted her gaze from beneath the jacket, she failed to notice the stormy depths in Jiang Jinyan's eyes. It was not until Jiang Tingsu furrowed his brow and tentatively knocked on the car window that the lights illuminated the interior once again. Brother? Jiang Jinyan and Appo's gaze lingered on the girl with glistening eyes who looked up at him, and an unsettling tension brewed within him, an unrelenting, suffocating emotion that had been quietly festering since she had discreetly met Jiang Tingsu at the apartment a few days prior. Last night, as she repeatedly uttered Jiang Tingsu and Appo's name in his arms, the turmoil within him swelled. She was still so young, and with so many years of bond with Jiang Tingsu, Jiang Jinyan had not wished to dwell on such matters. He had believed he had contained the dark emotions that should not exist. However, it appeared that was not the case. The shadows within his eyes were profound, with turbulent feelings swirling restlessly beneath the surface, similar to enormous waves churning beneath a seemingly calm sea, held down by a fragile veneer of tranquility. Outside the car, the sounds persisted. Jiang Jinyan's dark gaze shifted away from Shen Nanzhi as he lowered the window slightly. Jiang Tingsu halted his movements, confusion flickering in his eyes. Brother, why is your car parked here? Why not head inside? His suspicion was palpable as he instinctively peered through the narrow opening of the window. However, the gap was too small for him to discern anything beyond his elder brother seated in the back. Jiang Tingsu withdrew his gaze, yet the doubt remained unaddressed. Jiang Jinyan seized the opportunity to respond. I had a long day at the office and needed to rest a bit in the car. As he spoke, he scrutinized Jiang Tingsu, countering, "What brings you to Yushan Mansion at this hour?" The glass of Jiang Jinyan's window was tinted, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Under Jiang Jinyan's watchful gaze, Jiang Tingsu instinctively retracted his probing eyes and handed over a set of documents. "I have acquired several small companies and wish to undertake a project. I need your signature on this document." Jiang Jinyan accepted the papers, glancing briefly at the first few lines before flipping to the last page. He retrieved a pen from the glove compartment and signed without hesitation. Handing the document back to Jiang Tingsu, he casually inquired, "Didn't you always dislike reviewing documents for projects? What sparked your sudden interest in acquisitions?" Jiang Tingsu chuckled lightly. "One cannot remain capricious forever. Besides, being entrenched in the entertainment industry has grown tedious. I thought I might explore a different field. By the way, brother," he continued, as if recalling something, "it's quite late. Hasn't T. Nanzhi returned yet?" Jiang Jinyan's gaze fell to the girl pressed against the car door. Her eyes filled with unspoken pleas. With a faint closing of his lips, he replied, devoid of emotion, "Not yet." Throughout the exchange, Jiang Jinyan did not open the door nor exit the vehicle. Jiang Tingsu sensed his brother's reluctance to engage further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave. "It's getting late, brother. I shall head back now. You should also rest soon." Jiang Jinyan merely murmured in acknowledgement. As Jiang Tingsu exited toward the garage entrance, Shen Nanzhi huddled against the door, prepared to exhale a sigh of relief. However, just as she began to rub her numb legs, a sudden force yanked her into Jiang Jinyan's embrace without warning. "Ah!" She collided against his shoulder, and as she attempted to straighten, he seized her chin, sealing her lips with his. The pain surged through her, prompting her to furrow her brow. Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled that although they had only shared a few kisses since their marriage, none had ever hurt like this. Each kiss had left her with only a lingering ache from duration, but this time, the immediate pain and the metallic taste of blood made her suspect she had been bitten. Ignoring the increasing discomfort in her legs, she struggled to break free, but he held her waist, deepening the kiss. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingsu, having passed several vehicles, was lost in thought regarding his recent acquisitions when a brief, startled cry from a woman behind him cut through his reverie. He halted instinctively, glancing back at the dimly lit Pullman. The last segment of the window had just risen completely, obscuring any view of the interior. Yet, the familiar tone of the voice sent a shiver through him. Tightening his grip on the car keys, he hesitated, contemplating whether to approach and verify if he had misheard or if Nanzhi was indeed inside. However, after taking a couple steps back, he found himself frozen in place, his jaw clenched. Inside the Pullman, Shen Nanzhi was overwhelmed by Jiang Jinyan's fervent kiss. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her body taut yet forced to relax under his insistence. After several intense moments, her waist ached, not to mention her sore lips and tongue. Refusing to continue the kiss, she attempted to escape, only to be forcibly pulled back into his embrace. Her already wrinkled dress further disheveled. Breath caught in her throat, she realized the implications of his intentions, her pupils dilating in fear. "No, not here," she protested weakly. "Why not?" Jiang Jinyan's voice remained calm, his dark eyes devoid of warmth, as he restrained both her wrists with one hand while the other relentlessly began to remove her clothing. "Nanzhi, we are married. We could be together anywhere." The air within the confined space quickly grew thick and stifling. Shen Nanzhi clenched her fingers tightly, nearly biting her lips to the point of drawing blood. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, each breath tinged with a tremor of suppressed sobs. As the pressure on her waist intensified, Shen Nanzhi belatedly recognized that Jiang Jinyan and Oppo's mood was decidedly off today. Emerging from the car, her eyes were red and puffy. The garage featured a direct elevator to the third floor, and Jiang Jinyan bypassed the lobby, carrying her directly to the bedroom. Chapter 52. As he grasped her waist and kissed her with a hint of fury, Shen Nanzhi returned to the bed, thinking that the obligations of husband and wife had finally come to an end for the day. She covered her almost broken waist, lacking the strength even to wash, and buried herself under the covers, longing for sleep. However, just as she clutched the blanket over her body, The lights in the room suddenly dimmed. In the darkness, Jiang Jinyan pulled the blanket from her and pressed his lips against hers once more. Shen Nanzhi's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed tightly again. She was so overwhelmed that she scarcely had time to feel fear. Feeling bullied, she bit down fiercely on his shoulder. In the late hours of the night, a gentle breeze drifted in through the window. Shen Nanzhi, drifting in and out of consciousness, seemed to hear a murmur. But her mind was so dazed that even lying in bed made her feel dizzy, and she couldn't in oppose. T grasped what the words were. When she finally awoke the next day, it was well past 10. Her body felt as if it had been disassembled and then reassembled, every bone aching to the point that even turning over sent shivers through her. She buried herself entirely under the covers, refusing to emerge, even keeping her head hidden. While she silently cursed and lamented the pain, she replayed the events of the previous day, trying to discern how she had provoked Jiang Jinyan, particularly in the car. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed anger from Jiang Jinyan. He was like a perfectly crafted machine, adept at controlling his emotions. Whether during family gatherings or in the ruthless negotiations of business, he had never once displayed any feelings outwardly. Yet last night, in that hour in the garage, his every gesture seemed to harbor repressed anger. The thought of divorce was still beyond her reach, but she did not wish to endure the torment of marital obligations repeatedly. The events of the previous night had already left her with psychological scars. She wanted to avoid experiencing that sense of helplessness again, tonight, tomorrow, or on any subsequent night. Shen Nanzhi remained ensconced beneath the blanket, enduring the throbbing ache in her head while meticulously unraveling each moment spent with Jiang Jinyan since the previous day. Her thoughts settled on the peculiar question he had posed that morning. What dream had she had the night before? At that moment, she had sensed something was amiss. Jiang Jinyan was not the type to engage in idle chatter. The question he had posed was indeed suspicious. Furrowing her brow, she pushed forward in her recollections, arriving at memories of the dreams she had experienced while feverish that night. Could it be? Shen Nanzhi suddenly entertained a possibility that startled her, causing her to bolt upright in bed. Yet the searing pain in her lower back surged anew, forcing her to grit her teeth, clutching her nearly battered waist, and tearfully lie back down, pulling the blanket over her head once again. Underneath the covers, she continued to ponder her recent discovery. That night, had she perhaps said something nonsensical in her delirium? But upon waking, she had forgotten everything. Now, she could hardly recall the specifics of the dreams she had experienced 2 nights prior. Seeking clues from her dreams seemed futile, temporarily setting aside that line of thought. She turned her focus back to the events of last night. In the car, she vaguely remembered Jiang Jinyan holding her down, questioning, "Are you that afraid of me seeing you?" At the time, she had paid no heed to the question, nor had she responded. Reflecting on it now, coupled with the memory of Jiang Jinyan's seemingly random inquiry about her dreams after she had awakened from her fever, and the guilt that had arisen from lying to him just days earlier about Jiang Tingsu's visit to her apartment, all these pieces began to connect. A bewildering notion emerged in her mind. Could he possibly believe that she was still involved with Jiang Tingsu after their marriage? Perhaps he suspected infidelity? When Jiang Jinyan finished addressing company matters in his study and made his way to the first-floor hall, time had already slipped away. Uncle Pang had been waiting in the hall for quite some time, having waited all night for Jiang Jinyan to return. He now recalled Jiang Tingsu's visit to Yu Mountain Mansion the previous evening and reported to Jiang Jinyan, "Mr. Jiang, the second young master came to Yu Mountain Mansion yesterday evening, stating he had a document requiring your signature." Jiang Jinyan, with an expression devoid of emotion, sipped from a glass of water, acknowledging Uncle Pang and Appo's words with a slight nod. In the room, Shen Nanzhi, still feeling dizzy, was uncertain whether it was a result of last night's activities. She had exerted considerable effort to connect the events of the past few days, and the implications of her conclusions left her feeling even more lightheaded. When Jiang Jinyan entered, Shen Nanzhi remained buried under the covers, feigning sleep. The man paused for a moment, observing the mound of blankets, before slowly approaching. He grasped a corner of the blanket and pulled it down slightly. As he did so, he sensed a resistance from within the covers, but Shen Nanzhi, feeling unwell, lacked the strength to resist, and the blanket was easily drawn down. Awake? His voice, as calm and gentle as ever, resonated above her. Once the blanket was pulled down sufficiently, Jiang Jinyan's hand remained at the edge, his gaze falling upon the girl in bed whose eyes were still reddened. After being buried under the covers for so long, it was easy for her to feel dizzy. Shishunti always hid beneath the blanket. Although her head was now exposed, her body bore the marks of their earlier intimacy, a delicate silk camisole having become disheveled, leaving one shoulder exposed. As the blanket brushed against her chin, she stubbornly refused to let him pull it down further. With a pair of eyes that reflected a mix of slight anger and grievance, she gazed at him, the remnants of last night and oppose, as turmoil still visible in her expression. Jiang Jinyan, observing the girl who had been so thoroughly overwhelmed, recalled the sight of her crying in his embrace, tears falling one by one. Seeing the redness at the corners of her eyes, he recognized that he had lost control of his emotions the previous night, causing her distress. Just as he intended to lean down to comfort her, the girl, having lounged in bed for a while, slowly sat up, clutching the blanket. Raising her head, she pressed her lips together and asked, "Did I upset you in some way?" Jiang Jinyan's hand, poised to ruffle her hair, froze. What prompted such a question? Chapter 53. I have no relationship with Jiang Tingsu. Do you not? Shen Nanzhi retorted, her voice still somewhat hoarse, tinged with a hint of grievance. Jiang Jinyan placed his palm gently on her head, ruffling her hair, and reassured her, "No, it's none of your concern. Don't overthink it." With that, he turned to the wardrobe to fetch her some clothes. Just as he shifted, a soft hand grasped his wrist. I have no relationship with Jiang Tingsu. She followed her own assumptions and proactively explained, recalling the question he had posed to her the previous morning. And that night when I had a fever, did I say something wrong? Shen Nanzhi truly could not remember if she had babbled incoherently in her feverish state. Yet, her instinct for self-preservation was strong. Regardless of the truth, she quickly added, I was feverish that night. My mind was clouded. If I did say anything, it was not sincere. Stealing a glance at him, she curled herself into the blanket, her other hand subtly pressing against her aching waist and legs. Her voice lowered, she mumbled. Any words spoken in a dazed state lack credibility. Therefore, he cannot be angry with me over mere ramblings. Jiang Jinyan observed her, noting her evident distress masked by reluctance to express it as she furtively attempted to clarify. He suppressed the emotions simmering beneath the surface and glanced at her fingers, which were gripping his wrist in a moment of urgency. When she realized and attempted to release him, he instinctively clasped her hand in return. He bore no resentment towards her, nor would he ever be angry. The previous night, he had failed to manage his emotions and had no right to blame her. To love or not to love someone is not a matter solely dictated by willpower. He understood this truth well. Yet in the garage the day before, upon seeing Jiang Tingsu, her instinctive withdrawal had stirred an unwarranted jealousy within him. The entirety of the situation could not be laid at her feet. He had no right to fault her. Initially, he had intended to comfort her this morning, to soothe her after having made her cry the night before, and to disregard the events concerning Jiang Tingsu as if they had never transpired. However, her proactive explanation of her connection with Jiang Tingsu drew his gaze back to her porcelain-white, delicate face. He posed a question he believed he would never dare to ask. If Tingsu were to regret abandoning the engagement, or if he had never opposed the familial union from the outset, would you regret not marrying him? Shen Nanzhi blinked, taken aback by his inquiry. Yet, she quickly shook her head, her response devoid of hesitation. No, that scenario is impossible. Jiang Tingsu could never regret it. I would never force him in a marriage against his will. Such a hypothesis is utterly meaningless. It will never happen. Shen Nanzhi did not dwell on the pointless speculation. Her focus remained on Jiang Jinyan. After answering, she looked up at him several times, hesitated briefly, and softly asked, Are you still angry? If her waist endured another bout like the previous night, she feared it might be unbearable. Jiang Jinyan regarded her glistening eyes, ruffled her hair again, and reassured her. I'm not angry. Shen Nanzhi fixed her gaze on him, and upon seeing his expression devoid of deceit, she felt a slight sense of relief. To her, His coldness was inconsequential, as was any semblance of formality between them. After all, their union was merely a familial arrangement based on the wishes of both families. As long as he did not misconstrue her actions as infidelity, their families and oppos, relations would remain intact, and she would not find herself in a precarious position with the Shen group. Having resolved this most pressing concern, Shen Nanzhi gradually eased the tension that had gripped her heart. As the weight of her worries lifted, a wave of discomfort surged through her body, manifesting as a dull ache and dizziness. Given her condition, she knew she could not attend school today. Feeling lethargic, she opted to cocoon herself back beneath the blankets. Jiang Jinyan returned from the wardrobe with a dress, only to find her, like a snail, retreating back into the covers. Although her head was not entirely buried, most of her face was obscured, leaving only her eyes peeking out from beneath the blanket. He placed the clothes at the foot of the bed and stood before her, tilting his head down to inquire, "It's nearly 11. Aren't you hungry?" Shen Nanzhi lazily opened her eyes. Lacking the energy to move, she felt the lingering discomfort from the previous night's tumultuous events resurface, along with the sense of indignation she had felt upon waking up. However, facing Jiang Jinyan, she lacked the courage to express her frustrations. Instead, she furrowed her brow, suppressing her grievances, and buried her face deeper into the blanket, murmuring, "Not hungry, just uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? Jiang Jinyan sat at the edge of the bed, instinctively reaching to touch her forehead. "Would you feel unwell?" Shen Nanzhi's voice grew increasingly muffled as she replied, "Everywhere feels uncomfortable." Without hesitation, he stated, "I will call the family doctor." Chapter 54. An outing with her eyes closed, Shen Nanzhi did not refuse. The family doctor arrived promptly, but it was not Chen Zhe. Instead, it was the flamboyantly dressed Song Ziqian. Outside the master bedroom, Jiang Jinyan furrowed his brows as he observed the exuberant Song Ziqian, who was carrying Chen Zhe's medical kit and was being led by Butler Pang. "Why are you here? Where is Chen Zhe?" Song Ziqian, completely at ease, glanced at the bedroom behind Jiang Jinyan and made to enter. "Chen Zhe has gone to the hospital and one and oppos to be able to come for a while. My medical skill surpasses. If Nanzhi is unwell, she can just see me." He boasted, "I can treat any ailment." Shen Nanzhi faintly heard the conversation outside. The familiarity in their tone indicated that the speaker was certainly an acquaintance of Jiang Jinyan. Since waking, she had been plagued by dizziness, likely a consequence of last night's excesses. Not wishing to remain in bed indefinitely, she consented to the family doctor's visit. However, the prospect of being attended to by one of Jiang Jinyan's friends filled her with embarrassment. The sickly girl, cocooned in her blankets, contemplated retracting her acceptance. Just as she was about to sit up to decline the doctor's visit, the bedroom door swung open. Song Ziqian entered first, the medical kit in his hand, resembling a talisman ensuring safety, boldly stepping into the room before Jiang Jinyan. Shen Nanzhi did not lie back down. She sat in the center of the large bed, the covers wrapped tightly around her, revealing only her porcelain-like face as she gazed toward the door. Her clear, luminous eyes flitted over the newcomers. Song Ziqian, hailing from the Song family and having a decent rapport with the Jiang family, particularly with Jiang Jinyan, had known him since childhood, leading to a gradually deepening friendship. In earlier years, he often accompanied his elders to visit the Jiang household, becoming familiar with the Shen girl who had been raised there since she was 10. However, shortly thereafter, he was sent abroad by his family patriarch and had not returned for several years. It had been 5 or 6 years since he left for overseas studies. Song Ziqian returned to Huaihai City later than Jiang Jinyan. Upon his arrival, still adjusting to the time difference, he heard the news of Jiang Jinyan's engagement and marriage certificate with Shen Nanzhi. Curiosity piqued. Song Ziqian found it intriguing that Jiang Jinyan would marry a girl who had always followed Jiang Tingsu, a girl whom outsiders presumed to be in a relationship with him. Indeed, she was only 20, and the age gap was considerable. Being naturally inquisitive, Song Ziqian felt compelled to see for himself the situation, especially since one among their circle, who seemed least likely to marry, was the first to do so. He had thought of visiting since Shen Nanzhi had a high fever the previous night. Today, while looking for Chen Zhe, he fortuitously overheard Chen Zhe receiving a call from Jiang Jinyan. Without hesitation, he pushed Chen Zhe aside and rushed over with the medical kit. With Song Ziqian leading and Jiang Jinyan trailing. Upon entering, Song Ziqian's gaze quickly darted to the large bed. In the center, the girl was partially covered by blankets. Her delicate features illuminated like a freshly shelled egg. Her large, watery eyes sparkled with vitality, and though pale from feeling unwell, her beauty remained striking. Song Ziqian, recalling the innocent girl he had known, was tempted to ruffle her hair, but under Jiang Jinyan's cold gaze, he refrained. Instead, he approached the bed, beaming, and warmly introduced himself to the girl who did not recognize him. Sister Nanzhi, do you remember me? I'm Song. You used to call me Zichingu when you followed Jiang Tingsu around. Hearing that she was unwell, he eagerly declared, I just returned from my studies abroad, and I'm here to examine you. Enthusiastic to promote himself, he continued without allowing her a moment to respond. Sister Nanzhi, I'm also quite skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. Would you prefer pulse diagnosis or Western methods? I can do both. How would you like to proceed? Shen Nanzhi remained silent, contemplating how to politely decline further examination. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyan frowned and interjected coldly. Song Ziqian, if you can examine her, do so. If not, call Chen Zhe. Taken aback by the doubt cast upon his esteemed medical skills, Song Ziqian quickly retorted, Of course I can. I just want to choose a method that Sister Nanzhi prefers. Please don't rush me. I'm here after a long time. Shen Nanzhi, swallowing her polite refusal, glanced at Jiang Jinyan approaching her. She extended a hand towards Song Ziqian, saying, I just feel a bit dizzy. Do I need a pulse check? Instantly, Song Ziqian set down the medical kit. Of course, let me take a look. He pressed his fingers against her delicate wrist as he examined her pulse. He also noted her complexion, discreetly glancing at Jiang Jinyan beside her, his eyes reflecting a hint of predatory curiosity. Were it not for Shen Nanzhi's presence, he would have resumed the conversation abruptly cut off by Jiang Jinyan during their last phone call. Soon, Song Ziqian withdrew his hand, contemplated his words, and retrieved 2 boxes of medicine from Chen Zhe's kit, cheerfully stating, You have a mild fever, but it's nothing serious. Just rest in bed for a while longer and take 2 of these pills. Shen Nanzhi accepted the medicine with gratitude. Though Song Ziqian had a carefree demeanor, he maintained a sense of propriety, quickly exiting the bedroom after providing the medication. Jiang Jinyan glanced at the girl on the bed, exchanged a few words with her, and followed Song Ziqian out. Before long, he returned, having seen Song Ziqian off with butler paying. Jiang Jinyan picked up the 2 boxes of medicine, examining the instructions. Both medications are to be taken after meals. I'll have someone bring up food. Let us eat first. Shen Nanzhi had initially planned to go downstairs, but paused at his words. After eating and taking her medicine, she glanced through her unread messages in the group chat before dozing off again. When she awoke, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Upon opening her eyes, she reached up to touch her forehead. It no longer hurt or felt dizzy, and the discomfort from the previous night had mostly dissipated. However, lying in bed all day had left her with a slight ache in her back. As she pulled back the covers to get up and stretch, she was surprised to see Jiang Jinyan on the sofa, working on his laptop. Startled, she instinctively asked, Aren't you going to the office today? Upon noticing her wakefulness, Jiang Jinyan set down his laptop and approached. I was concerned you might feel lonely at home. He habitually touched her forehead, asking, Feeling better? Still unwell? Shen Nanzhi shook her head, replying, Much better. Shall we get up and move around? He inquired. She nodded. After changing her clothes, Shen Nanzhi strolled downstairs. Butler Pang brought in fresh fruits and freshly squeezed juice. After wandering around the courtyard for a bit, she settled on the sofa in the hall, responding to messages while occasionally popping pieces of fruit into her mouth. Jiang Jinyan followed her downstairs, and when she finished replying to messages and began watching videos, he sat beside her, attending to company emails. Feeling his presence, Shen Nanzhi dared not shoo him away. Upon his arrival, she quietly lowered the video volume and adjusted her posture. After indulging in videos for about an hour, Shen Nanzhi had grown thoroughly tired of it. Her eyes ached, and the tension in her back was palpable, not to mention the dull boredom that had settled in. Noticing that Jiang Jinyan was still engrossed in his work, She silently pondered whether there were any tasks she had yet to complete. After some contemplation, she realized there were indeed a few, but none of them were pressing, and at that moment, she simply lacked the motivation to engage in them. Jiang Jinyan, aware of her restlessness, exited his email and glanced at the time before inquiring. "Are you bored?" Shen Nanzhi didn't conceal the truth from him. She admitted that she was feeling a bit so. Typically, she would be in the school laboratory or in her apartment analyzing financial data at this hour, but today she had opted not to attend school. With little interest in delving into the complex data analysis, she found herself rather listless. Noticing her furrowed brow, Jiang Jinyan picked up his phone and tapped a few times on the screen, sending a message. He then asked her, "Would you like to go out for a while?" Chapter 55. You can't possibly be trying to persuade them to divorce, can you? Shen Nanzhi was somewhat taken aback. Going out? Where to? Jiang Jinyan approached her and said, "There's a gathering at Xingye today. I'll take you along for some fresh air." At the Gu family villa, Gu Wenchuan returned from a meeting at the company. Upon entering the hall, he saw his sister engrossed in her laptop on the sofa, seemingly tinkering with something. He poured himself a glass of water and casually strolled past her. However, as he drew closer, before he could catch a glimpse of what was on her screen, she swiftly minimized the browser, as if she had eyes at the back of her head. Gu Wenchuan chuckled, leaning lazily against the back of the sofa. "So, what's going on? Have you started dating someone? You've been mysteriously clutching that tablet and laptop for the past few days. It wouldn't happen to be some low-grade boyfriend, would it?" Gu Qinghe, fearing he might meddle with her laptop, promptly shut it and hugged it tightly to her chest, defending herself. "How could I possibly date someone right under your and Dad's noses?" Gu Wenchuan nonchalantly regarded her, lifting his chin towards the laptop nestled in her arms. "Then what exactly are you doing? Is there something fishy on that computer?" With wide, innocent eyes, Gu Qinghe retorted, "What could be fishy on my computer? I merely heard that Ji and President Jiang have obtained their marriage certificate and wanted to search for some tips on nurturing married life for my best friend." Gu Wenchuan clicked his tongue, straightening up as he mulled over whether her statement was a mere excuse or a truth. However, he refrained from probing further and instead bypassed the sofa where Gu Qinghe sat, making his way to the single sofa opposite her. "Do you really think you need to concern yourself with Jiang Jinyan and Nanzhi and Appo's affairs?" Gu Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at her brother, unable to suppress a murmur. "I just want to help." Gu Wenchuan chuckled lazily, reclining on the sofa, his gaze languidly drifting towards her. What could you possibly do to help with their marital issues? Before he could finish his sentence, observing his sister's peculiar behavior over the past few days, a sudden thought struck him, and his expression turned unusually serious as he scrutinized her. "You can't possibly be thinking of persuading them to separate, can you?" Gu Qinghe, having just taken a sip of water, nearly choked at his words. She coughed and swallowed hard, casting a frustrated glance at her brother, who seemed to delight in teasing her. "Do I really seem that malicious? I would never wish to interfere with someone else's marriage. I am fervently hoping for President Jiang and Ji to live in harmony and bliss for 100 years. Gu Wenchuan felt somewhat relieved, fearing his Navi sister might unwittingly provoke Jiang Jinyan. Yet, seeing her earnest concern for their relationship, he worried that this capricious girl might one day genuinely attempt to persuade them to divorce. Thus, he preemptively warned her, "Nanzhi and Jiang Jinyan just got their marriage certificate. You may encourage harmony, but remember to refrain from speaking carelessly in front of Nanzhi." Listening to Gu Wenchuan's repeated admonitions against advising anyone to divorce, Gu Qinghe found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Did her brother truly believe her to be so malicious as to disrupt someone else in Appo's marriage? Before she could dwell on her insecurities, her brother casually shifted the topic. "By the way, the marriage alliance with the Chung family has been postponed. Dad has agreed to stop pressuring you about your marriage. You can choose any suitable family in Huaihai City." Gu Qinghe's eyes brightened. "Really? You mean he won't force me into an arranged marriage anymore?" Gu Wenchuan nodded, observing the instant illumination in his sister and Appo's expression. Considering the parameters he had just established regarding potential marriage candidates, she inquired further. "Does it have to be a prominent family from Huaihai City? What about families from Lin City or elsewhere?" Gu Wenchuan scrutinized her more closely, genuinely beginning to suspect that his sister might be involved with some scoundrel. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns at that moment. Instead, he expanded her options within the boundaries set by their father. If you truly like someone, it doesn't have to be from here. Just let me know, and I'll talk to Dad. You needn't worry about that. Gu Qinghe felt a wave of relief wash over her. With her brother's assurance, it seemed she would no longer be pressured into an arranged marriage for the foreseeable future. Having settled such a significant matter, Gu Qinghe cheerfully clutched her laptop and headed upstairs to share the good news with her best friend. However, just as she stood up, Gu Wenchuan added, "Oh, but there is one exception." Gu Qinghe turned towards him, intrigued. "What is it?" "The Hua family from Beicheng. Your brother will not allow that, no matter how much you may like them." It took Gu Qinghe a moment to recall who he was referring to, the sworn enemy of the Gu family, specifically her brother's adversary. In Huaihai City, the Jiang family held the foremost position, followed by the Gu and Shen families. In Beicheng, the Hua family reigned supreme. While the Gu and Hua families had maintained a decent relationship historically, 3 years ago, her brother had started dating a girl from a branch of the Hua family. Unfortunately, after a brief romance, she abruptly disappeared. Gu Wenchuan had utilized his family's resources to locate her, only to be obstructed by the Hua family's patriarch. It was later revealed that the girl had gone abroad, and since then, she had never returned. Despite several attempts to find her, Gu Wenchuan's efforts were consistently thwarted by the Hua family's leader. Consequently, a deep-seated animosity had developed between the two families. Even now, whenever the Gu family had any business dealings with the Hua family, the atmosphere remained quite tense. As Gu Qinghe absorbed her brother's mention of the Hua family, she dismissed it lightly, not taking it to heart. She rarely ventured to Beicheng, and even if she were to reach the stage of freely dating and marrying, it was unlikely she would have any dealings with someone from there, especially not with the Hua family patriarch, who was as aloof as Jiang Jinyan and rarely appeared in public. Clutching her laptop, Gu Qinghe ascended the stairs with a light step. At that moment, Gu Wenchuan's phone chimed with a new message. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. Noticing an unread message from Jiang Jinyan stating, "Going to Xingye tonight," Gu Wenchuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering how Jiang Jinyan, who typically spent his days either working or accompanying his new wife, found the time for a gathering today. However, as he glanced further down, he saw the words "Bring your sister," and his gaze abruptly froze. Staring intently at the screen, he called out to his sister, who was already halfway up the spiral staircase, humming a tune. "Gu Qinghe, what on earth have you been up to these past few days? Have you caused trouble that has reached Zhang's ears?" Although they had been friends for many years, Gu Wenchuan and Jiang Jinyan were several years older than Gu Qinghe and her friends. Their gatherings typically consisted of the older brothers enjoying drinks together. The younger girls had their own social circles and seldom mingled with them. Aside from special occasions, like this drinking and chatting event, they never included girls 6 or 7 years younger, particularly not someone like Jiang Jinyan, who was known for his cold demeanor and spent most of his time abroad. It was highly unusual for Jiang Jinyan to specifically invite Gu Qinghe today, especially for a gathering at Xingye, where no females had ever attended, including their own sisters. Although Gu Qinghe had a good relationship with Shen Nanzhi, she had little interaction with Jiang Jinyan, who had never allowed her to join him at Xingye. Thus, Gu Wenchuan's immediate concern was whether his unreliable sister had gotten herself into some trouble, particularly one that had attracted Jiang Jinyan's attention. Hearing her brother and Appo's bewildering question halfway up the stairs, Gu Qinghe was equally perplexed. What kind of trouble could she have caused, especially one that reached Jiang Jinyan? Even with 10 times her courage, she would never dare. In the presence of the formidable Jiang, she found herself at a loss for words, lacking the audacity to dare provoke chaos. As this thought lingered, Gu Qinghe suddenly recalled something. With a stiff neck, she slowly turned her gaze to the laptop nestled in her arms. Could it be those little films? Yet, those films had been sent 2 or 3 days prior. Surely, there was no need to wait such a lengthy period to settle accounts with her. Was there? Chapter 56. An unexpected encounter at Xingye. After spending an entire day at home, Shen Nanzhi felt rather content as she sat in Jiang Jinyan's car, enjoying the breeze on their way to Xingye. However, fate had other plans. Upon arriving at the parking area of Xingye, She alighted from the vehicle and, turning around, immediately spotted Jiang Jinyan, who had just exited a car alongside Su Wu. Shen Nanzhi furrowed her brows, her earlier good mood dissipating in an instant. She wished to avoid further entanglements with Jiang Jinyan, especially as twilight descended and Xingye bustled with patrons. Before Jiang Jinyan and Su Wu could glance in her direction, Shen Nanzhi swiftly averted her gaze, pretending not to see them. Yet, in the very next moment, as Jiang Jinyan turned back, he caught sight of her and Jiang Jinyan, who had just stepped out of the car. From a slight distance, Jiang Jinyan could not hear their conversation, but observe his brother affectionately ruffling Shen Nanzhi and Appo's hair, leading her inside. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the scene. Su Wu, eager to enter, took a couple of steps forward, but halted abruptly when she noticed Jiang Jinyan's sudden pause. In recent times, the internet buzzed with half-truths and rumors, and Jiang Jinyan had ceased to press for the public relations team to retract the trending topics. Under the influence of such publicity tied to the Jiang family, Su Wu's fame surged, even attracting the attention of the internationally renowned director Zheng Lin, who personally extended an invitation for her to star as the lead in his long-anticipated new drama. Such an opportunity, previously unimaginable for a budding star like Su Wu, was now a reality due to her association with the Jiang family. Though elated, Su Wu was aware that Zheng Lin requested a meeting with Jiang Jinyan before finalizing the casting. Despite Zheng Lin's clout in the entertainment industry, it paled in comparison to the stature of the Jiang family. With Jiang Jinyan's influence through his media company, Zheng Lin was keen to seize this chance to connect with the Jiang family. Realizing Zheng Lin's ulterior motive for wanting her to introduce him to Jiang Jinyan, Su Wu felt the weight of her ambition. On the day she received the invitation, she approached Jiang Jinyan, asking him to accompany her to meet someone. However, Jiang Jinyan displayed little interest in such matters. After much effort and persuasion, she finally secured a few minutes of his time during their visit to Shen. Now, at the entrance, Su Wu feared Jiang Jinyan might change his mind or offend the eagerly awaiting Zheng Lin inside. As Jiang Jinyan took a couple of steps and suddenly stopped, Su Wu anxiously glanced his way. Yet, when her gaze followed Jiang Jinyan's, she unexpectedly spotted Shen Nanzhi by the luxury car nearby, her eyes instantly filling with jealousy. She wanted to urge Jiang Jinyan to enter first, but he ignored her and made his way towards Shen Nanzhi. Su Wu's hands clenched tightly in frustration. Shen Nanzhi, following Jiang Jinyan to the revolving doors of Xingye, had taken only a few steps when a voice called out from behind. "Brother." Jiang Jinyan paused and turned back. Jiang Jinyan approached them, his gaze subtly scanning Shen Nanzhi, who stood beside his brother, engrossed in her phone, oblivious to his presence. "What a coincidence, brother. You're here at Xingye too. I happen to be meeting friends. Why don't you and Nanzhi join us and catch up?" Jiang Jinyan glanced at Shen Nanzhi, who remained silent, and replied coolly, "No. I and Appo's am here to accompany Nanzhi for some fresh air. I and Appo's already arranged for her company. You all go ahead." Jiang Jinyan and Appo's attention finally settled on Shen Nanzhi. Clenching the car keys in his hand, he maintained a composed demeanor, saying nothing further, only stating, "Then I and Appo's heading first." Jiang Jinyan acknowledged him with a nod. As Jiang Jinyan and Appo's gaze lifted, it fell upon Su Wu, who stood a distance away, adorned in a fitted red dress with exquisite makeup, intently watching them. He inquired, "Is it the girlfriend you mentioned?" Jiang Jinyan glanced back, his expression inscrutable. Initially inclined to deny it, he reconsidered and chuckled softly, nodding in affirmation. As he spoke, his peripheral vision remained on Shen Nanzhi, who appeared indifferent, as if she had not heard him at all. A flicker of darkness crossed Jiang Jinyan and Appo's eyes. Noticing Jiang Jinyan heading directly towards Shen Nanzhi, Su Wu felt a mix of jealousy and panic. However, her gaze soon shifted to the dignified, composed man beside Shen Nanzhi. Observing the apparent closeness between Jiang Jinyan and him, she recognized that he displayed none of the casual pride he wore in public when interacting with her. Su Wu's gaze sharpened as she regarded Jiang Jinyan, who merely glanced at them before returning his attention elsewhere. A suspicion arose within her. The only person capable of earning Jiang Tingsu's respect and admiration, given his prestigious lineage, was none other than the current patriarch of the Jiang family, who wielded immense power at a young age. For Su Wu, the connection with Jiang Tingsu had already granted her a fortuitous proximity to the upper echelons of society. But the stature of Jiang Jinyan was an unattainable realm for her. Even if she ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, she would remain unqualified to meet him, as his vast empire spanned countless industries, notably excluding entertainment. Yet today, the prospect of encountering the Jiang family patriarch ignited a yearning within Su Wu, compelling her to approach. However, just as she took a few steps in that direction, she was abruptly intercepted by Jiang Tingsu, who, with a cold gaze, pulled her into the lobby of Shenyang. Chapter 57. Jiang Tingsu's affection for Shen Nanzhi. Su Wu stumbled as Jiang Tingsu pulled her along, yet she dared not express her dissatisfaction. Instead, she cast a glance through the revolving door at Jiang Jinyan, who was escorting Shen Nanzhi to another VIP section. In a soft, gentle tone, she inquired of Jiang Tingsu, "Is that Mr. Jiang from Tianqing Group?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Tingsu shot her a cold glare. When they were alone, his gaze held no warmth, only a chilling warning: know your place. He was well aware of the trending topics, and, though he did not suppress public opinion, it did not mean that their relationship was as the outside world speculated. Su Wu immediately bit her lip, swallowing the words she had left unsaid, concealing all her resentment and dissatisfaction. In a lowered voice, she continued, "You misunderstand, second young master. I harbor no ulterior motives, nor do I wish to deliberately approach Mr. Jiang. I merely noticed the seemingly close relationship between Shen Nanzhi and Mr. Jiang and was curious to greet them." As she mentioned close relationship, she intentionally glanced at Jiang Tingsu. Coming from a humble background, although she had gained a foothold in the entertainment industry over the past 2 years with Jiang Tingsu's support, she had never truly stepped into the upper echelons of Huaihai City. Furthermore, Shen Nanzhi had always maintained a low profile, and for years, there had been no rumors regarding her lineage from the Shen family. Unbeknownst to Su Wu, Shen Nanzhi was indeed the daughter of the Shen family. She only knew that the connection between her and Jiang Tingsu was anything but ordinary. It was neither love nor friendship. But one thing was clear. Su Wu could sense Jiang Tingsu's affection for Shen Nanzhi, and it was profound. From a moment she first encountered Shen Nanzhi 2 years ago in the resting area beside the sports equipment at Huaihai University, she had discerned this. Thus, she felt jealousy towards Shen Nanzhi, as well as wariness. However, she had not anticipated that her seemingly indifferent junior, who was solely focused on her studies and experiments, would not only have this ambiguous relationship with Jiang Tingsu, but also be so close to the power holder of the Jiang family. Yet before Jiang Tingsu, she revealed nothing. After casually remarking on Shen Nanzhi's apparent intimacy with Jiang Jinyan, she deftly fell silent. Shen Nanzhi paid no heed to the coincidental encounter with Jiang Tingsu and Su Wu at the entrance of Shengyi. Upon following Jiang Jinyan to their exclusive private room, she found that Sheng Yui, Feng Lin, Song Ziqian, and others had already arrived. Notably, Song Ziqian, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to her, his gaze landing on her. "Sister Nanzhi, are you feeling better? Did the medicine work?" Seated beside Jiang Jinyan on the inner side of the sofa, Shen Nanzhi politely smiled and nodded. "Much better. Thank you, Brother Ziqian." With Song Ziqian's inquiry, Sheng Yui and Feng Lin also turned their attention towards her, swallowing the greetings they had initially intended to offer. Following Song Ziqian's lead, Sheng Yui expressed concern. "You were ill? No wonder Jinyan refused to bring you along a few days ago for everyone to gather. Nanzhi, the first private hospital in Huaihai, is under the Sheng family shares. If you're still unwell, just go to the hospital and let the expert team take a look." As soon as Sheng Yui spoke, Song Ziqian threw a lychee at him, exclaiming, "Sheng Yui, who are you implying has poor medical skills? Your private hospital would have to offer me a high salary and sincerity if they wanted to hire me. And I'd still have to see if I'm willing to go. Who are you insinuating has inadequate skills?" The atmosphere in the private room was lively and cheerful. Although Shen Nanzhi had not previously engaged in such casual conversations with Sheng Yui and Feng Lin, they had grown up in the same circle, knowing each other well. Despite 2 years of limited interaction, their relationship was not entirely estranged, especially with Jiang Jinyan by her side. After chatting for a while, Jiang Jinyan turned his gaze to the girl, sipping her juice, lowering his voice slightly as he said, "I've reserved the adjacent room and invited a few friends you're close with. If you tire of being here, feel free to join them in the next room." He added, "You can play whatever you like, as long as you enjoy yourself. The expenses are on me." Shen Nanzhi was somewhat taken aback. She had thought he brought her just to mingle with Song Ziqian and Sheng Yui. She had not anticipated there was another room. Inquiring about her friends, she asked, "Is Qing'e here yet?" Jiang Jinyan glanced at the time and assured her, "Not long now, she'll arrive shortly." Suppressing her urge to rush to the next room, Shen Nanzhi smiled softly, "Then I'll wait for Qing'e to join us." Gu Qing'e, riding in Gu Wenchuan's car on the way to Shengyi, was racking her brain, trying to figure out what trouble she had stirred up to warrant Jiang Jinyan personally messaging her brother to summon her. Upon arriving at Shengyi and entering the private room, she spotted Shen Nanzhi seated beside Jiang Jinyan. Before she could ponder whether it was due to those little movies that had caused the trouble, as soon as she stepped inside, she saw Shen Nanzhi exchange a few words with Jiang Jinyan before approaching her. Outside the room, Gu Qing'e, feeling anxious, immediately asked, "Darling, what are we here for today?" Shen Nanzhi paused, extending her hand to present a black truffle chocolate to her with a relaxed tone. "We're here to have fun in the next room." "What else could we do at Xingyi?" Gu Qing'e let out a heavy sigh of relief. The tension that had plagued her throughout the journey dissipated. Realizing it was just a misunderstanding, she took the chocolate from Shen Nanzhi and unwrapped it, biting into it immediately. Then, she grabbed Shen Nanzhi's hand, saying, "Let us go. We finally have a legitimate reason to be at Shengyi. Let us go sing." Shen Nanzhi teased, "Sure, but let us avoid what happened last time. Don't get too carried away with the male models." Gu Qing'e sighed dramatically, "Don't even mention it. Even if I wanted to, with my brother watching in the next room, no male model's underwear would dare show up." Shen Nanzhi. Chapter 58. Whom I marry is none of your concern. Jiang Jinyan had invited mostly the young ladies who had attended Shen Nanzhi and Appo's birthday banquet at the behest of Jiang and Appo's mother, along with several close friends, excluding Gu Qing'e. The private room was filled with an abundance of beverages, fruits, and an air of revelry, with Jiang Jinyan and Gu Wenchuan overseeing the festivities from an adjacent room. At precisely 7:40 p.m., the nightscape of Huaihai City sparkled magnificently. Shen Nanzhi stepped out to visit the restroom. At the end of the corridor stood a curved floor-to-ceiling window, perfectly positioned to capture the vibrant night scene of the Xingyi district. Before heading to the restroom, she paused before the window, gazing down at the resplendent night view of Huaihai City. As the lights in the plaza formed a breathtaking image of a blooming fire lotus, she snapped a photo and sent it to Gu Qing'e. Moments later, she received an immediate reply. "Miao, I heard there will be a light exhibition at Fubai Square in 3 days, featuring air-freighted purple blooming fire lotuses. Would you like to join?" Raising an eyebrow, Shen Nanzhi typed a single word in response, "Sure." After putting her phone away, she glanced one last time at the plaza lights, which had transformed into different patterns, before turning back towards the private room. As she approached the corner of the corridor, in the dim light, she caught sight of Jiang Tingsu leaning against the wall, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. The proximity to the window allowed the night breeze to waft in, dispersing the smoke in swirling patterns, and the air was thick with the scent of nicotine. Upon seeing Jiang Tingsu, Shen Nanzhi hesitated momentarily. The memory of their recent quarrel at her apartment was still vivid, and each of their encounters over the past month had ended in discord. She wished to avoid further conflict. After all, their families had shared a long-standing relationship, and continued disputes would reflect poorly on both the Jiang and Shen families. Unfortunately, this corridor was the only route back to the private room. Shen Nanzhi, unable to evade him, averted her gaze and continued walking. Yet, just as she was about to pass him, he lifted his eyes to meet hers, his expression inscrutable. A smirk playing on his lips as he casually remarked, "I hadn't expected the relationship between my sister-in-law and older brother to develop so swiftly. It seems that once a marriage is formed, feelings can indeed flourish rapidly." All those years of fear can dissipate overnight with the filter of matrimony. Little Nanzhi, your ability to navigate closeness and emotions is so effortless. Why should you fear? The last phrase, uttered in the endearing tone he used to call her as a child, was laced with sarcasm. It mocked the 10 years she spent fearing Jiang Jinyan, to the extent that she avoided him even during his rare visits home. Now, merely a week after their marriage certificate was issued, she had seemingly overcome all that fear to solidify the union of their families. This irony and mockery had been a constant presence since the day he learned of her impending marriage to Jiang Jinyan. Shen Nanzhi had made every effort to avoid encounters with Jiang Jinyan, yet fate seemed intent on intertwining their paths. In just a few days, they had crossed paths 3 times, and each meeting was fraught with biting remarks. Pressing her lips tightly together, she gripped her phone so hard that her fingers began to ache, yet she remained oblivious to the pain, her gaze fixed on the man before her. Jiang Jinyan, we are ill-suited as romantic partners as well as for this alliance. Even though our relationship as siblings has reached its conclusion, there is no need to become adversaries. You have rejected this union, yet you have elevated Su Wu, spreading rumors about her, allowing me to be the subject of ridicule for 2 years. I have never questioned you nor compelled you to marry me. Therefore, who I choose to marry is none of your concern. I was not the first to abandon this engagement. So, she locked eyes with him, emphasizing each word, Jiang Jinyan, you have no right to repeatedly question me. If you feel uncomfortable, then avoid seeing me, just as we did for the past 2 years. Let us act as though we are strangers, devoid of the shared history we once had. Shen Nanzhi's intentions were crystal clear. Yet, Jiang Jinyan seemed fixated solely on her initial statement. The contempt in his eyes expanded, revealing a layer of self-mockery that had never surfaced before in public. Couple? He scoffed, his tone dripping with derision, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He extinguished the cigarette with force, his crimson gaze piercing through her as if to interrogate her. Shen Nanzhi, have you ever considered being my girlfriend? Do you believe I could ever be your ideal partner in your eyes? The raw pain from the unhealed wounds on his knuckles seemed to flare anew, sending sharp pangs through him, rendering his breaths labored. To love someone is to instinctively harbor a sense of possession, a desire to keep them from the gaze of others, to prevent any other suitors from encroaching upon their space, to secretly wish for exclusivity. Shen Nanzhi, you have never held affection for me. Otherwise, your indifference towards Su Wu would not have been so palpable. If our years of growing up together had ever sparked even a flicker of liking, you would have confronted him, expressed your anger, or even pushed Su Wu away. But you did none of that. You remained composed, as if observing the affairs of others. No questions, no anger, no fury. In fact, when you witnessed that scene, your first instinct was to turn away, and upon learning of your unwillingness to marry, you hastily vacated the ancestral home, drawing a clear line between us. The mockery in Jiang Jinyan's gaze deepened. Jiyan and others often say you are fond of me. Your heart and eyes filled with thoughts of me. Your affections have never been directed towards me. Your warmth stems solely from our engagement. Without that bond, your regard for me would cease to exist. Just as now, your affections lie entirely with my brother. Indifference? The atmosphere in the corridor grew tense as Shen Nanzhi processed his words, recalling his recent outburst at her apartment. She found the entire situation absurd. There were certain things she had refrained from saying. After the Shen family's troubles, the Jiang family had offered substantial support. For a decade, they had raised her. Regardless of the circumstances, she owed a debt of gratitude to the Jiang family. Thus, even after their quarrel, she had been willing to concede and endure. Yet, to Jiang Jinyan, her concessions were misconstrued. She could not decipher his desires. She had failed to understand him since 2 years ago. He opposed the family union, professed his affection for Su Wu, and even acknowledged her as his girlfriend during family gatherings. So, when she moved out of the ancestral home to grant them space and gradually distanced herself from their prior romantic ambiguity, he remained dissatisfied. He repeatedly accused her of approaching him solely for the sake of the alliance. There were questions Shen Nanzhi had yearned to pose since their first Cold War 2 years ago. However, asking them would only erode the already fragile remnants of their friendship. and she had chosen to remain silent. Yet today, as he resurrected memories from 2 years prior, she turned to him and bluntly asked, "Is it not a good thing that I do not harbor feelings for you and do not cling to you? Jiang Tingsu, do you recall how many times you've expressed your aversion to family unions? Do you remember the countless rumors surrounding you and Suwu? You openly acknowledged her as your girlfriend, stating that you are attracted to her type. All these years, you merely regarded me as a sister. When you encountered someone you genuinely liked, I, as your sister, stepped aside to make room for you and offer my blessings. Is that not acceptable? You often assert that my affection towards you is solely motivated by the prospect of a marriage alliance, suggesting that the bond we have nurtured over the years is merely founded upon this matrimonial arrangement. Yet, after you explicitly rejected the notion of such an alliance and entered into a relationship with another, why did you express anger when I chose to vacate the ancestral home? Is it that, despite your disdain for this union, you derive satisfaction from witnessing my relentless pursuit of you, disregarding the dignity of both our families, and insisting upon compelling you to marry me?" Chapter 59. Shall I find you some more films? As she traversed the corridor and approached the door of the adjacent private room, still grappling with her emotions from her encounter with Jiang Tingsu, Shen Nanzhi lifted her gaze and spotted Jiang Jinyan standing just a few steps away outside the door. Her eyes momentarily hesitated. Suppressing all her feelings, she hastened towards him. When Shen Nanzhi noticed Jiang Jinyan, he happened to glance her way as well. Approaching under his gaze, she initiated the conversation. "Jinyan, why are you out here?" Jiang Jinyan's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he replied, "I intended to check on you, but upon entering the room, I realized you were not inside." Shen Nanzhi explained, "I just went to the restroom." Jiang Jinyan affectionately ruffled her hair, captivated by the youthful radiance of her features, and was about to inquire if she wished to continue their revelry. However, before he could utter a word, the door of the private room behind him was suddenly flung open. Shen Nanzhi instinctively glanced towards the entrance. Gu Qinghe, having waited for her friend to return from the restroom, had decided to step out in search of her. To her surprise, she found Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi conversing just outside the room. She blinked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, instinctively wanting to swiftly retreat and feign ignorance of her appearance. She was caught off guard as both Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi turned to face her. Gu Qinghe dared not dismiss Jiang Jinyan coldly in front of him. Mustering her courage, she playfully nudged Shen Nanzhi and Appo's arm and smiled at Jiang Jinyan, saying, "Mr. Jiang, may I borrow your Shen Nanzhi for a while? We are one short." After a pause, she added, "Is that convenient?" Jiang Jinyan turned his gaze to Shen Nanzhi, his expression remaining composed, silently urging her to accompany Gu Qinghe into the room, encouraging her to enjoy herself. With Jiang Jinyan's consent, Gu Qinghe seized Shen Nanzhi's hand and led her into the private room. Closing the door once Jiang Jinyan turned to return to his own. Inside the room, Gu Qinghe did not immediately pull Shen Nanzhi further in, but instead, she reflected on the scene she had just witnessed with a mix of delight and contemplation. The more she thought about it, the brighter her eyes shone. With a teasing elbow nudge, she exclaimed, "Ji, you and Mr. Jiang seem to be quite compatible." After asking her previous question, Jiang Jinyan had only uttered 6 words. Yet the tone was unmistakably affectionate. Previously, she had harbored concerns that once her friend married Jiang Jinyan, their lives would be marked by a cold formality, evoking envy in others. Now, overwhelmed with excitement, Gu Qinghe found herself disinterested in the game, her attention solely focused on Shen Nanzhi, causing the latter to feel a sense of wariness. Indeed, proximity often rendered familiarity irrelevant, transforming even the most obscure relationships into something more intimate. Shen Nanzhi. Gu Qinghe, Ji, you must tell me how you and Mr. Jiang interact privately. And those films, do they truly serve a purpose? If they do, I can find you some more, Before she could finish, Shen Nanzhi swiftly covered her mouth. Those 10 films had already taken half her life. Did her friend expect her to procure even more? It seemed as though Gu Qinghe wished to see her perish in Jiang Jinyan and Appo's embrace. In the private room, at the booth, noticing their delay, Sheng Muyin, the eldest daughter of the Sheng family, teased as she glanced over, Hey ladies, why are you still lingering? We're no longer just one short. It's now two. Releasing her mischievous friend, Shen Nanzhi stepped forward. I'm coming. After escorting Director Jiang away, Su Wu turned back towards the 8th floor. However, before she could approach the closed private room door, she was halted by a waiter outside. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Wu and Appo's face, but she suppressed it. Maintaining a congenial demeanor, she explained, I'm here to see a friend. You should recognize me. I just came from inside. Apologies, miss. One of the waitstaff interrupted her, his tone distant and strictly professional. We have not received any notification that you are permitted to enter. With that, he gestured for her to leave promptly. Su Wu felt her face flush with embarrassment. She had considered pressing the issue, but the waitstaff remained unyielding, and, as a public figure, the potential fallout from being photographed in such a predicament loomed large. Suppressing her displeasure, she forced a friendly smile, nodding at the waiter before turning to depart. From the opposite corridor, Jiang observed Su Wu's retreating figure in high heels without pausing, proceeding directly towards the private room. The two waitstaff bowed respectfully, promptly opening the door for him. And once he entered, they closed it again behind him. Although Su Wu had attained a certain status in the entertainment industry over the past 2 years, she remained inconsequential in the eyes of the elite. Once inside the room, Jiang did not mention her and strode forward to Jiang Jinyan, who sat brooding on the sofa with a drink in hand. I heard your brother is also here at Xingyi tonight. Shall we go greet him? Jiang Jinyan did not respond immediately. Nearby, Qiyu and Fang Zhilin exchanged glances, their attention drawn to Jiang Jinyan, who had returned from a brief absence. His mood noticeably darkened. Sensing the tension, Jiang took a seat with his drink, silently inquiring of the others about the situation. Before they could respond, Jiang Jinyan, his gaze cast downward, muttered, I've already greeted him. No need to go again. Jiang regarded Jiang Jinyan thoughtfully. Though he was unclear about the cause of his distress, he suspected it had something to do with the Shen family girl. Earlier, he had heard that Jiang Jinyan, who had not attended an Appo's, Xingyi and Appo's, since returning to the country, had made a rare appearance tonight, and Shen Nanzhi had also come. Since Jiang Jinyan had met with Jiang Jinyan, it was likely he had encountered Shen Nanzhi as well. Sighing inwardly, Jiang refrained from probing further at that moment. Having grown up alongside these brothers, he understood the unspoken rules of when to speak and when to remain silent. Meanwhile, Qiyu, seeing Jiang finally making an appearance after several days of absence, seized the opportunity to shift the topic playfully. What have you been busy with lately? Every time we invite you, you say you have something on. Have you stumbled upon a windfall? Jiang took a sip of his drink, his tone laced with frustration. Don't mention it. I've been pressured by my family to join the company. It's been over a week, and I haven't had a decent night's sleep. If I hadn't wrapped up a project right under my father's nose yesterday, I'd probably still be stuck at the office today. Qiyu and Fang Zhilin laughed. Most of their group were the youngest in their families, with at least 1 or 2 older brothers, and typically, family business matters were handled by their siblings. So they rarely had to shoulder such responsibilities. However, as they grew older, they had all begun to face parental pressure to join the family business, making Jiang's situation not an isolated case. As they chatted about their experiences of being pushed into the company, Jiang casually mentioned some news he had overheard from the higher-ups. I happened to hear during a board meeting that the shares of the Shen Corporation's headquarters and branches plummeted last week, nearly causing a liquidity crisis. Qiyu frowned first. It seemed implausible for such a large company, overseen by Shen Huayan, to face financial difficulties. Jiang explained. It appears Shen Huayan was involved in a car accident at that time, leaving the company leaderless. Ultimately, it was Jiang's investment that helped Shen Corporation weather this crisis. Upon hearing the last part, they all turned their attention to Jiang Jinyan. The crisis faced by the Shen Group had not been widely disseminated within the circle. In order to minimize the risks associated with the Shen family shares, Jiang Jinyan acted swiftly upon receiving the news, suppressing the matter immediately. Aside from the company executives who spent their days at the firm and maintained close business relations with the Shen family, few others were aware of the situation. Fang Zhilin and his companions were somewhat curious, yet before they could voice their thoughts, They observed Jiang Tingsu's expression shifting dramatically. Finally, with an unusual urgency in his tone, he inquired of Ji Yanche, "When did you say the Shen crisis occurred?" Ji Yanche replied, "Just a week ago." Jiang Tingsu abruptly rose, uttering not a word further, and strode out, leaving the remaining individuals in a state of confusion. Chapter 60. Still unwell. Unable to proceed as the lights began to illuminate the surroundings and the neon lights dazzled, they returned from their night out just before 9 o'clock. Shen Nanzhi bid farewell to everyone and followed Jiang Jinyan into the car heading back to Yushan Mansion. Zhou was still at the wheel, and, as before, the privacy screens rose as soon as they got in. Shen Nanzhi's gaze fixated on the ascending screens, her mind murmuring a desire to lower them. Yet, before she could act, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist. Before she could react, Jiang Jinyan had pulled her onto his lap. In the same Pullman, with the same privacy screens and the same night sky, Shen Nanzhi instinctively recalled the events that transpired in this very vehicle the previous night. The heated images rushed into her mind, causing her back to stiffen involuntarily and her breath to halt, fearing a repeat of last night's intimate encounter. In the moment Jiang Jinyan embraced her, she, too nervous to wait for him to speak, looked up at him and pressed her lips together, stating softly, "I still feel unwell. I cannot proceed." Jiang Jinyan was momentarily taken aback by her words. As realization dawned upon him, a flicker of warmth crossed his eyes. His warm fingertip brushed against the corner of her red lips, adopting a tone meant to soothe the child. "All right, we shall not proceed." Noticing her tense demeanor, he gently kneaded her waist, silently urging her to relax, and swiftly changed the subject. "Did you enjoy yourself today?" Shen Nanzhi's attention diverted significantly. Seeing that he indeed had no intention of insisting she fulfill any marital duties tonight, eased her anxious heart. She obediently nodded, responding to his inquiry. However, she wondered why the gathering had been organized so suddenly. Before arriving at Xingyi, Shen Nanzhi had assumed it was merely a casual get-together arranged by others, with Jiang Jinyan whimsically bringing her along since she had no plans for the day. But upon arrival, she discovered that he had orchestrated the entire event, especially their private room, which was meticulously arranged to cater to the preferences of the girls, did not seem like a last-minute booking at all. The brilliant lights outside the car flickered as they receded. Jiang Jinyan's voice pulled Shen Nanzhi back from her thoughts. "Last night, I upset Mrs. Jiang and organized this gathering to make amends. Are you still angry?" His voice was low and soothing, imbued with a gentle coaxing undertone. Whether it was Shen Nanzhi's illusion or the intimate position they shared, she felt an inexplicable ticklish sensation in his tone, penetrating her ears. Her eyelashes trembled, instinctively diverting her gaze, yearning to distance herself from him. But he did not release her, rendering her immobile. She merely pressed her lips together, denying softly under his watchful gaze, "I am not angry." A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he continued to hold her. "Is that so? This morning, when you looked at me with those pitiful eyes, you seemed far more distressed than a suffering cat." Though she dared not voice her feelings openly, the emotions in her clear eyes were unmistakable. The car soon arrived at Yushan Mansion. This time, Zhou parked at the entrance to the garage, refraining from advancing further into the area with motion sensor lights. Once the car was stable, Shen Nanzhi glanced at Jiang Jinyan and exited first. Holding her phone, she made her way towards the hall. Jiang Jinyan followed leisurely behind her, his suit jacket draped over his arm. Butler Pang awaited their return in the hall and promptly instructed the staff to prepare dinner upon seeing them. Concerned that she might be hungry during Xingyi, Jiang Jinyan had arranged for a late-night snack to be sent to their private room before 7 o'clock. They had also indulged in plenty of fruit while singing and playing games, so Shen Nanzhi was not particularly hungry at that moment. Upon reaching the dining room, she drank only a small bowl of porridge before setting down her chopsticks and heading upstairs. Noticing her minimal consumption, Butler Pang watched in astonishment as Shen Nanzhi walked directly towards the staircase, then turned to glance at Jiang Jinyan, his eyes filled with unspoken words. Jiang Jinyan lowered his chopsticks, casting a glance through the intricately carved wine cabinet at the girl ascending the spiral staircase, his tone calm and unyielding. "No need to stop her. The mistress has already had a late-night snack." Once upstairs, Jiang Jinyan opened the door to the master bedroom and looked in on Shen Nanzhi. The room was empty, save for her phone carelessly left at the foot of the bed. The sound of running water faintly echoed from the bathroom, leading Jiang Jinyan to deduce that Shen Nanzhi had gone to take a shower. He refrained from entering, gently closing the door behind him and turning to the study to handle the unfinished documents from the day. As the wall clock's hands pointed to 10:30, Jiang Jinyan shut his computer and made his way to the bedroom. On the large bed, the girl nestled within the crimson bedding was bent over, engrossed in financial data on her tablet. Jiang Jinyan approached, his gaze sweeping across the screen, and reminded her, "It's getting late. Gigi, it's time for bed." Shen Nanzhi diverted her attention, her luminous eyes meeting Jiang Jinyan's. Contrary to appearing drowsy, she seemed quite alert, yet upon hearing his words, she glanced at the time on her tablet, obediently responding as she stood to place the device on the nearby table. Subsequently, she lifted the covers and slid beneath the sheets. Her slender fingers instinctively reached to pull the blanket over her head. But the recollection of Jiang Jinyan's earlier admonition against covering her face halted her movement. Ultimately, she settled for merely covering her porcelain chin with the bedding. Chapter 61. Shen Huayan returns home. Jiang Jinyan observed her movements as she prepared for bed. Once she lay down, he retreated to the bathroom for a shower. When he emerged, Shen Nanzhi was still nestled beneath the covers, unable to find sleep. Jiang Jinyan switched off the overhead light and climbed into bed, gently lifting the covers. Shen Nanzhi stiffened slightly, attempting to inch further away, but as she raised her waist to move, she realized she was already perilously close to the edge. With the room dimming, the atmosphere seemed to settle into tranquility. Although they had been legally married for a week, the past few nights had either found Jiang Jinyan away on business or had devolved into fulfilling marital duties, leaving her utterly drained and longing for 3 days and nights of uninterrupted rest. Instances like tonight, where they lay together without any obligations and she felt wide awake, were exceedingly rare. As Shen Nanzhi remained motionless beneath the covers, lost in her thoughts, a low voice suddenly broke the silence, inquiring, "Unable to sleep?" Startled, her eyelids fluttered in the dark, her chaotic thoughts momentarily silenced. She pressed her lips together and shifted from her side to lie flat, breathing softly with a lowered tone. "I can sleep. I will sleep now." Jiang Jinyan remained silent for a moment, then recalled her earlier engrossment in financial data on her tablet. He offered, "If you have any questions regarding the company or financial matters, Nanzhi, feel free to ask me at any time." The abrupt change in topic surprised Shen Nanzhi, but she quickly nodded in response. Realizing the darkness made it difficult to see, she added, "All right. There's an early meeting at the company tomorrow. I need to head over early." He inquired, "I recall you have no classes tomorrow?" "No, I don't. Concerned about her health," Jiang Jinyan advised. "The servants at Yushan Mansion 1T disturb the 3rd floor. Sleep in tomorrow, and if you wake feeling unwell, have Butler Pang call the family doctor." Shen Nanzhi complied with his instructions. When she finally drifted off, she lost track of time. The next morning, she awoke alone in a room that had grown cold in her absence. Nestling her face into the pillow, she fought to reclaim the remnants of sleep while instinctively reaching for her phone. Upon checking her messages, she was startled to see her brother's text. "Nanzhi, come to the Shen Corporation headquarters this morning." Her eyes widened in shock, the remnants of drowsiness dissipating instantly. She swiftly sat up, trembling fingers tapping into WeChat, staring at the ambiguous message as memories of her brother and Appo's scolding phone call after he discovered her marriage to Jiang Jinyan resurfaced. Shen Nanzhi opened the input box, intending to respond, but after several attempts, she sent nothing. Instead, she exited WeChat and called Zhang Lan's number. Typically, Zhang Lan would answer immediately, but today there was a long pause before the call connected. Feeling anxious, Shen Nanzhi failed to notice this detail. Once connected, she promptly asked Zhang Lan, "Has my brother returned to the country?" At that moment, in the Shen Corporation headquarters, in the CEO's office on the top floor, Zhang Lan had her phone on speaker, nervously glancing at the stern-faced Shen Huayan behind her desk. When Shen Nanzhi's question echoed in the office, she steadied her voice, responding, "Yes. President Shen landed in Huaihai City this morning." Shen Huayan and Appo's intense gaze fell upon her, causing Zhang Lan to falter. She then quietly asked Shen Nanzhi, "Miss, will you be coming to the company later?" The memory of her earlier nervousness flooded back, having sneaked back from abroad under Shen Huayan's watchful eyes, and being scolded for 20 minutes upon revealing her marriage. To be frank, Shen Nanzhi did not wish to visit the office at that moment. Going there would only lead to more reprimands, and only a fool would rush into punishment. Without hesitation, she replied, "Not for now, Zhang Lan. If my brother inquires, tell him I have matters at school today and cannot make it in the morning." Before she could finish, Shen Huayan and Appo's cold voice unexpectedly interrupted from the other end of the line, devoid of the usual affection. "Nanzhi." Her heart skipped a beat. "Brother?" Swallowing her unfinished sentence, she quickly altered her tone, as if to find an excuse to evade the visit to the headquarters. "Brother, have you arrived at the company? Why didn't you tell me you were back? I would have picked you up from the airport in the CEO's office." Listening to his sister's voice shift from subdued to cheerful, Shen Huayan lowered his gaze, observing the glowing screen of his phone. Their chat remained on his last message inviting her to the company, and it seemed she had overlooked it entirely, not responding even a word. "Don't bother with the airport. Just come to the company directly. It's already 8:30. Are you awake? Where are you staying? I'll have Fang Jing come pick you up." His 3 statements extinguished all her resistance to go into the company. She no longer fought back, gripping her phone tightly, eyes cast down, swallowing the unspoken words. Resigned, she answered, "I just got up, but I can go by myself. There's no need for Assistant Fang to come." Before returning the phone to Zhang Lan, Shen Huayan added, "I'll be waiting for you at the company." After ending the call, Shen Nanzhi frowned at her phone for a while before reluctantly getting out of bed to wash up, adhering to the principle of arrive early to face the consequences. She drove to the Shen Corporation at a pace that felt slower than a tortoise. Yet, no matter how slowly she drove, she eventually reached her destination. Upon arriving at the top floor via the private elevator, she immediately spotted Zhang Lan waiting outside, dressed in a sharp professional outfit. Zhang Lan greeted her with a respectful nod as she opened the door. "Miss, you're here." As Shen Nanzhi stepped out of the elevator, she glanced at Zhang Lan and then at the quiet corridor. Instead of heading straight to the CEO's office, she pulled Zhang Lan aside and quietly inquired, "How is my brother's mood today?" Zhang Lan paused to consider, then cautiously replied, "He should be all right." Shen Huayan and Appo's emotions were typically restrained, and even if he were angry, he would ensure others remained oblivious. Shen Nanzhi decided against further inquiries, allowing Zhang Lan to return to her duties as she made her way to the CEO's office alone. Outside the office, Fang Jing stood by the door. Upon seeing her approach, he respectfully nodded and opened the door. "Miss, please." Inside, Shen Huayan was listening to a report from the HR manager when he noticed Shen Nanzhi's arrival. He raised his hand to interrupt the HR manager and instructed him to leave for now. Chapter 62. Tonight, I will not return to Yushan Mansion. Shen Nanzhi entered under Shen Huayan's watchful gaze. After the HR manager departed, Fang Jing, outside the president's office, discreetly closed the door. Shen Nanzhi glanced back and, finally, under Shen Huayan's scrutiny, settled into the leather sofa beside him. With a smile reminiscent of her childhood, she feigned ignorance of the past month's events and, in a charmingly obedient manner, addressed Shen Huayan. "Brother, please let me know in advance when you return, so I can come to pick you up." Shen Huayan leaned against the back of the sofa, observing her with a contemplative expression, dismissing her attempt at casual conversation. Wasn't a message sent this morning? Yet, Miss Shen did not respond, and instead, she enlisted Zhang Lan to concoct a cover-up. Shen Nanzhi fell silent. The familiar sibling banter was no longer effective, so she allowed Shen Huayan to steer the conversation toward their arranged marriage. "You rushed to obtain the marriage certificate on the very first day of legal marriage age. Gigi, care to explain?" Shen Nanzhi opened her mouth, her brow furrowing, and finally muttered softly, "It's mutual affection. Hence, we obtained the certificate." Shen Huayan narrowed his eyes. "How could you have developed feelings for Jiang Jinyan when you acted like a frightened mouse in his presence as a child?" Shen Nanzhi clenched her fists, casting a quick glance at Shen Huayan's unwavering gaze, and mustered the courage to explain. "That was in childhood. Brother Jinyan values responsibility and treats me well. Our families have an engagement. Isn't it natural to develop feelings? Upon hearing the word engagement, Shen Huayan's expression darkened slightly. Suppressing his emotions, he continued in his usual tone. But what happens if those feelings fade? Nanzhi, you're only 20. If you whimsically fall in love with Jiang Jinyan, do you believe it would be easy to divorce him if those feelings were to dissipate? Naturally, it would not be easy. She felt unworthy to even broach the subject of divorce with Jiang Jinyan. Yet, she dared not voice this thought. Brother, I am fond of appearances. It is unlikely I would lose affection. Moreover, Brother Jinyan is responsible and treats me well. We once reached that point. After speaking, Shen Nanzhi quickly glanced at Shen Huayan. Since her entrance, his questions had grown increasingly probing, and she could feel her palms growing sweaty. She feared that if pressed further, she might inadvertently reveal too much and be unable to recover. Before Shen Huayan could ask another question, she tightened her brows and pointed to her slightly pale complexion, stiffly changing the topic. Brother, I am still unwell. And while you haven't expressed any concern, how long will you continue to interrogate me about the marriage certificate? Shen Huayan noted her lack of vitality. Observing her reach for a cold drink despite her illness, he frowned and intercepted her hand. You are unwell and still attempt to drink something cold? With that, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Fang Jing, please bring some hot fruit juice. Shen Nanzhi withdrew her hand, yet relief gradually washed over her. After hanging up, Shen Huayan's gaze returned to her. Although he remained upset about her clandestine return to secure the marriage certificate, he found himself reluctant to reprimand her further. What illness do you have? How long has it persisted? Shen Nanzhi could not disclose that her dizziness and mild fever were the results of overindulgence. Lowering her eyelids, she softly replied, Just a couple of days ago, I caught a chill in the heavy rain and developed a slight fever. Shen Huayan's frown deepened. He moved closer, resting his palm gently on her forehead. I will have Fang Jing call the family doctor. Shen Nanzhi, having successfully navigated the interrogation, felt her nerves relax. But upon hearing his words, her eyelids flickered, and she immediately protested, No, that is unnecessary. Shen Huayan regarded her with suspicion. She hastily explained that she had already seen a doctor, taken medication, and would be fine after resting for a couple of days. There was no need for another consultation. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Fang Jing entered with several cups of hot fruit juice, followed by the company's vice president. Fang Jing set the juice before Shen Nanzhi, while the vice president approached Shen Huayan, who turned his attention away from Shen Nanzhi. What is it? Mr. Shen, the signing meeting with Jin Ming and the overseas Chinese will commence in 20 minutes. Do you wish to proceed as planned? Before Shen Huayan could respond, Shen Nanzhi stood up. Seizing the moment, she quickly declared, Brother, you go ahead with your work. It and Oppose. It's time for me to return to school. Shen Huayan's response faltered, and he turned to her with a calm gaze. Return to school? But you have no classes today, do you? He had intended to spend time with her, discussing recent company projects as she had just turned 20, and it was time for her to begin engaging with the core projects of the company. However, she was eager to leave less than half an hour after arriving. Shen Nanzhi explained that while she had no classes, she needed to go to the laboratory. This was not entirely a falsehood. She had planned to check on the progress of her experiments that afternoon. Shen Huayan furrowed his brow, but understood her dedication to her studies. It was not merely academics for her. It had long been her passion, and she invested as much effort into her experiments as she did in finance. When will you return? Shen Nanzhi pondered for a moment and estimated she would be back by evening. Without further comment, Shen Huayan stated, I will have someone drive you to Huaihai University. Shen Nanzhi smiled, grabbing her phone to depart, but as she turned, she heard him add, However, remember to return home tonight. Shen Nanzhi turned back, surprised. Return home? Shen Huayan stood, affirming with a slight nod as he accepted the signing proposal from the vice president. I have unresolved matters regarding Jinming Group. My time in the country will be brief. Nanzhi, you are now 20. It is time to engage with the company's core projects. Tonight, return to the Shen residence, and I will discuss the company's affairs with you. As Shen Nanzhi exited the building, she glanced back at the towering headquarters, then focused on her phone, navigating to Jiang Jinyan and Oppo's message thread, and typed a few words. Brother Jinyan, I will not be returning to Yushan Mansion tonight. just as she sent the message. Jiang Jinyan, who had just concluded a meeting, saw her text and called her directly. Shen Nanzhi was in the midst of crafting a rationale when the call screen suddenly popped up and her finger inadvertently tapped to answer. In the next moment, a deep, steady voice resonated through the receiver. Chapter 63. Even if one day Nanzhi wishes to divorce, it may not come to fruition. Nanzhi, are you not coming home tonight? The voice of Jiang Jinyan resonated through the phone as Shen Nanzhi stood at the bustling entrance of her company. Unbidden, the image of his serene, dark eyes flashed in her mind. She tightened her grip on the phone and, diverting her gaze, lowered her eyelids to explain. My brother has returned to Huaihai City, so I will be staying at home tonight. There was a brief silence on the other end. After a moment, Jiang Jinyan inquired, will you come back tomorrow evening? Tomorrow evening. Shen Nanzhi was uncertain. Perhaps she would return. At the headquarters of Tian Sheng Group, Jiang Jinyan sat behind his desk in the cool-toned presidential office, listening to the hesitant voice of the young woman on the phone. His gaze fell upon an urgent document sprawled across the table. He had just finished a morning meeting and had yet to inform her that he would be working late that night. As she messaged him, he intended to call her to advise her to rest early and not wait for him. Tapping his fingers on the edge of the desk, Jiang Jinyan raised his eyes and said to Shen Nanzhi on the other end, all right, feel free to call me if you need anything. The girl obediently acknowledged and ended the call. After the conversation concluded, Jiang Jinyan sat alone at his desk for a long while before pushing aside the urgent document. When Zhou Lin entered to report on a project, he instructed, arrange a meeting with President Shen of Shen Group at 11. Zhou Lin paused, instinctively glancing at the fully booked schedule for the day. But, President Jiang, we have a project meeting with Rongxia Technology at 11. Reschedule it to 3. Jiang Jinyan's tone was cold and devoid of room for negotiation, and all subsequent arrangements were pushed back accordingly. Zhou Lin's gaze quietly shifted to the last item on the day's agenda. The originally planned online discussion was set to conclude at 10:30. Now, it would likely extend to midnight. Yet, Zhou Lin said nothing and promptly made the necessary arrangements. During his years abroad with Jiang Jinyan, such intense work had become commonplace. It was only after marrying Miss Nanzhi that President Jiang had begun to ensure his schedule allowed for him to return home by 6 each evening. Even when faced with unfinished business, he would transition everything to online handling post 6, striving to avoid leaving Miss Nanzhi alone at home. At 10:58, Jiang Jinyan arrived at the headquarters of Shen Group. Shen Huaiyan had just returned from a meeting. He was not surprised by Jiang Jinyan's visit. Even if he had not come in the morning, he would have visited Tian Sheng Group in the afternoon. Fang Jing and Zhou Lin had already excused themselves. In the presidential office, only Shen Huaiyan and Jiang Jinyan remained. Anticipating this meeting, Shen Huaiyan wasted no time in addressing matter. He looked at Jiang Jinyan, who he had interacted with only occasionally over the years, and stated, President Jiang, your arrival is earlier than I anticipated. But regarding the marriage alliance, I must speak frankly, I do not wholly endorse this union. Jiang Jinyan's expression remained stoic. Upon hearing Shen Huaiyan's words, he merely raised his eyes slightly, his tone as calm as ever. This alliance was established many years ago. On what grounds does President Shen seek to obstruct it? Shen Huaiyan turned his teacup lightly, a smile gracing his face that did not reach his eyes. As her brother, Jiang Jinyan curled his lips slightly, meeting Shen Huaiyan's gaze steadily, his tone unhurried. Brother? A brother with no genuine blood relation to the Shen family? President Shen, Nanzhi and I are already married. This union, once established, cannot lead to divorce, a fact I believe you are well aware of. Shen Huaiyan and Appo's expression darkened, although their postures and expressions remained unchanged. An unspoken tension thickened the air in the office following Jiang Jinyan's last statement. Thus, does President Jiang imply that even if one day Nanzhi desires a divorce, it would be unattainable? This question elicited no further elaboration from Jiang Jinyan. He accepted the marriage contract and the alliance not with the intention of pursuing divorce. I appreciate your concern, President Shen, but whether or not we divorce is a matter for Nanzhi and me. Once she enters the Jiang family, I will ensure her protection. Conversely, President Shen, who previously opposed Nanzhi's relationship with Ting Su and now disapproves of her marriage to me. Does he wish for his sister to remain unmarried? Or does he simply wish to prevent her from joining the Jiang family? Shen Huaiyan's complexion darkened, his tone laced with frost. What does President Jiang mean by that? Jiang Jinyan's voice remained unchanged, save for the depths of his dark, unfathomable gaze. President Shen should understand my meaning far better than I do. As he spoke, he slid a document across the table toward Shen Huaiyan. A month ago, I received information suggesting that your biological parents perished due to incidents related to Shen Group. After learning of this, Nanzhi's parents, burdened by guilt, adopted you as their son, raising you as their own. Shen Huaiyan opened the document, scanning its contents rapidly. Upon hearing Jiang Jinyan's words, he snapped the file shut, his brow furrowed with intensity. A chill radiated from his eyes as he glared at Jiang Jinyan. What does President Jiang imply? Do you believe I harbor resentment, secretly orchestrating events that led to my parents' untimely demise a decade ago? Jiang Jinyan felt little inclination to remain any longer. Shen Huaiyan was originally Pei Huaiyan, the sole heir of a newly listed company in Huaihai. With family assets in the hundreds of millions and promising company prospects, he was a rising star in the business world. Particularly, his father, Pei Sheng, was astute in business matters, successfully bidding for a partnership opportunity with Shen Group, a company that held equal standing with Jiang Group. To expedite the company's growth and strengthen future collaborations with Shen Group, Pei Sheng took a hands-on approach, frequently visiting Shen Group as construction sites for inspections. Tragically, during his last visit, an accident occurred, and he succumbed to his injuries. Upon receiving the news, Shen and Appo's parents promptly contacted Pei Sheng and Appo's wife, who was far from compliant. Displeased with her husband and Appo's constant absence due to work, she had already rekindled ties with her first love and, the day before Pei Sheng and Appo's accident, absconded with all company funds and Pei Sheng's savings, boarding a flight abroad with her lover. When Shen's parents arrived at Pei's residence, they found only the 9-year-old Pei Huaiyan, abandoned by both biological parents. The Pei family had a simplistic structure. The success of Pei's company was attributed to Pei Sheng's relentless dedication and remarkable business acumen. Lacking trustworthy relatives, and with Pei Sheng's untimely death occurring at Shen Group's construction site, Shen's father, burdened by guilt, decided to adopt the young Pei Huaiyan after ensuring the Pei family and Appo's affairs were settled. Suppressing his origins, they renamed him Shen Huaiyan, providing him with the best resources and raising him in the Shen family estate, referring to him as a brother to Nanzhi. To sever ties with the past and provide Shen Huaiyan with the finest upbringing, free from the shackles of past enmity and enabling him to flourish in high society. Shen's parents concealed all details of his previous life, including his lineage and his connection to the Shen family. Not even the Jiang family was aware of Shen Huaiyan and Appo's identity prior to his adoption. It was not until a month ago, just before Jiang Jinyan returned from abroad, that he received anonymous information detailing Shen Huaiyan and Appo's background. Jiang Jinyan and Appo's gaze flickered over the document in Shen Huaiyan and Appo's hand, his eyes devoid of warmth. In response to Shen Huaiyan's words, he simply remarked, "Mr. Shen has been regarded as a son by my in-laws and viewed as an elder brother by Nanzhi. After the passing of my in-laws, Nanzhi has come to see Mr. Shen as her sole family. For both personal and professional reasons, I sincerely hope that the unfortunate incident involving my in-laws a decade ago is not connected to Mr. Shen, to spare Nanzhi from enduring the anguish of losing family once more." However, Jiang Jinyan rose, fastening the buttons of his tailored suit with his slender fingers. In the midst of the sharply opposing, frigid atmosphere, meeting Shen Huaiyan's cold gaze, he spoke with unvarnished clarity. Should it be found that Mr. Shen is indeed linked to the accident from a decade ago, the Jiang family will not rest until there is resolution. Chapter 64. After Jiang Jinyan departed, Shen Huaiyan fixated on the document in his hand, a chilling intensity emanating from his gaze. He remained seated on the sofa for an extended period, meticulously perusing the materials left by Jiang Jinyan, each word resonating with significance. Eventually, He furrowed his brow and summoned Fong Jing. Fong Jing was engaged in coordinating the afternoon's agenda with other secretaries when he received Shen Huayan's call. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried over. "President Shen? I need you to investigate a matter," Shen Huayan declared, extending the document to Fong Jing, his brow taut and voice heavy with gravity. "Conduct a discreet inquiry and expedite the process." He paused, narrowing his eyes coldly. "Also, revisit the incident of the car accident 10 years ago on the night of the torrential rain involving the Shen family." Fong Jing glanced at the document in his hands, still unsure of its contents, when he heard Shen Huayan's second command. He hesitated momentarily, instinctively asking, "But wasn't the accident involving Chairman Shen and his wife thoroughly investigated? It was merely an unfortunate incident, with no underlying motives." Shen Huayan replied, "Yes, it was investigated, but I want a comprehensive re-examination of all overlooked details." Fong Jing opened the document, and, upon hearing Shen Huayan's directive, his expression turned serious. He refrained from further inquiries and promptly acknowledged the order. Before he departed, Shen Huayan recalled him, adding, "Regarding the events from 10 years ago, do not inform Nanzhi until we have concrete results." "Understood, President Shen." Time swiftly passed. After completing her research project, Shen Nanzhi exited the laboratory, only to find that night had fallen. She wasted no time and quickly made her way back to the Shen family villa. Upon her arrival, Shen Huayan was already home, standing at the entrance of the hall, engaged in a phone call. Noticing her return, he exchanged a few words before swiftly ending the call. Shen Nanzhi approached with brisk steps, entering the brightly lit hall from the dim courtyard, her face beaming as she looked at Shen Huayan. "Brother, have you been home long?" A warm light flickered in Shen Huayan's eyes as he affectionately ruffled her hair, turning to guide her inside. It wasn't long, merely 10 minutes, before he said, "Gigi, let us open the gifts first." "Gifts?" Shen Nanzhi's eyes widened in surprise, and she hastily set down her laptop to follow eagerly. "What gifts?" Shen Huayan chuckled softly, bending to pick up a beautifully wrapped present from the tiered cake that adorned the central table in the hall, and handed it to Shen Nanzhi. "A birthday gift." His voice was laced with affection as he watched her joyfully accept it, just as she had over the years, eagerly unwrapping the present. "I had planned to return home in time for your birthday this year, but unfortunately, I spent several days in a hospital, and then an urgent matter at the Jinming branch delayed me further. Thus, I could only present your birthday gift now." As she unwrapped the gift, he inquired, "Do you like it?" Shen Nanzhi gazed at the dazzling pink diamond nestled in the box, her surprise evident. "Is this the pink diamond I mentioned last time?" Shen Huayan nodded. The pink diamond, acquired for several hundred million, seemed to him as ordinary as daily fare. "Yes. I happened to come across it in an auction abroad a month ago and thought it would be perfect for your 20th birthday. Do you like it?" With a smile gracing her lips, Shen Nanzhi's eyes remained fixated on the exquisite pink diamond, brimming with eagerness to add it to her collection. "I love it. This purity of pink diamond is perfect for my collection." Shen Huayan smiled in return. "Then I shall have it sent to your collection. Next year for your birthday, I will find you an even purer one." As the villa and Oppo's staff began slicing the cake, Shen Huayan handed a piece to Shen Nanzhi, saying, "Stop staring at your gift and have some cake. We need to eat." With a cheerful disposition, Shen Nanzhi carefully placed the pink diamond back in its box, accepting the cake and following her brother to the dining room. After dinner, not long passed before Shen Huayan summoned Shen Nanzhi to the study, where he granted her access to the highest-level core permissions of the group, guiding her through the intricacies of the company's key affairs. Since she turned 18, he had periodically sent her introductory materials about managing the company, allowing her to familiarize herself in advance. However, those materials paled in comparison to the complex matters he was teaching her that night. As she gazed at the obscure data and codes on the laptop screen, Shen Nanzhi rested her chin on her hand, frowning in concentration. 2 hours later, noticing the furrowed brow of the young woman beside him, Shen Huayan paused his explanations, leaning back in his chair to observe her. "Are you struggling to comprehend, or are you simply fatigued?" Stealing a glance at the time displayed on the screen, Shen Nanzhi pressed her throbbing temples, bending slightly to rest her weight on the table's edge, her porcelain-like face half buried in her arm as she stifled a yawn. "I'm tired. It's 10:30, brother. Can we continue tomorrow?" Observing her exhausted demeanor and the fact that it was only 10:30, Shen Huaiyan raised an eyebrow. "Are you this fatigued? What time does Jiang Jinyan usually have you go to bed?" Chapter 65. Trending. Suddenly hearing that name, Shen Nanzhi's wearied thoughts jolted to attention. She lifted her eyelids, contemplated for a moment, and offered a moderate answer. 10 o'clock. Shen Huaiyan closed his laptop, refrained from allowing her to view the subsequent data, lifted his chin slightly, signaling her to return to her room. "Go to sleep. Message me if you need anything." Shen Nanzhi sprang to her feet, waved at Shen Huaiyan, and dashed back to her bedroom. The following day, at 7:30, after finishing her morning routine and descending from upstairs, Shen Huaiyan was already seated on the sofa, reviewing documents, while Feng Jing periodically reported updates beside him. After breakfast, Shen Huaiyan suggested driving her to school, to which Shen Nanzhi did not object. She ascended to gather her laptop and phone, then made her way to the hall and exited. Feng Jing, having organized the documents Shen Huaiyan had just signed, noticed his boss following the young lady outside while holding a suit jacket. He dutifully inquired, "President Shen, shall I drive?" Shen Huaiyan continued walking without pausing. "No need. Return to the company and arrange the 9:00 and AMP. Oppo's clock meeting." As Shen Nanzhi approached Shen Huaiyan and AMP, Oppo's S-car had already arrived. Noticing her instinctively heading for the back seat, he called out, "Nanzhi, sit in the front. Feng Jing will head to the office." Shen Nanzhi glanced back at Feng Jing, who was walking towards another car at the gate, then changed her course, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat. Last night, Shen Huaiyan had discussed several matters concerning the upper management of the company with her. During the drive to Huaihai University, he casually asked a few questions from their previous conversation to gauge her understanding. In Shen Huaiyan's presence, Shen Nanzhi felt considerably more relaxed than she did around Jiang Jinyan. Once in the car, she lounged against the seat, her clear, water-washed eyes glimmering as she munched on the nut snack Shen Huaiyan had brought her before leaving, effortlessly answering all of his inquiries. Upon arriving outside Huaihai University, the box of nuts she held had noticeably diminished. Shen Huaiyan parked the car at the entrance of the South Campus. Seeing her cap the nut box and place it in the storage compartment, he chuckled and tapped the steering wheel, his tone laced with affection. "Not eating anymore?" Shen Nanzhi smiled, unfastened her seatbelt, and shook her head. "No, I feel like I've gained weight lately and need to lose some." At the university's south gate, on the other side of the entrance, her roommate, Zhong Jun, who had just disembarked from the van with Su Wu, turned around and spotted Shen Nanzhi stepping out of an understated luxury car. Her gaze froze, and through the scattering of pedestrians, she focused intently on that direction while tugging at Su Wu and Oppo's sleeve. "Wu Wu, is that the financial and physics dual-degree junior you often mention, Shen Nanzhi?" Zhong Jun's eyes drifted past Shen Nanzhi to the expensive car beside her. "Did you not say her family background was average? Who is in that costly vehicle?" Su Wu followed her gaze, concealing a well-masked jealousy in her eyes. The car's windows were tinted, obscuring the interior from view. From their perspective, they could only see Shen Nanzhi exit from the passenger seat. And as she turned to enter the campus, she was called back by someone inside the car. As the driver's window lowered halfway, a man's silhouette was revealed, though his full visage remained hidden. They could only discern a sharp, hard-featured profile. Shen Nanzhi bent slightly, engaging in a familiar conversation with the man, then accepted something from him, waved goodbye, and walked towards the university while the man in the luxury car watched her intently. After the black luxury car departed, Su Wu's gaze shifted back to Shen Nanzhi entering the school, her expression still serene and composed. In response to Zhong Jun's inquiry, she remarked, "It seems Shen Nanzhi's family background is average, but her academic performance is exceptional. That person might be a friend of hers." Zhong Jun was busy examining several photos she had just taken, zooming in on the unusual license plate numbers. Upon hearing Su Wu's comment, she scoffed, her voice tinged with malice. "A friend? One of those friends? Wu Wu, your junior appears to be quite adept. 2 years ago, she competed with you for Shaojiang, and now she knows she cannot win. And just like that, she has climbed another rung of the social ladder. Do the seniors secretly infatuated with her in the campus forum know that their beloved has such connections? Su Wu chuckled, glancing back at the photos on her phone. Choosing to remain silent. With a seemingly disinterested tone, she merely stated, "That's her personal matter." Noticing Jiang Jinyan repeatedly scrutinizing the photos without any intention of deleting them, Su Wu and Appo's eyes flickered with a shadowy glimmer. She raised her hand to turn off the screen, without a hint of arrogance, and amiably led Jiang Jinyan towards the school. "Enough about others. You just accompanied me to the film set. Have you gathered enough material? I have a spokesperson shoot this afternoon, so accompany me to retrieve some items from the school. I need to leave shortly." This morning, Shen Nanzhi had a physics class. Gu Qinghe had not chosen a second degree and was disinterested in any courses related to physics, particularly since today's lesson was on quantum mechanics. Gu Qinghe felt a headache coming on at the mere thought of it. To spare herself the torment of grappling with physics, she opted not to accompany Shen Nanzhi to class and instead went to the library with milk tea to wait. After an entire class, as Shen Nanzhi packed her belongings and prepared to find Gu Qinghe in the library, her WeChat notifications began to ring urgently. She opened WeChat to find messages from Gu Qinghe. Just reading the text conveyed a sense of urgency. "OMG, Nanzhi, you're trending. I'm sending you the link. Check it out quickly." Shen Nanzhi furrowed her brow. Clicking on the link, a post quickly appeared on Weibo, featuring a photo of her arriving at school with Shen Huayan that morning, tagged with elite privilege and gorgeous female college student. With the support of the original poster's fanbase, its popularity soared. The post conveyed a singular message. She was vain, suspected of being kept, and was even willing to exploit her youth and beauty to ascend the social ladder. The conclusion was a preachy admonition to current female college students to remain grounded and live cleanly, lest they tarnish the reputation of esteemed institutions. While Shen Nanzhi browsed the Weibo post, Gu Qinghe's messages continued to flood in, each word brimming with indignation. "I found it. This Nanfeng Guyun is Jiang Jinyan from the Fine Arts Department's account. Jiang Jinyan is Su Wu's roommate. After Su Wu entered the entertainment industry and starred in a few films, Jiang Jinyan leveraged Su Wu's popularity to become a small blogger with millions of followers. This photo is clearly a covert shot, although it bears trending tags and deliberately guides public opinion, suppressing the heat ISN and Oppos. T particularly difficult. However, her post has already been widely shared, even making waves on our campus forum. Even if we contact Weibo's higher-ups and forum administrators to delete the post, those misled by her narrative will likely continue to gossip behind the scenes. Nanzhi, who drove you this morning? After absorbing this barrage of messages, Shen Nanzhi typed a brief response, "My brother." There was a brief pause before the top of the screen indicated typing. However, after a few seconds of waiting for Gu Qinghe's next message, Shen Nanzhi began to search for Zhang Lan's number to address the situation. Just as she was about to locate it, Gu Qinghe and Oppos, as call came through. In the empty classroom, as the next lesson was canceled and everyone else had departed, Shen Nanzhi glanced around the desolate space, refrained from standing up, and swiped to answer the call. Gu Qinghe's astonished voice echoed through the microphone. "Gigi, your brother has returned to the country?" Shen Nanzhi exited the PowerPoint presentation on her computer and accessed the post online. "Yes, he arrived yesterday." Gu Qinghe exclaimed. "I knew it. That car didn't end Oppos. It seemed like it belonged to your family, Jiang." Before she could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly faded, and after a brief pause of 2 seconds, she gasped in surprise. Soon after, Gu Qinghe's voice burst forth with excitement. "Gigi, forget about Jiang Jinyan's post. Your brother has publicly acknowledged your identity on Shen Corporation's official Weibo." Shen Nanzhi halted her finger that was gliding over the mouse. She did not switch back to Shen Corporation's official page, but merely refreshed it. At the very top, prominently displayed, was a message from Shen Corporation, which rarely posted anything aside from tender announcements, now boldly stating, "Shen Nanzhi, daughter of Shen Corporation." It served as both a clarification and a slap in the face to Jiang Jinyan's accusations. Accompanying this announcement was a clarifying post personally released by Shen Huayan. This post, also on Shen Corporation's official Weibo, featured clearer and censored photos. Unlike Jiang Jinyan's defamatory post, which hesitated to directly offend the upper echelons of society by masking the license plate of the car from which she disembarked. Shen Huayan's post used an identical image but displayed the license plate number in full view. Additionally, he included several pictures that substantiated his claim of having driven the vehicle. In conclusion, he publicly tagged Jiang Jinyan, Chapter 66. Public Identity. Miss Jiang, am I obstructing your view while escorting my sister to school? Miss Jiang's surreptitious defamation, leading public opinion to tarnish my sister and Oppo's reputation, will be legally pursued by the Shen Group. Shen Group Legal Department. These two messages, prominently pinned on the Shen Group's official social media account, unleashed a tempest of outrage. The netizens and alumni, previously incited by Jiang Jinyan to passionately condemn societal decline and the so-called mistress on the comment section and Hua University forum, swiftly turned their ire against her, vehemently accusing Jiang Jinyan of slander and deceit. As Jiang Jinyan received an exceptionally prompt legal notice from the Shen Group's legal department, her comment section simultaneously descended into chaos. On the other hand, at the very moment the Shen Group's official account disclosed Shen Nanzhi's identity, Zhou Lin promptly reported the trending topic to Jiang Jinyan right after the board meeting. He handed over his tablet, revealing the inflammatory tweet that had circulated online while the company was in session. By the time the public relations team was alerted, the Shen Group and President Shen had already issued a clarifying statement. President Jiang, how shall we proceed? Jiang Jinyan, his gaze deep and contemplative, perused Jiang Jinyan's tweet before scrolling to see Shen Huayan's public acknowledgement of Shen Nanzhi as his sister. He instructed Zhou Lin, the Jiang family shall not be bullied, especially not Mrs. Jiang. Zhou Lin, share the marriage certificate photo on the Tian Shen Group's official account. Furthermore, he cast aside the tablet, an icy resolve emanating from his depths, commanding that the legal team pursue the slanderers to the fullest extent of the law. Zhou Lin responded affirmatively, promptly setting the arrangements in motion. Just 2 minutes after the Shen Group's official announcement, the Tianjin headquarters, rarely seen in the public eye, personally tagged Shen Nanzhi. Seizing the opportunity, they publicly revealed the alliance between the Jiang and Shen families, further igniting the already tumultuous trending topic. In the library, Gu Qinghe, having just met with her friend, transformed into an eager observer of the unfolding drama online following the Shen Group and Oppo's revelation of Shen Nanzhi and Oppo's identity. As the trending topic surged, a new entry emerged amidst the top 3, now adorned with references to the Shen family's heiress and the Jiang family. Breaking. Shen family heiress, Jiang Shen alliance, Mrs. Jiang. Surprised, Gu Qinghe clicked to explore further. The first image that caught her eye was a high-resolution photo of the marriage certificate, pinned at the top of the Tian Shen Group and Oppo's official account under Jiang Jinyan and Oppo's directive, accompanied by the announcement of a long-established union between the Jiang and Shen families. Thanks to Su Wu's influence, the gossip surrounding her and Jiang Tingsu had kept the Jiang family's name in the limelight for the past month. Following the previous trending topic sparked by Su Wu and Jiang Tingsu and Oppo's appearance at Shengyi, the interest surrounding the Jiang family had somewhat waned over time. However, with the head of the Jiang family personally announcing the alliance, the interest surged back to unprecedented heights, even causing temporary outages on Weibo. In the entertainment industry, Su Wu's status had soared in recent years, while Jiang Jinyan had risen from obscurity to a well-known influencer, shamelessly aligning herself with Su Wu both on and off campus. The defamatory post about Shen Nanzhi, laden with insinuations about her ambiguous relationship with Jiang Tingsu, suggested that after Su Wu and Jiang Tingsu and Oppo's official announcement, Shen Nanzhi, realizing her aspirations were futile, sought to align herself with other influential figures. However, with the unveiling of Shen Nanzhi's identity as the Shen family's heiress, the swift clarifications from both the Shen Group and Tian Shen Group on social media made many netizens aware that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. As they revisited Jiang Jinyan's posts, frame by frame, astute observers began to discern the subtle insinuations of infidelity woven within her lengthy tirade. Gradually, clever netizens began to connect the dots. Formerly drawn to the Tian Shen and Shen Group's official accounts to support the noble family's alliance, they now surged back into Jiang Jinyan and Oppo's comment section. Chapter 67. The way of others returned to themselves when the Shen group publicly revealed Shen Nanzhi's identity and demanded that Jiang Jinyan be held accountable for her slanderous accusations. Jiang Jinyan was so frightened that cold sweat broke out all over her body, prompting her to hastily delete that Weibo post. With the deletion of her post, fervent netizens unleashed their wrath in the comments of her other Weibo entries. Dear blogger, you can say that the heiress of the Shen group is leveraging her power, but to insinuate that she is a mistress. The union between the Shen and Jiang families was long established. Does the official match really need to resort to being a mistress? To claim she is entangled with Jiang heir Xiao, when Su Damingxing announced their relationship, she knew she had no chance and turned to climb other lofty branches. Seriously, blogger, are you out of your mind? To slander the identity of the heiress is one thing, but to falsely accuse Jiang Tai, who is legitimately married, is a perilous game. How many lives do you think you have? Though I'm a newcomer to the comment section, I must say this. In Huaihai City, half the sky is surnamed Jiang and the other half Shen. The heiress of the Shen group, the legitimate Mrs. Jiang, has already reached the pinnacle of power. Why would she need to climb anyone else? Who has the right to seek her favor? The blogger's insinuations about her seeking power are laughable. If it weren't for being alumni, she would never have had the chance to meet her. As the rumors surrounding Su Wu and Jiang Jinyan intensified, fans who initially followed Su Wu merely to support the couple began to awaken to the truth and flock to the battlefield. About a fortnight ago, a certain Su celebrity posted about her love life and subtly insinuated that a Shun junior from Huaihai University was obsessing over her boyfriend, implying she was a mistress. Now, could she be referring to the heiress of the Shen group? This comment rapidly garnered an abundance of likes, leading to a flurry of responses. Calling her a mistress? What audacity! And what that Zhong blogger? I am a student of Huaihai University and heard that Zhong and Su were once roommates. Zhong only gained her followers thanks to Su, and together they conspired to defame her as a mistress. Isn't it the self-righteous Su who is the true mistress? ISN and Oppos. T it obvious who the mistress is? The world has truly changed. A fledgling star dares to slander the wife of a powerful family. 2 years ago, there were rumors about Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Jinyan's close relationship, and now it seems that Miss Shen and Jiang Jinyan's brother are indeed a legitimate couple. Isn't it natural for them to be close? Su Wu herself spread rumors of her being a mistress, sabotaging her own standing as a prospective daughter-in-law. It seems her status is precarious, considering she doesn't and Oppos to even recognize her future and Oppos, sister-in-law and Oppos. Sister-in-law? Huh. The Jiang family is a top-tier family in Huaihai City. Would they allow her to enter? The truth is becoming clear, sisters. The real Mrs. Jiang has just been slandered, and the head of the Jiang family is personally backing her, with Tianshan Group's legal team thoroughly pursuing the slanderers. Meanwhile, the rumors about Su Wu and Jiang heir Xiao have spread widely, yet the Jiang family has never acknowledged her as their wife. Not just the Jiang family. Even Jiang heir Xiao has never publicly acknowledged her. Let me interject. Just because she doesn't clarify doesn't mean they are together. Those mindless fans of Su Damingxing are clinging to the rumors, insisting that their idol and Jiang heir Xiao are dating. As the tide of comments swiftly shifted, Gu Qinghe raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, revealing one's identity is liberating. No one will dare to act recklessly in your presence again." She tapped her phone, her fingers dancing over the screen, while she muttered a few curses directed at Jiang Jinyan. That Jiang Jinyan is clearly not a good person. She accuses others of seeking power and riches, yet just a week ago, she was caught disembarking from a luxury car. That portly executive in the car could be her father. Upon hearing her last statement, Shen Nanzhi paused in her conversation with Jiang Jinyan. She turned her head to glance at Gu Qinghe. Before she could speak, Gu Qinghe, suddenly struck by thought, stopped and looked over, asking first, "Gigi, she slandered you, but her own actions are hardly baseless. Are you planning to let this go, or will you retaliate?" Meeting her gaze, Shen Nanzhi first inquired, "Do you have evidence?" Gu Qinghe and Oppos' eyes lit up, sensing that her best friend was not inclined to let Jiang Jinyan and Oppos' slander go unchallenged. She immediately leaned closer to Shen Nanzhi, presenting her phone and amp. Oppos' screen toward her. "Of course there is evidence. The man I mentioned is an investor in Su Wu and Oppo's upcoming project, and he has some dealings with the Gu family. Coincidentally, my cousin spotted Jiang Jinyan getting out of his car. She opened a photo, showing it to Shen Nanzhi. Here it is. In the photo, Jiang Jinyan appeared alluring, her body pressed against the portly investor, her high-slit dress revealing her thigh, while his hand rested on her leg. Shen Nanzhi lowered her eyelids, her expression unchanging as she said, "Send me the photo." Gu Qinghe swiftly complied, sending the photo without hesitation. In the past, she would have ignored someone like Jiang Jinyan, indifferent to her character or demeanor. Even when her cousin had mentioned the investor and shared the photo, she had merely glanced at it before moving on. However, now that Jiang Jinyan's vile intentions had targeted her friend, the situation was different. After viewing the comments on Weibo, she remembered the photo she had previously overlooked and made a point to retrieve it from her cousin and Oppo's as chat history. Receiving the photo from Gu Qinghe, Shen Nanzhi promptly long-pressed it and shared it with a contact on her WeChat list. She intended to return the favor to Jiang Jinyan by using the same tactics she had employed today. Upon receiving the photo, the recipient replied almost instantly. Minutes later, the image, clear to anyone with discerning eyes, appeared across various social media platforms, rapidly linking to the trending topic associated with Jiang Jinyan's name. In the art dormitory, as Jiang Jinyan watched her phone buzz incessantly with legal notices from Tian Sheng Group and the Shen Group, her face turned ashen. She finally grasped the gravity of her situation. Anger and panic filled her eyes. She had always perceived Shen Nanzhi as merely an ordinary person of humble origins, known only for her academic prowess. For someone like her, who had amassed millions of followers before even graduating, the studious girl was hardly worth her consideration. Even if Shen Nanzhi sought to clarify the situation online, Jiang Jinyan felt no fear. A mere academic achiever, no matter how brilliant, could not compete with the influence of a major online celebrity. But she had not anticipated that Shen Nanzhi was indeed the Shen of the Shen Group in Huaihai City, and that she had long been united with the Jiang family, an entity far beyond the reach of ordinary affluent families. Chapter 68. Going to the Shen family to bring the madam home. Jiang Jinyan, her face as pale as a ghost, clicked into the overwhelming tide of vitriol on Weibo, desperately seeking to salvage her reputation. However, as the page loaded, she was met with a striking high-definition photo of herself from a few days prior, accompanying investors, plastered all over the internet, much like how she had posted about Shen Nanzhi that morning. Gazing at the image and the appalling comments beneath it, Jiang Jinyan's mental state shattered completely. With red-rimmed eyes, she dialed Su Wu's number, her entire being trembling like a leaf in the wind. As soon as the call connected, she hastily pleaded for help. "Wu, please help me. What can I do for you?" The voice on the other end was cold and unwelcoming. Before Jiang Jinyan could finish her thought, Su Wu interrupted her with palpable irritation, swiftly absolving herself of any responsibility. "Jiang Jinyan, was it me who incited the online backlash against Shen Nanzhi? What idle whim led you to attack her online? And now you come to me for help? Because of you, I've lost a hard-won endorsement, and the next project I had lined up has also been thrown into disarray. Song Yun, on what grounds do you think you can ask me for assistance?" Jiang Jinyan was taken aback. In her memory, Su Wu had always been approachable, even after achieving prominence alongside Jiang Tingsu. During her visits back to campus, she never exhibited disdain towards her classmates or roommates. When Jiang Jinyan expressed envy over her current life, Su Wu had even introduced her to investors for her new drama. The sudden shift in Su Wu's demeanor left Jiang Jinyan momentarily speechless. But upon seeing the rampant accusations of her seducing investors alongside the photographs online, Jiang Jinyan had no time to ponder further. She cast aside her dignity and implored Su Wu with soft words. "Wu, I thought she was just an ordinary person. I never imagined she had connections to the Shen family. You always mentioned her ambiguous relationship with Jiang Shao, even suggesting she stood between you two. I merely wanted to vent my frustration on your behalf when I posted the photo online. But now, the situation has spiraled out of control, and my picture with Mr. Li has surfaced. Wu, please help me contact Mr. Li. I can't reach him." Su Wu's scoff resonated with disdain, her irritation towards Jiang Jinyan reaching its zenith. Yet, the words of those online were not entirely unfounded, were they? Jiang Jinyan stared in disbelief. "You What did you just say? Su Wu retorted with sarcasm. What are you pretending for? Zhong Jun, when I introduced you to Mr. Li, did I not mention he is married? Knowing he is a married man, you chose to offer your body to him. What else could you be but a mistress? Zhong Jun's eyes widened, her suppressed rage and fear erupting uncontrollably. She instinctively wanted to argue that it was Su Wu who had introduced her to Mr. Li. And now that things had gone awry, she could not simply cast her aside. But Su Wu did not allow her the opportunity to speak coldly. She issued a threat before mercilessly ending the call and adding Zhong Jun to her blacklist. Zhong Jun, you cannot blame others for your own role as a mistress. Furthermore, your jealousy of Shen Nanzhi, who has a more advantageous benefactor than you, drove you to malign her online. Mind your words and cease to entangle me in your mess. Or you can expect all your dirty laundry to be aired online. As the trending topic continued to escalate, even Meng Shijin, who was abroad vacationing with friends, stumbled upon the news. Observing the flood of comments online and the insidious, slanderous tactics employed by Zhong Jun, Meng Shijin leaned against the railing of the cruise ship and scoffed. What an imbecile. In this day and age, still resorting to such lowly tactics of defamation? People are truly blind, claiming Shen Nanzhi comes from a poor background and is climbing the social ladder. With her bespoke haute couture pieces, each worth no less than 8 figures, how could that possibly align with poverty? Beside her, Chun Yi, who typically fawned over Meng Shijin and Oppos, as every word, remained silent today, too intimidated to utter a single word. The sting of the slap Shen Nanzhi had delivered to her at Gu's birthday banquet still lingered vividly in her memory, and she lacked the courage to provoke Shen Nanzhi again, especially considering the formidable allies she had in the protective Shen Huayan and the already married Jiang Jinyan. At Huaihai University, in light of the incessant twists in the trending topic, the campus forum erupted with heated discussions, rivaling the vitriol found in the Weibo comment section. Shen Nanzhi paid no heed to the online chatter. While conversing with Gu Qinghe, she exited Weibo, only to receive a message from Shen Huayan. Just as she was about to reply, Jiang Jinyan's call came through. Glancing at her phone, Gu Qinghe teased, "Both your husband and brother are trying to reach you at the same time. Which one will you respond to first?" Shen Nanzhi looked down at the screen, where brother Jiang Jinyan flashed repeatedly, reminiscent of a silent prompting. She bit her lip, hesitating before deciding not to reply to Shen Huayan's message immediately, instead answering the call. "Brother Jinyan?" The voice on the other end remained low and steady. Having not seen him for 2 days, Shen Nanzhi felt her breath tighten as she spoke. "Are you coming home for lunch?" he inquired. Without much thought, she glanced at the time and replied, "I'm heading to the lab for lunch. I won't be returning." "What about tonight? Will you come back to the Yushan mansion?" This time, Shen Nanzhi paused longer. Her gaze fell upon the latest message from her brother. "Come to the company after school. I'll show you around the departments." She tightened her grip on her phone, torn between the obligation of marital duties at Yushan Mansion and the opportunity to learn about company management from her brother. Ultimately, she chose the latter, though she did not convey her decision in absolute terms, instead expressing it with the gentlest language, hinting at her possible absence. At the headquarters of Tianshang, Jiang Jinyan listened to her refusal, his gaze cast down as he glanced at his watch, opting not to press further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "Where will you be having lunch?" "At school," she replied. "I and Oppos. LL arranged for a meal delivery to Huaihai University at 11:30. Remember to eat on time." Shen Nanzhi agreed. After hanging up, Jiang Jinyan summoned Zhou Lin into his office. As he uncapped a pen to sign documents, he instructed, "Cancel all appointments after 7:00 and Oppos. Clock tonight." Zhou Lin silently observed the lengthy list of engagements scheduled for after 7. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Mr. Jiang, is there a significant commitment after 7? Jiang Jinyan and Amp, Oppos. S voice remained calm as he replied, "I'm going to the Shun family to bring my wife home." Chapter 69. A marriage of mutual affection. As the clock struck 3:40 in the afternoon, Shen Nanzhi arrived at Shen Group. She ascended to the top floor via the private elevator, navigating the corridor with familiar ease until she reached the door of the CEO's office. Upon pushing it open, she was greeted by an unexpected sight. "Brother." The young woman's words faltered midway, her gaze fixed on her second uncle, Shun Huan. who was conversing with Shen Huayin on the sofa. Both men turned to her simultaneously. Shen Huayin waved her over. Have you finished your experiment? Kulme. Shen Huin, with his gentle demeanor, smiled warmly at Shen Nanzhi, his words brimming with affection for the younger generation. Ji, can I visit your brother? I've just returned from the overseas branch after a year and missed your 20th birthday. I was telling your brother to deliver your birthday gift to the Shen family villa. Just as I was about to finish, you arrived. With a smile gracing her lips, Shen Nanzhi stepped inside and closed the door. Thank you, uncle, but there's no need for the gift. You already sent me a red envelope on my birthday. Shen Huan replied, a red envelope is one thing, a gift is another. They cannot be conflated. Once Shen Nanzhi arrived, Shen Huan shifted the conversation away from business matters, and they reminisced about old times, eventually turning to the topic of the car accident. I heard from my assistant that Huayin had a car accident abroad. Shen Huan's concern was evident. Shen Huayin shrugged off the worry with a casual smile. It was just a minor incident. I assure you, uncle, there's nothing to fret about. Shen Huan advised. The entire Shen group relies on your management. If you were to encounter an accident like your brother and sister-in-law, the company could very well collapse again. Shen Huayin glanced at Shen Nanzhi, choosing not to pursue his uncle and Appo's line of thought. Instead, he shifted the conversation toward Shen Nanzhi and Appo's inheritance rights. That day will not come. Ji has just turned 20, and the Jiang and Shen families have successfully allied. The Shen group will eventually be in her capable hands. Shen Huan's expression softened with affection, a true elder's regard for his younger kin. Your bond as siblings is commendable, which brings me peace of mind. Speaking of the marriage alliance, Ji, when do you plan to hold the wedding with Jiang Jinyan? This union between the Jiang and Shen families is of great significance. And as an elder, I must ensure that we properly arrange it. Shen Nanzhi replied with a smile. There's no rush for the wedding. We haven't finalized the date yet. Once we do, I will be sure to inform you first. Shen Huan and Appo's smile widened. I eagerly await the good news. And Huayin, you're not young either. You should also give some thought to your own marriage. Shen Huayin responded with a slight lift of his eyelids. After a brief visit, Shen Huan soon announced his departure. Having just returned from the branch, I have much to attend to. As long as you two are well, I will be at ease. Once I've settled my affairs, I will organize a gathering for our family. Once Shen Huan left, Shen Nanzhi picked up a lychee from the table. Peeling it while asking, Brother, what was uncle here for today? To discuss his return to the headquarters, Shen Huayin replied. Curious, Shen Nanzhi inquired. What position will he hold upon his return? Shen Huayin looked at her. As before, he will be the second in command of the group. Nodding in understanding, Shen Nanzhi refrained from further questioning. The Shen family had many branches, each with its own schemes, all vying for a larger share of the group's benefits. The tenuous bonds of kinship were hardly worth mentioning. Among them, only Shen Huan valued familial ties the most. During her father's lifetime, their families had been the closest, sharing a strong bond. In her childhood, Shen Huan often visited, bringing gifts for her and Shen Huayin while discussing company matters with her father. Her father held the title of CEO and chairman, while her uncle was the undeniable second-in-command. However, following her parents' tragic accident, the group fragmented, and various opportunistic branches sought to seize control amidst the chaos. The higher-ups were in disarray, and Shen Huan often had to oversee various branches for extended periods. The prolonged absence had naturally led to a certain estrangement. Is there nothing else planned? Shen Huayin's voice pulled Shen Nanzhi from a reverie. The young woman, sprawled lazily on the sofa, replied, No. Rising, Shen Huayin fastened his suit jacket. Come, I'll show you around the departments to familiarize you with the company's operations. Furrowing her brow, Shen Nanzhi straightened herself but did not stand, looking up at Shen Huayin. Brother, do you truly wish for me to take over the company so soon? This was a sentiment Shen Huayin had expressed multiple times over the years. Although Shen Nanzhi had been perusing financial materials and various company documents, she had never contemplated assuming control so quickly. In truth, her diligence in studying financial data was merely a precaution, ensuring that she would not be caught off guard should she need to take the reins one day, thus preventing any unscrupulous relatives from seizing the opportunity. Yet, aside from this consideration, Shen Nanzhi had no desire to manage the company so soon. She held a greater affinity for physics over finance. She cherished the intricate theories and experimental data, immersing herself in the realm of physics, a passion she had nurtured for many years. For years, Shen Huayan had awaited her maturation, frequently suggesting she engage with the company's management, all in anticipation of passing the company into her capable hands. In his heart, she was the sole heir of the Shen family, though he bore the family name and was raised alongside her as a true brother. He always perceived himself as a foster son, never contesting her rightful claim to inheritance. He had publicly declared on multiple occasions that he would personally guide her to take the helm of the company once she was ready. He had also encouraged her to diligently study the materials he sent her, preparing her for her future role. Shen Nanzhi understood Shen Huayan's intentions, recognizing that all he did was to pave the way for her. He intended to hand over the restored company to her intact, stepping back from his role as CEO and chairman. Shen Huayan's intentions were clear to her. Yet, in Shen Nanzhi's heart, she never regarded him as a foster brother. He was simply her brother, recognized by her parents, forever her true sibling. Shen Huayan paused, moving towards her. Why the sudden question? Shen Nanzhi bit her lip, her voice subdued. I prefer physics. I enjoy working with experiments. As for the company, Shen Huayan gently interrupted. Your decision to take over the company does not conflict with learning to manage it. He continued. The children of the Shen family are inherently equipped to handle the group. You are intelligent and possess a remarkable aptitude for decision-making within the company. Please listen to me. Regardless of whether you wish to take over, you must acquire the necessary knowledge to ensure you are fully prepared to inherit the company, allowing our parent spirits to rest easy. After touring the various departments of the headquarters with Shen Huayan, they returned to the Shen family villa as night fell. The butler had already prepared dinner, and upon entering the hall, Shen Nanzhi rested on the sofa for a moment before following Shen Huayan to the dining room for their meal. After dinner, Shen Huayan brought Shen Nanzhi her favorite freshly squeezed juice, intending to lead her to the study to continue discussing the company's operations that had remained unfinished from the previous night. He had a business trip scheduled for the following day, and upon his return, he would need to visit the Jinming branch abroad. He feared that during this period, he would be unable to teach her anything substantial. Thus, he contemplated sharing more about the company tonight, allowing her to grasp and digest the information. Once he concluded his affairs at the Jinming branch, he would resume guiding her through the inner workings of the group. However, just as he finished speaking, the sudden sound of a car engine echoed outside the villa. Shortly thereafter, the butler hurried in to report that President Jiang had arrived at the villa. Upon hearing this, Shen Huayan furrowed his brow slightly. Shen Nanzhi, who had just taken a juice, was even more startled upon hearing the name Jiang Jinyan. The cup in her hand trembled violently. Shen Huayan's gaze fell upon her, halting his steps towards the hall. Why are you trembling? Wasn't it said that you two were in love? Your husband from the hasty marriage arrives, and you seem so anxious. What is there to be nervous about? I'm just a bit surprised, the young lady retorted stubbornly, refusing to admit the falsehood she had spun about him. Shen Huayan regarded her with a skeptical expression. Is that so? Chapter 70. A visit to Mrs. Jiang. He stood still, observing her with an unwavering demeanor. Isn't your husband coming over to greet you? With a sharp motion, Shen Nanzhi placed her juice on the table and, under Shen Huayan's watchful gaze, rose and made her way outside, mustering the courage to fabricate an excuse. Of course, I'll be right back, brother. As Shen Nanzhi exited the hall, Jiang Jinyan had already arrived at the main courtyard, guided by the servants. Upon seeing her, he lifted his gaze. His dark, profound eyes resembled an unfathomable ancient well, blending into the night, making it impossible to discern his emotions. From a young age, Shen Nanzhi had harbored a fear of Jiang Jinyan, largely due to the way his gaze could tighten one's chest with an involuntary dread. Her mischievous friend, Gu Qinghe, incessantly brainwashed her, claiming that after marriage, her long-accumulated fear of Jiang Jinyan would dissipate with proximity. Now their gazes met. As Shen Nanzhi faced Jiang Jinyan's penetrating stare, she couldn't help but mentally ridicule her friend's nonsensical assertions. Her steps toward the exit unconsciously slowed. Jiang Jinyan observed her reaction, reminiscent of the many times over the years he encountered her in the old residence during his occasional returns home, when she would hastily avoid him as if he were invisible. Now, married, she could no longer flee as before and had to force herself to approach him. The butler in the villa remained oblivious to the subtle tension between the young mistress and her husband. Upon seeing Jiang Jinyan personally approach, a look of surprise crossed his face. He dutifully inquired, "Mr. Jiang, have you dined? Shall I have the chef prepare dinner for you?" "There's no need for that." Jiang Jinyan replied softly, "I've already had dinner." The butler nodded repeatedly and promptly sent someone to prepare tea. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hall as Shen Nanzhi approached Jiang Jinyan. Tilting her porcelain-white face, her clear eyes glistened with moisture as she softly asked, "Brother Jinyan, what brings you here?" Jiang Jinyan gazed into her eyes, seeing a reflection of himself, and grasped her wrist. "I came to see Mrs. Jiang." Shen Nanzhi and Appo's fingertips trembled slightly. She lowered her head, noticing his large hand enveloping hers. Diverting her gaze, she felt compelled to express that she didn't require his presence, as he was quite busy. But before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Jinyan led her gaze toward the door, addressing Shen Huayan, who lingered in the shadows. "Since Nanzhi and I have recently wed, having been apart for 2 days, does Mr. Shen mind if I take her home?" His tone was courteous, seemingly devoid of the tense atmosphere that had characterized their previous conversation in the Shen group as President and Appo's office. Before Shen Nanzhi, Shen Huayan displayed no signs of hostility. Leaning against the doorway with his arms crossed, his gaze drifting over their intertwined hands. In a tone that was apologetically firm, he stated, "Nanzhi needs to learn to manage the company. I intend to discuss group matters with her tonight, which may not be convenient." Shen Nanzhi was ready to nod in agreement, as she herself felt an innate apprehension towards Jiang Jinyan, let alone the challenge of performing an act of deep affection under her brother's discerning eyes. She knew she could not maintain the facade for long. Her brother and Appo's keen perception would unravel her carefully crafted lies in no time. However, before she could nod, Jiang Jinyan lowered his gaze toward her. The Jiang and Shen families are now intertwined. Matters concerning the Shen family concern the Jiang family as well. Perhaps Mr. Shen and I should jointly guide my wife. What does Mr. Shen think? Shen Nanzhi was taken aback, her head frozen mid-nod. Before Shen Huayan could respond, she hastily attempted to decline. "That is not necessary, Brother Jinyan. I can manage this minor issue on my own. You should attend to your own affairs." Jiang Jinyan's voice remained calm. "I have no other matters to attend to. I will accompany you tonight." Her words were thwarted. As Shen Huayan heard Jiang Jinyan's unwavering commitment to joint guidance, he glanced at his sister, who was gazing up at Jiang Jinyan, and nodded with a slight smile. "Very well." Caught off guard by her brother's acquiescence, Shen Nanzhi felt as though her mind had gone blank. She rubbed her ears, slowly turning to see her brother, fervently hoping she had misheard. Yet, Shen Huayan had already stepped inside, instructing Nanzhi, "Show Mr. Jiang to the study." 10 minutes later, in the study, Shen Nanzhi sat stiffly at the desk, flipping through a PowerPoint presentation. Stealing glances across the table, she found Shen Huayan and Jiang Jinyan looking at her simultaneously, making her feel as if she were being scrutinized by both the principal and the teacher. Suppressing the urge to cover her face with her hands to block their gaze, she lowered her head to focus on the presentation, her legs beneath the table fidgeting restlessly, yearning to grab her laptop and make a hasty retreat to her room. Chapter 71. To return to the marital home, or to stay here together. With a steely resolve, Shen Nanzhi flipped through several pages of the PowerPoint presentation, her fingertips hovering at the edge of the keyboard. Minutes later, she could no longer endure the situation and quietly raised her gaze to glance across the table. Perhaps I could return to my room and review the material alone. After all, it was rather absurd for the two of them to focus solely on her. Or, if one of them could leave, that would alleviate this bizarre atmosphere. Her gaze shifted, only to meet the synchronized stares of the two men, prompting the feckless young lady to retreat, closing her mouth and retracting her earlier statement. "Forget I said anything." With that, she pushed her laptop away, turning the screen towards them, her delicate fingers pointing to the small text in the lower right corner of the PPT, reclaiming the initiative and redirecting the absurdity into genuine academic inquiry. What do these lines mean? She inquired, seeking an explanation of the management terminology. For Shen Huayan and Jiang Jinyan, seasoned decision-makers entrenched in the upper echelons of the corporation, such terms were second nature. Shen Huayan glanced at Jiang Jinyan, whose gaze remained unyielding yet indifferent upon Shen Nanzhi, before turning back to his sister to provide an explanation. For the next hour and a half, Shen Nanzhi immersed herself in her studies, channeling the focus she usually reserved for her experiments in the lab, asking questions whenever she encountered something she did not grasp. Shen Huayan and Jiang Jinyan worked in harmonious tandem, alternating in their guidance. Shen Huayan would tackle one question, followed by Jiang Jinyan addressing the next, a rhythm they maintained throughout. As the clock ticked toward 9:30 and the materials on the computer reached the final page, Shen Nanzhi timely interjected before Shen Huayan could open the new document. It's 9:30. We've been at this for an hour and a half. Let us continue next time? Shen Huayan halted his motion, lifting his gaze toward his sister. Are you already tired? You managed to study until 10:30 last night. As he spoke, Jiang Jinyan glanced over, and Shen Nanzhi felt a tremor in her eyelid, involuntarily meeting his gaze. There was no trace of fatigue in her eyes. Yet under Jiang Jinyan's scrutiny, she felt an unusual sense of guilt and averted her gaze, pretending to sip water from her cup. Observing his sister, Shen Huayan closed the document he had just opened, intending to send her off to bed. However, before he could speak, Jiang Jinyan, who had remained silent for a while, inquired, "Where do you wish to sleep tonight? Will you accompany me back to the marital home, or stay here?" Shen Huayan also turned to his sister. Shen Nanzhi pondered this question, mentally crafting her response to suggest that she would remain, allowing Jiang Jinyan to return alone, thus sparing him and his brother further conversation. The more they conversed, the quicker her fabricated stories would unravel. "I'll stay here to avoid unnecessary back and forth," she thought. But before she could articulate the latter part about the Shen family's villa being somewhat distant from Tianqing Group, Jiang Jinyan calmly interjected. "Then I shall trouble President Shen for the night." Shen Nanzhi, seemingly amused, Shen Huayan raised an eyebrow, though his eyes lacked mirth. He lightly tapped the table and directed a question at Jiang Jinyan. "Are you planning to stay here, Jiang?" Rather than directly answer, Jiang Jinyan posed the question back to the young lady, who still appeared astonished. As newlyweds, maintaining a close relationship is crucial. What do you think, Nanzhi? Shen Huayan's gaze was intense, revealing depths of emotion. Since Jiang Jinyan and Appo's arrival that evening, Shen Nanzhi had experienced a tumult of feelings, her palms marked with crescent-shaped imprints from her own nails. Now, Jiang Jinyan's words tightened the tension in her already fraught nerves. Under Shen Huayan's watchful gaze, she forced herself to maintain composure, nodding against her better judgment. Jiang Jinyan rose, leading Shen Nanzhi towards the exit. "It's getting late. We won't keep President Shen any longer." Shen Huayan watched them depart. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's bedroom was just down the hall. As she pushed the door open, before she could turn on the light, she felt a sudden pressure, her body pinned against the door. Her eyelids fluttered, and before she could react, her chin was grasped, and a decisive kiss descended upon her. She instinctively held her breath, her heartbeat echoing in her ears, while the warmth of his hand encircled her slender waist, rendering her rigid. Jiang Jinyan observed her in the dim light, captivated by her fluttering eyelashes and the astonished glimmer in her eyes. Releasing her chin, as she exhaled softly and attempted to retreat, Jiang Jinyan's hand cradled the back of her head, drawing her closer as he effortlessly deepened the kiss. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's eyes widened in shock. She instinctively sought to push him away, but as soon as her wrist moved, he captured it, pressing it against the door. The chill of the surface seeped through her skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily, her teeth clashing against his lips, inadvertently breaking the skin. A faint metallic taste lingered between them, and only then did Shen Nanzhi realize what had transpired. "I didn't mean," he tousled her hair, teasing, "It's only been 2 days, and you've already forgotten how to kiss?" Shen Nanzhi remained silent. He released her wrist, his hand gliding up to caress the delicate skin of her arm pressed against the door, warming her with his touch. Throughout this interaction, his kisses did not cease. Shen Nanzhi felt her eyes brim with unshed tears. As her hands found their way to his waist, her fingers instinctively curled, clutching the hem of his shirt. The deeper he kissed, the tighter her grip became. Lost in the moment, she jolted awake when his warm palm brushed against her side, eliciting a sudden clarity. She pushed him away, her fingers slick with perspiration, desperately trying to extricate herself from his embrace. "Know this isn't right?" Her voice trembled, muddled with the remnants of their kiss, sounding as though it were mingled with the dampness of rain. What if I accidentally became pregnant? What would I do? I haven't even graduated yet." The mere thought was overwhelming. Jiang Jinyan brushed her hair back, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed down at her. "So, if we have protection, it's acceptable, is it?" Chapter 72. Is it soundproof? If not, keep it down. His hand lingered beneath her clothing, resting firmly against her waist. Its presence unmistakable. Shen Nanzhi endured the pain radiating from her lips and tongue, attempting to pull his arm away. She did not contemplate his question long before nodding in agreement. This was the Shen residence. Her brother had no girlfriend, and the villa had remained largely uninhabited for years. Not only in her bedroom, but throughout the entire villa, one would be hard-pressed to find a single condom. Yet, before this thought could settle, she suddenly felt weightless. Swept off her feet, Shen Nanzhi's pupils contracted, and she instinctively gasped. Illuminated by the dim moonlight filtering through the window and the soft glow of the courtyard lights, Jiang Jinyan carried her toward the bed. After placing her down, he retrieved the remote for the ceiling light from the bedside. Shen Nanzhi sprang upright, barely steadying herself before the room was flooded with brilliant light. She instinctively squinted, still adjusting to the sudden brightness. She felt his weight pressing her back onto the bed. Shen Nanzhi's room differed from Jiang Jinyan's. She favored warm, cheerful hues. This particular bedroom had been hers since childhood, decorated in a distinctly feminine style. Apart from her father and Shan Huayan, no other males had ever entered. Thus, when the lights blazed alive, her peripheral vision caught sight of the familiar decor, amplifying the sensation of someone intruding into her private domain. The hem of her sweater bunched at her waist, exposing her porcelain skin to the cool air, which jolted her scattered thoughts back to reality. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she sought refuge in his embrace, burying her face against him to escape the overwhelming kiss. In previous encounters, whenever she had pressed into him, he would pause, holding her tightly. However, today, he neither pushed her away nor embraced her. Instead, he produced a box of something. "Is it time now, my dear?" Shen Nanzhi's head emerged from his embrace. Bewildered as she glanced at her hands, she discovered a hard-edged box, an unopened pack of condoms. "Peach-flavored. You should like these," he remarked. Shen Nanzhi stared in shock at the seemingly conjured item. "Where did this come from?" "From the car," he replied. "There was a box left in the garage, and it happens to be useful today." Jiang Jinyan began to open the box with a deliberate slowness, his expression as serious as if he were unveiling a business contract. His lips moved, uttering words that made Shen Nanzhi wish she could bite off her own tongue. "You mentioned earlier that with this, we could share a bed, correct? This pack contains 3. It's not many, so if it's insufficient, we can replenish them tomorrow night once we return to the marital residence." Shen Nanzhi swallowed hard, gripped by trepidation. She longed to retract her previous statement, to deny ever having said those words, but Jiang Jinyan offered her no opportunity for retreat. The box was opened, and before she could burrow beneath the covers, he whisked her away to the bathroom, emerging moments later with a small umbrella thrust into her hands. As he leaned down, his fingertips grazed her flushed earlobe, softly inquiring, "Is your room soundproof?" Shen Nanzhi's half-closed eyes flew open, her gaze brightening as she answered without hesitation. The speed of her response unprecedented. Shaking her head, she proclaimed with conviction, "Not soundproof. And my brother is here. It would be so embarrassing if he heard." Just as she intended to suggest they postpone things until tomorrow, he chuckled, caressing her lips, and, deviating from the norm, gripped her waist. Amidst her furrowed brows, she heard him murmur in her ear, "Since it's not soundproof, let us keep it down." Damn it. Shen Nanzhi nearly ground her teeth to dust. Much time passed, and in her foggy state, she seemed to hear Jiang Jinyan ask again if her room was soundproof. Gazing at the two small umbrellas strewn beside her pillow, she resolutely shook her head, repeating, "Not soundproof." At 10:30 that night, Shen Huayan descended the stairs. A maid approached, carrying a cup of warm milk, and asked the butler if she should deliver it to the young lady. The butler was about to suggest that it would be inappropriate to disturb her since the son-in-law was present, but upon catching sight of Shen Huayan, he turned and called out, "Mr. Shen." Shen Huayan paused at the staircase, his gaze falling on the milk the maid held. "It's too late. Both Nanzhi and Mr. Jiang are in their room. No need to deliver it. Everyone should return to their rest." Over the past few years, whenever Shen Huayan returned, he often worked late into the night. Noticing him descend at this hour, the butler intended to prepare tea, but was halted by Shen Huayan damp. Appo's next words. He hesitated, glancing at his employer. Without uttering another word, he and the maid exited to the servant quarters. Once everyone had departed, the villa, cloaked in nightfall, grew even quieter. Shen Huayan stood alone before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of wine, dressed simply in a collared shirt and trousers. Outside, the night was tranquil. The gentle evening breeze rustling the treetops in the courtyard, casting shifting shadows against the dimming moonlight, enhancing the profound stillness. Shen Huayan gazed into the darkened world beyond the glass, rooted in place, lost in thought. Memories flickered through his mind. Shen Nanzhi expressing her willingness regarding their union, culminating in the image of her standing before him, head bowed, earnestly proclaiming that they shared mutual affection. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, the darkness within had dissipated. He raised his glass and drained its contents. Turning away from the window, he placed the empty glass on the table and sank into the sofa, logging into a video conference to resume work. After the meeting concluded, he instructed Feng Jing to prepare for the upcoming business trip, and like in his youth, he tore off a piece of label paper to leave Shen Nanzhi a note about his early departure. The following day at 9 o'clock, Shen Nanzhi awoke, her body sore and weary. After lying in bed for a while to gather her strength, she sluggishly rose, moving like a snail, still feeling the aftermath of the previous night's activities. As the chaotic memories replayed in her mind, she shook her head vigorously to dispel them and squatted before the trash can, peering inside to count the small umbrellas. Chapter 73, I counted the condoms, 3 in total. The bedroom door swung open as Jiang Jinyan stepped inside. His gaze halted slightly upon seeing the young woman, clad in a nightgown, crouched in front of the trash can, meticulously counting something. Shen Nanzhi looked at the crumpled tissues, revealing 3 distinct condoms, her delicate brows furrowed. She was about to rise and inform him that they had indeed used 3 condoms last night, expressing her discontent with the prolonged duration, while he had deceived her into believing they had only engaged twice. However, just as she was about to speak, she turned and unexpectedly caught sight of the butler, who had followed Jiang Jinyan upstairs. Her words were abruptly swallowed. Suppressing her trembling legs, she stood and swiftly retreated into the cloakroom before the butler could approach. With numerous marks left on her neck from last night, Shen Nanzhi rummaged through the cloakroom for quite some time until she unearthed a solid-colored, half-high neck, waist-accentuating knitted dress among a pile of low-neck autumn gowns. Upon emerging from the cloakroom, she found Jiang Jinyan conversing with the butler outside the room. Shen Nanzhi stole a glance at the door, then moved towards the bedside, plucking Jiang Jinyan's fully charged phone. As she unlocked the screen, she noticed a message from Shen Huayan sent at 7 in the morning, informing her of his upcoming business trip. Shen Nanzhi opened the input box and typed a brief reply. Since Shen Huayan had not yet boarded the plane, he received her message while in the car and responded, "This business trip will last several days. During this time, remember to eat well, avoid staying up late, and call me if you need anything." After sending the message, she promptly followed up with a cute nodding emoji, reiterating his admonishments. After breakfast, Shen Nanzhi rode Jiang Jinyan's car back to Yushan Mansion. During the journey, Zhou Lin once again raised the partition. In the intervals of the traffic lights, Jiang Jinyan pulled her onto his lap, his large hand gently pressing against her uncomfortable waist, applying just the right amount of pressure to massage it. He then inquired, "What were you intending to say in the bedroom?" Shen Nanzhi immediately recalled the matter of the condoms. She attempted to rise from his lap, but he restrained her at the waist. Clutching her skirt, her eyes inadvertently caught the wound on his lip from the previous night, which she had bitten. She quickly averted her gaze, striving to ignore the palpable presence of his hand resting on her waist. In a hushed tone, she managed to utter, "I counted the condoms." "Yes," he prompted her to continue. "There are 3, she stated. Jiang Jinyan did not dispute this time, calmly affirming, "Indeed, 3. Shen Nanzhi and Amp, Oppo's, brows knitted together. Just as she turned to look at him, the hand that had been massaging her waist halted, his fingers lightly pressing against her sensitive spot. He stated, "I mentioned it to my lady at the start of the 3rd time." Shen Nanzhi had no recollection of such a conversation. "But I don't remember," she protested. He merely responded with a subtle acknowledgement, suggesting that perhaps the lady had not yet fully recovered from the previous encounter. Shen Nanzhi. On the 3rd day of Shen Huayan's business trip, Shen Nanzhi accompanied Jiang Jinyan back to the Jiang family's old residence once more. The elderly Mr. Jiang, who had been residing abroad for health reasons, returned to the country for a brief stay before winter. Jiang Mu had called early in the morning, urging them to visit and pay respects to their grandfather. Upon their arrival, they found the elderly Mr. Jiang seated in the main hall, conversing with Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu about the prospect of a union between their families. Since Jiang Feng took over the group, Mr. Jiang had gradually stepped back, and with the rise of Tiansheng Group under Jiang Jinyan's leadership, he had been content to refrain from inquiring about the company's affairs. However, the recent uproar trending online had caught his attention the moment he landed. Upon returning to the old residence, he immediately sought to understand the situation. Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu recounted the events in detail. Given Mr. Jiang's declining health over the past 2 years, Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu had refrained from informing him about the worsening relationship between Jiang Tingsu and Shen Nanzhi, fearing it might adversely affect his well-being. Yet, the necessity of explaining the proposed union made it impossible to keep the matter under wraps. In succinct terms, Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu summarized the situation, ultimately focusing on Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi. The engagement had never specified who would marry Shen Nanzhi, and now that Jinyan and Nanzhi were officially registered, he observed that the 2 children appeared to be getting along splendidly. As for the past, it was best left behind, if there was no fate. One cannot force a union. Mr. Jiang, being astute, could easily discern that Jiang Feng was attempting to speak favorably of Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi, fearing that Mr. Jiang might disapprove of the engagement being altered. Jiang Jinyan's temperament and unparalleled decision-making ability within the boardroom were largely inherited from Mr. Jiang, who had always held high hopes for him. The fact that Jinyan was willing to take on the engagement and care for Shen Nanzhi as a responsible husband pleased Mr. Jiang immensely. However, the antics of his little grandson Jiang Tingsu were a source of great concern, especially upon hearing from the butler about his questionable entanglements with a young starlet, which incited Mr. Jiang's anger. As Shen Nanzhi entered the hall alongside Jiang Jinyan, her first sight was Mr. Jiang, leaning on a cane, his expression grave as he occupied the main seat. Jiang Fu was conversing beside him, having spent a considerable amount of time at the Jiang family residence. Shen Nanzhi was somewhat familiar with this decisive and formidable elder. When she first arrived at the Jiang family, Mr. Jiang had still been in robust health, frequently residing at the old residence year-round. In his leisure time, he would often meet with old friends for tea and chess, watching the children grow. Though Mr. Jiang had been stern in his youth, age had softened him, particularly towards the younger generation, whom he cherished dearly. The long-standing friendship between the Jiang and Shen families meant Mr. Jiang held a special affection for her. Having lost her parents at a young age, Shen Nanzhi had often gravitated towards him in her childhood, accompanying him during his outings. He would introduce her as the little granddaughter of the Jiang family, a fact well known among their social circle, implying her future role as his granddaughter-in-law. This idyllic arrangement persisted until she was 15, marking her 5th year at the Jiang residence. By then, Mr. Jiang's health had begun to decline, prompting him to relocate abroad for better recuperation, settling in a picturesque mansion for several years. As Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Jinyan approached, Mr. Jiang lifted his gaze. The moment his eyes fell upon the two of them entering side by side, his displeasure vanished instantly, particularly upon seeing Shen Nanzhi. A radiant smile illuminated his aged face. Just as he had done in her youth, he waved at her, exclaiming, "You've arrived? Gigi, come closer, let grandfather have a look at you." Shen Nanzhi glanced at Jiang Jinyan, who released her hand, allowing her to step forward. She obediently approached, sweetly calling out, "Grandfather," blessed with beauty and a delightful demeanor. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's affectionate address was enough to bring a smile to Mr. Jiang and Appo's face. Good. It's been years since we last met, and my Gigi has grown even more beautiful. This time, I intend to stay in Huaihai City for a while. Starting tomorrow, you'll accompany grandfather to visit some old friends, and let them feel a twinge of envy at how lovely our Gigi has become compared to their grandchildren. Shen Nanzhi was well acquainted with the identities of these old friends. In her childhood, Mr. Jiang often took her along to meet them for tea and chess. Before she reached adulthood and moved out of the old residence, she had overheard Mr. Jiang urging Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu to persuade Jiang Jinyan to agree to the marriage. Each time, Mr. Jiang called the old residence to hasten this matter. It was invariably spurred by the influence of those old friends, whose grandchildren were either already engaged or were using the pretext of sending invitations to boast about their grandchildren's weddings, or they would call to invite Mr. Jiang to their great-grandchild's full-month celebration. Whenever that time arrived, the old gentleman would be infuriated, often cursing under his breath. He would first call Jiang and Appo's father and mother, commanding them to persuade Jiang Jinyan to agree to marriage at the earliest possible opportunity. He would then attempt to soothe himself. His beloved grandson was, in every respect, vastly superior to any of the younger generations of his old friends. As for marriage and children, once his grandson tied the knot, whether it be with a granddaughter-in-law or a great-grandchild, they would undoubtedly outshine their peers by a considerable margin. Speaking of a granddaughter-in-law, the old gentleman could not help but recall the instances when his old friends would boast about their great-grandchildren. Observing the remarkably well-matched Jiang Jinyan and Shen Nanzhi standing together, he felt a sense of satisfaction, yet could not refrain from advising Jiang Jinyan, who was seated on the adjacent sofa. "Jinyan, Nanzhi has yet to graduate. Even though you are legally married, matters concerning children should not be rushed." Seated on the sofa, Jiang Jinyan had just taken the white porcelain teacup handed to him by the butler. Upon hearing the old gentleman's admonition, he raised his gaze to the demure Shen Nanzhi, who sat obediently before him. Upon receiving the old gentleman and Appo's words and meeting his profound gaze, Shen Nanzhi felt an inexplicable warmth creeping to her earlobes in the presence of so many. She pretended not to notice Jiang Jinyan's attention, subtly shifting her gaze elsewhere. Jiang Jinyan gently caressed the teacup, his eyes gliding over the rosy, lustrous earlobes of the young lady, a hint of mirth glimmering in his depths. He nodded slightly and assured the old gentleman, "Grandfather, rest assured, Gigi is still young. I will know how to handle things." Hearing those last four words, Shen Nanzhi, who was looking elsewhere, silently scoffed. What does he mean by knowing how to handle things? If he truly had a grasp on it, would she be trembling at the knees right now? And as for her abdomen, if it weren't for the inappropriateness of the current situation, she would have pressed her palm against it to ease the discomfort. Chapter 74. Marrying my elder brother because of the Shen group? The atmosphere in the old residence had become notably more lively with the return of the elder. Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Jinyan sat downstairs, accompanying the elder as they engaged in casual conversation. The discussion briefly paused on Jiang Tingsu, and at the mere mention of his name, the elder and Appo's thoughts drifted to the trending topics outside, inciting a desire to scold him. Shen Nanzhi remained silent, seated quietly until the topic shifted. After an hour or so, new messages appeared in the laboratory group chat. Shen Nanzhi ascended the stairs with her laptop to handle the experimental forms. Approximately 20 minutes after she entered her bedroom, the sound of a car engine resonated from downstairs, followed closely by a message from Jiang Jinyan on her phone. "Once you finish and feel tired, take a short rest. I will accompany Grandpa to my uncle and Appo's place and will return before evening." Shen Nanzhi glanced at the message, her fingertips lightly tapping a response. Okay. The experimental forms proved to be straightforward. In less than half an hour, she had completed them all. Downstairs, Jiang's mother was attempting to reach Jiang Jinyan's by phone, but to no avail, having called twice without success. Shen Nanzhi chose not to descend at that moment. After submitting the forms, she settled on the sofa, engaging in a leisurely chat with Gu Qinghe on WeChat. Around 3 o'clock, feeling a bit drowsy, Shen Nanzhi drew the curtains and lay down for a nap. When she awoke, the outside world had succumbed to a deepening darkness. Frowning slightly, she checked the time. Almost 7 o'clock. The house was quiet, and Jiang Jinyan seemed to have yet to return. After glancing through a few messages from others and responding in turn, she set her phone down and made her way to the expansive panorama balcony of her bedroom. The balcony was adorned with several lush Ficus lyrata and Cameteria elegans, their foliage vibrant and thriving. Leaning against the balcony railing, Shen Nanzhi gently brushed the emerald leaves of the ficus. As November approached, the evening temperatures in Huaihai City had turned quite cool. The chilly breeze enveloped her, easily penetrating her clothes and chilling her skin. Not lingering long on the balcony, she playfully caressed a few leaves of the ficus and Cameteria before turning back in her bedroom, intending to take a stroll downstairs for some fresh air. The corridor on the 3rd floor was as tranquil as ever. As she walked, her mind wandered to the tasks awaiting her the next day. Just as she neared the staircase, an unexpected force surged from the adjacent vacant room, and before she could react, Jiang Jinyan pulled her into the unused tea room on the 3rd floor. Having not seen him for several days, his complexion appeared more haggard than before, yet his grip on her remained unyielding. The dim room was illuminated only by the faint light streaming in from the corridor, and his gaze towards her was dark and urgent. Before Shen Nanzhi could struggle free, he tightly grasped her wrist and inquired, "Marrying my elder brother is because the Shen group is facing a crisis, isn't it?" Shen Nanzhi was perplexed by his sudden tirade. Since their unpleasant encounter at Xingye, they had not crossed paths again. She had assumed they had reached a tacit understanding to avoid each other, as they had over the past 2 years, to spare both parties from discomfort. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that the person Jiang's mother had been unable to reach during the day would pull her into a room at night. As she struggled, her hand accidentally hit the switch for the crystal chandelier in the tea room, and with a sharp click, blinding light flooded the space. The joy from her recent slumber dissipated, replaced by a rising irritation. Her tone turned sharp. "What does it have to do with you? I have made it clear before. I am I, and you are you. My affairs are none of your concern." The disdain in her eyes was palpable, and the moment Jiang Jinyan met her gaze, his breath caught, as if he had been unexpectedly pierced by something sharp. Chapter 75. True charm. A suffocating pain radiated through Jiang Jinyan's chest. In his eyes, a concealed sorrow emerged, yet his tone remained gentle and coaxing, reminiscent of the years he had spent comforting her without a hint of accusation or sarcasm. He merely wished to engage her in a meaningful conversation. "I mean no harm. Nanzhi, I only recently learned that the Shen group encountered difficulties. Your swift engagement to my brother is to salvage the Shen group, is it not?" Upon overhearing Jiang Jinyan mention the issues at the Shen headquarters during a night out, he had immediately sought to uncover the truth. He had always believed she accepted the marriage proposal to maintain the familial ties after he had declined, until he discovered the Shen group's crisis and the thorough investigation that ensued. Regret gnawed at him for the bitter words he had spoken out of jealousy upon learning of her marriage to his brother. Once he had pieced everything together, he cast aside all else and hurried to see her. "Nanzhi." The grip he held on her wrist trembled slightly, his voice laced with a fervent plea. "Let us cease our quarrels and return to how we once were, shall we? I have begun acquiring companies and bidding for various projects. I can assist you with any matters concerning the Shen group henceforth. Let us revert to our former selves and avoid conflict, if you would." Yet, there was no flicker of emotion in Shen Nanzhi and Appo's eyes. She forcefully wrenched her wrist free, her gaze icy. "Jiang Jinyan, if you are not in your right mind, seek a doctor. If you desire companionship, go find a girlfriend. I am now married to your brother, and your words have crossed the line." She turned to leave, but he grasped her arm once more. "She is not my girlfriend," he insisted urgently. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint red mark on her wrist. This time, he dared not tighten his hold, yet he refused to let her go. Gigi, I have no relationship with her. Your relationship with her is irrelevant to me. Shen Nanzhi interrupted coldly, her patience wearing thin. She had no desire to entangle herself with him further, but it was evident he was not in his right mind today. With the door barred by him, she found it impossible to exit. As he continued to obstruct her, she suppressed her irritation and endeavored to speak calmly, lest they disturb the elderly gentleman who had just returned from abroad. Jiang Tingsu, we have made our positions clear. You are you, and I am I. Let us pretend those 10 years of friendship never existed, as though we have never met. Furthermore, she fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, her demeanor disturbingly detached. I am married to your brother. Were you not the one who looked down upon someone like me, who relied on a marriage contract to enter the Jiang family? What are you doing now? Jiang Tingsu and Appo's breath felt as though it were being tightly constricted. A sharp, searing pain erupted within his chest. He struggled to suppress his tumultuous emotions, meeting her frigid gaze as he apologized. Gigi, I never thought so. I merely cannot accept that you would marry me solely because of a marriage contract. I cannot accept that through all these years, you have harbored no feelings for me. I cannot accept that our connection is built upon a cold union. Thus, I instinctively resorted to the most foolish means to test whether you held even the slightest affection for me, even if just a modicum. But I never anticipated the Shun group would face a crisis, nor that you would proceed with the marriage to my brother. Nanzhi, let us not argue any longer. Let us return to how we were, shall we? You and my brother lack genuine feelings. Shen Nanzhi cut him off with a mocking tone. But I harbor no feelings for you either. A marriage of convenience remains just that, which family experiences love within such arrangements. A hint of crimson seeped into Jiang Tingsu and Appo's gaze as he stubbornly clung to her, his speech hastening in an effort to validate something. But we shared a decade of feelings. We grew up together. We have 10 years of shared experiences. Growing up together, yes, but Jiang Tingsu, just days ago you scoffed at such a notion, and now you are suddenly enamored? He desperately sought to convey his thoughts, but before he could articulate them, the abrupt ringing of his phone shattered the moment. He frowned as he glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing deeper upon seeing the caller ID. Shen Nanzhi, weary of their entanglement, longed to escape this place. Seizing the opportunity while his attention was diverted by the phone, she broke free from his grasp and swiftly opened the door to leave. Initially in good spirits, she felt inexplicably irritated by Jiang Tingsu's interference, her brows knitting together. Though Jiang Jinyan had yet to return, the elderly gentleman had already made his way back to the family residence. As he descended the staircase, he spotted Shen Nanzhi seated on the sofa in the living room, absorbed in a phone call. She swiftly composed herself as their eyes met, the displeasure on his face dissipating. Gigi, looking for Jinyan? He inquired. Your third uncle is dealing with some matters, so Jinyan will be back a little later. If you miss him, I can call him for you. He gestured as though to dial the number. Shen Nanzhi hurriedly approached him, pressing her hand over his. No need. Grandpa, I do not require Jinyan's presence. I merely woke up and wanted some fresh air. The elderly gentleman withdrew his phone, smiling. Perfect timing. I could use some company. Sit down and chat with me for a while. Obediently, Shen Nanzhi took a seat, accepting the freshly squeezed juice the housekeeper brought her, and engaged in conversation with the elderly gentleman about the past few years. Moments later, he unexpectedly recalled his earlier attempt to contact Jiang Tingsu, which had been unsuccessful, and his tone took on a note of displeasure. That boy Jiang Tingsu has no idea what he is doing. I cannot reach him during the day, and now it is evening, and still no answer. I have never seen a rebellious child take so long to respond. Shen Nanzhi remained silent, as was her habit. She avoided any conversation related to Jiang Tingsu, pretending not to hear. The elderly gentleman muttered a few more complaints before recalling the decade-long expectation that she and Jiang Tingsu would eventually be together. He fell silent, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Tomorrow is Saturday. You have no classes, correct? Shen Nanzhi nodded obediently. No classes, Grandpa. Then I shall take you out for a day of fun, he proposed, his tone reminiscent of a child being coaxed. Shen Nanzhi observed that even after celebrating her 20th birthday, those around her continued to treat her as a child, such as her grandfather, Jiang Jinyan, and her brother. At 9:30, Jiang Jinyan stepped into the hall. Enveloped in the night, the elderly gentleman, having grown weary, had already retired, and Jiang's parents had also retired upstairs, leaving the warmly lit room empty. Ascending to the third floor, he instinctively walked towards the third room on the left side of the corridor. He pushed the door open, only to find the room shrouded in darkness. Not wishing to intrude, he closed the door and turned towards the innermost room on the right side of the staircase. As he grasped the doorknob and gently pushed it open, he discovered the young woman nestled in the center of the warmly lit bed, engrossed in her phone. He shut the door behind him and approached the bedside, his gaze never leaving her. "Have you eaten dinner?" he inquired. Shen Nanzhi turned her head slightly to glance at him. "Yes, I have." Jiang Jinyan removed his coat and hung it alongside hers on a rack. He then loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves before making his way to her side of the bed, intercepting her as she prepared to rise and head to the wardrobe. "I noticed you rubbing your abdomen earlier when you came upstairs. Are you feeling unwell?" Shen Nanzhi had momentarily forgotten the discomfort in her abdomen from their recent intimacy, but his inquiry resurfaced that sensation, intensifying her irritation. She felt an urge to retort, yet found herself hesitant in the presence of Jiang Jinyan. She sat despondently in the quilt that she had bunched up, murmuring softly, "Uncomfortable. Who enjoys a comfortable belly rub?" He chuckled, placing his palm on her lower abdomen, gently pressing down in the same spot as the previous night. It had been a whole day, and she was still feeling unwell. Though her discomfort was not unbearable, Shen Nanzhi feared that after saying "I'm fine," she would once again fulfill her marital duties that evening. Thus, she pressed her lips together and exaggeratedly declared, "I and Oppose am uncomfortable. It will still be uncomfortable for another 2 days." Jiang Jinyan lowered his gaze to the gloomy figure on the bed, resembling a rabbit with drooping ears, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. His large hand gently massaged her belly. So delicate. Shen Nanzhi's breath caught momentarily. She glared at him in annoyance. "Delicate, you say? Is it a compliment or an insult? Neither is flattering." Initially, feeling somewhat comforted by his touch and wishing for him to continue, her resolve quickly dissipated. With a display of fortitude, she pushed his hand away, turned her back to him, and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, lying down on the bed. Chapter 76. Affectionate postures, intimate actions. Do not be angry. Jiang Jinyan gently extricated her from the blanket, one arm encircling her waist to secure her in his embrace, while the other hand tenderly rubbed her abdomen for a while longer. As the night deepened, in a small building behind the main structure, Jiang Jinyan gazed at the light illuminating Shen Nanzhi's room across the way, its glow persisting until midnight. His brow furrowed as he poured glass after glass of liquor at the window. The curtains in her room were drawn back, allowing him a fleeting glimpse of the bedroom he had entered only twice. His brother moved with ease into the room and under the bright lights. Shen Nanzhi sat on the bed, tilting her head as she conversed with him. Their postures were affectionate, their actions intimate. Jiang Jinyan's gaze was fixed, his breath seemingly constricted, while the veins in his palm bulged as he gripped the glass, the depths of his jealousy surging intensely within his eyes. After all these years, he had never felt such overwhelming envy, nor had he ever experienced such profound regret in any moment or second. Despite their long-standing relationship, perceived by others as an unspoken bond, he had pushed her away because he resisted the family's arranged marriage, insisting that their connection was not merely one of political alliance. Unbeknownst to him, the glass he held shattered, sharp fragments piercing his palm, blood dripping onto the cold floor. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. He tortured himself with the sight, watching the heart-wrenching scene unfold until the curtains finally drew shut and the lights extinguished. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Jinyan stared blankly at the blood on his hand, remaining alone until dawn broke. At 7 in the morning, Jiang Jinyan descended from upstairs, preparing to attend an early meeting at the company. Just as he reached the entrance hall, he encountered Jiang Jinyan, who had just returned from outside. He had changed into a new outfit, and his injury had been treated with a simple bandage, his clenched fist concealing any signs of damage. "Brother, are you heading to the company this early?" "Yes," Jiang Jinyan replied. "There's an early meeting." Jiang Ting-su tightened his fist and, gathering his courage, called out to him again, "Brother, will you and Nanzhi get a divorce?" The question was abrupt and unexpected. Jiang Jinyan frowned and looked at him. "Why do you ask that?" Jiang Ting-su averted his gaze, forcing a light-hearted smile, as if it were merely a casual inquiry. "I was just curious. You and Nanzhi, there are no feelings involved, just a marriage of convenience. Unlike a career, if you were to meet someone you truly like one day, would you divorce Nanzhi?" Jiang Jinyan's brow furrowed slightly, his tone calm yet firm. "Ting-su, I have told you before, the most important aspect of marriage is responsibility. Marriage is not something to be taken lightly, and divorce is not a whim. Do not ask such meaningless questions in the future." For a moment, Jiang Ting-su's jaw tightened as he stubbornly sought a breakthrough. "But there are no feelings between you and Nanzhi. If one day you meet someone you genuinely love, would you abandon that person like you did with your medical career?" Jiang Jinyan's voice grew more serious. "That day will never come, nor will there be such a person. I do not wish to hear such words again." Moreover, before leaving, Jiang Jinyan glanced at Jiang Ting-su. "Nanzhi is your sister-in-law. You should know what can and cannot be said in the future." This final remark served as both a reminder and a warning. Jiang Ting-su clenched his hand tightly, his eyes clouded with emotion. Around 9 o'clock, after finishing breakfast, Shen Nanzhi accompanied the elder to meet his old friends. She had anticipated a simple day of tea and chess, reminiscent of previous years. However, she was taken aback as she received an array of red envelopes. Whenever the elder introduced her, he proudly proclaimed her as their family's daughter-in-law, contrasting with his earlier introductions of her as his granddaughter. As the introductions continued, he boasted about her marriage certificate with Jiang Jinyan, followed by an overwhelming cascade of red envelopes filling her hands. Shen Nanzhi could hardly contain her disbelief. As the envelopes piled up into a hefty bag, she mused that her grandfather was not merely out for a leisure trip, but was instead collecting wedding gifts. After spending the entire day playing with the elder, she returned home in the evening, struggling to hold the large bag of red envelopes. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, the elder beamed with satisfaction at the sight of the substantial haul. "Well done. Not only did we regain face, but we also collected a considerable sum. Branch, tomorrow I shall take you to meet the remaining friends." Shen Nanzhi could only respond with a silent exclamation. Chapter 77. My nurturing on a weekend morning. Shen Nanzhi accompanied the elder gentleman for a delightful outing, returning home to luxuriate in an afternoon slumber. During a visit to see her last elderly friend, she encountered a playful litter of puppies, only a month old. The elder took a liking to one of these adorable creatures and brought it home. Shen Nanzhi had a fondness for dogs, especially the chubby, fluffy little ones. On Monday morning, her professor for the specialized course was absent, and the class was rescheduled for the following week, granting her a day free from school. Rising early, she checked group messages and hurried to the expansive lawn behind the courtyard, eager to embrace the little puppy. The puppy, a Samoyed, frolicked joyfully across the vast green expanse, resembling a buoyant ball of fluff. As Shen Nanzhi approached, she effortlessly spotted the puppy amidst the verdant grass. However, just as she lifted the little creature to indulge in some playful affection, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Ting-su, who was coming from the back building. On the opposite side of the lawn, Jiang Jinyan and Sheng Yui were entering the study, accompanied by Zhou Lin and Sheng Yui's secretary. Upon reaching the grand entrance adorned with seasonal begonias, Jiang Jinyan's gaze fell upon the scene of Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Ting-su, who was holding her arm and speaking to her. His brows furrowed slightly as he paused his stride and approached them. The gentle breeze carried his voice. "You all go ahead. I will follow shortly." Sheng Yui was discussing an impending project with Jiang Jinyan, but upon noticing Jiang Jinyan's departure, he turned to observe the closeness of Shen Nanzhi and Jiang Ting-su on the lawn. With a click of his tongue, his curiosity shifted from contracts to gossip. Peering from a distance, he inquired of Zhou Lin, "What is going on with the two young masters? After rejecting the marriage alliance, are they having second thoughts?" Zhou Lin remained silent, seemingly unprepared to provide any answer. After a few steps, Shang Yui maneuvered around a begonia plant that obstructed his view, seeking the best angle for gossip while leaning against the hall's entrance. He mused aloud, if Jiang Tingsu truly regrets it, considering the years of connection between him and Nanzhi, the union of the Jiang and Shen families, there might be a twist in the tale. Having kept quiet, Zhou Lin glanced towards the lawn upon hearing those words. Based on his years of experience working alongside their superior, it was clear to him that in matters of marriage stemming from alliances, it was improbable for a wife to transform into a younger sister-in-law. In the center of the lawn, Shen Nanzhi cradled the little Samoyed in one arm while attempting to free her other arm from its grasp. During her struggle, she inadvertently caused the puppy some discomfort, prompting it to whimper softly. Frowning with concern for the tiny creature, she was about to voice her frustration when a low, cold voice interrupted from behind. Tingsu. Jiang Tingsu paused mid-explanation regarding Su Wu, instinctively glancing back. Upon meeting his brother's gaze, which was fixed on his grip around Shen Nanzhi's wrist, Jiang Tingsu's elbow jerked, and he unconsciously released her. Shen Nanzhi rubbed her sore wrist, choosing not to look back but instead crouched down to check on the puppy, ensuring it had not been harmed. Jiang Jinyan approached steadily across the lawn, his dark gaze sweeping over the girl, frowning as she knelt on the ground, before settling on Jiang Tingsu. Do you fancy dogs? Or is there something else you wish to discuss with your sister-in-law? Jiang Tingsu found himself unable to meet his brother's penetrating gaze, feeling an innate reverence and trepidation towards someone so exceptional in every regard. Although this fear had been gradually subdued by Jiang Jinyan's repeated understanding, it remained ever present, especially after his brother had warned him to keep his distance from Nanzhi just the previous day. He caught a glimpse of the puppy joyfully wagging its tail and playfully approaching Shen Nanzhi, his hand instinctively clenching, unable to suppress his thoughts in Jiang Jinyan's intimidating presence. He blurted out, "Grandfather mentioned bringing home a dog, and I wanted to see what it looked like." Jiang Jinyan replied, "Have you seen enough?" Jiang Tingsu nodded, holding his breath. "Yes, I have." Jiang Jinyan's gaze lingered on Shen Nanzhi for a moment. "I heard from Zhou Lin that you are considering joining the company." The abrupt shift in topic caught Jiang Tingsu off guard, and still reeling for being caught visiting Shen Nanzhi, he managed to nod, "I do have that intention." Jiang Jinyan continued, "To genuinely secure a position among the company's upper echelons, one must undergo rigorous training. There is a crucial project at the headquarters that involves liaising with a foreign Chinese company. Since you wish to train, I will assign it to you." Jiang Tingsu and Oppo's eyes widened in reluctance as he gazed at Jiang Jinyan. Brother, however, a mere glance from Jiang Jinyan silenced him. "Is there an issue?" Jiang Tingsu swallowed his impending protest, shaking his head with difficulty. "No issues." Jiang Jinyan persisted. "This project is time-sensitive. Zhou Lin will send you the relevant materials. You are to commence today." Jiang Tingsu complied, and after he left, Shen Nanzhi remained crouched on the ground, entwined in the puppy's fur, acutely aware of Jiang Jinyan's intense gaze upon her. Keeping her head lowered, she absent-mindedly stroked the puppy's fur, anxious he might misinterpret her actions. She bit her lip and, with a hint of frustration in her voice, explained, "It wasn't me seeking him out. He approached me. I merely wished to play with the dog." Listening to her plaintive tone, Jiang Jinyan suppressed his emotions and responded gently, "I understand." Noticing that she remained on the ground, he attempted to cheer her up. "Do you like dogs? I can arrange for one to be bought and kept at Yushan Mansion." Shen Nanzhi felt a flicker of excitement. She truly adored these little creatures. Whenever she felt down or discontented, simply watching them frolic in the courtyard could miraculously lift her spirits. Yet, she hesitated, fearing she might lack sufficient time to care for a pet. With academic pressures looming, she worried about her ability to nurture it properly. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded and, basking in the morning sun, looked up at him. "Who'll take care of it?" "I will," he replied. Chapter 78. You care for the dog more than your marriage. Shen Nanzhi's lips unconsciously curved into a joyful arc as she pointed to the chubby white puppy at her feet. "Yes, I want this plump one." Jiang Jinyan replied, "Of course." No sooner had his words left his lips than a slightly dissatisfied voice came from behind, belonging to the elder. "Why are you buying another puppy?" This one is the special gift I brought back for Gigi. The elder approached against the sunlight, and as Shen Nanzhi turned to see him, her gaze fell upon the small creature eagerly burrowing into her embrace, her eyes shining brightly with excitement. She sprang up. Really? She had stood too quickly after crouching for too long, and the sudden rush caused her vision to darken, leaving her a bit dizzy. Jiang Jinyan promptly extended his hand to steady her, preventing her from falling. The elder observed their interaction and nodded when Shen Nanzhi looked back at him. Of course it in Oppos. That's true. At my age, do you think I could take care of this little one? He continued, this puppy is specifically for you. When you return to your marital home in a few days, let Jinyan bring it with you to raise together. Shen Nanzhi's eyes involuntarily softened as she cradled the pudgy puppy, expressing her gratitude to the elder. Thank you, Grandpa. Both Shen Nanzhi and the elder were delighted. The elder gestured toward the puppy that had grown particularly fond of Shen Nanzhi and said, since you like it, why not give it a name? Shen Nanzhi looked down at the little creature, nuzzling her palm, her smile widening as she quickly declared, Zai Zai. Zai Zai. The elder considered the name, then glanced at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law before his gaze settled again on the puppy named Zai Zai. He asked candidly, if it's called Zai Zai, what will you name your future children? Shen Nanzhi fell silent. Jiang Jinyan also paused. A moment of silence enveloped them. 2 seconds later, Jiang Jinyan glanced at the chubby puppy, almost a bundle in his arms, and suggested, how about Tuan Tuan? The elder pondered for a moment and nodded in approval. That works. He then turned his attention back to Shen Nanzhi, while Jiang Jinyan's gaze lingered on the young woman. She cleared her throat lightly, maintaining an agreeable demeanor. Tuan Tuan is fine. As long as he takes care of it, I'll just cuddle with it every day. Seeing her acquiescence, Jiang Jinyan shifted his gaze toward Sheng Yui, who was still observing them from the hall. He withdrew his attention and said, I have a contract to sign. I'll be busy for a while. Gigi, hold Tuan Tuan at home and wait for me. After I finish, I'll take you to school. Shen Nanzhi nodded without objection. Okay. As Jiang Jinyan turned to head back to the hall, the elder cheerfully called for Shen Nanzhi to join him. I had someone bring over some new puppy food this morning. Would you like to come see it? Gigi? Sure. Shen Nanzhi promptly followed him, cradling Tuan Tuan in her arms. After concluding a project at 9 o'clock, Jiang Jinyan, noticing his friend was reluctant to leave, grabbed his phone to message Shen Nanzhi. Are we still going to school at 9:30? While feeding Tuan Tuan some puppy food, Shen Nanzhi replied with one hand. The morning class has been rescheduled to next week. I'll go in the afternoon. Seeing her message, Jiang Jinyan inquired further. Are you playing with Tuan Tuan? In the hall, Shen Nanzhi was chatting with the elder about raising dogs while watching Tuan Tuan wag his tail as he drank warm sheep and amp. Oppos. Milk. Upon reading Jiang Jinyan's latest message, she casually snapped a photo of Tuan Tuan eating, much like how she would with Gu Qinghe. After sending the photo, she noticed the name Jinyan Gu at the top of the chat and suddenly realized she was not conversing with Gu Qinghe. As she contemplated retracting the photo, a new message popped up in the chat. All right, I'll take you out for lunch. Think about what you'd like to eat. Shen Nanzhi abandoned the idea of withdrawing the photo. Staring at the new message, she pondered for 2 seconds before typing her meal preferences. After sending it, she set her phone down and resumed playing with Tuan Tuan while chatting with the elder. At 4 in the afternoon, Gu Qinghe arrived at the library to help Shen Nanzhi search for information. Disinterested in studying physics, she felt as though knowledge was being forcefully injected into her brain, reinforcing her sense of inadequacy. As Shen Nanzhi researched, Gu Qinghe casually picked up a book about pets, perched beside her with her chin resting on her hand, lazily flipping through the pages. When she came across a picture of a large, panting Labrador running on the grasslands, she recalled a dog CAF that had recently opened near their school. Thinking of her best friend's fondness for dogs, she turned to Shen Nanzhi, who was engrossed in her challenging physics book. There's a new dog CAF on the street by the south gate. I passed by last time and saw many adorable breeds inside. Want to go over and pet some dogs? Typically, this would be an invitation that Shen Nanzhi would eagerly accept, but today, without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. No, I have my own dog to cuddle at home. Gu Qinghe was taken aback. Your own dog? You got one? What kind? Do you even have time to take care of a dog? She was acutely aware of Shen Nanzhi's daily routine, having spent nearly every moment with her. For the past couple of months, while the experiment building was not hectic, her friend only needed to occasionally visit the lab. However, during busy periods, Shen Nanzhi had been known to stay late in the lab. With such an unstable schedule, how could she possibly care for a dog? After finishing her last piece of research, Shen Nanzhi closed the book with a cheerful tone. I don't have the time, but Jiang Jinyan is helping me take care of it. I just play with it occasionally. Gu Qinghe was taken aback. She had considered that perhaps a caretaker or dedicated maid was responsible for the dog, given that Shen Nanzhi's small apartment lacked a maid. However, in the expansive Jiang residence, there were certainly staff. What she had not anticipated was that Jiang Jinyan himself was the one taking care of the dog. Gu Qinghe gave her a thumbs up, expressing both admiration and shock. Wow, you two have really transformed. Jiang Jinyan, with his aloof demeanor, is actually taking care of a dog for you. Curiously, she leaned closer. Do you have any pictures? Let me see what your first dog looks like. Shen Nanzhi retrieved her phone and opened the album. I have not just pictures, but videos as well. Gu Qinghe watched the video of the plump little creature frolicking on the expansive lawn of the Jiang estate, her eyes fixated on the screen. Suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, do you have the wedding certificate photos? If you do, I'd like to take a look too. Last time, during the trending topic caused by Jiang Jinyan, although Jiang Jinyan had instructed Zhou Lin to post the wedding certificate photos on the official blog, it had only been a picture of the two red books stacked together, with no photo of the couple inside. As Shen Nanzhi showcased a plethora of pictures and videos of Tuan, Gu Qinghe remembered the wedding certificate photos. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanzhi shrugged. Nope, the wedding certificate isn't with me. Gu Qinghe lifted her head from the pile of dog photos, clicking her tongue in a bemused manner. Dear lady, you seem to care for the dog more than your marriage. Shen Nanzhi remained silent. Chapter 79, a single phrase could compel Jiang Jinyan to make exceptions time and again. After finalizing the project details with the Chinese company, Zhou Lin personally drove Jiang Tingsu to the airport. Throughout the entire journey, Jiang Tingsu maintained a sullen demeanor, the air in the car thick with his discontent. As they waited at the last traffic light, Zhou Lin attempted to lighten the mood. But upon glancing in the rearview mirror and seeing Jiang Tingsu fixated on his phone, his expression darkening further, he silently touched his nose, opting to remain quiet. Upon arriving at the airport, Zhou Lin wore an impeccable smile, warmly addressing Jiang Tingsu. Second young master, should you encounter any issues abroad, do not hesitate to contact me. I, along with the secretarial office, will endeavor to assist you. Jiang Tingsu cast him a fleeting glance, but offered no reply. The incessant ringing of Su Wu's calls heightened Jiang Tingsu's irritation, leading him to block her number with a swift motion. Just before stepping inside, he turned to Zhou Lin and inquired, what is the duration of the project with the Chinese company? Zhou Lin cleared his throat. 2 months. Jiang Tingsu's jaw tightened further. Yet he dismissed Zhou Lin with silence and proceeded directly to the boarding gate. Zhou Lin stood rooted to the spot, watching as this esteemed individual boarded the plane before he turned to his phone to initiate the next task, contacting a dog trainer. In the evening, after returning from Huaihai University, Shen Nanzhi headed straight to the Jiang family estate. Upon alighting from the car, she dashed into the courtyard, eager to embrace Tuan. However, after searching the courtyard to no avail, she instinctively made her way to the living room, where she discovered the little creature joyfully wagging its tail while drinking warm sheep's milk on the carpet beside the sofa. Sitting on the adjacent sofa was Jiang Jinyan, attentively listening to the dog trainer explain the various feeding guidelines for young puppies. In addition to listening, he had a stack of documents detailing Tuan's daily feeding schedules, vaccination, and deworming information laid out before him. Upon noticing her return, Jiang Jinyan turned to her. You and Appos, read back early today? Shen Nanzhi set her computer aside and approached. Her eyes sparkling. Brother Jinyan, is all this information for Tuan? She bent down to pick up the stack, flipping through the pages. Indeed, Jiang Jinyan confirmed, his gaze lingering on the bright-eyed girl before he gestured for the trainer to continue. Half an hour later, Butler Lee escorted the trainer out of the villa. The little puppy, having finished its milk, joyfully scampered over to Shen Nanzhi's feet like a fluffy ball of cotton candy. Shen Nanzhi scooped it up and settled onto the opposite sofa, affectionately petting its fur. After dinner, Jiang Jinyan retreated to his study for an online meeting. Shen Nanzhi took Tuan outside to play on the lawn. Around 9:00 and Oppo's clock, both human and puppy grew weary from their frolics, prompting Shen Nanzhi to carry the little one back to the living room. Prior to their outing, she had noticed the feeding guidelines Jiang Jinyan had prepared for Tuan. Recalling that it stated a 1-month-old puppy should be fed small, frequent meals, she asked Butler Li about the last feeding time and, after calculating the intervals, instructed him to fetch some sheep's milk for Tuan. At 9:15, Jiang Jinyan concluded his video conference. Noticing that the girl who usually rested on her bed with her tablet at this hour had yet to return, he descended the stairs in search of her. Upon reaching the stairwell, he spotted her crouched before Tuan and Oppo's bed, gently stroking its belly while feeding it. He shifted his gaze to the puppy for a moment and observed its slightly distended stomach. Jiang Jinyan approached and called out, Tuan is full. Gigi, no need to feed it anymore. It's getting late. Let's put the puppy in its bed and head back to our rooms. Before Jiang Jinyan arrived, Shen Nanzhi had been preparing to ask Butler Li to remove the remaining milk after feeling the puppy's full belly. Hearing Jiang Jinyan's words, she cradled Tuan and instructed the butler to take away the leftover milk. However, after Butler Li removed the milk, she hesitated before looking at the dog bed that had been specially purchased for Tuan. Gathering her courage, she gazed up at Jiang Jinyan and posed a somewhat unreasonable question. Brother Jinyan, can it come into the bedroom? Butler Li, who had just returned from dealing with the milk, paused in surprise at her question, instinctively glancing at Jiang Jinyan. He recalled that the usually aloof and taciturn Jiang had never been particularly fond of small animals. The fact that he had taken it upon himself to care for Tuan and even invited a dog trainer to impart knowledge about dog care was already astounding. However, allowing the puppy into the bedroom seemed utterly implausible. No matter how indulgently he treated Miss Nanzhi, such a concession seemed beyond reason. Shen Nanzhi, holding the little creature, met Jiang Jinyan's quiet gaze. She forced a smile and sheepishly retracted her question. Forget I said anything. I didn't ask. With that, she gently placed the beloved puppy back into its designated bed and turned to Butler Li. Uncle Li, please keep an eye on it and ensure no one accidentally steps on it. The estate has many servants, and it's so small that it might easily get overlooked in the expansive living room. Butleli nudakinli. After ensuring the puppy was settled, Shen Nanzhi stood up and, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Jinyan, quickly turned to head toward the stairwell. Once she departed, Jiang Jinyan, observing the soft little creature making faint whimpering sounds in its bed, rubbed his temples and instructed the butler, Uncle Li, prepare a portable dog bed for it. Butler Li, taken aback, instinctively looked at Jiang Jinyan and asked, does the president mean allowing it into the bedroom? Jiang Jinyan had already turned away, leaving behind a warm remark amid the cozy lighting. Let us see how it behaves. If it's not disruptive, it can come into the bedroom. Butler Li remained stunned for a while, ultimately shaking his head in amusement and satisfaction as he patted the oblivious little puppy into Oppo's head. Tuan, you certainly know how to charm your master. A single phrase could indeed lead President Jiang to make exceptions repeatedly.